On the one hand, this world has multi-story buildings that indicate industrialization, but the people are dressed as if it were a fantasy world. Then we see a young guy who is distracted by enthusiastic shouts, from which it becomes clear that this world has a class system. The very source of the noise says that he has chosen the summoner class, and now everyone should join his team because he will help them join the academy. But the girl with the priest class says that her specialization is much cooler than the summoner, and he's a downer, so he should join her team. Naturally, such harsh statements lead to a clash, and they decide to go once for all. But the protagonist watching these mediocrities thinks that 3 years ago he received a special talent, and during this time he, in his cognition, is already sufficiently filled to get used to all the oddities. Exactly 70 years ago, reality merged with the game, and human life underwent tremendous changes. Just like in the game, there were levels, classes, and equipment. They became indicators of wealth and status of a person. Leveling up can strengthen the body a lot, and class and skills allow for the most efficient distribution of power. But all of this did not come easily. In return, the world lost its peace because the monsters from the game also moved into reality. In this world, the most important thing is power, which means it can become very interesting. This monologue of the main character is interrupted by the teacher who burst into the classroom. He stops the scuffle and orders everyone to go home immediately after class. The teacher then turns to the protagonist, his name is Yoon Cheng, and according to the old man, he hasn't chosen a class yet, so if he doesn't do it before the exam, he's sure to fail. But judging by the expression on Chen's face, he doesn't care about the teacher's words because this old man continues to lecture. He says that the guy is confused in himself. Even if now without specialization he has a lot of skills, they are still all primary and they cannot be well developed. The closer he gets to the edge of his abilities, the more flaws he will encounter. And besides, specialization gives much more attribute points and skills. He sincerely asks Chen to finally choose his class for his own good. But the guy is on his mind and tells the old man not to worry, because he wants something more than just a strong specialization. His true goal is to stand on top of this world. Then the internal monologue begins. Chen thinks about the attributes and skills he can get even without a class thanks to the system. The system makes him go through daily workouts, 10 kilometers of running, and 100 on abs, 100 push-ups, and 100 squats. By going through all the daily tasks, he gets his reward. Many people only get this many skill points and attributes by passing the toughest challenges, but Chen gets them for nothing for his dailies. As teacher Jin said, classless people have a lot of disadvantages. They get too few skill points and attributes, although they have plenty of skills because they are basic and not particularly strong. But Chen has enough points. He can pump skills of any class, and it can be said that he is a universal player. Pumping his attributes, Chen thinks that the system is very good because everything can be done quickly, and no one will not see his stats. And this saves a lot of problems, as usual. The guy distributes all the attributes received equally 2 points each. Speaking of ways to get rewards a lot, not only dailies. Also, the system gives special tasks, such as how to join the academy, and the better the results of the entrance exams, the more will be the reward. And the rewards have never failed Chen. And so tomorrow he will put up 100%. And so we are transported to the exam square the next day. This square is limbed by 3 massive magic gates. Although Jin has told his students this many times, he will now repeat it all again for the extra smart ones. There are 3 types of difficulty: easy, difficult, and nightmare. Once the gate opens, it will mean that the dungeon has also opened, which means the exam has already begun. The higher the difficulty, the higher the score, and the smaller the team, the higher the score. But the guys should not take on a lot, because the copies of monsters will be equal to the real ones, and students can easily die. So Jin as a teacher is important that they all try to just survive, not to pass the exam 100%. And at this point the gates begin to open, which means that the exam has already begun. And all those who want to join the academy must choose their gate. The name of the dungeon is Goblin Dungeon. The difficulty level is easy, simple, and nightmare. The number of people to pass from 1 to 5. Notes unknown dungeon teeming with settlements of goblins. These fierce monsters love human blood and flesh. But the entrants already know all this. They are quite confident in their choices. The audience notices that most of them have gone in groups, and it makes sense, I guess. But one guy still decided to do some damage, and he's clearly not in the Dedisher class. Does he really not want to live? He also chose a nightmare level dungeon. He clearly wants to die. Why does he have so much equipment? Why does he have so many weapons? Didn't he change his class? But Chen does not care about the outrage of the crowd. He is already in anticipation of the battle. But not only the crowd of spectators paid attention to the reckless guy, his teacher Jin cannot believe that this psycho still has not chosen a class. In addition, he also went to the most difficult nightmare dungeon. The guy does not care about himself. His worries are interrupted by the dean of the school, Dong Kyung, who demands an explanation. Jin tries to get out of it by saying that Chen is a very talented guy, and the lack of class is probably part of his strategy. But the dean doesn't really believe it. Meanwhile, Chen has already entered the nightmare dungeon, where he sees the obvious traces of a goblin. As expected from a nightmare-level dungeon, the atmosphere is creepy. But this only encourages Chen to begin this test. Well, and the audience continues to discuss the most reckless student. Even without a class, he has access to all the skills, but he took with him a bunch of equipment, gun, shield gun, and staff. Will he be able to use all of this effectively? Plus, he chose the nightmare difficulty. He probably just decided to show off, and now he's trembling with fear and can't go any further than the entrance. But with a haughty pass is pulled back by his friend. With amazement, he says that it's quite the opposite. The classless fellow flew into the dungeon like a bullet. He is not just not afraid to advance. He does it in a hurry. Thanks to the basic skill of swordsman acceleration, Chen develops tremendous speed and already in a couple of moments catches up with his first opponents. Goblins pay attention to the rapidly approaching threat, but unfortunately they do not have enough brains to assess the strength of the enemy, and they are happy that soon eat humanity. Chen takes out a magic stick and uses the basic skill of a magician, Fireball. Even though this skill is basic, it does enough damage to kill most of the creatures with one attack. The onlookers are shocked. Not only does he roll spells instantly, but his power is much stronger than normal mages. But the surprises don't end there. Now his staff changes shape. With a metallic clang, it turns into a sword. A special weapon called a sword staff. As the name implies, he can transform into both of these weapons. When it is in ball form, Chen gets a +5 to strength, and when the weapon takes the form of a staff, he gets a +5 to wisdom. Chen now uses the swordsman skill. Wind power. The goblin who survived the fireball attack trembles in fear, but fails to even try to escape. Ruthless honorably wears the blow and is instantly put to death, slashing his back. This attack literally halves the green freak. The rest of the goblins shout something in their own language. They have surrounded the enemy and now they realize who they have messed with. But the fact that they are ready to fight seriously does not help them at all, because Chen uses another skill that flies past each goblin with lightning speed and destroys everyone who was in the path of the blade. This is the skill of a magical swordsman, cutting flame wind. Chen used it for the first time, and even he does not fully understand whether the basic skill should be so strong. And the audience, seeing such an excellent fighter, begins to rejoice. And one of the girls is ready to give himself to the guy, and those losers who laughed at him at first have already realized how wrong they were, and a new fan shouts words of encouragement to Yun Chen. And an unusual angle regarding the losers catches their attention, and they continue to discuss the classless guy. With so many weapons, he should have overloaded, and even with the speed skill, he wouldn't have been able to move so sharply. If he put all the points into physical strength, then it would make sense, but then where did he get the points for the other skills from? And even the dean notes that Chen is too strong for a classless specialization guy. Oh, Jin says that Chen's talent is omnipotent. He can remove restrictions by doubling his skills. Only a small percentage of people possess an innate talent, and depending on their talent, these people choose a class. Those who have a talent of the magical type inevitably become mages, and those who have a talent for physical enhancement choose combat classes like swordsmen. Of course, there are specific talents like cleaning or cooking, but nevertheless, the awakened talent determines which class you choose. The omnipotent talent is only strong in the early stages and can be used to increase the strength of your skills up to rank C. It's only useful in the beginning, but he can't go far. And even though his combat and magic skills are excellent and he uses them wisely, his limit is very low, so it's not worth focusing on him. Teacher Jin starts to grumble that this is why he advised Chen to change classes, because the further he goes, the weaker he becomes. A pile of bloody corpses doesn't agree with that. After sneaking through numerous enemies, Chen finally reaches the entrance to the next room. Without a second's hesitation, the guy opened the door and drew the attention of all the goblins. In this room, there are countless of them, and they will clearly be stronger than the previous puissance. Among them, there are some particularly strong guys, such as a level 12 red goblin with fire magic, a level 14 goblin commander with good combat spells, and a goblin knight whose skills allow for good ranged combat. Using the evaluation skill, Chen can determine the ability of each monster. There are even water goblins among them. And their equipment is not bad. Evaluating each one would be silly. Besides, the terrain is very tight and it would be hard to turn around at full speed. While Chen was thinking, the goblins began to give commands. Among them there is even a squad of drummers, which helps to keep the rhythm of the battle and raises morale. But the magicians are already ready to use their spells to support the vanguard. Turning his ball back into a staff, Chen says that their strategy is good, but if everything goes according to their plan, it will be too hard for him to fight them. So he uses the priest skill, Flash. And this skill is also powerful enough to blind all the monsters. And as soon as they start to come to their senses, Chen is already behind one of them. He intends to kill the most dangerous ones first. This is the basis of the basics, and in this he will be helped by the assassin's stealth skill. But having cut the throat of one of the monsters, the others immediately notice him and try to attack Chen from behind, but he sees everything perfectly and stomps his foot using the assassin's cloning skill. His clone has all of his master's skills and he also has 35% of all of his attributes. And together with his doppelganger, he starts slaughtering poor people left and right. Many goblins die in an instant, and one of them seeing this picture goes into a rage, increasing his physical stats to the limit. And the huge enraged behemoth swoops down on Chen. But the classless hero is not so simple. He easily dodges and says that it's not time to fight him yet. He then summons a water elemental, at which point the screen begins to interfere. The cameras switch to another student who is going through a less difficult dungeon. All the viewers are extremely unhappy with this arrangement. They don't want to watch this lazy guy. The crowd demands the return of the classless guy and starts throwing all kinds of garbage at the screen. But the worker in charge of the cameras says they've been broadcasting it for 3 minutes. Why don't the viewers look at the other guys? Because they're trying to butte. His boss beats the crap out of him and says that if the viewers want something, he should give it to them. Besides, the boss himself wants to see what's going on there. Meanwhile, the audience continues to discuss the mysterious apprentice. The guy with the eye patch says that his magic skills are instantaneous and his fighting skills are excellent, and that he's also good as an assassin. B-Rice's friend notes that his friend forgot about the summoning skill. This classless guy is a real monster. In their conversation meets the instructor of the assassin department. In this class, he knows all the subtleties. With each kill, the angle of impact can slightly deviate, and then the assassin skill will lose its power, allowing you to kill the enemy with a single blow. To say without exaggeration, his movements are at the level of a professional, and even more, many professionals were not as good as him. Then we are shown the camera with Chen again, and the audience is all excited to finally be shown a classless warrior. He has summoned 3 elementals to fight the goblins, and he himself has started a battle with the boss of the room, whose rage has slowly started to pass. Now begins the most interesting part of the second stage, the battle with the room boss. Well, since this monster has a level of complexity nightmare, Chen will have to use a couple of tricks. The goblin boss rushes sharply at the hero, but before he can get there, he falls into a trap. This is a skill mechanic that allows you to hold the enemy for 2 seconds, and Chen uses this window to use a fireball and throw it right in the face of the monster. But he is a boss for a reason. This blow does not cause him significant damage, and the goblin with a burnt face continues his rush to the hero. But not having time to get even a meter closer, Chen bounces away from the boss like a jumper. And then Goblin notices that again stepped into a trap. But this time it is an incredibly powerful mine, which undermines the freak. All the monsters pay attention to this explosion, and Chen looks at the consequences of his trap. He says that he's not sure what to do, and surprisingly the goblin actually survived the blast. He is about to use his strongest skill, military spirit, but Chen shouts that he won't let him do it, and calls out a plant that destroys the floor of the dungeon. Its main druid skill vine. With a wave of his hand, Chen controls the plant, and it spears straight into the jaw of the room's boss. The goblin can't even move, and ice bullets fly at him, dealing cold damage and reducing his movement and attack speed by 35%. This powerful skill pummels monsters to the ground, giving him no rest. Taking this opportunity, Chen uses the mechanic skill, M2201 launcher, Thunder Mage basic skill, Water Mage skill, Water Arrows, and Summoner skill, Water Spirit Control. And all this barrage of attacks is sent straight into the poor guy. The boss of the room felt the power of every skill of the classless warrior, and the audience held their breath watching the exciting battle. They even felt a little sorry for this boss. He literally didn't stand a chance against such a monster. Yunqin used every class control skill. It was impossible to escape from such a trap. What was more amazing was that every attack he made was thought out. When the water and thunder skills are used together, they give a stun effect, and the ice bullet skill combined with the vine didn't even give him a chance to counterattack. And one of the examiners watching said that they were missing something important. The most important thing is that Yun Chen didn't let the boss use his strongest skill. Fighting spirit, it was the key to victory. This makes even those who originally didn't believe in the guy show their respect. It's scary to even imagine how much he trained to use so many skills and weapons so skillfully. After saying that, everyone starts to praise Old Man Jin. At this rate, his student will break the school record. But the dean says that they are looking too narrowly. Yun Chen will surely be among the top 3 leaders in the province, and their school record is only 9th place. The principal, who had previously been angry with Jin and didn't believe in his student, tells the teacher to sit next to him. But old Jin continues to suck up to the hypocritical principal, saying that he has always believed in Yun Chen. Meanwhile, the audience is in full admiration of classless Chen. One girl even tells her teacher that changed her mind to become a magician. She will follow the example of this genius universal. But the teacher immediately slaps her on the back of the head and says that she doesn't even realize how skilled this guy is. She'll never reach his level. She can't even handle a staff properly, let alone a sword or a gun. She should put aside such stupid thoughts. If she follows him, she will definitely die in the test. This isn't a game, this is reality. Here you will have to pay for your mistakes with your life. Besides, it will be impossible to keep up with this guy. Meanwhile, Chen has already cleaned up everything. Now we can move on to the next stage. The audience is puzzled. If this monster is not going to at least take a break after the battle with the boss, the dean begins to whine again and says that the other students did not even have time to go to the second room. He has enough time to rest, but he is too reckless to act. In a rage, he yells at Jin and asks what he was teaching this troublemaker. The teacher tries to justify himself and says that he probably just wants to get through the dungeon as fast as possible, because mop-up time is also factored into the grade. But the mentor of the mage department says that they have such a genius. But now he will die for his showmanship. Well, his student disagrees with him because Senior Yun still has a lot of weapons. He probably has some plan. Even though the mentor recognizes the genius of the guy, but most likely the remaining behind his back weapons are useless, and he does not know how to use them because he simply would not have enough skill points to own so much equipment. In addition, the monsters on the next floor are trained to the highest level, so he should be as careful as possible rather than rushing through. Mana expenditure will be enormous, and to go there without rest is simply suicide. And entering the next room, Chen notices that at this point all the trash has disappeared. Only goblin shamans and high-level magic. Now it will be more interesting. He puts 2 fingers to his forehead and gathers energy. The water elemental summoning will be over soon. So before they die, we need to take full advantage of their bodies. The goblins already realize how strong their enemy is and throw all their forces to kill the guy. But Chen just orders the elementals to block it, and they cover their master at the cost of their lives. A huge amount of magical attacks should have wiped him out. But from the smoke created by the explosions, the figure of the hero is visible, and the goblins are in complete shock. Chen pulls out 2 fancy pistols and says that now it's his turn to attack. Sniper class has a huge number of skills, but for such usefulness has to pay. This class is the best, but at the same time the most difficult to learn. But the main difficulty is the skill of stalking on the tracks. Because of it, you have to shoot it all without missing. Otherwise, you cannot do much damage. And in real combat, to hit everyone is almost impossible. But the mage mentor suggests that the class list just has a lot of skills to easily hit the monsters. And at that moment, there is a deafening gunshot. Yun Chen's new fan jumps up and shouts that now he will show something incredible again. And looking at the screen, all see a clear shot to the head. The skill of chasing the footsteps increases the killing intent. With each hit on the enemy, the effect adds up to 25 times, and each level of killing intent increases shooting and movement speed by 2%. So Chen immediately piles on 2 more levels of the skill, prescribing headshots. The goblins won't stop attacking, but all their attempts are futile, and the classless one uses a slippery lunge and dodges all the magic balls. After that, they use the rapid-fire skill, but the hail of magic balls continues to chase Chen. Fortunately, he is agile enough to jump up and dodge it. In flight, however, he makes a U-turn and uses quick reload, then uses death shot and blast. Like an angel of death, he unleashes a barrage of attacks on the pitiful goblins. By the time he lands on the ground, he finds himself amidst a mountain of bloody corpses. So not only did he deal with so many enemies in a couple of combinations, he also killed them all in the head. And the girls watching him already want to have children with him. His skills are so amazing that every girl who sees it at once will want to have such a husband. Even the mage mentor takes back his words and says that he really is a genius of this era. Well, and the dean again changes his mind and says that he always believed in the guy. One of the members of the committee says that he noticed one oddity. Yunchen still has not used any potions, although the rules allow it. And in fact, really prepared in advance mana and health potions, which are forbidden in normal exams, would help a lot when it comes to life and death. But apparently for him it is useless. But in fact it's different. He just didn't take them. Because with so many weapons he just didn't have enough room. I wonder if he's really that reckless or just very sure of himself. Meanwhile, his pistols were starting to smoke, because they had overheated due to overuse and were now completely useless, although it was not surprising that they were of black iron rank. However, they have already done their job well. Now he does not need the pistols. The dean doesn't understand what rank the pistols were if they broke. Jin replies that they were the cheapest black iron pistols. And then the dean finally has human features and yells at Jin how he could let his student go to the exam with such trash. But the thing is that Yunchen can't afford higher quality guns. He has no parents. Plus he has to take care of his younger sister. Surprisingly, the dean is touched by this story and says that if he had known about it earlier, he would have personally bought him better equipment. But now it's too late. Meanwhile, Yunchen had come to another room. This gate leads to the final boss. If he kills it as fast as the previous mobs, he will become the provincial champion. They hadn't had a single provincial champion in the history of the school. If that happened, he would go down in history as the best headmaster. And now it's clear why he suddenly wants to buy a poor student some gear. The dean tells the genie that if Yunchen dies because of his equipment, he won't be a teacher anymore. And the old man begs Chen to do well. Yunchen opened the gate. Everyone froze in anticipation of this battle. Perhaps they would witness a historic moment and see the new provincial champion. Besides, he didn't use all the weapons behind his back. The spectators are bursting with anticipation. But the screen switches again. The crowd is again ready to tear the workers watching the cameras to shreds. But a little closer, they see a horrifying picture. They are dead students. All who reached the goblin commander are dead. Some were killed while he was trying to use the return whistle. But suddenly a teleportation light appears in the middle of the field. It looks like someone managed to escape. The injured, half-dead students seem to have lost the will to live. Some of them couldn't even make it to the second floor. Watching Yunchen, the audience has forgotten how difficult this dungeon is. And now, the young people who will have to pass this test in the future realize that they have no chance at all. But the dean realizes that at this rate, all the students will refuse to take the exams and simply leave the school, so he orders to switch the camera back to Yunchen. In previous years, many students had suffered, but almost all of the D-desters passed the tests, albeit with difficulty. This year, the best was Yunchen, so maybe now the principal will finally change his preference and make the tests a little easier. Meanwhile, the camera switches again, and we are shown the hero going to meet the main boss. Finally, he stands right in front of the monster, who sits on his throne and says that the man came here for nothing. He reluctantly gets up from his throne, thinking that now he will easily deal with the annoying man and continue his vacation again. But Chen, in turn, is pleased with the power of the hobgoblin, which presses on the hero. In addition, he speaks in human language. He did not expect anything less. But unfortunately, he has only 20 seconds to live. That's how long the skill lasts. Monk Blood Rage. This skill increases all attributes by 80%, as well as 75% increased armor penetration. Well, and of course, for such a power has to pay after 20 seconds, the user will lose 75% of their attributes. Jin realizes that the hero took a risk, but it is very unwise. There are a lot of other ways to kill the boss in a hurry. Dean in general went into a rage from such mules and his blood pressure jumped. But in the meantime, Chen has already started the fight, made the first step. He takes off right in front of the boss, attacking him in the forehead. Hobgoblin is amazed by the man's speed, but still he is too weak. With these words, he hits his giant axe right on the hero and chops him in half. All the female fans were immediately upset. Apparently, even the incredible Yun Chen couldn't compare to the nightmare boss. But the dean immediately realized that it was only a clone. At the moment of the frontal attack, he created a clone, and he himself was already behind the main goblin's back. He thrust his spear straight into the giant's back and slashed it along its entire body. The goblin immediately turns around to counterattack, but the staff is in front of his eye. Chen uses a flash to blind his enemy. He can't even realize what just happened. And while he's blind, the hero doesn't waste any time and finishes off the boss, but something goes wrong. Chen's attack was so dishonorable that the Goblin King unknowingly went into a rage, causing his body to strengthen so much that June's spear couldn't penetrate it, and eventually, it broke. This is too bad because the rage has reduced the blinding time, and now the dungeon boss strikes again with his huge axe. There is a deafening rumble, and the battlefield is covered in dust. The Goblin King thought he had killed a man, but apparently he dodged and used the vine to restrain the boss. With only 13 seconds left of blood rage, the real battle is about to begin. But we are shown fangirls who are wondering why Yun's weapon is broken, because he hasn't used it before. Even with the king's fury, he can't penetrate the Goblin King. But the mentor says that it's not about attributes. Yunchen has them all right. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to blind the monarch of the mountains. The dean says that they both used rage and increased their already powerful attributes. The black iron spear just couldn't hold up. There's no way you can use this trash in a real battle. But what's worse is that the time for blood rage is coming to an end. What would Yunchen do? He wanted to finish the battle as quickly as possible, but apparently now he would have to sweat. So Chen uses the ranger's skill of finding weaknesses. But this big guy has no weaknesses. In addition, he is not going to just stand there and wait for Yunchen to gather his thoughts, and starts attacking the agile human being. His blows become faster and more deadly. But Chen dodges everything and jumps away from the monarch of the mountains as far as possible. Then the monster slams his foot on the ground, and crushing waves begin to emanate from under his foot. It's bad. Because of the shaking, it's very difficult for the hero to stay on his feet. But fortunately, he reacts in time and uses the skill. And then we see Chen, who has already gotten his ass kicked, with only 9 seconds left. The fans are getting ready to mourn their beloved. And the dean notes that if he had better equipment, the fight would have already ended. In addition, now he has lost his sword and staff. After that, Yunchen became closed access to combat and magic skills. And to everything else, he has no potions with him. Any injury means death for him. Standing over Chen, the monarch of the mountains swings his axe and says that now the man can die. But that's not Chen's plan. He uses his thorn druid skill and attacks the hobgoblin. The audience, on the other hand, doesn't understand why he uses control skills as an attack, because it's useless. Although if you think about it, it's pretty weird that after going into a rage, the monarch of the mountains didn't even move from the spear strike, but is now fighting off some plants. But in fact, he just found his weakness because it is in any monster. And with these words, Chen puts on combat gloves. Until this moment, the hero just could not notice the weakness of the thug. The self-confidence of the man infuriates the monarch, and he again tries to kill him with an axe. But his weakness is in the back right under his cloak, where the druid's thorns are constantly aiming. And Chen, without wasting a second, moves behind the monarch's back and uses the firebow skill. The thug doesn't have time to react, and the thorns restrain him for a few seconds. The spectators are already rejoicing at the hero's victory, but the monster manages to free himself and turns his chest to the fiery arrow. And even though it did him a lot of damage, but an attack of this magnitude will only knock him down, but not more, which means that the guy has already lost. And then Chen asks him if the goblin is sure of his words, because he falls exactly on the place where the broken spear was stuck. The goblin obviously does not want to die, but his wish means nothing, and he finally falls on the spear, receiving a mortal wound. After that, the hero falls down without strength, but overcoming himself, he rises up. Because congratulations on the victory should be taken with a proudly raised head, he passed the nightmare dungeon in only 14 minutes and 47 seconds. The whole stadium is cheering. Their new favorite has managed to defeat the main monster in only 20 seconds. He is really the strongest. Meanwhile, the monarch has already started to evaporate. Considering the difficulty of the dungeon, Yunchen's grade is 3S. He is the first to pass this dungeon on such a grade. For this, he gets 15,000 experience and 20 points of skills and attributes. He is also rewarded with the green forest shoulder pads, belt, and gloves, all of which are of golden quality. Chen also gets the title of Goblin Killer, which gives him 25% damage to goblins. Naturally, Chen is very happy with this result. But if he is the first to pass such a grade, will he really get into the ranking of the province? But his thoughts are interrupted by the system. For his labors, he will be rewarded with one of 3 talents, Quick Spell. This talent, oddly enough, shortens the time it takes to cast spells. Aura of Power. But here I think everything is so clear and do not need to explain. And finally, the last talent, Resistant. When receiving heavy wounds, hero will receive a 100% bonus to the attack and its speed. And although all the talents are good, But to his tactics of battle most suits fast spell, so he chooses it. And at the same moment he gets a magic ray that adds a new talent to his forehead. So now we can check out the equipment. Of all the new items, the best were the green forest gloves, which gave plus 30 to strength and plus 3 to the chance of a critical hit. But the most important thing is the effect of the green forest kit, which restores health and mana outside of combat, according to the user's physique. If Chen had to fight the monarch of the mountains again, with this equipment he would finish off the big guy in 5 seconds. But it's not the time to praise himself. It's time to return from the dungeon. And as soon as he appears at the stadium, all the spectators begin to cheer, and the newly acquired female fans ask to take them as wives. One of them even gives him a new nickname, God Yun. Naturally, since Chen hasn't seen the stadium's reaction throughout his fight, he doesn't realize what's going on here. But the dean does not waste a second and immediately flies up with Teacher Jin and congratulates Yun Chen with the victory. They even begin to film television, about which falls into even greater prostration from such attention. Finally, the dean lets the hero go and says that he needs to rest, after which the dean's car arrives to take Yun home. The headmaster says that the results of the test will put him in the top 3 of the provincial rankings, which means he'll get even more rewards from the top. So he should make his sister happy as soon as possible. Of course he's not doing all this out of altruism. The greedy scum just wants to suck on Yun Chen's glory and get his piece of the pie. A call from the Ministry of Education tells him that he is already beginning to capitalize on Yun Chen's strength. And a short time later, the classless has already returned to his humble home. Entering his dwelling, he is greeted by a cute little sister who has already prepared dinner for him. In honor of his exams, she even put some meat. Brother and sister have been taking care of each other for a long time. Because their father died 9 years ago during the invasion of the royal court orc, and the mother who tried to feed them sister, died from processing, and now they live only on welfare. Even the hero's gear is junk inherited from his father. In order to Yun Chen could train in peace, Yun Dan took on all the responsibilities of the house, and no matter how her brother tried to dissuade her, she did not give up this idea. And all he can do to thank her is to work 10 or even 100 times harder than normal people, but now they should definitely do well. At dinner, his sister asks him how the exam went, and Chen says that everything was fine, although at the end there was a small hiccup. But in general, he coped. The dean even said that for such a result he will get a generous reward. After hearing about the reward, Yundan asks if they will be able to eat meat every week now, and her brother says that she will eat as much meat as she wants. He will provide her with everything she needs in the future. And on such a nice note, we move forward 5 days. Chen continues to train. In the past few days, he has gotten a lot of points for daily tasks. After the exam, the system started to give more generous gifts. In addition, when he enters the academy and moves into the top 7, the skills of the hidden classes will be available to him. Thinking about it, Chen comes home, and his little sister immediately embraces him, telling him that the results are in. He is number 1 in the province. He also forgot to take his phone for a run. He is just bursting with calls. The director obviously wants something. And then it rings again. The hero picks up the phone and immediately hears the angry voice of the asshole, who asks why he didn't pick up the phone all this time and then invites him to his place after lunch. The thing is that for Chen's sake, a whole committee will come and he will have to choose a college. After this conversation, Chen was flooded with memories. 3 years ago, he took a talent test. When the hero touched the crystal, it told him what was going to ruin his already difficult life. Chen got the talent of Omnipotent. Everyone who was present laughed at the poor guy because Omnipotent is the most useless talent that has no potential. But Teacher Jin tried to comfort Chen and said that talent is not the main thing. He will still be able to choose a good class and achieve at least average results. But the hero seemed not to hear the old man's admonition. Even while he was walking home, it was raining. And already on the verge of despair, Chen thought that even if he gave his best, he would still have no future. But his monologue was suddenly interrupted by a strange notification. At first, he didn't even realize what kind of nonsense it was. It was like the web novels that Cham read. He got the system, and then what? The system showed a panel with a choice of development paths. And at that moment, Chen ironically said that only a classless path would work for him. And the system said it was connected and chose a classless path. It's been 3 years since then, but it feels like yesterday. It's amazing that classless was the first in the province. I wonder what the system will give as a reward for such an achievement. But the system doesn't make you wait long. The talent Almighty rank B is upgraded to rank A with a plus. All skills can be improved by 3 steps to B with a plus. And now, Chen has access to new divine skills, lightning and super self-healing. In addition, he receives a divine item cross-revival. And of course, the points of skills and attributes, they were given as much as 50 pieces. Yunchen is more than satisfied with this reward. Now all his skills will rise to a head higher. Initially, the strength of the skills is E rank, but with the talent of the Almighty they can be glued together up to C rank. And now, with this improved talent, all the skills can improve to B+, which is even stronger than some of the class skills. But the coolest thing is the Cross of Rebirth. It acts automatically after the owner dies and revives him in a safe place. It's literally 2 lives, the truest treasure. Yunchen's musings are interrupted by his sister. She says that it's chaos outside and his brother is all over the news. But Chen is not very flattered by this attention. Many are just trying to use it as publicity. His sister says that it's a lot of money and he doesn't want to give it up. To which Yunchen replies that he will accept the reward from the Ministry of Education, but not from others, because then they won't ask him for anything in return. And now it's time for him to go to school. The committee is probably already there. Meanwhile, at Dongyun School, reporters are harassing all the students, asking them about Yun Chen. These reporters have lost their conscience. If he hadn't disguised himself, they wouldn't have let him into the school. The dean welcomed the representatives of the best academies in the country, all of whom had come for the sake of champion Yun Chen. A Qing Academy admissions supervisor named Wu Hua says that this student started the trend of classlessness, and for him, everyone has become reckless. And the dean dares to brag about it. Wu Hu immediately starts to wrinkle and demands that the champion immediately choose a class. Otherwise, let him not even think about entering Qing Academy. But surprisingly, the dean remains on Chen's side. He says that the curator's behavior is unacceptable. Does he really want to deprive the provincial champion of his individuality? But the asshole continues to stand his ground, saying that the classless have no future, and if he does not change class, the Qing Academy will not accept him. And a student from the Qing Academy named Yuan Zhou tells his mentor not to worry. Because Dongyun School is in the middle of nowhere, it's not worth wasting energy on a student from such a backwater. He says Yun Chen has already given up on his future. He chose fleeting popularity for the sake of grades. Obviously, he's not very forward-thinking. He probably just found a loophole in the exam and cheated somehow. But Jin stands up for the guy. The arrogant youngster doesn't realize how hard it is to be classless, so let him stay silent. Yun Chen is the champion without a doubt. But Wu Hua says he's too much of a sputterer, and it's better for the old man to calm down. But then a woman enters the conversation. She says that Dongyun School belongs to her academy. Does he think that she will let him get away with such a provocation? The asshole responds by saying she can't do anything to him because they have so much more talent. And then a massive fight breaks out, everyone trying to hurt someone. The dean interrupts them in time. They forgot that they came here to recruit, not to fight. Yuanju says that they are really here for recruitment, but it looks like the exam results were falsified. And then Yun Chen bursts into the room. Dean and Jin are happy to see the guy and want to introduce him to the mentor. But Chen already heard everything from outside. He walks up to Yuanzhou and says he's standing right in front of him. Does he want to check how honestly he passed the exam? When asked by Zhou how he will check it, Chen says he will beat him in 5 breaths. If he fails in such a task, Zhou can consider Chen to have lost. Such insolence dumbfounds the student. Just graduated from school and already thinks that he is more equal to the senior. It seems to be time to let the upstart a little. Jin asks Chen to calm down. The Qing Academy is the best in the country, and this student has been studying there for a year, and he is probably stronger than the schoolboy. And of course, Zhou immediately starts saying that he chickened out. The dean thinks that Cham will definitely lose. Because he is 13 level from Zhou's 19 level, it's too big a difference. And then we move to the gym, where the guys are ready to tear each other up, getting ready to go one-on-one. Aohua says that Zhou only needs to last 5 breaths, and he wins, but he should teach the upstart a lesson. And the cocky student tells his mentor not to worry, he'll smash him in 3 casts. The dean, who has lost all hope, says there's nothing he can do about it, so he can only hope for a miracle. Zhou scoffs at Yun Chen's style, asking him if he would use a sword staff against a real mage. But the sword staff is damaged, only the staff works. Still, it's more than enough to defeat the arrogant bastard. Zhou shouts that he can't win with magic alone, and starts using spells. He's in great shape now. The cast speed is only 0.7 seconds. But before he can even start launching a fireball, a huge fireball is already in front of his face. Zhu manages to cancel the fire and apply a magical shield. But his strength is not enough to withstand the onslaught of such a powerful spell. And at this moment he is overtaken by a lot of fireballs exploding him. This is the end. He could not withstand 5 breaths. Unfortunately, Joe survived. But he's sure to remember that he shouldn't underestimate this guy, and Chen stands on the defeated loser and asks if this is the full strength of a Qing Academy student. Jin is shocked by his student. He defeated an advanced level 19 mage using only a fireball. And everyone watching also can't believe what is happening. By all laws of logic, Chen should be much weaker. The dean and Jin explain that it must be an evolution of talent, because his fireball was red on the exam. So now he has increased the rank of the spell using the advanced talent of the Almighty. The only downside to classless fighters is that their skills reach their limit, and they can't compare to class fighters, but this guy doesn't seem to have a threshold, which means he's going to be much stronger. Realizing all this, the handlers immediately pounce on Chen and try to lure him into their academy. But Wu Hua, of course, continues to humiliate Chen, saying that he has no future because he can only increase his talent once. And the other mentors say that because of him, Qing Academy has lost face, and their student is still lying on the floor. And right after Hua realized that he was let down, he took offense and immediately left. Everyone tells Chen to forget about these losers and starts offering him new terms of entry again. But the very girl who stood up for him first says that since he is a graduate of Jiannan Province, why doesn't he join Jiannan Academy? She promises to give him books with all the basic skills of the classes to learn, skills not limited to just their country. For example, the country of Fusa has ninja and amiji and samurai classes, while the West has witches and warlocks and vampires. Joining them will provide him with everything if he tries, and their alchemical labs and forges will equip him with the best gear, such as polymorphic weapons. There's no way the other curators would cover such a card. She went literal way bank, offering him the very best for a classless warrior. Well, of course, the choice is obvious. He chooses the Jiannan Academy. And we move a little bit forward. The hero is already in the park to try out a new skill, Divine Lightning. With it, he can move incredibly fast. It is a very useful skill, which surpasses all other skills of movement on several levels, of course, and exhausts him significantly. Testing new skills interrupts the unexpected notification on his phone. He received 2 million from the school and from the Academy Zan Nan as much as 5 million, and most likely other awards have also arrived, so it's time to go home. The men from the academy were already waiting outside Chen's house. They had brought one of the polymorphic weapon items as promised. And after opening the box, Yunqin saw a beautiful spear of the highest quality. It is a demonic destroyer that can switch between spear, sword, and staff. This weapon is equivalent to 3 gold-ranked weapons. Now he won't need to carry around a bunch of equipment. But men say that this trinket has long been lying in the academy waiting for its owner. Well, and here, for the especially smart man, begins to explain the classes of weapons and their enchanted. In short, there are the rank of black, iron, and bronze, gold and platinum, diamond and legend, and so on, and they can be enchanted by adding an additional star of quality. However, if one failed in enchanting, the weapon could be destroyed. So Chen needed to be careful with it. And they also brought something else more important than weapons. These are books with basic rare class skills. Everything else would be available to library members, but he was already starting to drool well from that too. And the gifts do not end here. From the city of Dongyun, he is given a villa. It is a huge, beautiful house which is now at the complete disposal of Chen and his sister. Their previous dwelling was the size of a bathroom in this house. His sister offers to take a look around, but Chen asks what's the point of looking around in his own house. He's more interested in the new skills he can learn from Western books. 70 years ago, the game Divine Possession came out. Over 100 million people entered. Naturally, more people chose non-human races like orcs or elves. Later, when the game merged with reality, different races had children with ordinary humans, creating new and unique bloodlines. It is worth noting that the world has integrated not only the system and items, but also nips, monsters, a large map, and much more, resulting in a world 10,000 times larger than the past. By the standards of the new world, Dongyun City is very small. It is difficult to meet other races, and only by moving to a large city like Zhannan will be able to learn this world. The rest of the day the hero spent studying. He insatiably absorbed new knowledge, and for a month he mastered not only rare classes, but also his new weapon Demonic Destroyer. But the rest of the month he spent with his sister. Nor went to places that previously could not visit because of their poverty. As the start of the school year approached, his sister cried and cried for their separation. Yunqing said that if she needed anything, she should call him, and she could not deny herself anything because they are now rich. After saying goodbye to his sister, His next destination was Nan Academy. Arriving at the place before him opened a beautiful view and a huge number of people, and not only with this he has not yet encountered, this beauty and diversity worthy of the 7th Academy of the country. But Chen's thoughts were interrupted by the elf who is in charge of registering students. She asked him for his resume, and he gave it without hesitation. But as soon as the registrar read aloud that he was Yun Chen, all eyes immediately rushed to him. And in fact, what does not really like such a large amount of attention? He does not even understand how he even found himself in such a situation. Elf says that it is not surprising because he took the first place among the provinces, and therefore became the first student in the academy. In addition, he is the only student without a class who has reached such heights, and for this he has many privileges. For example, he has much more credits than the others. Money can't buy anything at the academy, but credits can buy anything. But as for the other privileges, he will learn about them a little later. So while she escorts the first student to his destination, the elfess asks if Yun Chen has chosen a chair. There are 5 departments in Nan Academy. They are the military support, elemental, weapon, and tactical departments. The military department focuses on fighting and killing. The elemental department is the best choice for a mage. The tactical department speaks for itself. The weapons department focuses on weapons rather than skills, but the support department specializes in enchantments and alchemy, blacksmithing, and healing. Without hesitation, Chen replies that the tactical and support departments are not suitable for him, but the other 3 will fit his fighting style perfectly. And while they were talking, they have already arrived at the place where he will live throughout his training. Chen is very happy about this gift. He cannot even believe that he will live here alone. There are 3 floors, top-quality equipment and furniture, a training ground, a treadmill, and a storage room for resources, of course. A one-man mansion is a privilege for the top 50 ranked disciples. As for the lowest ranked disciples, they live 5 or 6 people in one room, even though it's a very cruel distinction between the disciples. But whether he likes it or not, it's just the way it is. Because of this, all the disciples are very jealous of Yun Chen, so they will try to take his place. In a week's time, there will be a rookie competition. Everyone who entered the academy is a genius from the province. Including among them, there are 2nd and 3rd place, from whom Classless took away the 1st place by force. He needs to be as careful as possible. And here the system again gives the task of not losing the 1st place. In case of failure, there will be no punishment. But if he succeeds, he will receive a new S-class skill and a potion of luck. With such motivation, Chen is not afraid of his opponents. Let them only risk taking his place. The next day was announced the meeting of newcomers. And of course, Yun Chen stood in the front rows, and more backward students could only discuss him behind his back. And envy that he lives in a mansion at the very top naturally. There are those who think that Chen doesn't deserve the championship. They also took the 1st place in their province. Why should they stand behind a classless one? But they are silenced by Sheng Tyran, the champion of Dak Zhou, Blood Knight class, and says that if they don't like something, they can challenge the 1st disciple in the arena. And if they don't have the courage to do so, then let them keep quiet. Ye Qinglan, the Dongling Provincial Champion, Taoist class, supports Tyran and says that it's not good to discuss people behind their backs. And also Shui Hongfang, 2nd in Zannan Province, class Destruction Mage, joins their conversation and says that Chen stole his seat, so as soon as the meeting is over, he will drag him down. Ye Anfu, the dean of the military department, notes that because of Yun Chen, the place is getting too noisy. Everyone is worried about their ranking. Many students don't agree with the decision to rank him first, but each of the deans has seen the footage of his battle, and he definitely deserves to be ranked first. Sha Qingcheng, the dean of the weapons department, enters the conversation and says that his fighting skills are top-notch, and he has an innate fighting sense and talent for various weapons. So he is definitely going to be her choice. It is said that she usually doesn't talk to anyone, but here she is showing such interest in her student, but it is not surprising that he is really very talented. Ye Anfu says that Yun Chen is not only interesting to the students, but all the teachers want him too, and if that's the case, they should speed up. He hits the floor with his cane and is in front of the students in an instant. According to the academy management, the military department is the strongest among the 5, and this old man is the head of it. Ye Anfu says that he knows about the students' dissatisfaction about the 1st place, so it was decided to hold the competition today. They can rest now, but by 2 o'clock he expects everyone in the square. And of course, because of such news, all the disgruntled students immediately got excited, as if they had a chance to surpass the man who had already shown in the exams that he was stronger than everyone here. Nevertheless, after a while, everyone gathered in the square again. In front of the students are three gates. One of them is silver. Many students have even heard of them for the first time, let alone seen them in person. Everyone starts to gloat, anticipating that Yun Chen will fail. But the hero realizes that everyone is ready to tear him apart. Well, then it's time to look at these geniuses of the province. One of the teachers explains the rules. Absolutely everything is allowed when passing the test. The main thing is not to drink green to death. And also on the results directly depend on their living conditions and the number of credits, so they should take it seriously. And after these words, the gate began to open, which means the trial has already begun. Students can go to the dungeon, and of course Yun Chen decides to go in first. The name of the dungeon is Troll's Lair. The difficulty is a nightmare. The number of people required to pass from 1 to 5. Notes at night. The fighting spirit of the trolls increases. Therefore, he should hurry. And Chen immediately rushes to the attack. We are shown a mechanic who shoots everyone in the semblance of an exoskeleton. Ye Anfu notes that this year the quality of selection is very high. Even the mechanic taking 653rd place passes the nightmare with great ease. But besides Yun Chen, the one who attracted the most attention of the teachers was the freshman priest who took 213th place. After all, despite his class he went alone. And this student is lying on the ground and eating bugs, because the more he eats, the more damage he will have. All the teachers and deans were shocked at what they saw. How did he even get here? And what place does he occupy? Xia Qingcheng orders to show Yun Chen immediately. And as soon as the camera switched over, everyone was no longer in a joking mood. They saw the field strewn with a mountain of corpses and had already killed them all and went to the second room. Even the fastest disciples are still fighting. Some teachers don't understand how this is even possible. And the dean of the elemental department, Lian Huxuan, says that they are just not looking closely enough. His methods are quite simple. The bodies of the trolls were burned and the trees lost all their leaves. He probably used the eye of the storm and drew all the enemies into one point and then used the fireball. It sounds easy in words, but in reality it's hard to pull off such a thing without being an artificial mage. This kid would be perfect for the elemental department. Ye Anfu interrupts the mage and says that he is still the strongest student in terms of combat power. But the second room does not only test the combat performance. And entering the second room, Chen's feet started to get stuck. There is no doubt it is a swamp. He thrusts his staff straight into the viscous sludge and uses a fireball that blasts him backwards. The swamp is very difficult terrain with poor lighting. It looks like he will need good perception. It will be quite a challenge, but Chen already has a plan of action. Yun Chen uses a druid skill, natural proximity, with which he improves his perception. The strength of the skill depends on the number of plants nearby. Normally, natural affinity is just a basic skill that is not that strong, but Chen's skill is rank B+. That means he can resonate with plants and communicate with them. It doesn't matter if it's a tree, moss, or vines. They can all become the eyes and ears of the hero. Because of this, he quickly found his way to room 3 and instantly rushed towards it, traversing many trees. Chen uses a vine to cling to the trees. He has to wiggle his way through the swamp to avoid stepping into the swamp or he'll get stuck. As soon as he finds solid ground to stand on, he is discovered by a troll, who immediately tries to kill Chen by jumping on him from behind. But the classless one doesn't even turn around and turns his polymorphic weapon into a staff, pointing it directly at his opponent's face and blasting the troll with a fireball. No one seems to have realized that absolutely all plants are his eyes and ears. Chen knew about the troll ambush from the beginning. He thrust his staff into the ground and used the growth skill, causing the plants to restrain all opponents. The growth skill also underwent changes as his rank increased, in addition to restraining enemies. The plants had a parasite effect. Once inside the body, they will feed on it until they have dried their victim dry. The teaching staff did not fully believe that the guy's skills could evolve, but after seeing them in action, all doubts immediately fell away. The head of the military department notes that Chen perfectly coped with the test for the warrior is important not only strength but also perception, and because of the lack of information can run into an ambush or just get lost and die of hunger. In general, there are many perception skills, for example, the perception of darkness of the dark priest, echolocator, mechanics, or magical surge mage. But Yun Chen chose the most appropriate skill for this area. He is clearly very smart. There are other solutions to this problem. For example, the destruction mage will simply blow up everything around him, while the blood knight will take and rush into battle, relying on his excellent defense. In the meantime, Chen was almost out of the swampy area. It would be much easier from here. The layout of the room is like a minotaur's labyrinth. Without good perception, he would be lost, but luckily the plants are on his side. And then he stumbles upon a giant troll sleeping at the gate guard post to the next room. It's a level 15 battle troll leader. Difficulty is silver level 3. Skills are Fury, Jerk, and Battle Cry. A very responsible guard finally wakes up from being too hot. He realizes the reason for the heat. There is a huge fireball right next to him, which hits him right in the face and knocks him off his feet, so he ends up in room 3 right in front of his boss. He immediately starts making excuses and begging the boss not to kill him. It seems that the fireball attack didn't do much damage to him. The boss says that this time he forgives the bad guard, and in gratitude, the big guy promises to crush the guy. But he is interrupted by an irritated voice that asks who he is going to crush. The guy is slowly approaching him from behind, and if the troll wants to atone for his mistake, Chen will gladly help him. He will pay for his negligence with blood, and with these words with one swing of his sword. The hero easily killed the guardian. This makes the chief incredibly angry. How dare he kill the boss's guard dog right in front of his eyes? The leader has level 17 and level 2 gold rank, and his retinue is not far behind him. They are unimaginably powerful fighters. Chen is clearly going to have a hard time, so he uses the skill of evaluation. And with the help of which he thinks of a plan and with the words that he will prepare a feast for the trolls, Chen knocks his staff on the ground. But only the chief immediately pounces on Chen, and he reacts very strangely. The hero really got scared. But with the words that it's too late to beg for mercy, the chief smashes the guy with one blow of his hammer. But something is wrong. The man used a clone, and in fact the chief killed the double is a useless technique. No matter how many he did not use clones, troll will kill them all to one. As suddenly out of nowhere a fireball appears flying into the crowd of clowns, and blasts them right behind the troll boss. The chieftain has had enough of one of his henchmen. He is skilled in not only dark magic but fire magic as well. Once they are done with the clones, he promises to promote him to captain. But now it's not up to that. The leader goes into a bloody frenzy and starts a real meat grinder, and his mage sidekick keeps up with him. There is only one left, and it looks like it is not a clone. It is a real troll. He is ready to finish the bastard, as suddenly the man's face takes a strange shape, and looking closely, the chief saw how his enemy turns into a troll who begs him for mercy, but his pleas are not destined to come true. A scarlet fireball kills him right in front of the boss's eyes, and the very troll mage who was helping the leader is transformed into a troll. He praises the big guy for figuring out his trick, but it didn't save his comrades, and the boss did all the work for the hero. The chief finally saw the corpses of all his subordinates, whom he himself had killed. And at this time, the teacher's staff is watching all this, who also does not understand what happened there in general. The boss of the third room just started killing everyone around except Yun Chen, and only the head of the magic department realized that he used the skill on Medzi, Confusion of the Soul. Classum on Meiji is designed to cloud the mind of the target with artificial hallucinations. The usual confusion of the soul would not be enough for the boss. This is all due to Yun Chen's talent with which he enhances his skills. This young man surprises the old men again. He deliberately killed the leader of the troll warriors in front of the boss to cause him a surge of emotions. This greatly forgave access to his mind. It's amazing how he calculates his actions several steps ahead, makes you admire him. But his trick won't work again, so what is he going to do now? The battle begins. The troll is incredibly pissed off and is about to kill the insolent man, but immediately steps on a mine and instantly explodes. The monster says that the man fights too meanly, but Chen only laughs at these shouts, and while the troll was having fun with his subordinates, he was preparing himself if the leader really thinks he can get him. And the hero immediately applies lightning, sorcerer's skill, bone spike, mage skill, rockfall, and mechanic skill, explosive device. And after such a huge amount of damage from a pretty beaten troll, still continued to stand on his feet, and even managed to get close to Chen, as expected from such a strong man, except that he only got to his clone. And the real Chen is standing right behind him. He uses the knight's skill, aerial dissection, with which he inflicts dozens of cuts on his enemy. With this kill, Yun Chen finished the Troll's Lair trials on difficulty Nightmare, and the completion time is only 11 minutes and 43 seconds. He is reminded to pick up the reward if possible. The teachers are still in shock with him. This is really an incredible student. And skills with traps are very difficult to apply in real combat. That's why they are very rarely used. Yun Chen uses all the most unsightly skills to the maximum. The remaining guys are still in the boss room and are just finishing up straightening out the change. Of course, in stage 1, the classless Chen remains the leader. Ching Cheng gets cocky. and says that now her department finally has such a capable student. But the dean of the military department says that he will never give her the young man. And then they immediately lock eyes. And the other professors are surprised that this couple started to share Yunchen before he even left the dungeon. At this time, Chen is standing over the bloody corpse of the chieftain. Considering the difficulty and time spent on the ordeal, he receives a grade of 3 S's, a new record, as a reward for such a good result. Chen receives 21,350 experience points and 25 skill and attribute points, as well as a level 2 Golden Storm axe, and the title Troll Terminator, which increases damage to patrols by 35%. His level has risen by 3 points at once, a reward that can't be beaten. But that's not all. He is once again given a choice of 3 talents. Double Spell, which automatically creates a second spell. After the first, Aura of Power, which gives attack speed and additional damage and battle madness, with which each subsequent attack on the same enemy will increase the attack speed by 4%. The talents are again pretty good, but the choice is as obvious as ever. The double spell will be the most useful, so Chen chooses it, and a beam of light flies into his forehead again, granting him the talent. Having received such a classy reward, it's time to head back. Suddenly, something forms in front of Chen. It turns into another portal. But why is it here? Chen has cleared the entire dungeon. Or maybe it's a hidden level that Chen has heard of, but is encountering it for the first time. They say that incredibly dangerous monsters with unusual powers can lurk there. But the reward for killing them will be appropriate. Since it is not part of the exam, it will not affect the grade or record. Therefore, Chen does not hesitate to enter the unknown. We are shown the test gate, from which one of the students jumped out. He thinks he passed the dungeon first. This smart guy immediately starts laughing at the top of his lungs, saying that he is much better than Yunchen, and has finally proven it. He notices another person and congratulates him for coming in second. But this guy isn't upset that he couldn't place first, but that his opponent isn't Yun Chen. The rest of the guys are also starting to finish and are happy that Chen is not even in the top 10. It looks like he really cheated on the final exam. One girl notices that Chen's dungeon is very different from their version. Everyone starts to look at Chen's screen in detail. And the smug smartass realizes that the classless one has long since passed his test and got to the secret level. Of course, the envious freaks start shouting again that Chen cheated somehow and can't admit that they are weak compared to him. And then they are interrupted by the dean of the military department. He tells them to shut up and wait for their results. Then they turn off Chen's broadcast, which makes the people even madder. The old men did not even think that the classless could activate the hidden level, and what will happen now, the rest of the students better not to see. Chen found himself in a strange room. A small room in which stands one scarecrow. Is it really his opponent? Monster. Cursed Strawman. Level 1. Abilities. Hidden. Notes. No one knows where this scarecrow will appear, but its arrival does not bode well. Chen immediately uses the assessment. Is he really level 1? This could be a trap, so he'll have to be careful. And at this moment, the scarecrow starts moving. Chen immediately gets into a protective stance and prepares a water elemental to test what this monster is capable of. But this scarecrow instantly leaps out of the way, and is right in front of the hero's face. He is incredibly fast. But the divine lightning is much faster. The monster didn't even realize why his enemy was vaporized in a split second. And Chen says that it was very close and he almost got caught. But he quickly notices something wrong. The scarecrow has Chen's hair, did not want to attack but only tried to take a lock of his hair. And then the doll starts to exude a strange, evil energy. Chen decides to take a chance, and no matter what his skills are, he needs to deal with it as quickly as possible. And using the striker skill, Fire Fist, Chen punches the scarecrow stubbornly in the face. This causes an incredibly powerful explosion, from which something flew out at great speed and flew into the wall. It was Chen. But how is that possible? He was hurt by his own punch, and this freak took on the guise of a hero and didn't dodge. It seems clear now. The straw man goes to the wall and hits the concrete with all his might. And at that moment, Chen's head smashes so hard that the blood starts to gush. All the damage done to the scarecrow will return to the hero. Chen immediately rushes towards it to slow the scarecrow down. But he can't attack it, so what can he do? But he still can't do anything, and the scarecrow kicks the wall and Chen falls to the ground. For the first time in a long time, he is in pain. Then he tries to use the vine, but even this is not crowned with success. Because the scarecrow interrupts his attack by hitting his fist against the wall, sharp pain disrupts the concentration of the hero. But only Chen is not afraid. He is excited by such an opponent and even grateful to him. If not for him, Chen would start to think that he has already become the strongest in the world and would stop growing. The teachers watching Yunchen are very excited. Finally, this boy has come across a formidable opponent, and Ching Cheng is absolutely sure that he can handle the straw man. The old man asks her why she thinks so. Does she know more than him? But her guess is based on Chen's confident and calm look, because he just can't be so calm without having strategies to win. Meanwhile, Chen already realized that the scarecrow all this time fooled him. Initially, he thought that the straw man connected his life with his, but in fact the damage received by the scarecrow was transferred to Chen, and the wounds he just imitated. And since that's the case, the hero can heal himself without fear of the scarecrow's body being restored. He's only a level 1 monster and doesn't have as much health as a classless warrior at level 16. Scarecrow's healing skills weren't used, although Chen has them, so he definitely can't copy skills. And at that moment, the guy breaks the wall with one elbow strike. If the monster had copied his attributes, he would be destroying walls with his strikes and not doing any damage to himself. As suddenly the scarecrow starts screaming in pain, his arm is broken, which means the conditions of this skill are equal for both sides. The damage that receives Chen exactly the same is transferred to the monster, and realizing this hero lights his hand. He is very curious, and if he will attack himself, how much damage will withstand the monster? The straw man caught fire in a matter of seconds, and turned to ash. He wouldn't be able to withstand even 1% of the damage Chen could inflict on himself without harming himself. If the monster's attributes were equal to those of a hero, he definitely wouldn't say hello. In the remains of the scarecrow waited a reward. A cursed item voodoo doll. Category, rules, quantities, uses. 1. By wrapping the target's hair around the item, all the damage the user receives will be transferred to the target. In the right hands, this item will be incredibly useful. Meanwhile, at the dungeon gates, 2,000 students are waiting for one, and they are very unhappy about it. And finally, the last student finishes his test, and the disgruntled students immediately rush to express their grievances. But they were interrupted by a menacing voice that ordered everyone to line up, and while Chen ran to the line, he thought about the fact that he took the first place, but the system task is still hanging, which means that the competition of beginners is not over yet. At this moment, an old man came out to the students. He said that some students did not deserve their place, because they had learned the information about the dungeons in advance and prepared themselves. And the one who cheated was the same guy who had been accusing Yunchen of cheating all along. Because of this, the head of the military department is incredibly furious. He hits the floor with his cane and stone arenas grow out of the ground. Now there will be a one-on-one fight between all the students to find out who is the strongest. Naturally, many of the students are pissed off. The old man shouts out the rules. You must challenge anyone to a duel and defeat him. Then you will take all his credits and a place in the list. You cannot refuse the challenge. This encourages all those who are dissatisfied with their status. And at one point, everyone immediately rushed to challenge opponents of their own strength. Except Yunchen, he is already the strongest. He does not need to take away someone's place. But now at least it's clear why the system still hasn't completed the task. And at this moment, two brave men rush to the arena to Chen. They challenge the best disciple standing on the first place to fight. But here, Chen says that fighting them one-on-one will be too long and boring, so he orders them to attack in pairs. Of course, this hurts their pride and pisses them off. But when they win, they agree to split Chen's credits. But to their misfortune, they are too slow. Classless applies the fighter skill, Piercing Blow, and from a powerful attack forms a huge cloud of dust which fills the arena. The teacher barely had time to activate the shield, which barely withstood the attack of the hero. If he did not have time to do it, the students standing below would also be hit, and they wonder if the piercing blow is definitely a basic skill. The dust cloud begins to disperse, and they notice the two brazen men who challenged Yunchen are already unconscious, and the classless one wants to finish them off. But the teacher says that Chen has already won and he should stop. He realizes that this guy is incredibly strong. He can't let anyone die, but will he be able to stop him if Chen gets out of control? Yunchen at this time stood on the edge of the arena and looked down at everyone, asking who else wants to fight him. Except that almost the entire crowd was trembling with fear. The piercing strike dealt a small amount of damage and stunned the opponent for a short period of time. But its hidden property was a skill boost depending on the user's attributes. If Chen was able to stun two fighters at once and for such a large amount of time, what a huge amount of attributes he had. And even the cheater who hated Yunchen out of envy realized how strong the classless guy was, while the rest of the weaklings weren't sure if he was a human or a monster at all. But their unsure conversations are interrupted by a stern voice that says to fight him. This is Sheng Tairan, the third-place champion of Dazhu province. He also possesses the legendary hidden class, Blood Knight, And finally, the crowd will see a spectacular fight. But that's not all. A mysterious elven girl is also challenging the member, and some of the students already know who she is. Swordswoman Nicole, ranked first in her province of Xiangye, and among the entire academy in 5th place, she is of the Silver Moon bloodline. They naturally have more attributes than other elves. Rumor has it that her rank is rated S-class rank. Sheng Tyron immediately starts freaking out and says that he challenged her first. But here Chen absolutely doesn't care. He says that the two of them can attack together, and the teacher prods them and tells them to make up their minds soon. Then the Blood Knight jumps into the arena. He's going to beat Chen alone. The old man anticipates a great battle. A student with a legendary class against a student with no class. The battle starts, and Sheng Tyron rushes at Chen with a bloody dash, and his attack reaches its target, causing an explosion. From that impact, even the energy barrier above the arena cracked. But more surprisingly, Yunchen didn't even move. He easily dodged such a powerful attack and remained calm. Then Tyrannus makes another lunge, his shoulder shield down, his arm holding the spear standing horizontally, and his weight distributed downwards. Even the distance between each step is precise, all to reduce the range of motion of his opponent. These steadfast techniques are exactly like in the textbook, perfectly honed. Chen starts to prepare a counterattack and says that Tyron is like a machine acting according to instructions. And at this moment, 2 powerful fireballs fly into the Blood Knight. But even such a rank B attack can't break through his defense. With a question, is he really going to fight with this turtle shell? Chen applies vines. Tyrant still feels confident, and even though he's tied up, magic can't break through his perfect defense. Except this isn't the end. The classless one orders the vines to grow. The plants start to get under Tyrant's armor and suck the life force out of him, and he's well aware of that. So he uses blood flames. But Chen won't let his vines burn. He acts proactively and uses a water curtain. That floods the Blood Knight like a waterfall. The weaklings watching this can't believe that it's a simple water curtain skill, more like a water stream. And Chen is already rushing towards his opponent using the skill jab. Not only did the flames dissipate, but the plants from the water began to suck the power faster and shrink tighter. He didn't want to use it, but apparently there was no way out. The movement of the blood allows him to break free from the plants and get right behind Chen's back. He was ready to knock out his opponent. But Chen was not so easy, and managed to react by reflecting his lancer with his polymorphic spear. Blood Knights are famous for their attributes and defense, and by those metrics the classless one is not inferior to it, maybe even superior. Tyrant can't believe it and throws all his strength for victory. Out of desperation he makes a bloody dash, except now it's Chen's turn. He steps on the lancer of the Blood Knight and hits him in the face with all his might, from which Tyrant flies away for 10 meters. But surprisingly, he is still conscious and shouts that it's just luck, and the second time, he will not be able to do so. But at that moment, a knife is put to his throat and that's the end of it. He can only surrender, which he does. The teacher declares Yunchen the winner, and he gets 2,000 Tyrant credits. Those who a couple minutes ago still thought that classless was a common crook are already rejoicing and becoming his fans. The old man notes that Tyrannus has honed his skills to perfection, but the textbooks don't say how to fight a classless warrior. And then an elven woman bursts into the arena, saying that he defeated the Blood Knight with agility, but it won't work with her. But Chen doesn't care. He is ready for the battle. The newly acquired fans of the god June, whom they themselves so nicknamed, don't even know if he can cope with the elf. But the result can be found out only in battle. Classless and Silver Moon stand across from each other, waiting for the battle. The elf says that Chen has just fought and offers him a rest. She doesn't need a victory over an opponent who is exhausted. But Chen doesn't care about that. He replies that he doesn't need rest, she is fast, but she fights with a sword. The hero has a huge advantage in distance due to his spear. But he did not take into account that the elf can attack from a long distance. Thanks to the skill of the Silver Moon sword blade, which Chen dodges with ease, it seems that the sword aura has increased the attack range. It will be very bad if he gets hit by such a cut. The Elphus begins to shoot Chen with ranged attacks, hoping to end the fight quickly. This skill is so devastating that it even breaks the protective barrier over the arena, and Chen easily dodges all the lunges, but that doesn't matter. There's nowhere to hide from area attacks in an arena like this. She activates the Silver Moon glow at full power and the sword aura becomes enormous. Chen immediately snaps out of his seat. He realizes that the elven woman is wary of his speed. She gave herself away when she increased the attack radius. The slash of moonlight should have cut the hero in half, but he used the slippery lunge of the sniper and dodged with his usual ease. Only a couple of hairs were sliced from his head. but it's enough to make him get serious and pull out the low-grade pistols he bought before enrollment. The elven woman manages to fend off the bullets, but she doesn't realize if he wants to attack her with such a bad weapon or if he's just trying to distract her. But her musings are interrupted as Chen has already approached the elf. What's the point of her tactics? Because once the enemy gets close to her, she's dead. As she thought, the enemy chose close combat, hoping that she didn't have any aces up her sleeve, except that she did. The elfess uses a pulse of rage that throws Chen away from her, causing the classless to fly up into the air. And then she pulls out her bow. In general, it's a secret technique and you have to prepare for it. But as long as Chen is up in the air, she'll have plenty of time to prepare. In flight, he won't be able to dodge. The elfess will end the pain with just one arrow. Except Chen vanished. He was already behind the elfess and presenting the tip of his blade right to her throat. The moment she was distracted by the shots, Chen had created his doppelganger and was leading her around by the nose the whole time. He had many ways to defeat her, but he chose the easiest one to show her how little combat experience she had. Albeit reluctantly, the elven woman falls to the ground and admits defeat. The teacher awards the victory to Chen and gives him 1,500 credits to the elfess. She is tearfully upset that she has lost for the first time in her life, but she vows to win back. And the teachers begin to sort out the newcomers to their department again. And one of them says that Chen should be forced to choose a class, because if he doesn't, he will waste his undoubted talent. But the old man says that the young man will find his own unique way, and they as teachers are obliged to support him in this. And Chen is fed up with these single battles. He proposes to all those who want to attack at once and finally put an end to this foolishness. A few cocky guys fly into the arena, pissed off by his arrogance. He may be Selenium, but he's definitely not going to stand up to everyone at once. But Chen doesn't even listen to them and just uses a flash, blinding all the losers. After that, fireballs immediately fly at them and trample them into the ground with explosions. He succeeds in knocking the nerve of these losers and they beg for his conversion and ask him to stop fighting. Now it's finally quieter. Today, for the first time in the history of the entire country, an apprentice stood alone against all those who challenged him and won. High attribute parameters, a huge amount of skills, coolness, perfect compatibility with weapons and refined fighting techniques. An ordinary person would need one of these qualities to climb to the top. But Chen possesses all of these at once. When there is a gap in power between people, they start to feel anger and envy. But when the gap is so huge, these emotions are erased and replaced by fear, admiration, and delight. Everyone finally realizes that Yun Chen's success is not an easy luck. With such strength, he just could not help but take the first place. And the crowd of new fans start chanting God Chen. And while they announce the ranking of newcomers, Chen is concerned about something else. The system as a reward for holding the first place gives him a skill S-class, Potion of Luck, which gives him incredible luck for 24 hours, but also the skill Invincible, with which you can get immunity to damage and control for 3 seconds. Chen even feels as if the system is worried about him. The rewards have proven to be very useful, as they always are. Meanwhile, everyone is paying attention to the fact that Sui Hongfang, who was previously ranked second, is now at 26th place. The students saw him fight Tyron, who was a nobody against Chen. But here in the fight with Hongfang, Tyron seemed like a god of war. Realizing that this slimeball was unworthy of his spot, everyone immediately swooped in to challenge him and relegated him to 26th place. Meanwhile, the old man announces the end of the competition. Whether they like their ranking or not, everything is now in place. The old man reminds the students to choose their departments, and all those who do not want to die in endless battles may not choose his military department, because with him, they will become the strongest if they survive. But the Ice Queen Xia Qingcheng is just silent and does not agitate anyone to join her. But she does not need to. Everyone already knows that she is not only the youngest dean, she still somehow managed to defeat the King of Demons. She has a huge queue of students. Yunchen remembers what he read about her. Although she is only 27 years old, but she has spent 8 of those years on the battlefield. She is currently rank 3. Xia Qingcheng steps forward and personally invites the classless one into her weapon department. She had never even spoken to a student until now, but she decided to ask him to join her. But the old man interrupts her offer and says that if Chen joins him, he will make him his personal apprentice and also give him 3 skill books of rank A. The head of the elemental department says that this is too little for such a nugget. If Chen joins him, he will teach him whatever he wants and also give him all the resources and knowledge he needs to develop his potential. The mage class is the most expensive class, considering how much money one needs for resources to frustrate, and here he is being offered full provision. Old Man Leon is very well prepared. A second one can't beat that after all. The elemental department has more money than all the other departments combined. Both offers are very tempting, and in addition, these chairs are a good match for Chen. The choice is very difficult. But suddenly Chen and the old men are distracted by something. It's Xia Qingqing who offers the essence of the demon king she killed. All the students are shocked by this offer. This artifact is truly priceless. Its value cannot be estimated in money because no fool would not sell such a thing. But if Chen uses it for its intended purpose and absorbs the essence, his body will be strengthened and he will receive additional attributes up to level 70. And there is also a small chance to get the lineage of the Demon King. This girl is truly cruel. The Essence King is not only wanted by the students but also by the teachers. Such an offer cannot be outbid by money or resources. The only reason why the Academy hunts for students is their academic performance, because the higher it is, the more budget they will be allocated. So every year there is a battle for students among the departments. The exception was Xia Qingqing. She never tried to recruit students, and she is very strange in general. No one knows why she left the battlefield and became a teacher. And now she has offered something that Chen can't refuse, so the choice is obvious. Chen joins the weapons department. And a little later, the hero finds himself outside the armory building, with an elven woman who asks why he is here. Did the dean invite him too? And Chen coldly replies yes. Nicole is really stressed by this coldness on his part. How could she lose to such an indifferent man? But they are interrupted by Caddy, Dean Xia Qingqing's right hand. She says that they are now the dean's personal students, so they should try to get along, and now it's time for them to go to the treasury. With these words, she teleported the disciples instead of their destination, and a pile of skeletons and monsters and all sorts of battle trophies appeared in front of them. If this is really her treasure trove, then all these trophies belong to Dean Jia. It makes one wonder. She must be the strongest person Chen has seen, even among those he saw on TV. And Xia Qingqing finishes reading the book and greets her students. They are honored, but they are here deservedly. Dean Xia tells Katie that since Nicole is also an elf, she will be in charge of her training. Katie will take her to a secret nature potion and help her get the breath of nature, and Katie promptly does so. As for Yunchen, he will have to absorb the Demon King's essence and become stronger. But before he does, Chen asks how she got the essence when Xia Qingqing defeated the Queen of Night, and the divine alchemist purified the corpse and got the essence. Since the books don't say much about it, she decides to tell Chen the truth of this world and the real enemies of humanity. Yunchen asks if the enemies of humanity aren't the monsters from the game. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. 70 years ago, their world merged with the game, after which there were many new times, but their human essence remained, because they were born human. But beyond this world there is another dimension, the world of darkness. It is swarming with demons that penetrate to them through the rifts of reality. The most powerful of them are called Demon Kings, and only 4 ranked fighters with divine status can stop them. Almost nothing is known about Demon Kings, but it takes 2 4-ranked classes to handle one. Chen wonders, since they are so powerful, how did humanity know about the method of obtaining essence? But it wasn't humans who discovered this. It was actually a gift from heaven. The game Divine Possession is a creation of the gods. Now humanity can communicate with the gods through sacrifice, but it's better to call it bargaining. By sacrificing only the most valuable things, such as the Demon King's body, the heavens would respond. The essence of the Queen of the Night was obtained in just such a way. Besides, if you sacrifice powerful items, you can get divine healing potions, hidden classes, and many other useful things. The new information just explodes the guy's brain. He had not heard of such a thing even on the internet. But it's time to absorb the essence. Whether he gets the bloodline or not depends only on luck. Chen says he'll take a breather and then start the takeover. And that left the classless one alone with himself and the dean's contract beast. He tried to use evaluation, but even his level is not enough to know anything about this pet. Dean Xia is incredibly strong since he can't even evaluate her beast. He is interrupted by a knock on the door. It is Dean Xia's servants who brought tea and cake for Chen to refresh himself. They say the guy can call on them anytime he needs anything. But they are unusual servants, they are also demons. Everyone in Jualnu is equal, whether human or non-human. Master-servant relationships are unacceptable, exceptions are monsters, races outside of Jualnu province, and of course demons from the rift. Chen says they can rest as long as he doesn't need anything. And after they leave, he pulls out the luck potion granted by the system and drinks the entire flask in one gulp. Strangely, Chen doesn't feel any effect. Like he just drank a glass of water. It's effective for 24 hours, so he waits a bit for the potion to digest. And an hour later, Dean Xia arrives and now Chen is ready to absorb the essence. Holding it in his hands, he feels the power of the artifact and crushes it with a single squeeze. Incredible pain pierces Chen, the sheer enormity of the force simply tearing his body to pieces. He almost passes out from the pain and falls to the ground. Luckily, Zhe catches him. She tried to reduce the strength of the artifact a little, but only a little, otherwise the force will dispel. And then Katie enters the room with the servants and observes the picture of the dean sitting on the student. Of course they get it wrong. And Chen, who a second ago was writhing in pain, starts to justify himself. But at that moment, super healing works. The pain goes away as sharply as it appeared. The dean is surprised that the power was absorbed too quickly. It didn't work, but judging by Chen's attributes, which increased by times, he absorbed all the power. The Queen of Night had 2 innate talents. The Eye of Night and Darkness. Did Chen get either of them? But the thing is that he got both skills even though they are low rank. The Eye of Night allows you to see hidden and freeze the space around the target, while Darkness enhances attributes at night. No one has ever gotten 2 skills at once before. It seems that the Dean's bet worked and Chen's talent paid off. But it's probably a matter of luck. Dean Xia says that new talents always have a low rank, and the Queen's talent at the limit will be equal to a rank plus, so they will grow with Chen. Yunxin thanks the Dean and thinks that even though she seems withdrawn, she still cares for him. But she, in turn, allows him to call himself teacher. And we are transported to a remote cave. A huge demon in chains resenting the fact that some pathetic man has appropriated the power of the Queen of the Night, and his servant tells his master not to worry, for he will kill Chen and take the Queen's essence. And a giant hand reaches forward. On it floats the essence of the god of war, and if the servant manages it, he will get it. The next day in the dormitory, Chen throws the plate and activates the Eyes of Night, ordering it to stop, and the plate does indeed stop right in midair. According to teacher Xia, the Eyes of Night of the S+ rank reached can stop anything by sealing the space around the object. Among the S+ rank talents, it is the strongest. But then again, such a powerful Queen of the Night fell at the hands of teacher Xia. How strong is she? A little later, Chen went about his business and was spotted by the demonesses serving Xia Qingcheng. They whisper that in the future this guy can become their master if he and his mistress get married. But Chen hears this and says that the situation was a misunderstanding. Of course, they do not believe him and promise not to tell anyone. The luck potion is still working, and this situation is not resolved. Will it all do him any good? And while he is walking around on his business, the level of his luck makes itself known. He finds money and sees the charms of girls, and even becomes a 10,000th customer in a cafe, getting a free snack. The luck potion even scares him a bit. He needs to find a worthy use for it, but first he needs to complete the daily tasks. Every day the first 2 rewards remain the same, but the third is always random. With the potion of luck, it's sure to be awesome, and this time it's random enchanting materials. Chen gets the flaming dragon blood. When you use it for enchanting, you can get an extra intimidation and dragon slayer effect. This is actually the best thing that could fall to him. Need to use it for the rest of the day. And so we are transported to the end of the lesson. Chen immediately leaves and Nicole follows him. She did not consciously follow the hero. Is her curiosity so strong? She explains that she just wants to know more about her rival. But she can't fool herself. Every time she looks at him, Chen becomes more and more handsome. And by chance he is sitting next to Nicole. She was so much interested in the hero that she forgot about the lesson. In the meantime, they have already come to the enchantment hall. Nicole asks if he is not going to glamorize something, and Chen says that everything is right. She didn't even realize how she started the conversation. Enchantment is a fascinating thing. If you are lucky, you can increase the characteristics almost twice. And if not, for the enchanted object will be destroyed. Meanwhile, Chen was already approaching the store and asking to sell him a couple materials. After carefully examining the assortment, he chooses only the best. With a 30% discount, he gets 3,100 credits. And Nicole is surprised that he spent a huge amount of money so easily. The vendor offers to hire a magician because he will increase the chances of success. But Chen can cope with everything himself. Having collected everything necessary, you can get down to business. Magical energy envelops the objects and transforms them into amplification. It was successful. The polymorphic weapon now has a level 4 gold rank, but it's not enough. Chen continues, and then a huge amount of purple energy seems to explode the room. This color means that Chen has succeeded in enchanting the weapon to 7 stars, and he is once again asked if he wants to continue. Nicole is even at a loss for words. Without any tricks, he just enchants the item and he succeeds. Meanwhile, everyone around him is outraged. There is only a 5% chance of enchanting to 7 stars. Will he have the courage to go to 8 stars? Nicole begs him not to. There's only a 1% chance of success for 8-star enchantment. But Chen doesn't care, he keeps going. And like the wrath of the gods of the collapsed heavens, the enchantment energy crashes into the polymorphic weapon. If successful, the characteristics will be doubled, so there's an extra effect added on top. All the older guys hope that the weapon will just explode, otherwise they will die of envy. But unfortunately for them, everything goes well. The weapon is upgraded to 8 stars, attributes of strength 900 and wisdom 90, new attributes to increase physical and magical damage by 45%, and intimidation. It works against dragons and offshoot races, reduces their stats by 15% and causes fear, and Dragon Slayer increases damage against dragons by 35%. Nicole can't believe it's a golden weapon because the stats are even better than the diamond weapon. Chen hasn't spent a single material, but suddenly someone calls out to the hero. The big guy offers to buy this weapon from Chen. He is ready to pay 30% more than the market value. And Chen asks what will happen if he refuses. Literally, everyone in the room froze from the newest air of tension. This big guy is called Brother Lei. He has a very fiery temper. He's also on the student council, not to mention dragon blood. Chen got in the way of the wrong person, but here Nicole is not worried at all. This big guy probably did not see the freshman duel and therefore does not know the true strength of Chen. And Lei himself offers the hero in addition to become his friend, if he sells his weapons. But Chen hits the ground with the shape of a spear and uses a new skill of intimidation, which makes Lei shiver with fear. He himself cannot believe it, because he is a hybrid dragon, their race by definition fearless. Chen begins to loom menacingly over the draconid and asks if he has the nerve. So Chen is not worthy of this weapon, and since he won't give it up, they are enemies? The closer Chen gets to Lei, the more fear grips his body, and at one point his legs give out and he falls. In a panic, he shouts that Chen dare not approach him, and says that the rules of the academy forbid fighting, and if Chen attacks Lei, he will snitch on him. Yunchen said that he didn't want to get his hands dirty with such a coward, so he just turned around and went about his business, because the potion of luck is about to run out, so he needs to hurry up. Nicole, of course, tails him and asks how he did it, but Chen answers that they will talk later, and now he is in a hurry, and he had to go to the library to read books. But everything is not so simple. The fact is that although he was allowed to use the library at any time, there are too many books and find something worthwhile is really difficult. But with the luck potion, whatever he pokes at will be a great find. And so it is. He finds a hidden class, the Shadow Stream Spike, and a new druid skill, tracking, thanks to which he will easily be able to detect the traces of lurking victims, and the Spike of the Shadow Stream is an enhanced class of assassin, which gives Chen skills escape in the shadows and steal in the shadows. And after fully learning everything, Chen speeds up and moves on to the next item, which is choosing a familiar. The pet seller says that he has an item for every taste, but you can buy it only for credits. But Chen is not even going to think about the choice and pokes his finger at the pet he saw first. With his luck, it's probably the right choice. Nicole says that he chose the skinniest one. He is very weak, and why does he need him at all? And the seller supports her and says that he has not been bought for 3 months. If Chen buys him, he will not even take money from him, only 100 credits for the feed. But Chen says that he has already decided everything and buys him. Then, he throws the bird some super supplements, and as soon as he eats the can, he immediately turns into a giant griffin, not a regular one, but his mutant version. Now the seller regrets that he sold it so cheaply, but Chen doesn't care. And since his pet looks naive, he decides to name it Xiaohan, after which he heads off with Nicole to another location, not long to go before the end of the luck potion. And after a couple of moments, they found themselves in the base of summoned animals in the plant warehouse. It is the only warehouse that is open at this time. And since Chen often uses druid skills, the summoned plant would suit him perfectly. And the variety of choices in this warehouse makes Chen's eyes water. He ponders over who to choose, but suddenly he is attracted by a strange sound. It's coming from a spike fairy. She's a gold-ranked fairy, although usually all fairies are diamond-ranked, and it's very strange. The seller explains that these fairies are very weak, and it takes too many resources to feed them, so no one takes them. But it suits Chen perfectly because his summoner rank is low and he can only contract with gold level. So the hero asks to add a pot and food for her for 3 months to the check, and they ask him for 3,800 credits for all of that. After that, Nicole tries to talk to Chen again, and he is very curious about how much longer she will pursue him. But there is no choice. He lets her ask the question. But Nicole asks to lend him 1,500 credits because he took all her money. He doesn't even hesitate to give her his student ID. Nicole notices that he has more than 8,000 credits left on his account after all that spending. How many people he robbed at the freshman competition, but it's too late, so Chen goes home. Nicole promises to pay him back within a month. And she also realizes that although he's cold, he's kind enough. 3 months later, in the office of the dean of the military department, he asks teacher Lee how the freshman is doing. And things are the same as last year, all on their own. No wonder, since every student is the best in their province, they don't listen to anyone. Then the old man asks about Yun Chen, and he's doing well. He trains a lot with different weapons, from a dagger to a sniper rifle. But still, he doesn't socialize with anyone except Nicole, and that's only because they are both students of Dean Xiaoqing. Alas, the best student will always be doomed to be alone, but every student will have to fight on the battlefield. And without communication skills, there is nothing to do in real combat. This is why there is a freshman exchange every year, so they need to gather a group of the top 20 freshmen. Meanwhile, at the archery training ground, Nicole and Chen are sparring, and once the start of the battle is given, they instantly increase the distance. Nicole fires natural arrows. Chen easily bounces off them and counterattacks with the archer's main skill, rank B+ hound arrows. Nicole manages to hide behind a tree. He counterattacked too fast, but just because Nicole hides behind a tree doesn't mean that Chen's arrows won't get her. An arrow hits a tree trunk, right above the elf's head, and she gives up. Chen's fans are crazy about their idol, and Nicole says that when they first started training, she had her nose in the air, but now after 3 months of training, she has no chance of winning. And then notes that when they first started, they agreed that the loser treats the winner to dinner and he treated her all the time. Now it's Nicole's turn. But their idol is interrupted by Katie, Chen, and Nicole want Dean Ye Anfu in the training room. Besides being the dean of the military department, he's also the vice rector, so what does he want them to do? And there are already 20 students gathered in the training hall, wondering what they are here for. And Nicole has already talked to Katie, and she explained to her what awaits them. And Chen hears about the student exchange for the first time. It's a national competition in which all the academies in the country participate. Rumor has it that this year a new stage will be added: survival. And then Chen receives a notification from the system, a new task to participate and win the exchange competition. At this point, Dean Ye Anfu appears in front of the students and tells everyone to shut up. He explains that the students' speculation about the exchange is true. This year their academy is organizing it, specifically the dean of the military department himself. Nicole asks why the top 20 are here, even though only 7 are needed for the competition. The old man replies that it's because of the new survival phase. In a large area scattered on 20 students from each academy, the team that will gain more points by collecting resources and killing monsters will win. But be wary of not only monsters but also students from other academies. Naturally, everyone is not happy with the addition of this stage. Zan Nan Academy has won this competition for 3 years in a row. If they lose, the elders will not give them a rest, only happy that Brother Yun will be with them. As for the leader of the team, it will be the first disciple, that is Chen. Of course, everyone is happy about this. Chen will definitely lead them to victory. The old man puts forward a plan. There will be 3 individual battles where Chen, Tyron, and Nicole will fight. As for the team battle stage where 7 people will fight, there's something to think about. Chen relies too much on himself, and his versatile fighting style doesn't make it clear who he should give to the team. If wrong, they will get in each other's way. Yun Chen and those who come after him are very good in close combat. It would be foolish to put in a team of fighters like Damager. Well, Chen comes forward and asks himself to choose his own fighters for the competition. The old man has no objections. After a while, Chen chose all the fighters and made a list of 7 men. The dean is furious. This is the strangest team he has seen. 3 melee fighters, 1 summoner, 1 deus, and 1 assassin. 3 years in a row the academy won due to perfect control strategy and better team selection. And Chen's team's bias is on damage. This is utter nonsense, although he himself let him do what he wants, so now it's up to Yun Chen. But they should still check what he's up to. At this time in the training room, Nicole is angry at Chen for not choosing the normal academy strategy, but it's his personal decision. Their conversation is interrupted by an enraged yeller who is looking for Yun Chen. It's Wei Yu. Last year, he helped take first place, and he says that the current team is no good since they don't have a single mage. He suggests putting Sui Hongfang on the team because he is the strongest magician among the freshmen. And Lin Yuxiu, who is ranked 5th, says that this best mage is the same liar who cheated at the freshman trial and then dropped from 2nd place to 26th. Also, the fact that his family is very rich leads him to believe that he just paid the big guy to offer it. But Chen has a better reason for refusing. He just doesn't want to take the loser. What do you mean he doesn't want to? Wei Yu says he's an instructor, and if he says they'll take Sui Hongfang on the team, then they will. Naturally, everyone is not happy. They practiced and studied hard to get into the top 20, not to give a spot to a major loser. The mage knocks his staff on the ground and shouts that he lost only because he was out of shape and offers to fight him now. The staff he's holding is at least diamond level. No wonder he's a major. So the big guy says that he is best suited for the role of a mage and orders one of the contestants to be thrown out immediately. And Chen says that this best magician is vindictive and arrogant. If the instructor and wants to put him in the team, then let him fight in a team fight with Chen. If he wins, then so be it, Chen will accept him. And if not, then let him go. Wei agrees to these terms and gives 3 hours to prepare, and after the specified amount of time, everyone is going to watch the fight of last year's champion and brother Yun. The fans' opinion is divided, because Wei and Chen are very strong guys, except that there is a sophomore on Wei's team. This alienates his fans. Could he not handle it himself? Wei's friend expected this result, but they don't care about people's opinion. If they win, they will get a lot of money. Hongfang's brother said to win at any cost, so their family wouldn't hit the dirt. If Wei makes contacts with the Shu family, a rich future is assured for him. Ye Qinglin is the 4th-ranked Taoist, asks if they need tactics, and Sun Kang, who is in 7th place, supports it. They are fighting against the 2 previous champions. He is even a little scared. But Guo Feichen from 9th place and Sheng Tairan from 2nd place are not discouraged and have faith in Chen, fully relying on him. Chen says that there is no point in strategy. They should do what they do best, which is breaking bones. Nicole and Lin Yushui agree. This team has the best fighters in the academy, and since they are a team, they will rely on each other's strength. Meanwhile, Teacher Li gives the ready command and announces the start. If Chen wins, the dean won't allow them to compete as a team. The freshmen immediately rush to attack. While Wei's squad is lining up their positions, Wei already feels victory. On his front flank are 2 tanks under healing. They just can't pass this defense. Ye Qingling asks the guys to slow down. Her buff spell is not reaching and she herself can't keep up with their speed. It's going just as Wei thought. These goons can't work as a team. He starts to give out orders to his formation. But at that moment, a bunch of fireballs fly at them. Wei doesn't understand where so many are coming from. Who can even use spells that fast? And then Wei orders to increase the area of defense, and it works. They fend off the fireballs. Except that expanding the area of defense means weakening it. There's no way they can stop Chen now. One of Wei's defenders screams that he can't get any closer and creates a holy barrier. But something is going wrong. Her hands are bound by the vine. When did he have time? Was the fireball attack a distraction? And Kemen has already gotten close to the tank and used a spear jab, throwing one of the vanguard out of the defense formation. The second defender immediately uses a shield strike, but Chen uses his spear to dodge with ease. And while he's in the air, the naive opponents think he can't dodge, so they fire whatever they can at him. But Chen uses a regular fireball, outmaneuvering them. His basic mage skill left them no chance. But that's not all. Chen uses his sword form and kills the tank with a single blow. The onlookers are in complete shock. Yun Chen single-handedly took out 2 mages and 2 tanks in a matter of seconds, and not a scratch on him. His team has also just arrived. It seems like their help isn't much needed, and Qinglin and Sun feel useless at all. But that's not all. They need to mop up the others. Chen rushes forward. Wei panics and orders Jui Kong to cast Summon, but he's already doing it. He summons a bunch of powerful beasts. Well, let's see what they can do. The huge, summoned monsters are very strong and ready to tear Chen to shreds. The audience thinks it's a mockery to use such platinum-ranked beasts against freshmen. And Wei is starting to gloat. He wasn't prepared for Chen's speed, but now he's definitely finished. Any of these monsters would single-handedly massacre their team. Unfortunately, this idiot hasn't realized yet. But the summoner sees what's really going on. The beasts are afraid to even move. Yun Chen's strength is on a whole other level. Chen asks if they are going to stand still like this. Then he will start first. He gets close to the lion and makes the first strike. Lion successfully blocks it. Not in vain he is so big. Brute force in him is enough. But it's a pity that he is many times weaker than Chen. And at that moment, the snake attacked the hero. But he defeated her with one blow, and the summoner begs that it all stops. If it goes on like this, his animals will die. It's not fair, he's demanding revenge. The point of a team battle is tactics, not for Chen to deal with everyone alone. But who says Chen doesn't have a plan? He tells the team to deal with the losers and a figure emerges from his shadow. Shadow Stream Spike has been hiding in Yun Chen's shadow all this time, and now that he's been given orders, he'll end things quickly. But his hook is repelled by Wei. He won't let it hurt the healer, except that Tyrant appears behind him with the help of blood movement, and sends him flying with one punch. The summoner can't believe it, but he won't lose. He orders the beast to enter berserk mode. Except 2 arrows pierce his hands and seal his mana. One of Chen's fighters cast a sealing spell on Nicole's arrows. He didn't even think it would work, but Yun was right. And a knotted snake flies to the summoner. Chen has already dealt with all his animals. What should he do? Maybe blast them with a powerful spell? Then he would at least get some experience. But the sophomore begged him for mercy. He surrendered. These beasts were more than companions to him. And Chen didn't intend to. If he surrendered, he didn't care if the beasts were alive or not. And at this moment, the battlefield explodes with powerful energy. The fight is not over yet. The wounded Wei isn't going to give up just yet. He's the champion, but he's pierced by a silver flash. Nicole says he's not worthy to fight Chen. He's too weak for him. A little later, the dean gets a report on Chen's victory. Basically, he just ran over his enemies with brute force, and then Ye Anfu asks how Chen himself explains his strategy. And it's very simple. Their academy won with the same tactics 3 years in a row. Surely other academies are ready for this, and besides the current students are not very good at tactical battles, it would be better to expose their strengths. Although it's hard for the dean to admit that the freshman is right. But he proved that his strategy works well. And if that's the case, then let him do what he wants. After the showdown with the high school students, Chen was relaxing and chatting with his sister. He had recently learned that if his sister got a good passing score on the exam, he could get her into his Zanin Academy. In this case, they will live together and Chen will stop worrying about her all the time. But their conversation is interrupted by a knock at the door. It's the servants. Dean Saya. They came to inform the hero that all his lessons are cancelled. Instead, he will perform a special task of the teacher. And Chen, without a second thought, immediately agrees. By the way, the mistress gave the demonesses names. The one with blue hair is Xiaoyu, and the one with green hair is Xiaolin. Chen didn't care about any of this. The only thing he was thinking about was that the demon names were his strength and main weakness. It seemed like the dean had completely mastered them. On that thought, the demonesses teleport Chen using spatial magic to an unknown creepy place, where he is met by teacher Xia. And she says that Chen should have noticed how unfriendly this place is. This is where the practical assignment will take place. The main goal is to survive until 12 o'clock in the afternoon. It's time to go through a real battle. Chen senses this evil in the darkness that seems to be following him. Teacher Xia explains that these monsters are infected with darkness from the rift. The remnants of demonic energy in Chen's body are perfect food for such monsters, so they want to devour him and evolve. His job is to adapt to the darkness from the rift and deal with all the monsters. And at this moment, Chen snatches his staff. His eyes are filled with a burgeoning energy. He realizes that as soon as the teacher leaves, the monsters will immediately pounce on him. Then, why delay? The hero rushes out of his seat and kicks one of the monsters in the leg, but 2 more are on their way. Chen barely has time to react and uses Divine Lightning. Just a little more and he would be in trouble. What level are these monsters? He applies the assessment. Judging by the speed, the attributes of the dog should be many times greater than his own. But seeing their levels made things even more confusing. All the monsters are just above level 20. There's no way they could be that much stronger than the man who absorbed the hearts of the Demon Queen, and he even had to use a divine skill. But his pondering is interrupted by a sharp attack. A huge creature almost crushed the hero. Good thing he was able to react in time. It was a demonic ents hiding under the guise of trees, but Chen had been here long enough to detect them. So why didn't he feel anything? No, it was definitely not because of the speed of the monsters. His perception itself became weaker as soon as he guessed. A huge horde of monsters immediately rushed to attack, hoping to take the hero by demon, except it was a grave mistake. The main trick of mages is area damage. With the skill Eye of Storm then raises all the bastards in the air, the demonic dogs try to interrupt the cast, spewing balls of energy. But the hero cannot take such a cheap trick. He uses a fireball at the same time, attacking their spit and combining it with the Eye of Storm, which turns the hurricane into a fiery tornado. And even that doesn't kill the dogs. With one swing of his spear, Chen drives them away from him to use the additional effect of his darkness talent, which increases his stats several times and turns him into a real killing machine. Now those things will pay for wanting to eat him. Chen leaps out of his seat and turns all the dogs into bloody mincemeat after killing all of them. He has raised as much as 17 level, but everything is not going so smoothly, as it seems. The equipment of the green forest is infected with darkness and began to decompose. The phone doesn't work here either. Neither magic nor technology can resist the rift, but luckily his demonic destroyer is a polymorphic weapon enchanted to 8 stars, and it can't resist the decay. And so it lasted until 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Teacher Sia finally returned to the hero. Now that he has gone through the battle with these things, Chen must understand the real threat of the rifts. He didn't expect the frontline fighters to have such a hard time, except they're worse off than he can imagine. They don't have the heart of a demon queen, and they can't at the snap of a finger boost their stats and resist the darkness. In addition to having their equipment broken and their magic weakened, they have to watch their stamina. One slightest mistake means death. Now Chen understood, because of the darkness on the other side of the rift. People cannot get in, because simply melt in it, so humanity can only defend, without the ability to counterattack. But nevertheless, monsters that are born of darkness, just as difficult to get through here, so for now, there is a balance. However, this balance is incredibly delicate. Now to close the rift. It is necessary to call the God of Destruction, which will completely destroy the forest to stop the contagion spreading. This makes Chen worry that so many animals will die because of one rift. But there is no choice. If you delay it, will turn into a disaster. But Teacher Sia distracts the hero from these thoughts, asking if he wants to get something as a reward for surviving. And he just wanted to ask how demonesses use magic without a staff? She replies that it is a passive talent of the mage. Teacher Jia materializes the skill book, if he so desires. He can take the reward, although he could have asked for something more intimate. But Chen is only interested in books and pumping. 15 days later, the exchange student competition is just around the corner, and literally just now the network has announced the team members. Some senior students are puzzled. How their leader became classless. The fact that because of the study and training, seniors do not have time to follow the youngsters, but not all. Some have heard about Chen, and many say that he's not bad, but in fact he has a class or not. It does not matter. The duty of the seniors to support their juniors. So all the sophomores rush to say goodbye to the exchange team, straight to the inner zone portal, where they will send the 20 strongest first-year students. All of them are dressed in their new fancy uniforms. It's no wonder the whole country will be watching this competition. Students should be dressed in their best. But there is one thing. Yunchin is nowhere to be found. Nicole is immediately charged, because she is the one who communicates with him the most. But even she doesn't know where our hero is now because they have rarely seen each other lately. Chen has been constantly training to become as strong as possible. The other participants also noticed the absence of their leader, whether this responsible role was too difficult for him and he decided to run away. But exactly at the same second classless, as if materializing right in the middle of his team and greeting his comrades. This lifts the mood of the group, realizing that Brother Yun is their leader. All the stress before the fight instantly goes away. No academy has such strong freshmen. And Nicole immediately begins to swear at the hero, asking where he was, and it turns out Chen all this time was sitting in the library, studying the skill of the magician's hand, which allows you to move in yourself and objects, and with the passive skill of casting spells without staffs, it's just the strongest ability. But this dialogue is interrupted by Ye Anfu, who says that Teacher Li will accompany the students to the competition, and since everyone is already gathered, we can start teleporting to Qingnun Academy. As our team disappears, everyone shouts warm words of encouragement to them. After that, they find themselves in Qingyun Province. Their academy is one of the top 7 academies in the country, and their rich and vast lands make the province the most important economic center of the state. But here is what is strange. Arriving at the academy, no one met the exchange students. Moreover, it is disrespectful. From this thought, Teacher Li is distracted by a student who saw in the sky a huge dragon. He is one of the divine beasts. Chen thinks that in Dean Jia's office was Phoenix. Maybe he is also a divine beast. There are too many beasts in this world, so states contract with such beasts to control them. Someone notices a signpost. It says this is a special path for the classless team. Has even here heard about how cool Brother Yun is? Only Chen realizes that all is not so good, and the passing Qingyun students confirm it. And this special path they use for walking their dogs. Nicole remembers what Chen said about this academy when everyone else rushed to meet him to entice him to join them. But Yun didn't even bother to show up. Chen's comrades are starting to get angry. How could they ignore such a talented student? And this only amuses the students of Qin Yun. The student, who did not want to take their academy, is now ranked #1 in Xiaonan. Are they really that bad? These words anger the guys. The bastards are clearly asking for a good beating. But luckily, Teacher Lee stops them. If these fools start a fight, they will be disqualified. Chen clearly doesn't care about the words of some weaklings, and the slumped guys with hurt pride go after their leader. But Teacher Lee tries to cheer them up, explaining that they won't be able to talk like that anymore when Chen defeats their elite. Besides, tomorrow they will be interviewed, so they should learn to show their best side and keep themselves in control. The only problem is that there will only be local reporters from the media. They'll probably be crowding towards Brother Yun. But Chen doesn't care what they say about him behind his back. In the end, everything will be decided by force. The only strange thing is, what's the point of teasing Chen? And Teacher Lee already knows the answer is a matter of their reputation. The admission of students is decided by a vote of the academic staff, and all teachers and deans unanimously decided not to take Chen to themselves, and he became the first student in Xiaonan. If they recognize his strength, then recognize their stupidity. Shank says that everyone will realize how stupid they are when Chen leads them to victory. And the hero realizes that all forces will be thrown at him, just waiting for this competition. Finally, he has a chance to meet a worthy opponent. And we find ourselves in the next day. Now the whole team will be interviewed. Everyone is very worried, because their families are probably watching them from their homes. Chen's sister is also watching him. And one of the reporters grabs the microphone and immediately asks the classless one if it's true that Qin Yun was rejected, and there's also a rumor that he used a loophole in the exam, and only won because of that. Is it not just a rumor? Everyone immediately begins to whisper. This reporter is a respected employee of the local publishing house. His words can be trusted, so the rumors are not lies. The whole team can barely contain themselves from snapping at the bastard right now and ending his career once and for all. But the teacher is ahead of them. Because how dare this bastard hurl such insults? The students' family members are watching the interview right now, and he decided to embarrass them with his lies. The journalists immediately revolt. No one asked the teacher's opinion. They are only interested in the students, and they have no right to interfere in the conversation. But Lee lets out a murderous aura, yelling for all these bastards to get out of here while they can do it on their own. And Chen absolutely calmly asks her to stop being angry. He has one answer to all these questions. Anyone who gets in his way will not stand a chance. It's a new day. The start of the student exchange competition is announced. 128 academies have participated, and the top 7 teams are also on the list. The first to enter the arena is the Qin Yun team. They are led by Ning Junyi, the province's best and strongest student summoner. His fans are ecstatic. As a freshman, he was ranked first in the province and second among the academies. Except they think it's only because there is one cheater who cheated his way through the exam, and his name is Yun Chen, the team leader of Xiaonan Academy. All the spectators boo him. They are just waiting for Brother Ning to put the cheater in his place. Naturally, this angers Chen's comrades, but he asks the guys to calm down. They must show their strength, not eloquence. And we are shown the mysterious guy in the red cloak. The last time we saw him, he promised to kill the hero and take the heart of the Queen of the Night from him. Of course, now he is up to something. And meanwhile, the welcoming ceremony ends, and many islands float out of the water in the center of the arena. And it is on them that one-on-one fights will be held. The sorting of participants in this tournament does not allow students of the same academy to meet, and the first of their province, and otherwise the selection is completely random. And at that moment, a huge beam of light strikes the battle arena. But it's all right, it's just displacement magic. As soon as Chen steps into the beam that appears in front of him, he immediately finds himself in his cell, and more specifically in arena number 7. His opponent will be Sun Yu from Nanji Academy. And it turns out that the Red Hood will be the referee in this fight, and he says that fighters can only use basic materials and weapons below diamond. Otherwise, there are no restrictions. Chen and Sun Yu clash with a glance. Our hero is calm and unshakable, like a rock, which cannot be said about Sun, and the fact that he became the third among the academy is a great luck. And now he was put against the first place. He can only hope that the rumors are true, and Chen is a common cheat. And as soon as the start is given, Sun Yu breaks the distance, releasing hundreds of attacking robots, which should tear the hero to pieces. But Chen only cares that it's not the student Qing Yun, so we'll have to finish him off quickly. With these words, he kicks the ground with all his might, and the arena explodes with a cloud of dust. As soon as it dissipates, we see Sun Yu, or rather his unconscious body. The audience is shocked, but still continue to think that this match may have been rigged. Chen's second opponent doesn't take long. His class mage, and he says that he will show the classless the difference between ordinary and prestigious academy. Funny, but the hero wanted to say the same thing. With those words, he summons a giant mage hand. That grabs the arrogant upstart at lightning speed. He can't understand how a basic skill can be so powerful, and besides why he's using it without a staff of spells, Chen asks if the loser will surrender on his own or if he should torture him. But this coward admits defeat, and Classless throws him to the ground. Dean E and Teacher Lee are watching this fight. The old man immediately realized that Chen has studied the magician's hand and the use of spells without a staff. But the magician's hand can move. Objects no bigger than a fruit, but the classless one's talent makes up for it. Lee interrupts his grandfather and says they are in trouble. Shang Tyran is lying beaten to a pulp. He lost on the second fight. At that moment, his head is sealed into the ground by the bastard Ba Hasten. Class, Draconoid, Talent, Black Dragon Bloodline. He clarifies that he is not targeting Zan Nan. His goal is to humiliate all the top 7 academies to show what trash they really are. Ye Anfu asks Lee which academy the scumbag is ranked first, but she replies that he is from Shengli and is ranked 9th, not first. Chen's team is shocked how 9th place not from a top 7 academy defeated 2nd place Zanin. The old man explains that most likely his place was underestimated intentionally, so that he could fight against the first places in the arena and undermine the morale of the team. Well, what is worse for him? As soon as he runs into Chen, this freak will not be happy. Meanwhile, the hero has already defeated 4 opponents in his arena, as suddenly heard someone's loud voice. It's Behessen, who shouts classless to wash his neck. Now he will cut it off. But instead of being afraid, Chen asks what kind of moron. After 4 wins with 1 punch, the audience starts to doubt that the classless cheated on the exam. But they calm themselves down by saying that he fought trash. But if they put one of the best from Qinyun against him, that would be a conversation. And just at this moment, the 5th opponent of Yun Chen appears on the arena, dressed in the uniform of their academy. It is Nei Qiang, who is the 2nd place in Qinyun. What a convenient coincidence. Now everyone will find out whether Yun Chen is a cheat or not. And the hero is very happy. He has a special show in store for this despicable academy. No, Chang says not to rank him with the rest of the idiots, and the bully knows perfectly well that it's impossible to get first place by cheating. But what does that change? The classless have no future. And now he's going to show everyone that Chen isn't even worthy of standing at Qing Yun's doorstep. He casts 3 powerful enhancements on himself, increasing his stats. But it doesn't matter to Chen. There are many ways to defeat such an opponent, but he will do it beautifully. At this very second, the hero imposes on himself 7 improvements from all the studied classes. The gawkers don't understand how this is even possible. With so many improvements, you can take down the boss with 1 little finger. No Qian rushes at Chen, screaming that it won't be enough, thinking to himself that his opponent will smash him like a bug if he continues to enhance himself. But his axe is stopped by the hero's spear point attack. The collision creates an incredibly powerful blast of energy. That makes Net Qian fly away like a rag doll. This is simply impossible. He is in his peak form, but could not withstand even 1 blow. But that's not all. Chen rushes straight at the freak and lands hundreds of punches in 1 second. But even after that, the big guy is not knocked out, except that Chen deliberately restrains his strength. He ties his opponent's mouth with a vine so that he can't give up, and lifts him up like a punching bag. He won't let him get off so easily. For this, Net Qian can thank the reporters. Chen's sister watched the interview and he comforted her all night. So it was time to settle the score, and with these words, the hero summoned the demonic thornflower, named Xiaojing. So far, no one understood why he had summoned a level 1 monster. Its attacks simply wouldn't penetrate Net Qian. But there's no need for that. Chen orders his fairy to teach the big guy a lesson. And now everyone realizes that he just wants to pump up his pet and humiliate the Qingyun Academy at the same time. Xiaojing starts to whip the bastard furiously, but although it doesn't do him any physical damage, orally he suffers so much that he would like to die of shame. And 2 hours later, the beaten and humiliated big guy couldn't even talk anymore. His body may not have been seriously injured, but he was broken at heart. And Chen was amused by all this, but no Qian is really strong. In such a short amount of time, Xiaojing had gained as much as 12 levels of experience. Well, the referee says that the fight time is limited, and if the winner is not determined in 10 minutes, they will be scored a draw. Then the hero, with all his might, punches the downed big guy in the face. And this will mark his victory in 5 battles. And also this victory meant the restoration of his reputation and the humiliation of the Academy Qingyun. Well, after this type of difficult battle, The hero was given a rest before the next battle and moved to his team. Of course, everyone immediately rushed to praise him. Except for teacher Lee, she says that now is not the time to relax. All members of the Academy Jinian managed to pass to the next round, where there are only 64 academies. Now the chance of facing a formidable opponent has increased many times over, so while everyone is resting, they must prepare for the next round. After resting, it was time for another elimination fight. This time, Chen was once again placed against Qingyun Academy, only against the third place. He himself does not understand how he can fight this monster, if even Net Chen did not defeat him. And as soon as the start was given, the loser tried to surrender. But the hero immediately covered his mouth with a vine. He begged Chen to spare him, but it was all in vain, for Chen simply cannot let him leave until he raises Xiao Jing's level and tramples Qingyun's reputation. This time the fairy's tail hits harder than before, for now her level has been raised. But on top of that, she is also gaining combat experience and learning the basics of battle from Chen's advice. The gawkers start to get outraged. Someone has to stop these humiliations, but they are distracted by a piercing scream of agony. It's Ba Hasten. He's torturing his new victim. The poor man tries to surrender, but his speech is sluggish from the pain, and words can barely get out of his mouth because his lungs are filled with blood. Draconite takes advantage of this delay and rams the guy's head into the ground. But the referee stops him in time. If only a little more and the bastard would have finished the poor guy off. Even Ba Hessen's comrades are still surprised by his cruelty, their headmaster letting him get away with everything because of his bloodline. Both of Hasten's parents are draconids with black dragon blood, and the character of this subspecies of dragons is genetically tyrannical, unbridled, and greedy. And the next opponent of this ruthless bastard will be Yun Chen, the first place of Jiangnan Academy. But Heisen is already anticipating to crush the head of this arrogant bastard. But Chen does not care what the degenerate says. He heard that some people pump the talents of their bloodline so much that they lose themselves and turn into a monster. It seems that with this bastard, it has already happened. And Ba Hessen hoped the classless one is being watched by his relatives now. It would be sad if he kills him and the people who love Chen don't see it. He was wrong to say that. Now the hero is serious. He instantly rushes at the bastard and hits him with his spear, which does extra damage to draconids and weakens their stats. And the attack was so powerful that the shockwaves seemed to blow up the arena. He grabs the freak by the head and says, "This is no time to rest," and Heisen tries to say he's going to kill him. But Chen gives him a crisp knee strike to the face. He gathers all the power in his fist, and then punches his chest with such force that even the black dragon's powerful body can't take it. And he flies upwards. Chen teleports behind the bastard before he can fall, and kicks him in the back with all his might, knocking the draconid into the ground, making it look like the arena was about to split open. Chen asks if the draconid didn't mean to crush his head just now. What does he think now? But this creature can still surprise. Anger covered his eyes with a bloody shroud, and the hero immediately sensed something wrong and jumped away. And from behind Hesen's back grew huge wings. He further awakened the dragon blood. All he can think about now is the pleasure he will take in killing a classless one. Draconid gathers magic in his throat and spews black flames straight at the hero. For a second, it even seemed as if he hit the target. But in fact, Chen had already pierced his chest with a spear. He doesn't realize when he had time. And the hero replies that brains are a wonderful thing. Too bad Heisen doesn't have one. Only he says that it does not give anything. Chen only pierced his muscles. He cannot reach the heart, and what do you say now? With these words, the hero thrusts the spear deeper, stopping a millimeter in front of his heart, and Heisen instantly falls to his knees, begging for mercy. He will be his servant if he has to. He is ready for anything, just not to die. The hero pulls out his weapon. How pathetic he is, shouting about killing. But as soon as he thought he was going to die, he began to crawl like a slug. The main character's comrades are already scared that he will kill his opponent and be disqualified. But Ye Anfu didn't doubt Chen's composure for a second. His senile show-off is interrupted by teacher Li and tells him that Chen has a sister. And if they bring her here and take care of her, then their best student will have a clear mind during fights. After all, his sister is the only person close to Chen, and now she lives in the backward city of Dongyun, whose defenses are, to put it mildly, weak. The old man realizes that for their country, the best students from the 7th Academy are of strategic importance, because each of them will surely reach at least the 4th rank, of course, if they don't die in the process of training. And fighters of this level are the ultimate fighting power against the world of darkness. So Ye Anfu says, that Li should prepare everything for her sister's move, and when Chen is free, they will ask his permission to carry out this venture. But the grandfather himself is distracted at this moment by equally old people. Then him, who call him to bet on the student's duel. Of course, he agrees and leaves the care of the students to teacher Li. In the meantime, Chen is already facing a new opponent, or rather adversary. It is the successor of the Holy Sword named Bu Cheng. She is ranked first in her academy Dongfu. But Brother Yun says that, despite her regalia, he will deal with her quickly. As the old men discuss the upcoming fight, with their vast experience, they predict that the fight will be spectacular. And at this moment, Ye Anfu appears behind their backs and says that he's putting a rank A skill book on his student. The academy vice-rector Qing Yun replies that he has so much faith in Chen because the victory over the Draconid does not prove his omnipotence. Ba Hessen was a fierce, but at the same time cowardly guy, so the victory over him does not give anything. The old man doesn't react to his provocation and asks with a smile whether he's in or out. But the vice-rector, of course, supports the bet and offers a treasure of rank A. But they are interrupted by a joyful simpleton who is Dean Bu Cheng, and he bets a soul scroll, which will be more valuable than those of rank A. Before he can finish, he hears the TV behind his back announcing that Yun Chen has won the fight. And while he was, to put it mildly, surprised at this outcome, Ye Anfu happily took his soul scroll. Bu Cheng was a really strong opponent, and despite the fact that Brother Yun defeated her in a second at this point, he was completely out of energy, but then he was helped by the energetic girls. Meanwhile, our hero had already teleported out of the arena for a break between fights. And, of course, now, instead of the old man, teacher Li is talking to the air, talking about how cool Yun Chen is. But the hard fights are about to start, although in the past everyone said the same thing. At that moment, a message arrives on her phone, and they've already put up the rosters, which include Chen's next opponent. And this guy makes Li very tense, because the one who will fight with our hero is none other than Ning Junyi, the first place in the academy Qing Yun. And he is a really formidable opponent, not like before. Li still continues to convince us that he is strong, because unlike Chen, his skills are S-class, which means that he can turn an ordinary summon monster into a boss. Well, after this exposition, the guys stand in the arena, and Junyi says that he will win at any cost and prove that classless is garbage, because his status and honor simply will not allow him to lose, to which Chen replies, "It does not matter who you are, the main thing is not to fall down." These words make Junyi furious, and he starts summoning monsters. But Chen is not going to just stand by and watch his enemy gain strength, so he rushes at him with all his might, and judging by Junya's face, he was just waiting. When the classless one shortens the distance, he uses secret synchronization magic out of a crazy smile, shouting, for Chen to attack. The hero immediately pierces his chest with his spear, but something is wrong. It's as if his body has become intangible, all because he merged with the ghostly beast. The fans are thrilled that he's going to show this upstart where he belongs, and Junyi rushes at Chen like a bloodthirsty maniac intent on killing him. But our hero uses a flash, which immediately blinds Junyi and causes him tremendous pain. After all, when he merged with the ghostly beast, he not only gained its abilities, but also its weaknesses. He immediately uses the void skill to increase his distance, but Chen throws his spear at him to keep him from escaping, and the sharply grown stalk fends off the attack. The classless one turns back and notices that the earth demon flower, which Junyi had summoned in the beginning, has been spreading its seeds all this time. The onlookers realize that now it's definitely finished. The entire arena is now covered in seeds, so Junyi has essentially taken over all the maneuvering space. But they don't realize that they're just plants, and they're not much competition for Chen's powerful flames. The hero instantly creates an incredible array of fireballs and sends them at the flower, but a giant jet of water shoots down this attack. The summoned seahorse will protect the flower from the fire, and many portals appear around Junya, from which a whole army of high-ranking monsters of colossal strength emerge. But this is only the first course, and for dessert he has prepared something amazing. With those words, a red dragon appears right behind his back, ready to devour anyone, at his master's command. This army slowly approaches the hero, and he notices that this is a very problematic opponent. Although he has summoned a bunch of monsters, it's no problem for Chen. Pulling out an axe, Yun Chen says that he'll just chop them all up. However, Junyi isn't sure that the classless one will even budge, since his flower has already taken root and sprouted on Chen. But the hero asks with a smirk, "Seeds, and that's it?" The axe that he is holding now in his hands, he got from the troll leader. It has a high attack power that is inherent to battle axes, and in the face of absolute power, even the most powerful spells are destroyed. Having said that, Chen applied berserk skill and blood rage from such a powerful enhancement. The roots of the flower simply burst on him. But the enemy hero did not wait. While he freed himself from the seeds and ordered all the monsters to attack classless, and while all these projectiles flew at Chen, he began to engage all his improvements. A powerful explosion went off in the arena, and usually in such situations the hero always deceives the opponent's expectations and dodges at the last moment. But this time he didn't even move, taking all the damage on himself. And the audience doesn't understand why he did it, because he seems to be a smart guy. He was lucky that he didn't die at all. Although, if you think about it, there are skills that allow you to release the power of the damage received, and if classless applied it, then now his power is just off the scale. And the guy in the stands was absolutely right. God Yun had applied Rage Awakening, and for every % of health lost, he gained 3% of strength. As the monsters rushed at him, Chen leapt forward at an incredible speed and unleashed a single crushing blow that practically cut the water where the arena stood in two. And those guys, who a second ago had been discussing his stupidity, were now numb with fear. But not only the spectators were frightened, Junyi, realizing what just happened, comes in a state of animal fear. Chen had just killed almost all of his monsters with one blow, and if the summoner himself was not in a spiritual body, then, most likely, would have died instantly. And while Junyi was thinking about it, Chen had already flown up to his face, and when he was close to strike, the surviving dragon instantly reacted and reflected his axe. This even surprised Chen. The beast was indeed powerful, since it could stand up to him in brute force. But at this moment, the hero's leg is grabbed by vines, and he instantly reacts and jumps back. And the cowardly Junyi comes to his senses again and says that as long as the roots of his flower grow in this arena, he cannot be killed. He then orders the dragon to finish off the hero, and it spews forth powerful flames. But Chen summons a water elemental to protect him from the fire, and a wall of water blocks the dragon's breath. Then, the classless one grabs a flower root that has sprouted all over the arena, and in one motion, rips it out of the ground along with a piece of huge stone, and he uses it as a huge Morgenstern piercing the dragon's jaw with a powerful blow. Junyi is shocked. He didn't expect that his enemy would be so resourceful. But that's okay. All these improvements won't last forever. He just needs to stall for time, summoning junk, and then he will win. But Chen interrupts his thoughts and throws a dagger at the bastard. And the asshole doesn't even dodge because he's in ghost form and physical attacks don't work on him. And when the dagger flies through his body, the paper seal, which was tied to him, stays on Junya's chest, and the summoner is pierced by a powerful holy energy because it's the exorcist's talisman. And Chen says that he is now a man, not a spirit, hinting that it would be easy to crush his face now. Junyi can't believe that he's been outplayed using a basic skill, and Chen taunts the loser and says that he's nothing without a spirit body. These words infuriate the summoner, and he applies a forced dragon recall, whereupon he begins to merge with it and transforms into a giant draconid. The provost of this idiot does not understand why he did it because it is obvious that Chen's weapon is created with enchantment against dragons. This is the dumbest thing he has ever seen. But unfortunately for Junya, he doesn't hear his mentor's words, and in a rage he rushes straight at the hero, but the latter, without making any effort, dodges by simply throwing his body back. And thrusting his spear forward, he thrusts it into the bastard's belly, slicing his stomach in two using the inertia of Junya's attack. The summoner then falls right behind Chen, starting to turn back into a human, bleeding. He can't believe he was defeated by some classless guy because he had the power of a dragon. But Chen replies that he was unlucky because he faced a dragon slayer, and seeing how shamefully the best student of the academy lost, all Junya's fans just go away, throwing dirt on him. But it awaits us the battle of the semifinals. This time Chen will fight against Bai Yu, his class, a spike shadow stream, and he recognizes the strength of the hero, so he does not even hope to win, but just wants to take a lesson from the classless. The hero is fine with this arrangement and promises to only use the shadow stream class in this fight. And as soon as the start is given, Bai Yu uses the shadow spike and rushes at Chen, but he throws a smoke screen to disorient his opponent. And when Chen attacks the fight from the back, he easily deflects that blow because his tracking, killing intent easily detects the enemy's location. Then they push each other's daggers away and simultaneously try to strike from the elbow, but they block their attacks again. Bayu says that if that's all, Chen might lose, he'd better use other class skills. At this point, the hero puts a knife on his throat from the other side. It turns out all this time he was fighting a clone. But when did they switch? And for being nice to Chen, he explains that as soon as he used the smokescreen, he immediately summoned the clone and hid in its shadow. But Bayu remarks that it's not easy to do that, because his clone was fighting on the same level as him. If he fought Chen himself, he wouldn't last a second, so he gives up. And after such a crushing victory, the final battle begins. Who would have thought that in the final two students from the same academy will meet? Because now Chen and Nicole are going to fight, and all the spectators start yelling at her to just give up. And she starts to fight with them and suggests that everyone should go one-on-one. But Chen interrupts her and jokingly asks, "Will they fight?" Well, no matter how much she is not pissed off by the words of this cadre, she can't beat the hero, so she gives up and congratulates Chen. Now he is the champion, and the judge also declares him the winner of the tournament. But instead of cheering, the whole crowd of spectators just keeps silent. It's not surprising because everyone who watched the tournament were Chen's haters, and he defeated all their idols. And besides, after such a crushing failure, even the media began to support Chen and write the truth about Qingyun Academy. The vice principal, reading all this, is furious and blames Ning Junyi for everything. It's a disgrace not only for his family but also for the whole academy. The old man doesn't care what methods he uses, but the summoner must win in a team fight, because otherwise he won't be able to wash away this disgrace. And after this raid, the grandfather leaves, and the whole team is left alone and begins to discuss how to defeat this monster Chen. But Junya has a plan. He can't win by conventional means, so he has to make some sacrifices, and his comrade realizes that this sacrifice is him. We are shown only blood spatters of the poor guy, and then we go to the recreation room of Zanan Academy, where everyone praises Chen. But he, as usual, says that it's too early to relax because there is still a team fight ahead. The old man, Ye Anfu, in turn, says that he won a couple of artifacts from his friends thanks to Chen, so he will give them to the hero, and among these artifacts there is a soul contract, which allows to bind two souls and establish a connection between them, servant and master. Chen had seen this before. Two of Dean Xia's succubus servants were bound by such a contract. Of course, you can't use it on a human because their country is very careful about the rights of its citizens, so it's best to use it on some beast or foreigner, normal advice from his grandfather. And while Chen is thinking how he should use it, the dean informs that if they take the first place, Zanan will also give a reward to the whole team in the form of 1,000 credits and 20 million in cash and a rare item. The 20 million doesn't really matter because only credits can be used in the academy. But the rare item sounds interesting because even diamond quality is not rare for the dean. But they find out what this item is only after the victory and return home. And at that moment, Teacher Li interrupts the dean and says that she has important news. A member of the team Qingyun, magician Li Huanyu, was injured, so he was replaced by a Knight of the Guardian in an emergency. Of course, everyone realizes that Qingyun did this intentionally to gain an advantage over them. But Brother Yun calms everyone down and says that today they will show what tactics are. And we are transported to the moment when Zanan came up against Team Bayu. Chen's team immediately rushed into the attack. Of course, our hero immediately rushed forward and at an incredible speed broke through the defense of the formation. The mage immediately orders to heal the tank, because if the classless one breaks through to them, they will lose. But the medic points behind her back and says that he has already broken through, and at that moment Chen pounces on the mage and crushes the leader of the team with one powerful blow. Janan's team is the clear winner in this fight. Support says that they don't have to do anything at all, but the buffer is constantly trying to keep up with everyone. But nothing works? It seems that they were taken just to stand aside. But Chen gives her a pat on the back and asks her not to talk nonsense. They are also a very important part of the team. Just now the opponents were weak, and he decided not to waste the strength of the team on these losers. And after a short break, Jiangnan is up against Gyeongju. The spectators are cheering. They know that these guys are crazy and they don't really care who will beat Chen. The main thing is that at least someone put him in his place. But Assassin from Yun's team only laughs at their formation. They have recruited only mages. Since they have no vanguard, they are just a target for him. As soon as he starts to climb into the shadows, Chen's hand immediately grabs him by the scruff of the neck and pulls him back because there's no hurry. This easy prey won't be easy to deal with, and Assassin and Tyrant tell Brother Yun that even though they're strong mages, they're fast enough to deal with them before they cast the spell. And the other guys in the vanguard support the guys too. Each of them is strong on their own, and if they all attack together, the enemies won't stand a chance. And after hearing all this, Chen agrees and gives them instructions on tactics. It's a team game after all. You have to take into account the opinion of your comrades. The referee gives the go-ahead, and the whole team rushes at the mage. Tyrant uses blood movement, and the support doesn't even have time to put improvements on them. Chen, on the other hand, follows them, and before he is noticed, tries to analyze all the abilities of the enemy. Their attributes are fire, earth, wood, and ice, light, and darkness. But just by attributes alone, it's hard to judge their power. One of the guys is standing behind the whole team at all. Wait, Chen can't sense any attributes from this dead guy. Then what kind of magic does he possess? But the sorcerers aren't going to wait for their enemies to approach, so they release all their attack spells, literally raining various magic flying to crush the Xanon team. Chen then instantly pulls out his staff and uses his fast cast talent, sending out a handful of fireballs to bring down the mage's attack. But he doesn't manage to repel all the projectiles, and they're already too close for the guys to dodge, but good thing. Brother Yun knocked most of the magic away. Now Tyrant is able to block it with his blood barrier, and even such a colossal blast of magic doesn't penetrate his red shield. Then the main attack power instantly makes ranged slashes that fly straight at the mages, but their earth sorcerer manages to put up a stone wall. Gyeongju squad leader gloats. Did they really think that such a head-on attack would work? But before he can finish his thought, he notices a drop of blood near him, from which Tyrant materializes to knock out the pompous freak. But the tree mage manages to conjure a vine that restrains the Blood Knight's movements. They work well as a team, but Tyrant doesn't rely on his strength alone. Goffa and Chen come out of his shadow, and with a sharp movement of his chain hook, he attacks the team captain right in the head, and he manages to teleport away. No one expected that they had such magic, and their entire group is immediately transported into the air, surrounding Tyrant and Feichen. This was their original plan. Now these two are definitely finished, and, gathering all their attack power, they touch the strongest balls of magic. The assassin realizes that he will probably die after receiving so much damage, but suddenly Yunchen grabs him by the shoulder, and in one motion throws him along with Tyrant, and a huge explosion just vaporizes him. Nicole is shocked. Did he sacrifice his life? Even if you set aside emotions and judge from the strategy, then to sacrifice one life for the sake of two, in this case was stupid, because with the loss of Chen, they lost 50% of their power. And Feichen blames himself. If only he had listened to Brother Yun and been more careful. And from the smoke comes a voice that says, "What are they sad about, do they think? That he's dead?" With these words, Chen appeared right behind the guys. He wasn't dumb enough to die here, so he just used a clone. It looks like their opponent had an ace up his sleeve. Teleportation magic. Now they'll have to sweat. Most likely, this guy has a hidden space mage class because normal teleportation mages are quite limited in their abilities. While they were fighting, this creep had placed teleportation runes all over the arena. What should they do now? The correct answer to this question is nothing, because Yunchen will do everything for them. The others can just cover for him. Nicole tried to disarm at least one of them, but he was instantly behind her back and created a powerful ice attack. The same happened to the rest of the guys. The spectators cheering, they, of course, wanted their team to win. But if the classless one was defeated by another academy, they would become brothers. Meanwhile, no attack has worked on the mages, except Chen has already made his move and lunged at one of them. But the teleportation mage only laughs at this because he has been following Chen very closely and knows the distance of all his attacks. As soon as he gets within striking distance, he will immediately move his comrade. Chen pulls out his gun and disarms the bastard with one shot, causing him to fall to the ground instantly. And, of course, Yun can't do without pathos, so he decides to spend precious seconds of the battle on a cool phrase of blowing smoke off the barrel. But then, without wasting a second, he jumps up, and with the help of sniper skills starts shooting the mages as if from a machine gun. Their fragile defenses and weak reactions can't withstand the bullets, and the teleporter can't keep up with so many shots and doesn't have time to save his comrades. In addition, the assassin has already gotten close to his neck, and it was easy for him to do so because Brother Yun has taken all the attention away from him. The captain orders him to gather everyone together and cast shields. Bullets can't penetrate magic. But when he turns around, he sees that his trump card is being held hostage, and Nicole has already approached the vigilant magician. She broke his shield with one blow, and from this blow he fell right to Chen's feet, and then he just gave up, because they had no chance against the top team. And, of course, after this battle, Jiangnan advanced to the semi-finals, and the disappointment of the spectators was unlimited. A little later in the rest room, the whole vanguard was discussing their great and spectacular fight. Only the support did not participate in the battle, it seems, that they will not do anything to win, and they wanted to show themselves so much to make their families proud. But hearing this, Brother Yun said that in the next round, they would actually be the key figures in his strategy, so they shouldn't relax. But of course, they were happy about it. And in the semifinals, they were facing the most terrifying, strange, and cruel opposing team, a team of different races, all of them with monster blood in their veins. And it seems that even in a world where there are elves and beastmen, xenophobia still has a place. Although some people realize that those who have monster blood are not to blame, when people chose their races, they did not know that they would merge with the game, and many people chose just for fun. Some chose goblins, some chose stone men. There were even those who wanted to become zombies, but in the end, when the merge happened, they turned into monsters. As for families, human-monster couples are extremely rare. Some were already married before the transformation. Some were able to find love, but in most cases, people, turned into monsters, find a couple among the NPs because it's better than living all their lives alone. At that moment, the Stone Man comes to Ba Hessen and says that it is better for him not to face Chen, because his spear is sharpened for killing dragons, and he realizes it. And after their fight, he is still scared. But so what if he should forget his goal after one defeat? Because of their origins, they have endured so much bullying. Though it's not their fault, the previous generation is to blame. But people don't care about that. They will always humiliate everyone who is not like them. And to get revenge on these xenophobes, Heeson will take the form of a black dragon and face the future elite of the Seven Academy. Although, no, together they will not just face them, but crush them like pathetic bugs. But Chen, hearing this, feels only pity for them and does not take them as serious rivals. The referee raised his hand and announced the start of the semifinals, and there was a whole cloud of smoke around him. The ugly legs of the hybrid stepped forward, determined to attack first. Their faces already looked terrifying, but now they were blazing with fighting spirit and willingness to kill. The black dragon encouraged them with words that it was not important whether they lost or not, but they should and must slay as many opponents as possible. He rose up on his wings and rushed forward, shouting that they would destroy them all. And the other monsters from his team picked up and started shouting that they would destroy them as well. Yunchen ordered to form a defensive formation, and Jiangnan's team didn't rush anywhere. They immediately took their battle positions and prepared for a heavy battle. Yunchen was extremely serious. He told them to obligingly stop their attacks, shouting that they would protect their flank. One used the Dark Blood Barrier for the sake of defense. The other used the Paladin's main skill, the Holy Shield. There was a huge explosion. A cloud of dust and fire rose into the air. The Dark Blood Barrier spread terrifyingly. One of the monsters came closer and the elf girl told him not to even try to break through. One of the guys didn't waste time attacking the monster, telling it to get lost. He punched it in the stomach, and with such force that it spit out some of its internal mass. One of the monsters shouted, "Go!" Now they were attacking Yunchen's team from all sides. Now the girl who felt unwanted was extremely happy. She was saying how good it felt. She finally felt protected from behind. The guy who felt no better earlier was also happy, saying that they were finally key figures. And it wasn't the same as watching the show going on while standing behind. The one who had attacked the monster in the stomach was scolding them for their idle chatter on the battlefield. He was shouting for them to get to work already. He said that Brother Yun had made them the main fighters because the Taoist could easily hold off the monsters, while the summoner could split the damage and help the vanguard. Their faces weren't so satisfied anymore. It was as if he had stunned the unfortunates with his shout. And finally the guy added that this was the reason. They weren't here to chat while enjoying the process behind them. One of the guys laughed and, calling his opponents babes, told them to get out there and show them what they could do. Do their best, someone hissed back at him from behind. Behind them were a couple of huge, horrible monsters. Some of them were like animals and some were real demons. The guy who had angered them raised his staff and used the call to contact. The advanced earth elemental was a dead tree. The golem was a green bear, and the girl who had previously marveled at her new role closed her eyes and said she was paying homage to all the gods, told them to light them up with thunder, and added that it would scare away all the ghosts and demons. Finally, she summoned a heavenly thunder. Golden manna poured out of her eyes. It spilled and flew upwards. A black magic cloud formed in the sky. A horrible and huge blue monster appeared from there. It was right above the heads of the opponents of Jangnan Academy. They didn't expect such a thing and were startled. Their head also became more angry while the others stunnedly opened their mouths. They were all struck once by the lightning of the divine monster that appeared and screamed in pain. In the meeting room of the academy directors where they are betting, one of the old men explained that Taoist is a class that can control attack and buff. He also said that her skills are quite strong, they are great for holding back monsters, but also talked about the disadvantage of having a short attack range and long cast time. He said that Yun Chen as the captain understood this perfectly, and so choosing a defensive formation would compensate well for her disadvantages, allowing her to use her full strength. The man thought it was an excellent tactic and said so. Now the director of Jiangnan Academy intervened. He said that this was only one of the reasons, because in terms of power Yun Chen was not inferior to Qingling, but he decided to do so to reduce the damage to the team. Besides, he wanted everyone in the team to use their strength and prove themselves. The old man said that even though he was extremely cold in appearance, it didn't stop him from being a good-natured guy. Qingling was happy with her success and threw more and more attacks, such as Explosive Lightning Talisman and Earth Destruction Talisman, while her partner cheerfully told the little guys to do their best. The monsters already looked winded, with abrasions and scratches, and the girls' talismans kept flying at them. They fell right on top of them and in front of them, forming a pile of smoke and raising dust in the process. Now there was a big hole under the monsters. Someone was still lying immobilized in it, and someone was climbing up. It was the black dragon. It was badly damaged but still unwilling to give up, he cursed angrily. The realization that he had lost again made him terribly angry. The monster said that there was no way he wouldn't accept it. Yun Chen walked straight towards him, however. The dragon could only see his feet for now. When he raised his head, saw the guy in front of him, Yun said that he had never experienced his pain, saying that his words would most likely not reach him. The dragon. However, he tried to realize that he wanted to fight back. However, it was all because of those who despised them. These people were responsible for their anger, but asked, was it the choice of who was this person? This seemed to melt the heart of the horrible monster. He said that it turns out Yun Chen had treated him like an ordinary person from the beginning. Now he had admitted his defeat, the defeat of their team. The referee finally loudly announced the victory for Jiangnan Academy. One guy from the auditorium told another that although Classless had such an indifferent face, but he didn't think that Yun Chen would show such a side of himself. The one replied that they really had been looking at them as monsters ever since they appeared. The former added that after something like this, even after defeating Brother Ning, he didn't seem so bad anymore. The wind swayed the trees, rustling the leaves. The referee said that after such a fierce battle, the team round was starting to come to an end and the next battle would be the final battle, and announced that Jiangnan Academy and the hosts of this arena were participating. He loudly proclaimed Qingyun Academy, they were serious, and the one standing in front, Ning especially so. Conversations could be heard from the filled auditorium. Someone said that the two heavy warriors were two summoners. The Night Guardian was a mage and a priest. Another said that their team was clearly lacking in firepower and was also too slow. And someone replied that they had heard that there had originally been another mage for extra firepower, but due to a serious injury, he had been replaced. One guy turned to his buddy and asked him in bewilderment if it was strange to replace a participant at such a stage, and also if he thought that their team was now tailor-made for Jiangnan Academy. He said in the same shock that it wasn't that everyone didn't notice, but they should just keep a low profile. He said that their new team sacrificed agility and firepower by focusing on combat defense, so if they met opponents with long-range attacks, they would be guaranteed to lose, saying that teams like Yangju Academy, which was made up of only mages, would easily defeat them. But he also added that their team had never faced such opponents. He felt like fate was saving them. He tried to explain this by saying that they were the masters of the arena, so it was easy to pull off such simple machinations. His buddy, who had been the first to talk about it earlier, settled down a bit, rubbed his head and said that it was too much information for him. He still wanted to believe that their academy team wasn't that sneaky. The referee raised her hand and shouted that yes, the final battle would begin. She loudly announced the start, giving the opponents permission to start fighting. Ning shouted for everyone to form into a defensive formation. Some placed their heavy metal shields into the ground, while another raised his staff upwards. He also shouted out a healing aura. The three in front stood on the defense, and the four remaining behind them. Ning yelled loudly, summoning the contracted conscription. Under the contracted summoning, a red dragon, an ancient magical golem, a magical mountain monster, and an underground caveman, a stone beast, and an underground devourer appeared. All of these monsters were large and frightening. One of the spectators was extremely amazed at such a powerful contract summoner. He swore in a daze and shouted that there were two heavily armored warriors, a night guardian in conjunction with a priest increasing stats. It was already enough for protection, but the two summoners had created a bunch of monsters as meat shields. The other said that it literally puts them in absolute defense. He said that they were clearly preparing for the battle against Jiangnan. Already in a calmer voice, he said that nevertheless, Classless easily broke through any formation. Many commands had already been wiped out by it, and if he ignored his comrades and concentrated, and his friend didn't let him finish, he interrupted him shouting loudly, "No." He told him to pay attention to their back row, for they too had moved into a defensive formation, also summoning a bunch of monster tanks, and they asked themselves what they were trying to do, for no one would be able to answer them anyway. Yunchen applied the monarch's basic skill of blood rage, the archer's basic skill of battle spirit, the berserker's basic skill of berserk, and the shadow stream spike's basic skill of killing method, as well as the magic swordsman's basic skill. Magic flow, the paladin's basic skill is holy glory. Kingling awakened the talisman buff. Yunchen rose up, and the girl ordered the lightning to become one and summoned the lightning talisman, then shouted loudly that it was an order. Yun's eyes glowed and blue lightning magic flew around. He said that since the opponents had put up the strongest shield against them, of course they would retaliate with the strongest spear. Blue magic lightning burst out from the black cloud, and Yunchen was right in front of it as if he was mastering it. One of the elders turned to Old Man Ye. He said that such was his monster. Yunchen stood in the rear with a melee weapon and was gaining buffs like crazy. He asked Old Man Ye, the director of Jiangnan Academy, what exactly their team captain wanted to do. The one laughed back at him and told him that there was a secret behind it that he wouldn't even tell them, also saying that he was asking him about it even though even he was seeing such a thing for the first time. The other told them to stand still for a second to wait. He stared at the screen interestedly and said that there seemed to be one basic skill that allowed a melee fighter to fight at long range and most likely. Yunchen fluttered in the air and said that since the opponent had put up the strongest shield against them, of course they would retaliate with the strongest spear. The basic skill of a fighter is to accumulate strength, and the basic skill of a Taoist that Yun used was to mobilize strength. Ning looked up at his main opponent in horror. He reprimanded and said that he couldn't believe that he was using this skill. He furiously ordered all the summoned beasts to stand in the front row while the rest used their best defense skills. A priest used the mage skill, giant stone wall. A knight used the guardian knight skill, guardian shield. Another used the priest skill, shrouded in light. The beast summoned by Ning stood right in front of the lights of one of Qingyun's team, and there was another stone shield in front of the light shield. Yunchen prepared an attack with his strongest spear, his eyes still glowing as well. He shouted the word forward, and his weapon flew towards leaving a plume of light behind him. He used the basic skill of throwing. The attack flew straight into the stone wall, and it easily shattered it to pieces. One of the knights was dousing himself with a third sweat. He told the others to hold on, for they must, and they must. The arrow also pierced the light barrier and one of the summoned monsters. Ning went into a frenzy. He shouted and asked, "What the fuck is this?" Yunchen's spear landed and crushed the ground beneath him, leaving a cloud of dust. It was now peacefully sticking out of the ground without even bothering to do so. The opponents of Jiangnan Academy were slumped on the floor, some sitting in the crater and some near it. They were all breathing heavily and trying to catch their breath after being so terribly stressed and hit so hard. The knights in the crater were injured, and one of them said that just a little more and he would have broken. Another exhaled heavily beside him. Ning laughed hysterically and turned to Yunchen, saying that he never thought that he would throw all his strength into one strike after all. Shouting that now he had no weapons and their formation was still intact, he asked how he planned to fight next now. Suddenly he turned his attention to something and looked away, then looked at the divine hand that had already taken the spear back. She threw it back to the master. It was the use of spells without a staff, namely, the magician's hand. Yun actually didn't look the least bit tired. He cheekily asked who told him he had nothing to fight with, asking if Ning really thought he couldn't cast a second time. This threw Ning into the most genuine shock. This was not at all what he could have hoped for or even assumed. The expression on his face was extremely stubborn. The people in the audience were already starting to get frustrated with their team. One guy said he would go, asking how they could lose to them again, and another said that methane was a basic skill for all classes. The only drawback was the loss of weapons, and therefore it was rarely used. Now a third joined in, saying that in the end, who would throw away their weapons in the middle of a fight? The first one was indignant about how Yun Chen was good for throwing more and picked it back up. One of the directors in their room said that he knew that about throwing, but added that, however, throwing is only a basic skill of the second level. It does not give any enhancements except for the weapon itself. Said that even by adding a bunch of buffs, such strength could not be achieved. Old Man E, the director of Jiangnan Academy, intervened and said that this was not an ordinary throwing skill. He said that the guy's talent could improve any skill by 3 steps, and that's why he used B-rank throwing. He explained that B-rank throwing had strength enhancement, longer throwing range, and more power. Yun Chen was preparing a second attack of the same kind, only now it would be much easier for him since there were no more shields and barriers. Ning began to panic. He shouted that he should never be given the opportunity for a second throw, because the tanks would not have time. He turned to the mage, told him to quickly cancel the cast of his skill, and he understood everything, and sent a mountain of stones to the enemy. It was smashed by Chen's allies, other students of the academy. The elf said that while they are here, let them not even dare to touch a hair of their captain. Well, Yun wasted no time and had already sent out a second strike. The spear was also flying swiftly at the Qingyun Academy disciples. The opponents shouted to run faster, shouting that they didn't care about the formation, and Ning shouted for them not to run faster than him. But something also happened behind him, and he cried out. The disciples of Old Man E's academy said that they had broken their turtle shell. One of them said to go forward, and all the others also moved towards their arrogant opponents. The girl jumped feet forward, her heels flying straight into the back of the other academy's disciples. She angrily told them to get. The assassin and knight of Jiangnan Academy didn't let their opponents get away with anything either. And someone's hand flew to one of Ning's henchmen right in the cheek, and the latter politely asked to punch, but not in the face. One warrior who had already suffered enough asked Ning's brother to admit defeat, because they couldn't take it anymore. And Ning didn't look good either, and he was cursing. He knew very well that if it wasn't for this monster Yun Chen, they wouldn't have reached the summoning beasts. There was no way they would have lost without him being here. But they had no choice either. Ning called him a bastard and warned Yun to wait for him in the next round. He would wipe him out in survival. Of course he was saying all this to himself, not out loud. Their team captain was about to say that this was the end of the team round and they would admit defeat. But the plants prevented him from doing so. They went straight into his mouth and then tied him up. Ning didn't understand what exactly was going on. Yun Chen flew up to him and asked what he was doing. Were they trying to surrender? He also added that it was a pity. But the judge would not hear it. Ning wanted to say something, but only a mooing came out of his mouth. The lions had already twisted Ning so that he was lying on the ground. The others came up to them. Someone laughed and cheered him up by saying that he was the only one left from his team. They also called him brave for not admitting defeat earlier. They surrounded the poor guy in a perimeter, and one of them said he admired his resilience. The elf girl said they would be a bit rough but use all their strength. The one mooed loudly in response, implying by implication what they were going to do and stay away from him. The elf girl said that he was the one who was spreading nonsense about their academy, and therefore the adults would get him for it. And one guy asked, how dare he use the media against them, shouting that he totally deserved it. After all, he had put up with his antics for a long time. Now it was time to get him for everything he had done. Nin could only moo in response. Disappointed spectators, students of the academy that owns the arena, were leaving their seats disappointed. One said what a shame it was that their team captain was being forced to eat dirt. Another said that Ning was a disgrace to their academy. And a third cursed and asked for his money back. Suddenly the referee intervened. She told them to stop, explaining that one side was unable to continue the fight. In fact, she just realized that Ning Junyi faced Qingyun. If the fight continued, the academy's dignity would drop to nothing. The elf girl told the audience that if the judge had the nerve to stop them, then let them see the face of the loser, said that she hoped everyone now realized who was the strongest. Ning Junyi really did look terrible. His teeth knocked out, his eyes swollen shut, and abrasions all over his body did not make him look good at all. The referee finally announced that the team battles had come to an end, and Jiangnan Academy was taking the victory. The red-cloaked man looked at Yun Chen's face and laughed. He knew that it would finally begin, which made him very happy. At the end of the disgraceful battle for the academy, Ning sat in his seat in the recreation room. He seemed to be in utter despair. The atmosphere in the room was extremely oppressive, with everyone taking turns to turn around at the embittered silent commander. The team mage quietly asked the other what they would do, because Brother Ning did not utter a word after the end. She even suggested that perhaps it was because of that beating, and now he just physically could not talk. One of the knights she was addressing hurriedly closed her mouth and hissed, telling her to watch what she said because Brother Ning would punish her for such things. Now the headmaster of their academy approached Ning. He told his team captain Ning not to make such a frowning face. He said that he generally realized that they would lose, so he set up a battle with Zhangnan in the finals. He tried to cheer the guy up by saying that they at least had second place. The top 7 list they would keep the position anyway. Nina was annoyed by his words. Now he was even angrier. But first of all at himself, he hissed that he had saved the ranking but not his precious dignity, said that he would take revenge on him no matter what, shouted that he would smash his head on the ground. Meanwhile, in the recreation room of Zhangnan Academy, everyone was cheering, and this time everyone was happy. The guy who kicked one of the monsters in the stomach was laughing and saying that he had blown off steam. And Qinglin was bragging that she had even used her skills when she kicked that jerk Ning. One of the group said that the news of Ning Junyi's beating was topping all the news sites, rejoicing that Qingyun Academy had fallen flat on its face, while another said that they fully deserved it. Old man Ye, the principal of Zhangnan Academy, walked in. He laughed a little and said that they were now first in the team competition as well, and that was enough to secure the championship. He said that they didn't need to worry about winning tomorrow's round, they could just quietly gather resources for themselves. The old man also said that the survival round would be held in the Forgotten City of Qingyun Province. He said that it was once a rich city, but due to a sudden rift 60 years ago, the city was swallowed by darkness. Almost all the inhabitants below the 5th level were exterminated, and those who survived soon left the city and it was abandoned. As time passed and the vegetation in the city grew uncontrollably, more and more monsters began to arrive in the area, and it spawned natural treasures that were perfect for a round of survival. The old man added that of course the priests had cleansed the darkness, and Qingyun Academy had destroyed the powerful monsters, leaving only those that were suitable for the students. In addition, all the resources collected in this round did not need to be surrendered. They could keep them. Such news made the team very happy. They shouted that it was great. One said that he heard some people talking about A rank and even A+ rank resources. He said that they should definitely go and look for them. But Yunchen was very shocked by the A+ rank information. He asked if there was any soul purification grass. He knew that soul purification grass was an important material for enlightenment potion, and Yun Tang had just reached the age of talent awakening. Yun thought that with the enlightenment potion, she would definitely get a good talent. To which the old man replied that he had sent some people to scout in advance. Although no detailed information could be obtained, there was no doubt that there were at least 15 A rank resources and 3 A+ rank resources, and Yun Chen's purification grass was one of them. The guy decided that for the sake of Yun Tang's younger sister's future, he should get her. The elf looked at his resolute expression a little perplexed, but she remained silent. Qingyun Academy's teleportation platform, there were already 3 rows of 3 teams standing on it. With the media mentor in front, she was loudly shouting that, unlike the previous rounds, the survival round did not depend on the number of people defeated. It was based on the total amount of resources collected by the team. She said that because of this, they not only encounter monsters but also students from other academies. She said that after arriving there, they should not only focus on collecting resources, but also not stop following others. Otherwise, they would become couriers of other teams. The rules also forbade the use of communication devices, the only exception being flares. She reminded them that they should have already come up with their own code. The woman said that they were all given a wooden plaque. It is called a battle mark. It has a small teleportation array built into it, and in case of danger it is worth breaking it. Then they will leave the battlefield and therefore be considered out. And she asked them to do their best, but their survival is the priority. The team members of Zhangnan Academy were in high spirits, they told the female teacher. We don't worry, because they are all in excellent condition, saying that thanks to Brother Yun's double performance, they won the first 2 rounds without difficulty. And now, their main goal in this trip is to find the purification herb for Brother Yun Chen's younger sister, saying that they would use 3 flares in case of finding the soul purification herb. Yun Chen was amazed by their story and asked how they all knew about it. And the elf explained to him that she had told everyone, because he had told them about his little sister at dinner. And after hearing this, everyone wanted to help him, because it would be easier to search together anyway. This melted Yoon's heart. He looked at the guys with affection and gratitude, and said that in this case, he asked everyone to be more careful. Teacher Mi said that the round was about to start and wished them good luck. The abandoned town was completely overgrown with plants, but the old houses were still clearly visible. Yun was teleported to the road of the town. He looked around and said that it was hard to imagine that these ruins were once a populated city. After all, darkness does terrible things to mankind. He said that in the survival round, everyone was scattered to different sides, and their original goal was to regroup with their teammates. Yun rushed forward and said to himself, since there wasn't a soul around, that he would take the control point first, because then he could get an advantageous vantage point, and also reminded himself not to forget about the shadow monsters. He used the druid's basic skill of natural proximity. An enraged red eagle flew at him from above. It was a dragon. It sent a fireball at the guy. However, Yoon knew that even a red dragon couldn't handle it, asking how some bird dared to attack him at such a moment. He defeated the attacker in no time without stepping out of his way. A bunch of beast monsters were ahead of him. They surrounded him all around, hissing and roaring. Yoon shouted loudly and used the basic warrior skill of battle cry. It boosts his morale and exposes enemies to fear whose attribute scores are far below his. At one count, all the monsters became a bit downhearted. They were just scared. Yunchen hurriedly left, saying that it was not worth wasting his time on them. The monsters did not realize where he had gone and what had happened. Now, Yun was standing on some high ground on the ruins of one of the buildings. He looked down and said to himself that he didn't know how the others were doing, but he hoped that everything was all right. After all, this wasn't a safe place. Anything could happen here. They could get into situations where they couldn't use the battle mark. He used the hunter's main skill, Birang's eagle eyes. Now he could clearly see them. Yoon didn't understand what was going on, what they were doing there, and why they had gathered so quickly. However, the form of the teams were different, as if it was a gathering of several academies. 3 different colored lights flew into the air. What startled Yoon was that they were Jongnan's flares. According to their script, 1 flare was their location, 2 flares meant that help was needed, and 3 flares meant that the purification herb had been found. He was amazed by this sign. After all, how could they have already found an A+ rank attribute? Yunchen hurried down to them. After all, the situation was not good. Launching the flares, they revealed their positions, and the enemies had already clustered around. Yun knew that they must have known about it too. So he wondered if something had happened. In order to speed up as much as possible, he used the basic skill of a fighter, wind action. He said that he had to hurry, that he had to catch up with them. In one of the abandoned buildings was a huge snake. This monster is a 3-headed magical battle snake with unknown skills, difficulty, level, and rank. Right beside its head was a soul purification medicinal herb. Its effect is that it purifies the soul and gives wisdom. However, it is poisonous if consumed directly. The girl from the Jiangnan Academy team hid behind a car in the same room. She was angry that she couldn't even see the details of the snake, and a battle in such a case was out of the question. She said that if she didn't protect her eggs, she wouldn't dare to stay here. However, this herb was very important to Brother Yun, and she couldn't miss it, so she risked launching the flares. She heard loud footsteps in her direction. The fact that someone was coming this way really scared the poor girl. However, she had hoped that it was Brother Yun, or someone from the team. Then she gathered her courage into a fist and told herself that it didn't matter if it was an enemy. After all, she was an excellent student of Jiangnan Academy. Students from the regular academy would hardly be able to harm her. However, when she noticed that it was not just one person or even a group, but a whole crowd, it shocked her. She was horrified and asked herself why there were so many people here. People entered the room in silence. They walked straight towards the snake and the grass in front of her. The girl kept wondering where so many people were coming from. It was beyond the scope of one team. She wondered what academy they were affiliated with. One of the pile of people turned to her, though he didn't see her, told the woman not to hide. After all, he could still smell her scent here. Said that she dared to send a signal so brazenly, only Jiangnan Academy didn't seem to care about the results. After his words, the girl finally popped out. She kept her weapon at the ready and said that she knew she was from Jiangnan Academy. He dared to say such a thing. She notified them that Brother Yun was already rushing here, and if they didn't want to stay beaten up, they should hurry up and leave this place. The group of people were laughing. One of them asked if she was blind and couldn't see how many of them there were. Another one shouted that did she think they would all be afraid of Yun Chen? saying that he was really good at team fighting. He could slay mortals all at once. The first one picked up on it and asked if the poor guy could defeat 70 or even 700 people. The one who smelled the woman said that, simply put, they were people from ordinary academies, and it was true that they were inferior to the top 7. But still, so what if there were more of them? He said that before the round started, 55 people had agreed to act as a unified Academy Alliance, with a total of over 1,100 students. Wouldn't it be great if they could deal with the top 7 academies and split the profits? He was saying that another 100 students were just on their way, and when they all arrived, even the entire Jiangnan Academy team would be crushed by them. He burst out laughing. But then a loud shout from the people behind interrupted his cheering. Something was thundering them from behind. It was Yunchen. After dealing with the first bunch, he asked the instigator, did he really say that they would be able to crush their team? The girl with tears in her eyes was extremely happy with Brother Yun's arrival. The crowd of people were shaking with fear, but still didn't believe that the classless really appeared. Someone remarked that he looked different in life, and his aura was frightening, and another said that the power of the fireball was surprising. With one skill, he had dared several people. They asked what they should do, because this man was too dangerous, a self-confident type. The instigator stepped forward, asked why they are cowardly. There are more of them, saying that even one spit is enough to drown him. Besides, he is a lowly, classless person. Yunchen questioned about the larger number and said that in that case, let them attack. He struck with his spear, so that a hole was left in the stone floor. And lastly, he shouted that he wanted to see him fight. And then he shouted terribly loudly, who will fall first? So he used the basic skill of a fighter. Battle cry. His yell sent a shockwave through the building. Some of them were even knocked down. One was saying that no, he couldn't do it anymore. And some were still standing. This one stood and shouted at them not to be afraid, for there were more of them. But in fact, he was terribly angered at having felled many with one battle cry. He asked himself, how frighteningly high were the attributes of this classless one? However, even after realizing this, he still continued to argue with him, telling Yun not to be overconfident. Did he really think that with one basic warrior skill, he could subdue all of them? In the blink of an eye, Yun was right in front of the guy's nose and asked what he said there. Now he was running away, begging not to kill him, calling him brother and saying he was wrong, begging him to let him go. Everyone else picked up on his tactics and ran away too, shouting that they were wrong and wouldn't bother him anymore, asking him not to blame them as they just wanted to get some resources and asking him to consider them as just air. Yun exhaled and asked, what was the point even with so many people? If one didn't have the courage to attack, he called it an ordinary crowd of people. Now he turned to the girl and thanked her for trying to keep the soul purification herb safe, said that she was safe now. A blush appeared on her cheeks and she replied that everything was for Brother Yun. Old Man Ye in the director's meeting room laughed and said that he thought there would be a terrible fight. But Yunchen managed to handle everything without bloodshed, and it was for the best. After all, the most important thing in this round is to save strength. The other principal said that the others were not so lucky. A team of 100 people is really hard to deal with. Already a dozen students from the top 7 academies have dropped out of the tournament. Next year it is worth adjusting the rules, because it cannot be left like this. Old Man E replied that after all, they are the first to hold the survival round, so the rules are not perfect yet. Besides whether the defense is good or not, he said that he thought a few students had disappeared, although he doesn't know which academies they are from. Another old man said that they might have been swallowed by monsters or crushed in some ruins. But that's a minor problem, because he's sure that his academy's defense is absolute. Someone said that outside the city they covered the whole area with a protective barrier and no monster can pass through it. There is also an airship flying overhead with veterans patrolling the area, watching everything that happens. And in the city itself, second-rank warriors are hiding in the shadows as the students' last defensive defense. But even so, there's no escaping the losses in the survival round. The abandoned building was crumbling further and further away, dust and glass flying from the already broken windows. There, Yunchen was doing battle with the three-headed monster snake. He attacked it time after time, and after one such strike, the snake sagged violently. It no longer moved, and Yun also landed on the ground. The girl was amazed by such a show. She said that he was as good as he was. Even that terrifying three-headed snake in front of him looked like dirt. She shouted that he was no match for her at all. Yun replied that after all, this was a competition for students, and therefore the monsters here couldn't be beyond their strength and capabilities, saying that otherwise it would cause too many unwanted casualties. He reached for the grass and asked the girl to send another signal, because they needed to gather the whole team here. He said that once they had gathered, they would have to explore the other places with resources. The girl didn't waste any time and immediately threw the sigil into the sky. The fire broke a hole in the roof of the building and flew high into the sky. Not only the Jiangnan academicians, but also the other participants paid attention to it. One guy turned to Brother Ning and said that according to their original plan, they were supposed to reach the control point first and ambush them. But it seems like the classless team got there first. He asked what they would do now. Would they surround them or fight the classless in the open? Ning replied that they shouldn't do any of the suggested things, as there were still plenty of resource points left, and they would wait for the others there. One guy said that it seemed strange to him, or if there were fewer of them, he asked where Li Jun was. He seemed to be walking behind him. Another also asked where this guy had gone. They suggested that perhaps he had just gone to take a leak. The third told them not to worry, because if he wanted to live, he would surely come running. And the fourth agreed with him and said to hurry up and go. Who walked up the stairs to the beautiful but abandoned temple and talked about Ning Junyi and classlessness. He thought that it didn't matter who stood up, Jiangnan Academy, or maybe Qingyun Academy. He knew that in comparison to him, everyone was just a small speck of dust, and as long as Master had the opportunity to come, they would all be wiped out. The unknown man stood in a special pose and addressed the Almighty Lord, saying that he had arrived, asking him to lower his gaze on him, because he was willing to give him everything. He was ready to give everything and even his life. Then he plunged his own dagger into himself. The man lay breathless on the purple old carpet, which was already soaked with his own blood. Then the black magic. Sacrifice gates were activated. The gates began to gradually open, making the appropriate sound, hissing. They opened and a red bright light rose out of the building. There was a core, gate below. Some priest in a black hooded robe towered over the entire abandoned city, standing on the highest point of the temple. However, the red vortex pierced through him completely, leaving behind a black cloud of dust. Everything began to explode. There was chaos everywhere. Even the local monsters did not expect such a thing, and therefore turned around stunned. One of the monsters tried to escape, but he was enveloped by black magic. The poor guy was in a lot of pain. His eyeball turned black and his pupil bright red, even though he resisted. However, it did not help him, and now he was a demon, just like the many other beasts and monsters behind him. The airship was patrolling overhead, but the connection was broken, and the broadcast in the director's office was no longer displayed. Now there was only static on the screen. Old man. E calmly asked what was going on and why the signal was lost. He also asked what was wrong with the screens of the others. The workers answered that they had problems with them as well. Someone said that technology and magic had shut down at the same time. Something similar to what he had seen before. One kid was terrified. He shouted to everyone to get away from the screens and look in the windows, because there was something terribly strange. Everyone went to the glass windows and immediately became very foggy. Now the academy principal Qing Yun was also stunned. He said that it really happened. The abandoned city was enveloped by black magic on all sides. Everything was smoking and exploding. Old Man Ye looked at the city and said that it was the breath of the world of darkness. He also said that he was afraid that a crack had opened in the abandoned city, and it seemed to be more than one. He also explained that the darkness reduced the fighting power of a normal person while corroding the equipment. In addition, the monsters were getting stronger and more ferocious. The students were in great danger. Academy Principal Qing Yun told the others that the reasons are still unknown, but the safety of the students is paramount. He ordered them to immediately open a hole in the airship barrier and order the judges to protect the students. They must not allow mass casualties. Old man. Ye stood silent. He thought about the fact that for demon kings, the essence of a demon king is sacrilege. For now, the protective barrier would not allow him to teleport into the city. He sincerely hoped that Yun Chen would be fine. After all, he was the one they were hunting. Yun and that girl from his team were still left waiting for the others in the room where the three-headed snake was earlier. The girl asked why everyone was so slow and why it was taking so long. Yun replied that after all the teleportation points were random and therefore they could simply be teleported far enough away from this place. They didn't know what was going on outside yet. Now the girl smelled a strange odor in the air and said so. She was afraid that it was from her even though it couldn't be. After all, she had showered last night. Yunchen also noticed it and had some feeling that he remembered well. When he looked up and saw black magic creeping into the hole in the ceiling, he immediately realized that it was darkness. However, he thought it was impossible. After all, the priests had cleared the areas earlier. He thought that it might just be the remnants of dark energy, but it was a very familiar feeling. It was clearly darkness, Yun asked himself. Where was it coming from? Suddenly, a group of people called out to Yun Chen. It was his team members, and no one extra. A black vortex rushed at them from behind. One guy asked what it was. The elf girl also paid attention to it. Yun Chen rushed forward and shouted for them not to stop and run away immediately. He explained to them that this was the very real darkness and they should never touch it. This frightened his people. They did not expect to encounter darkness in this place. They all rushed to escape. And the darkness itself was already terribly close. Someone said that he had only heard about it from his elders, but he was seeing it for the first time. Another asked where the thing in the competition arena came from, and suddenly one of them was caught by a black horrible monster. The guy shrieked one last time. But the monster still swallowed him. There were demons waiting inside. They were all laughing, and the students of Jiangnan Academy were terrified. They started attacking the monster, and wishing it dead, they sent fireballs one after another, but the monsters also fought hard and attacked. Someone shouted to fell them, and the whole place was in fire and smoke. But the fighting spirit would still be under the team. One girl shouted that they would fight back together. The elf girl had already started to summon a silver moon. But before she could even finish her sentence, one of the monsters hit her. She shrieked loudly and flew somewhere in the dust. When she came to her senses, the girl realized that something was wrong with her clothes. And then she realized that the darkness was eating away at her clothes and everything was tearing and gradually exposing her body. The druid's basic skill of vines was used and they began to envelop her body. They threw the poor girl directly into Yun Chen's hands. He caught her. The girl was as awkward as possible. She tried every possible way to cover herself with her hands. And Yun took the robe of the academy and gave it to the girl. She was silent at first, and then quietly and curtly thanked Yun. He didn't answer her anything, but told her that the surviving team members had finally arrived. A bigger problem awaited them next. There was a cloud of darkness in front of them and around them. It gradually enveloped them too, but inside, there were not only ashes waiting for them, but also a bunch of scary, powerful monsters. There was a bright flash of white light. It was Yun using the priest's basic skill of purification. Suddenly, they heard a sound from above. The airship shouted an emergency alert and repeated it a couple times, then said that all students should leave the arena immediately. The round was interrupted. Yunchen turned to the others. He said that his purification wouldn't last long, so everyone should immediately follow what he said and use the battle sign to evacuate. No one needed to be told twice. Everyone took out their battle signs and had already started to evacuate. But the elven woman for some reason just sat there with it in her hands. She looked at her battle sign and asked in a panic, "Why wasn't it working?" The airship kept flying over the magical barrier around the city and shouting an emergency alert, saying that all students should leave the arena immediately. The round was ending. The girl asked what was wrong with it, saying that she was squeezing it with all her might, and asked for the umpteenth time why it wasn't working. Yunchen replied that it might be because of the darkness, because it corrodes the teleportation array. He threw her his and told her to use it. The girl caught it but asked, "What about it?" Yun turned away and said he could survive here, yelled for her to leave quickly when she didn't react. He reminded her that it was the captain's order. Tears came to the elf girl's eyes. She thought that unlike Yun with her strength, she would only be a burden. So she still agreed, but also told him to make sure to survive and be very careful. Finally, she squeezed the guy's battle mark, so that there was a loud cracking sound. She was finally able to teleport. Someone clapped Yun Chen's hands and voiced it with a voice. It was a man in a red robe. His face could not be seen. He said about what a responsible captain he was, after all, taking care of his precious crew members. Yun Chen said that he remembered him. After all, he was one of the judges in one-on-one battles. The guy's eyes looked blank and indifferent. He asked how he got here. The man explained that he was here, of course, for his protection. Yun Chen is one of the best. And now there is a state of emergency. He said that cracks opened up in the abandoned city, and the judges began to act. He grabbed Yun's shoulder and told him to come with him. He said he would take him to a safe area. He used space magic, namely space transference. There was a red flash, and then there was no one left on the spot. Old man Ye's foot landed on the stone floor. He realized that it looked like his little ones had already left after using the battle sign. However, he was confused by the strange fluctuations of space magic in the air. Old man E had said that space transference could ignore distance, so it was extremely difficult to trace. And if the transference was too far away, it would make it even more difficult. Ahead was a dead tree with no leaves. Its roots were both inside and outside the ground. A pair of skulls lay near one of the outer roots. A portal opened in the sky, and from there, Yun Chen's body began to form. The guy landed and realized that he was not in an abandoned city, but he also did not feel any life, and therefore this is clearly a place corroding darkness. And not for the first year, Yunchen immediately realized that it was too dangerous to stay here, and suddenly the same judge who intended to save him flew down from above. But Yun managed to deftly jump to the side. The man in the red robe did not realize what had happened. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. He told the guy that his sense must be dulled by the darkness here, asked how then he felt his attack, and suddenly something struck the stranger. Now he saw Yun Chen's different appearance. His hair was white and his clothes were glowing with a bright blue light. Yun Chen apologized in front of him, but said that the darkness was like his own. The guy used the effect of talent. Darkness. Said that although he did not know his motives, but since he tried to kill him, he should already be prepared to die. The judge laughed and said that no wonder Yun is so arrogant. He said that means the talent obtained from the essence of the venerable demon king is like that. The man asked what of it, since he was in front of a 38th level space mage. He said that in front of a mage of that level, Yun Chen is nothing. The man used the spatial blade and the use of spell without a staff. Yun Chen thought that he could vaguely see the distortions in space, so it was hard for him to tell where they were flying. The attacks were invisible. He decided that he had to keep his distance. Yun tried to repel the divine lightning strike. 2 deep cuts appeared on that very tree. Yun was at the side of the man, but at a decent distance the man was surprised and asked what kind of skill it was. He said that it was similar to his space transfer, so the level should be at least divine. He also asked if he was right. The judge did not wait for an answer, saying that nevertheless at his level such skills were too costly. He wondered how much Chen would be enough. Yun Chen did not want to talk to his opponent. He sent fireballs at him, and they were flying towards the target. But in response, the man only laughed and said that this is the true power of space magic. It breaks through the space itself and nothing can stop it. He laughed that Yun will definitely die here. In this fight, the protagonist was really hard. He cursed to himself and decided that now you cannot use divine magic too often. He can barely predict the trajectories of the man's attacks. But even then, only by his movements and eyes, you have to dodge better. However, at the same moment, one of the attacks still hit him, landing on his shoulder. It really was too difficult for him. The man said that Yun was good if he missed just one attack, strong enough to be a genius of the Xuanlong Kingdom. However, he must understand something. Realize that a space mage is one of the rarest classes in the world, and therefore any one of them is a strategic unit of the country. The judge shouted that against his background, Yun is absolutely insignificant. The fact that the skill ignores distance and distorts space shocked poor Yun Chen. He couldn't believe it. This really is nightmarishly dangerous. Something had injured Yun Chen badly. He spat out a bunch of black mass. Now the guy was lying on the ground. He had no strength left at all. But he said he wouldn't put up with it. And the judge in the red robe rushed over to Yun, laughing that here was his reward, telling his charm to hurry up and go to him. Suddenly, fire appeared from the main character's hand. It's a basic striker skill, Fire Fist, and Yun pushed off the ground and flew upwards. The fact that this bastard Yun Chen was pretending to be terribly pissed off the man in the red robe, the fiery fist hit him so hard that he spat out a bunch of blood as well. He was thrown backwards into a pile of all sorts of rocks and tree roots. He stood up, his face was now visible, his clothes were badly damaged and all torn. The naked eye could see how thin this man was. He said through pain that it was fine, but in return he would mutilate Chen's body and leave only a head. Meanwhile, Yun Chen had already used super self-healing and now looked completely healthy and whole. His appearance had also changed. His hair was now longer and lighter, and his clothes were now black. Yun Chen looked very belligerent and powerful. While the judge was just getting up, he was already standing confidently on his feet. The space mage was furious. He shouted that he would kill him, that he would tear him to shreds. Meanwhile, Yun grabbed his staff and a huge golden magic hand appeared behind him. However, the guy also realized that this man's level was too high, and a fire fist alone wouldn't be enough. Besides, if he hadn't pretended to be dead, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Yun also knew that the rollback time of super self-healing was too long. There was no way to use it a second time. This man's space magic could ignore distance and defense. A few hits could be fatal. Any of his skills are dangerous to Yun Chen, so you cannot delay the fight, not to mention contact with his magic. And the protagonist decided that it would be better to attack first, such an attack that will take him down at once. Then he used the main skill of the mage, namely Fireball, as well as the main skill of the mage, Rockfall B level. In response to the enemy's attack, the man decided to use Comic Fire. He managed to block the fireballs, however. It wasn't that simple. Magic vines were already rushing towards him. The space mage summoned a cosmic slash, and the purple magic tore apart the attacking plants, but he was unable to avoid another attack. Yun Chen himself was already rushing towards him, pointing his mighty spear at him, while Yun used the assassin's basic skill of heart-piercing. The mage blocked the blow with a cosmic distortion. After he thought he had succeeded, his expression blurred into a smug smile. However, Yun Chen had disappeared somewhere. Now he was flying at him from above. Pointing his spear, the man turned around at him and asked, "Did Yun think that he hadn't figured out his trick?" Now the protagonist's face was very tense, and the mage was shouting that he had felt the magic of his body. Yun didn't expect such a turn and therefore wondered what happened. He thought that his attack was definitely coming through his blind spot. He shouldn't have noticed it, and it turns out that the guy was left with only one thing, and that didn't comfort him at all. He activated the power Invincible S+. It gives him immunity to all kinds of attacks as well as control for 3 seconds. It's not much time, but it's all he has. However, this amazed the mage. He didn't even know what this skill was. Now Yun shouted that from now on the man was dead. Yun also used one of the knight's main skills, air dissection. The terrified man used space transference. He teleported somewhere where Yun Chen was not nearby. He realized that it was nightmarishly close and he was almost killed. But luckily, he had prepared an escape route in advance. Still, how many skills this guy had, and each perverted more than the previous one. But to his misfortune, Yun was already rapidly flying at the mage from behind. He realized that he had caught up with him again. Yun was not happy that he had escaped from him again. He did not understand what was wrong. He had eyes in the back of his head. It was impossible to predict this in advance. Yun activated the divine lightning. He should finish him off with one strike anyway. Something abnormal was going on in the air. Yun finally landed. He was stuttering heavily and tired, trying to catch his breath and recover as soon as possible. The space mage was right in front of him, and there was a portal behind him. The man was laughing and talking about how many times Yun had used the divine skill. Finally exhausted, he also said that apparently the time of the pass skill had expired. He calmly asked if Yun was curious about Yun Chen's prediction of his location. He explained his question by saying that he could answer. After all, Yun Chen would die right there anyway. However, the protagonist replied that it was not necessary to say. He had already guessed that it was a matter of a magic mark placed in advance. The guy said that from the beginning he was surprised. The abandoned city is so big, and Yun acted with caution and knew that there was definitely no trace of him. He said that he had already wondered how he had found him, and appeared right after Nicole, the elf girl, had teleported away. He recalled the day of the first round, the one-on-one round, namely, the moment when he won, and said that considering that he was one of the judges, it all added up, because he had touched him when he won rounds in one-on-one battles. That must have been when he left the mark on his wrist. In fact, realizing that if it wasn't for that mark the space mage would be dead by now, pleased Yun Chen. He also said that of course it didn't affect the outcome of events after all. He would lose. The mage didn't like being exposed so easily at all. He shouted that Yun was crazy and asked, "What about what he knew?" The man gathered his strength and said that Yun could no longer use the divine skill, and in his current state he was no match for him. He said that from this skill, there wouldn't even be any bones left of Yun. Yun smiled and asked if he was already attacking. Couldn't he see what was under his feet, saying that while they were playing catch-up, he also had time to prepare something. Realizing that he was standing on an explosive, and more specifically on a bomb that was about to explode, the space mage was horrified. This is the main skill of a mechanic: explosive device. At last, the man shouted that it was a bastard trap. There was a loud and massive explosion, but the mage was still alive. He was furious, shouting that he would kill that bastard Yun Chen. Kill. Yun told him that if he were an ordinary mage, this would be enough for him. He also added that he was sorry that the man's level was high. But it was to be expected. The guy took a fighting stance and prepared his spear to strike. Noticing what exactly Yun was doing, the mage couldn't believe his eyes. He said that it couldn't be that pose. He realized that he had to run or he would die and said so. The mage used space transference for the umpteenth time, but Yun shouted at him not to try to escape again. Then the man froze. He was horrified and angry that he couldn't move. He also couldn't believe that Yun Chen had inherited 2 talents of the Queen of Night at once. And the protagonist confirmed his fears by saying that the eyes of the knight could only stop him for a second. But even a second would be enough. Would be enough. Yun was finally able to use his main skill, B-level throwing. The spear flew straight at the enemy with deadly speed. The latter shouted for the guy to stop. But it was all in vain, and the cold weapon flew straight into the space mage, leaving only magic attributes, a lot of attributes, and a hole in the ground. Yoon exhaled and fell to the ground with the words that he was finally done with that bastard. The guy got his usual look and cheerfully said that he seemed to have gotten a lot of useful things, saying that it would be great if the basic skills of a space mage were there. It was already getting dark, and Yoon was still sitting on the ground and breathing heavily. He said that this time there was a really dangerous enemy. He even had to use everything possible, and after all, one wrong step, and he would be in the place of the now dead space mage. Yoon got up and said to himself that now it would be very useful to know where he got to, and the purpose of his attack he did not know. But the fact that the mark he put in advance, it means that he already had a plan, and according to it, he got to this desert. In the end, Yoon decided that it was not important now, and it would be better to deal with it later. Now he decided to see what he got as a reward. The protagonist said that when a person died, the space of their inventory would also burst, and all the items would fall out. This phenomenon was also known as equipment explosion. Yoon crouched down and picked up some book. It interested him. He realized that it was a book of space magic skills. He realized that, although they were useless to him, most of the books presented were advanced level. Suddenly, he found something and he was very happy about it. It was the basic space mage skill of space ripping. Yoon was pleased with the find. He said that it was a good skill, but the gap created was very small. He didn't even know what the skill would be like with his talent. C plus space rupture. Ruptures space. The rupture destroys everything around it. And the duration of space rupture is only 1 second. Yoon decided to put it in his inventory. After all, it's also worth learning later. Now he had more of a hankering to see what else fell out. Yoon said that the quality of the equipment was good, but there were also level restrictions, so he wouldn't be able to use them for now. The guy held one in his hands and said that he might use it someday, or he might sell it. He said that this place was also full of valuable materials and he would take them all. But Yoon paid special attention to something he found. In his hands was a black feather, the characteristics of which were not known. The guy's appraisal couldn't evaluate the attribute. Some kind of white vortex appeared beside him. It turned out to be just old man Ye who finally found the freshman. He took a breath and talked about how good it was that Yoon was fine. He said that he couldn't believe that there were traitors among them, but he would protect. Before he could finish, the old man noticed that Yoon was alone and couldn't believe his eyes. There was a human powder in front of him, and the old man asked if he had already killed one of them. The fact that it was a 38th level second-ranked space mage shocked the principal. After all, they were very hard to deal with alone. Yoon explained that the mage had been careless and had paid for it. He told Dean Ye to take a look at the feather. It didn't look like an object or material. The old man took it in his hands and told him that it was the sign of the organization Parish. And since Yoon now had it, everything worked out. Yoon didn't understand what the Parish was, and then Dean E told him that in a nutshell, they were people who had betrayed humanity and joined the world of darkness. They hated this world, craved and worshipped the darkness in the hope that it would come to the human world. He also explained that all this mess in the abandoned city was caused by them. Some of the students were part of the Parish. By sacrificing themselves, they opened many cracks. Thus, the breath of darkness entered their world and disrupted the competition stage. To Yoon now, everything was clear. That was why he was immune to darkness and said something about the essence of the Demon King. The guy was afraid that it was because of it that he was targeted by the world of darkness. But apparently they can't come to him directly. That's why they send their dogs. The director of the academy said that this time, not only the students were involved, but also the people from the organization. And now it's time to go back. While Yoon was fighting his enemy, the barrier around the city was opened and all the academies started to help. The situation quickly changed. The monsters hunting the students were defeated. In a matter of hours, the entire abandoned city was cleared. Despite the many problems, it was necessary to announce the results. The organizers did not take into account the points for the survival stage, as in previous years to determine the rating combined points for one-on-one and team battles. Without the slightest doubt, Jangnan Academy won the overall points. But due to the accident in the survival stage, everyone was upset about it, so there were no cheers and complete silence at the awarding ceremony. In the arena, everyone was terribly sad as the participating students had suffered huge losses. Everyone realized that the world was coming to an end. In the meeting hall of Qingyun Academy, all the directors of the top 7 academies were gathered. One of them, the one who was sitting at the head of the table, began to speak. He said that 328 students had died in the survival stage, and 796 were seriously injured. This man is from the Ministry of Defense, and his name is Chu Tianhe. He continued to say that, as they know, These are the best students of their academies, and therefore the losses are catastrophically heavy. Academy Director Ching Yun slapped the table with anger. He said that he couldn't even imagine that among the students could have been scratched by those who came. He also said that it was good that the cracks created by self-sacrifice were small, above the second stage they hadn't encountered. But still, they had wiped out those madmen 30 years ago. He wondered where they had come from again. The old man Ye, principal of Jiangnan Academy, exhaled and said that there might be survivors among them. They probably had accumulated a lot of strength. It had been 30 years after all. But he said that there was a more important question, namely what their goals were. He said that they couldn't have done all this just for Yun Chen alone. One of the directors said that during the battle, he met a third-rank warrior cornered. He was using advanced mage skills. Another principal was horrified. He shouted about how this warrior could use mage skills. Could he really be classless as well? Someone else said that it was impossible. No classless could do such a thing. It was advanced skills. And another said that it turns out the rumors of dual class were not false. Chu Tianhe said that it was originally a military secret. But such circumstances were useless to hide. The existence of dual class was confirmed. He said that it was achieved by something like the Demon King essence. For example, he said that if you want to master the skills of a god of war, you need a god of war essence. The main material for the god of war essence is the heart of a war god of the 4th rank. From one such heart, you can get 5 essences. The representative of the Ministry of Defense said that by ingesting it, not only will you gain a huge amount of attribute points and skills, but there is also the possibility of acquiring the God of War talent. He said that by ingesting it perfectly, you can achieve the original strength of the God of War and get a double class. Academy Principal Qing Yun asked if it was better than the Demon King's essence. Old Man Ye said that it was a matter of course, saying that no matter how unpleasant it was for them to admit it, the darkness world as a whole was a level above their world. And Dean Ye asked if he thought it was worth making a fuss over it. Chu Tianhe said that it was true, but they would not make the problem worse. It was worth mentioning that since there was a war god essence, it was also logical to have a dragon god essence, weapon god essence, and so on. And the man said that this meant that it was possible to have not only 2 classes, but 3 to 4 or even 5. He said that they already had suspicions about it. After all, there was a reason why they had let 2 third-ranked dual classes as cannon fodder. He said that their goal was probably to show the world about dual classes. Chu Tianhe said that dual class was much more profitable than a single level. He asked if the rich families would be able to hold back after hearing about it. What if people started killing each other? How would they stop the world of darkness? He honestly admitted that even he was tempted by such conditions, so such a valuable space mage decided to betray them, and for this reason, this fact was kept in strict secrecy. For a period of time, everyone sat in silence. And then Chu Tianhe shouted that in any case, they should destroy all those who had come, saying that now they would attack in the shadows, and therefore they should prepare better. At Jiangnan Academy, Dean Ye gathered all the competitors. He encouraged them by saying that it was not easy to get the first place. So he asked them why they were all so glum. He knew the reasons, so he told himself not to think too much. Even if the sky collapses, they were still here. And now it was time for the promised rewards. The old man congratulated them on their first place, saying that even if the survival stage was cancelled, they would all receive 3,000 credits, an A-rank skill book, and 5 million in cash. Now the academy disciples finally broke out the cures. The principal turned to Yun Chen. He said that he had previously promised to give him a rare equipment. He added that this was a weapon he had treasured for years, and its name was the name of the Gleaming Dagger. A beautiful silver-cold weapon appeared in the old man's hands, and he handed it over to the young lad. Yun's mood was visibly lifted. He said that it was indeed a rare quality weapon. The glittering dagger weapon has a strength of 30, a build of 10, and the weapon's effect, the glittering dagger within a radius of 100 meters can glitter endlessly, using up the starlight stored in the dagger itself. In the hand of the first-ranked freshman of the province, there was a beautiful, exquisite dagger. Yun looked at it and asked if it was really rare. What kind of quality was it? He had never heard of it before. Dean Ye said that it referred to something unique made of a special material, saying that such items usually had a special attribute or skill, generally a rare quality. The old man also said that the main material for the sparkling channel comes from a rare mineral obtained from the fissure, and therefore its hardness is extremely high and indestructible, and its sharpness is comparable to a diamond-quality dagger. But he said that the uniqueness lies in the sparkle. The darkness can't harm it. and the headmaster said that he hoped this dagger would help Yoon in the fissure and not let him down in battle. Teacher Mi stood nearby. She knew that Dean Ye had kept this dagger for over 30 years and only took it out occasionally just to show off. And now it was given into Yoon Chen's hands. It was not only a gift, but also the weight of expectation. Old man. Ye put his hand on the guy's shoulder in a friendly manner. He said that in addition, as the captain of the team, Yoon had won the first place in the one-on-one fights. He announced that for this achievement, the Academy would additionally reward him with 10,000 credits, 10 million in cash, and an A-plus quality treasure. The credits and cash would be given to him immediately, and he could pick up the treasure at the warehouse. Yunchen pointed his finger at the girl who found the purification herb for him and asked if he could give her the 1,000 credits and the treasure. He explained that if it wasn't for her, he probably wouldn't have gotten the soul purification herb for his younger sister. This shocked the girl. She didn't expect this at all. She hurriedly replied that she wanted to follow Brother Yoon herself, so there was no need to reward her for such a trivial matter. But Yoon didn't want to hear anything. He told her to accept it because she fully deserved it. Someone turned to Yoon Chen. It was Teacher Mi. She asked him to come here, closer. She told him that she and Dean Ye had talked about his sister. He promised to let her study at the Jiangnan Academy High School. The teacher said that if she was ready, they could transfer her here any time. This news pleased Yoon Chen, and he thanked the woman. He knew that Jiangnan Academy is located in Jiangnan Province in Jiangnan City, where all the forces of the province are concentrated, which means that not only good quality education at the highest level, but also a level of security. Yoon decided that the day after tomorrow is just the weekend. Then he will go to bring Yoon Tang here. Teacher Mi said that the good news didn't end there. She told Yoon that his weapon, Demonic Destroyer, was forged by a master from their academy. The master saw Yoon's fight and was so delighted that he started working on a new polymorphic weapon. She asked if Yoon Chen would like to see him tomorrow. Yoon was pleasantly surprised. He said he would be there tomorrow. The guy realized that another polymorphic weapon would greatly strengthen him. It was already night. The stars and the month were shining. A light was burning in one of the windows of Yoon's villa. The guy plopped down on the couch and stretched. Today was really a terribly tiring day, but now he was finally home. He noticed that in his own home, still always cozy, but his joy was interrupted. He sighed heavily. The protagonist told himself that now he was the target of the coming. In the future, he will face strong opponents, and therefore he had to become even stronger. Soon he remembered about the shining dagger. He said that he had studied it almost completely. At night, it automatically restores energy, which is very convenient. Now he decided to look at the most important reward. Yoon said that he was able to return alive because of the S-rank skill given by the system. He didn't know what skill it would be this time, but what he saw on the panel surprised him a lot. He was granted the skill. Hit the target of S+ rank. Now his attack will ignore any evasion, effects, and surroundings, making sure to hit the target, causing all 300% damage. Yoon also thought that it was too much because it's a damn strong skill. The protagonist's face was sweating profusely. He said that the more skill based on the rules, had he had it earlier, he would have demolished that space mage in a couple of seconds. Someone knocked on the door and Yoon shouted them to come in. He was a little embarrassed that someone came to him at such a late hour. It was one of Dean Zia's demonesses. She approached Mr. Yoon. She said that his performance in the competition was impressive, and their mistress was absolutely pleased. Hence, she had specially sent her here to deliver an encouraging gift. She had a small blue light in her hand. The girl said that it was a ghost flame fire seed that grows in the world of darkness and was obtained by the mistress after defeating the Demon King. She said that by absorbing it, it greatly improves the proximity to fire and increases the attack of fire-type skills. If absorbed perfectly, it can be immune to fire attacks. Many rich families asked the mistress to sell it, but she refused. The demoness handed it to Yunchen with the words that it was now his. She had decided to give it to him, so it was worth using it to his advantage. In addition, the mistress asked him to tell him not to absorb it forcibly, otherwise it could harm his body. Lastly, the girl added that he should definitely use some of the herbs of the ice attribute, although the effect will be worse, but it is much safer. Yunchen replied that, as expected from Teacher Xia, this is a great gift, and asked the demoness to thank the teacher for it. She agreed and said that Zhao Yu had some recommendations for ice attribute medicinal herbs, if Yun wanted. Before she could say anything, the guy had already swallowed the blue flames. The girl asked why he didn't listen to her and why he had already done it. First, Yun coughed. and then opened his eyes wide with a strong and unpleasant sensation. The girl shouted that if he continued like this, his body would be burned by the magic flame. Yunqing's body wiggled nightmarishly. Some bumps appeared. It seemed to be bubbling. The demoness shouted for him not to hesitate and spit it back out. His body began to burn with blue fire. Then the girl realized that it was too late, and that the magical flames had penetrated the body. She was terrified. She did not know what to do. Yunqin activated super self-healing. The flames finally calmed down. Yun shrank back in pain and said that the burning sensation in his body, it was horrible. The demoness didn't understand how he stopped it on his own, but asked if everything was fine. Yun said yes, and the absorption was successful. He told her to take a look, and then told her that Ghost Flame is not a normal skill like Fireball. It comes more as a natural skill. In his hand was a blue fireball. Yun also said that once mastered, it itself replaces the fire of his skills with Ghost Flame. He now had a S-rank Ghost Flame skill, a magical flame from the world of darkness, capable of burning through the soul itself. Yun said that it was a great substitute for his original flame, which helps to increase his combat power. In addition, he had his own ability to take any form. The guy clearly demonstrated it by constructing a spiral of flames. The girl was shocked that he really absorbed the ghost flame without any consequences, and he looks good. Demoness congratulated Mr. Yun and said that it was late, and therefore Xiao Yu will deviate. Before leaving, she wished him good night. Her shock, she explained to herself that it was expected from the favorite disciple of the mistress. It was already morning, and the number 2 blacksmith shop of Jiangnan Academy could be seen ahead. Yunqin, together with teacher. We were already inside. The woman said that this is the creator of polymorphic weapons. The blacksmith Mu Jiashu is also the owner of the forge. Yun was fascinated by how many weapons there were. A Vietnamese leg came out of the shadows. It was a full smiling man with a bare belly. He was laughing loudly. Mu Jiashu was happy to finally see Yunqin here. He said he had seen his fights of the past few days and was proud that he had defeated him with weapons forged by his own hands. He shook the guy's hand and lamented that for many years he had forged polymorphic weapons, but his colleagues constantly ridiculed them. Still, who can use both sword and staff at the same time? But now there was someone who uses them to the maximum. Mu Jiashu shouted that it would not be an exaggeration to say that Yun is a master in this field. But he said that despite all this, he noticed that Yunqin didn't have enough of the same type of weapons. The man pointed his hands at his huge collection of polymorphic weapons and said that this was his whole life and years of hard work. He also said that Yun could choose anything as an additional weapon. The guy looked admiringly at all the items and thought that these were all polymorphic weapons, and a lot of them looked good. There was the cloud-breaking demon. It can switch between flying sickle and ring form. The shadow-slashing demon has 3 forms of switching, namely katana, shotgun, and staff. And in addition to them, there is the broken dream demon. This polymorphic weapon can switch into long spear and shotgun forms. Yun realized that given his current disadvantages, the best choice would be. He thought some more. Yunqin looked at the black gilded massive gun. This gun called Demonic Horror. It is of golden quality. It has a strength of 20 plus. It can change form between sniper and rifle and tonfa. In sniper rifle form, the long-range damage and armor penetration is increased by 35%. In tonfa form, its strength is 20 plus and its physique is 40 plus. However, there are some restrictions. In terms of race, it is human and level. It is level 19. In terms of class, it is sniper, fighter, and martial artist. Mu Jiangxi asked if you could wield a rifle as well. He added that there were few snipers who were masters of his craft. Yunqin replied that this was true and asked the man to take it out because he would like to take a closer look at the rifle. Yun thought about the fact that the demonic destroyer's first 2 forms are oriented to close combat, while magic, although it works at a distance, but it is more oriented to the middle distance. What he lacks most is a long distance, but it is not an option to buy a new weapon every time. The man said that demonic horror is one of his favorite jobs, because with it you can not only cover super long range, but also fight off enemies in close combat. He flicked the gun, and it split into 2 parts. Mu said that as Yun already knew the biggest weakness of snipers was close combat, but with tonfa for fighters and martial artists, one could compensate for this weakness. Yunqin replied that it would be nice to have more than 2 forms since the sniper rifle could turn into tonfa. Could they be turned into something else? The man rejoiced that it was a great idea and not too difficult to execute. The freshman replied that in that case he would like a short and long barrel. a long shotgun for close combat and breaking through defenses. And Mu Jiashi replied that then a short, and let it be a rapid-fire rifle, with a break from automatic to single-shot mode. This would provide intense fire at short range. Teacher Mi watched the two and pondered that unexpectedly. But they were having quite a lot of fun together. Her phone rang. What she saw there did not please the woman at all. The man said that he needed to draw up a blueprint first. It would presumably take no more than a week. But in the meantime, Yoon could use demonic terror. Mu asked to accept it. Yoon-chan agreed and asked about the price. Mu Jiashi interrupted him and said that they would discuss the price after the work was completed. While they had time and there was no hurry, he also pleased Yoon that he would also give him a 30% discount. Yoon-chan thanked the man and decided that when he brought Yoon-tang here, she would be able to use the saved credits. In fact, the guy was worried that he had not seen his sister for a long time and hoped that she was doing well there. Suddenly, Teacher Mi came up to Yoon and said that she had some bad news. She said that now in several places in the country discovered cracks, monsters infected with darkness began to invade. It is assumed that this is all the work of the parish. But what is worse, that the attack cities are located on the outskirts of the province and they will not be able to defend themselves. But the most horrifying were the last words. She said that Yoon Chen's hometown was just one of them. Not surprisingly, these words frightened the protagonist, because there is his little sister, Yoon Tan. Many people in Dean Ye were already in the teleportation hall. The old man shouted that all the teachers would support the city according to the plan. He told them to hurry up to prevent the monsters from flooding the city. Teacher Mi and Yoon Chen were also in the room. Noticing them, old man Ye called out to both of them. He blazed with anger, saying that Yoon Chen was just a student. The teachers would sort it out themselves. Asking what he was doing here, without waiting for an answer, he ordered the guy to return to his class. However, Yoon apologized and with a serious attitude told Dean Ye that he could not fulfill his request. The guy said that if he could not protect his family, what was the point of becoming stronger? Yoon Chen was extremely dear to Yoon Tan. Besides, she was the only one he had left. Teacher Mi explained that Chen's hometown was also attacked, and his sister was still there. She asked the dean to leave everything to her. She promised that she would personally ensure the safety of the arrival back. In the end, Old Man Ye entered the plight of a classless freshman and gave permission to teleport back to the city. However, also told Yoon that he had one single request for him. He asked the guy to take care of himself. As soon as the headmaster finished speaking, Yoon Chen thanked him and rushed to the teleportation site together with Teacher Mi. Two people appeared at the garrison defense line of Dongyun City. There were also military personnel standing there. These two arrivals were Teacher Mi and Yoon Chen. The woman immediately turned to one of the uniformed men. She called him Fang Zhongming and asked him how the situation was. The man hurriedly replied that a wave of beasts had attacked the city gate. Their soldiers were fighting them off with all their might. He also said that since Dongyun City hadn't seen any signs of monster swarms in the past 20 years, most of the soldiers were only level 20, maybe 30, and the strongest of them had only reached rank 2. Making it very difficult to resist, Fang Zhongming said that she, as a third-rank warrior, will help them a lot, for which he expresses his great gratitude to her for her assistance. This soldier is the garrison commander. Fang Zhongming is a 35th level second-rank fighter. The woman understood and told Yoon Chen to follow her. However, when she turned around and noticed that he was not where he was supposed to be, she was horrified and asked where he had gone. And the soldier said that the man behind her had suddenly burst into flames and disappeared. Teacher Mi flashed toward the gate, shouting that Yoon Chen was a young, impatient loon. There was a heavy battle going on outside the gate. There were many explosions. Monsters, mages, and fighters. People were shouting for the monsters to die. Some were shouting for them not to let them go any further, that the lives of the townspeople now lay on their shoulders. But the monsters were also killing their opponents one by one, stabbing their paws right into the heart of the poor soldiers. One of the soldiers stood with his shield right in front of the horrible monster. He thought it was because they were simply unprepared. He thought that in such a development, it would be better if he was sent to the front. He was hard and scared at the same time. He was well aware that with their strength, they would not be able to resist them. The man was almost resigned to the fact that everything really ended up so badly. But there was an attack of a strong hurricane that picked up all the monsters in its path. It was the main skill of the mage. Eye of the Storm and Fireball. In combo, it was a deadly pillar of fire. The monsters broke into a scream. Now fear was gripping them. The warriors didn't realize what it was, but probably reinforcements had arrived. Also some strong mage. And another man said that, no, one mage wouldn't be able to use such an Eye of Storm, which meant that several mages had arrived at once. Yunchen descended to the ground on his mighty golden griffin. The guy looked around and said that from the looks of it, this wave of beasts had been stopped. People were both scared and happy to see him and the griffin here. Some were scared of the griffin at first, and some were happy to say that it was also an unusual griffin, because it was too powerful and big to be ordinary. Yun finally jumped off his divine beast and said that the student of Jiangnan Academy, Yunchen, had arrived to help, and the remaining reinforcements were still on their way. And Yun thought that, fortunately, after the contract with the beast, it could be summoned anywhere, at any time. It greatly reduced the arrival time. The soldiers were amazed that Yunchen himself had arrived. One of them said that he thought he had heard the name before, another asked the others if he was the champion of their province, and another said that seeing it once was much cooler than hearing it 100 times, also saying that compared to Yun, they were all just weaklings. This made the guy very embarrassed and uncomfortable. He said that he was done flattering, asked how the situation was, added that the cracks must have been opened by the people from the parish, asked if they had discovered them. The soldiers didn't expect to hear that. One of them replied that they hadn't, and so far they had only encountered a horde of monsters. However, despite the fact that they had defended the gates as best they could, a few of the horde had managed to get into the city. But still, there were units stationed in the city too. They should be able to handle it. The fact that they did not see any of the people of the parish did not please the guy in the slightest. He wondered if they should not help the monsters in the attack, if they had already stealthily infiltrated the city. But what was their goal in that case? Is it to capture the city itself? Yun thought that it was impossible. The reinforcements would still repel it. Yunchen's phone vibrated in his pocket. It was Yuntang. Yun asked her why she didn't pick up the phone, and the girl explained that earlier there was an alarm about monsters infiltrating the city. The teacher took them to the school shelter. They just went inside. Yunchen exhaled a sigh of relief and said that he was glad she was okay, and also that she had scared his brother to death. However, to his disappointment, his little sister said that right now there were some strangely dressed people outside, not even a bit like teachers. They don't know who they are. And Yun rushed into town and told her not to open the door to them under any circumstances, saying that he would come soon. Up ahead was Dongyun City's number 3 middle school. Someone was approaching. One of the people called out to the other. They were 4 people, one of them a girl dressed in black robes. The man in the back asked, "Does this look like a shelter?" He said it looks more like a big box. And the other said it's just a shelter for schools. Its purpose is not to protect against them, but against earthquakes. This guy also said that they should talk less and keep their target in mind, saying that Yunchen was hiding in Jiangnan Academy and they would be extremely difficult to attack. However, it's different with his precious little sister. It's quite easy to catch her in such a remote city. One of them laughed evilly and said that as long as they had his sister, they could easily control him and would be rewarded with the essence of the god of war. While another asked who asked this freshman to eat the essence of the demon king. He had incurred the wrath of their masters. One of the 4 said that was the end of it, and now let them watch him tear down this pile of junk. He slammed his huge sword hard into the ground, cutting it open, the shockwave hitting the iron doors of the shelter hard. First there was a cloud of smoke, and then the doors collapsed. The students inside were scared, some saying they wanted to go home. When the dust cleared a little, the 4 in black stood in front of them. The guy who destroyed the door went inside and said that, surprisingly, the mission was pretty simple. He said he felt the essence of the god of war would be in his hands. He towered over the children but was really only looking for one girl among them. At first the guy asked to let him think, then he seemed to have found his target. He was looking directly at Yuntang, and even without that, she stood out a lot for her bravery and resilience among the others. Someone in green shoes stepped forward. It was a girl with a dagger. She ran at the guy and shouted for him not to dare raise his hand on her students. She already wanted to use the heart knowledge and started to summon it. However, the attacker didn't let her do that. He knocked her down with one hand, striking her with flames. The flames threw the girl off and flew far forward. They also said that she was only a pathetic level 23 assassin. How could she intend to kill a rank 2 warrior? Although he also said that obviously nothing more was to be expected from a teacher in such a backwater, the other people in black robes laughed. And then the same guy said that it was already enough games and it was time to act. The other guy said that they should catch Yuntang and teleport out of here. Then success was definitely in their hands. The man with the huge sword looked directly at the girl and laughed. He asked the little girl if she had heard everything. He said that if she didn't want to get hurt, she should just listen to her uncle. He promised that uncle would be gentle with her. Despite all her bravery, Yuntang was scared. She quietly said she didn't want to, even though Yun wasn't here. but she was calling out to him and asking for help. At the same instant, Yun Chen's spear swept from behind. He was using the basic skill of throwing. The spear fell right in front of the girl, and now the offender could not be seen behind the cloud of dust that rose in the aftermath. Yun Tang was surprised, and the three people in black robes were terrified. One of them asked if Yun Chen was really here. On the stone floor lay a hand holding a broken weapon. One of the remaining wardmen said that the intelligence reported that throwing was his strongest ranged skill, while another had already rushed towards the wounded man. However, he probably wanted to take the spear. Unfortunately, his divine golden hand prevented him from doing so and took the weapon away earlier. But one of the guys in black only had to listen to his friend's words that Yun Chen was able to retrieve his weapon. The magician was not confused and pierced the golden hand going through it. He said that if one took action beforehand, this could be easily avoided. He announced that now the classless had no weapons. He would not come here. He said to take the star weapon. It's still a treasure after all. The traitor's hand reached for the spear, saying that it was now his. But no sooner had he touched it than Yun's foot painfully pressed his hand to the ground. And the protagonist stood on the unfortunate man's limb and asked, how could he let him touch his weapon with his dirty hands? The guy in black was very angry. He shouted for that asshole Yun not to dare to underestimate them. Yun responded with an indifferent, ouch, and used one of the basic skills of a fighter, namely a punch. The punch was so strong that it knocked out the attacker in an instant. The other wardman told him that he was playing with death itself. Yun Chen turned around lightning fast. The dagger that Dean Ye had given him flew straight at his interlocutor. He said that a simple dagger was easy to parry. He was confident in his strength, so he swung his sword without even blinking. But to his disappointment and surprise, the dagger went straight into his chest. The fighter didn't bleed. He simply vanished into space as creatures mixed with darkness usually do. Now Yun turned back to the students of the school. He crouched down to his little sister and stroked her head carefully. He asked Yun Tong how she was, and if she was hurt. She told her brother that she was fine, and he should turn around because that bad guy was running away. The black mage flew away into the sky, or rather that single girl. She thought that the fact that Yun Chen had killed 3 people in just a couple of seconds was unthinkable. She told herself that he was not a human, but a real monster. The girl remembered that it was assumed that the space mage Chen Puyu had killed Ye Anfu. However, from what she had seen, she could tell that Yun had handled him himself. Although she was terribly scared, with cold sweat dripping off her, but she felt that she should definitely report it and realize the danger level of this classless monster. As Yun Tang stood up, she asked her brother what he would do. He would run away from it. Yun Chen calmed her down by saying that she shouldn't worry. He wouldn't run away. Then Yun grabbed the demonic nightmare. From 2 separate parts, it turned into a rifle. This is the transformation, a sniper rifle. Yun Chen took aim at the fleeing parishioner. The girl probably sensed it. She turned around, and at the same moment, a bullet flew into her back. The enemy dissolved into thin air, and Yun, watching this, said that it was now clear. In front of Yun Chen was a hole in the iron door, and in front was the head of the slain traitor girl. It was still smoking. Some schoolgirls came forward and looked at their savior with rapt attention, shouting how handsome he was, telling Yun Tang that her brother was truly amazing, that they wanted to marry him. Hearing this, Tang clung to her older brother and shouted that such a thing could not happen, saying that her brother was single, and the only girl allowed to stay with him was herself. Teacher Mi appeared from around the corner and shouted at Yun Chen that she had told him not to leave without permission. After realizing that there were no threats around, she was surprised and asked, had he already killed everyone? There were still some remnants on the floor. Teacher Mi knew that they were all second-rank professionals. This made her realize that against the offenders, this guy Yun Chen was terribly ruthless. In response to her question, Yun said that he was just lucky. All of them from the parish must have been their target, and so they decided to slyly pull Yun Tang into this. Teacher Mi exhaled and said that because of the essence of the Demon King, he was really an eyesore to them. She said that he could go back and take Yun Tang with him, and she would take care of the rest. In Jiangnan Academy's projector office, the woman was telling Dean Yi that this time, the situation was similar to that of the competition. The ward members sacrificed themselves to open the cracks. She said that their exact purpose was unknown. However, it was definitely related to Yun Chen. Teacher Mi said that she had some doubts over the correctness of Xia Qingcheng's Demon King essence transfer to Yun Chen. Old Man Ye replied to her that the Demon King's essence is just a spark in this situation. They have been on bad terms with the world of darkness for a long time. He said that unfortunately in such a case, killing the genius of one side is the best way. He continued that not to mention that Yun Chen is the winner of the competition, he can be considered the strongest talent of the new generation of Xuanlong without exaggeration. Because even without the Demon King's essence, he would be the main target of the arrival. Just the essence accelerated the moment a little. The headmaster stood up from the table and said that of course they wouldn't be on the defensive all the time either. Nowadays, many academies were forming demon hunter teams, which would allow the students to gain experience and counterattack. The old man asked teacher Mi how their academy was progressing. The woman said that the first group had been selected, mostly freshmen and sophomores, and now they were being sent to different parts of the world under the guidance of teachers. The principal replied that this is not bad. And as for Yun Chen, he has already called. His sister will be enrolled in Jiangnan City High School soon. Now that Yun has no worries left, he should not cause so much trouble. Meanwhile, at the sight of Yun, Tang jumped with excitement. She couldn't believe that this is his dormitories. After all, it is all such an amazing luxury. She said that he had such a cute little animal that she was even jealous. Yun Tang squeezed the poor plant so hard that it started screaming. Yun Chen told his little sister to be careful. After all, she is still a demonic thornflower. But Yun himself was not thinking about it as much as he was thinking that teacher Mi would help him translate Yun Tan. However, it would be better if Yun Tan herself was worthy of Jiangnan Academy. The guy turned to his sister and told her that it was time for her to awaken her talent as well. The girl sighed languidly and said that it was. They were just taking a 2-day course to do so, but the monster invasion had stopped it. Yun Chen tossed her a blue bottle with liquid inside with the words that since that was the case, let her catch the enlightenment potion and use it right now. The girl didn't expect this at all and was surprised that he suddenly wanted her to do so. She said that she had heard about this potion, but it was very expensive, so much so that even children from rich families couldn't afford it. Yun Tang said that because they sold it, they would get so much money. This offended Yun a bit. He replied to his sister that her brother had spent so much effort to get it and she wanted to sell it, and told her to drink it. After all, then her potential would be higher and her talent would definitely be good. In the end, Tang still agreed. She started to drink it, although she was a little scared. When she finished, she cheerfully said that she drank every last drop, and the taste of the drink is not bad, slightly sweet. Yun Chen asked if she felt anything. He remembered that it was said that the first awakening of talent caused some side effects. Whether it was a well-prepared potion, it should cause a little itching. Yun Tang replied that something strange was going on. She said that she couldn't describe it, but she had definitely drunk it all and that he could check. The girl rushed towards him and shouted that there was definitely not a drop left. How quickly everything happened surprised Yun. He even thought that her little sister had a talent for speeding up. But then he refuted his own guesses because even if it was a 10-fold acceleration with level 5, it wouldn't work. Besides, it wasn't a spatial skill and he couldn't feel any magic. But despite all this, she had covered a distance of 2 or even 3 meters at a time. So if this speed is not a spatial skill, then Yun put his hand on his sister's shoulder and asked her if she felt anything strange while walking towards him. She said that no, everything was fine, and on the contrary, his brother was behaving strangely. He was looking at the place where she was standing for so long. The protagonist became cheerful and told her that she was right because he didn't see her move, only how she appeared. He explained that this moment was just accelerated because she had a talent related to time. Yun Tang was surprised. She didn't even realize what he meant at first. The guy grabbed his phone, saying that this was an even rarer talent than space magic. And if Space Mage was a strategic level class, then Time Mage was a nuclear level class. He decided that he should report everything to Teacher Mai first. Now, Yun Tang. Teacher Mi, Dean Ye, and Yun Chen were in the Jiangnan Academy's awakening room. Yun addressed the dean saying that she was just a middle school student and therefore he shouldn't have come. The old man shouted, asking what this Yun even knew, shouting that a Time Mage was the rarity of them all, that in the entire history of Jiangnan Academy, they had never once had a Time Mage. Suddenly they both turned around astonished. Dean Ye was extremely shocked, for the Talent Awakening Stone revealed a Time Flow talent. A Time Flow talent of S quality. Its effect is to speed up or slow down time for a chosen target. Old Man E was happy that she is really a time magician. No middle school teacher has the right to teach her, so she will cross the middle school and her teacher will be one of the deans. He shouted to Teacher Mi not to dare to tell anyone about this, that it is top secret. The woman was already running somewhere with all her legs, but she heard his words and said that she understood. The principal turned to Yun Chen, saying that he had done a great job, repeated that it was a class of time. He was very happy about it. He said that he would go contact the Ministry of Defense. Dean Ye teleported out of the room. There was silence in the awakening room. Only the brother and sister were there. Yoon approached Yoon Tong. She asked what it all meant, and her brother told her not to tell anyone what had happened. He realized that if this information leaked out, the parish would definitely send people to get rid of her, although now she was somewhat safe. However, sitting still was not his style, so instead of waiting for them to come, he would go to them first. In the Jongnan Academy dungeon hall, there weren't many people besides Yoon. He approached the administrator and said that freshman Yoon Chen came to get permission. The dungeon level range was 2130, and the difficulty was a nightmare. Also said that the number of dungeons, all available. Someone sighed unhappily and said that the parish was eating them up from the inside, opening cracks everywhere. One guy, probably a student of Jongnan Academy, said that because of these frequent clashes, too many people were dying. Another said that it was true, fourth-year students of the military department were being sent to war zones immediately. He said that the battles were so fierce that there were so many casualties that they had to send underclassmen. He added that it was unfortunate that sophomores were lucky to survive until graduation. The first guy replied that it was better to go through more dungeons and get stronger. It would increase their chances of survival. One of the administrators was sitting in front of them. The first academic said that he wanted to get permission to go through the second-rank dungeons from 5 to 28 times. The other added that the difficulty should be high. But the administrator said that the permission to go through all the dungeons from level 21 to 30 was taken by one student, that even now he was breaking all the dungeon records like crazy. This was not what the guys wanted to hear. They were very surprised and asked again, and the other guy asked who could be so greedy. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Yun had already defeated a couple dozen opponents. More and more notifications were coming in. Yunchen silently stood among the maimed or even killed, and the notification said that the dwarf dungeon passing records had been updated. This record holder was the classless Yunchen. The academy students looked at the screen and became more and more surprised. One asked, "What the hell? How many records has he set?" And another said that, as expected from Brother Yoon, he is a real machine. And the third interrupted the second with words to wait and see. He asked, "Is Yoon not going to stop?" "Yes, that's right." Yunchen was not planning to leave the dungeon yet. He was moving on to the next dungeon. The disciple said that he was definitely insane without any respite. Another said that Yunchen was the only one who would dare to do so. There was already a new dungeon in front of the protagonist. There were skulls, and crows, and also a huge yellow beast eye. The guy was teleported to the Grave of Old dungeon, level 2527, and the difficulty of this dungeon is a nightmare. And there is only one participant. The dungeon also has a note. Ever since the ancient graveyard got out of control, the whole city is shrouded in darkness. More murders eventually return. There were many dead people in the dungeon, or rather, living skeletons. Yunchen thought about how many monsters were here, but mostly undead. Skills with attributes of light and fire would be most useful here. He decided that it would be a good time to try out his ghost flame. After all, compared to normal fire, it is not only more powerful, but it also has the ability to burn the soul and shape itself. Yunchen activated it. A blue fire spiral appeared behind the guy. It lifted him high up. The blue flame was now in the shape of 2 fire dragons. In the same instant, the skeletons began to disperse, their souls dying. They evolved until they disappeared completely. After destroying all of them, Yun began the transition to the next dungeon. The scoreboard began to receive new notifications again. The dungeon passage records were updated again. Only now the graves of old, as well as the heavenly ice canyon, the flaming jungle, and so on. The academicians were getting more and more surprised and wondered how many more records this guy needed. Someone suggested that maybe he wanted to erase all the dungeons of the academy. They asked if he wanted to wear himself out to death. They said that it was somehow too desperate. And another asked what made him go to such extremes. Nicole grabbed her heart and told Yun Chen what he wanted, and her hands were shaking. Teacher Mi told Dean Ye that since Yun Tang settled, Chen has been spending day and night in the dungeons. She said that many students had also started to notice that Yun Chen was exhausting himself to the point of walking with great difficulty. She said that after all, the norm for students was 1 dungeon a day at best. The group could only defend 2 dungeons, but he was clearing them all by himself. Old Man E was silent, then said that it was definitely good that he was working hard on himself, but he had some bad feeling about it. Someone knocked on their door. Behind the translucent doors was the silhouette of Yoon himself. When he entered, the headmaster asked if he was all right. For himself, Dean Ye noticed that Yun Chen looked calm. Yun turned to Dean Ye, holding out some kind of book to him. Then the principal of Jiangnan Academy was furious, asking if this was a monster hunting group. He scolded Yun, shouting that he was crazy, that although freshmen could participate, but in Yun's case it was different. He would not even participate in the second year, but even if he got his permission, Dean Xia would still refuse. Yunchen smiled and said that teacher Xia had already approved his permission. This surprised old man Ye. In the paper, Yunchen held out to him was a letter from Dean Xia, saying that regarding her disciple, she would allow him everything and take care of him. Let Yun join Katie's team. Dean Ye thought this was crazy, thought that both teacher and student both are crazy. Yunchen told the old man not to worry, said he could take a look at his characteristics. Dean Ye agreed and replied that he would take a look now. He used the evaluation. There were Yun's basic characteristics, his name and race, his primary and secondary weapons, but much more interesting were his basic attributes without taking into account the equipment bonus, his strength and physique, agility and stamina. Everything was at levels from 269 to 300. The guy also had many useful skills and high-ranking talents. There were also special skills such as divine lightning and using spells without a staff. The old man realized that just considering his talents, Yun could be considered special among the rest. The value of attributes was overwhelming, hidden classes and concentrating on one attribute, they were not even close. In the end, the principal just had to say that since he was so sure he could go, Yun thanked the dean. When the guy left, teacher Mi told the old man that he thought his decision was extremely inappropriate, because as he knew, the parish had started to actively follow Yunchen. He replied that it was true, and Yunchen understood that, so he was taking the initiative, and Xiaoqing Cheng wanted him to join Katie's team. He reasoned that it must be that Dean Xia had taken action. There was a group of people in Sunan City. They were all very different. Some had interesting ears, some had interesting clothes. The man in the kimono said it was too much, asking who else was going to join them. He said that he was still a student at the academy, and also classless. Another said that despite all this guy seemed really strong. He had won a national competition after all, and the man in the kimono asked what of it. He was still just a chicken who didn't know what to do. The third guy in the mask said, "Who cares about that? Their team gets extra credit for killing ward members or demons, so who cares about the guy from a rich family who came here through connections?" The kimono man shouted again that this was too much, called the new member a damn rich man. The girl with unusual ears listened to them and thought that the team spirit was about to go into the forest, asking herself what Dean Xi wanted to do by making such a decision. She thought that Yunchen's strength would really not be enough. However, they already had enough credits, so they should not take any unnecessary risks. She also remembered the rumors that were going around in Dongyun City. She hoped that the guy would keep his cool. A foot appeared above the water. It was Yunchen. He told Miss Kathy that he had arrived. Miss Kathy announced that the last member of the 7th squad had arrived. Yunchen. He was part of the team from now on. The man in the kimono whispered to the other that there was a bag of credits, but he purposely did it so that everyone could hear. He also told his buddy not to talk too much because the children of rich parents would be offended by such things. He said that if he didn't want trouble, he should keep quiet. Yun received a new system notification. It was a new task. The task said that he must take first place in the number of contributions to the team, and the reward for the achievement will be the Stone of Destruction of Borders, the Cross of Rebirth. Fortunately, there is no punishment for failure. Yunchen suggested that perhaps because of the simplicity of the task, there are no rewards, like S-rank skill. He already has the Cross of Rebirth. Hence the second one he can give to Yuntang. The boundary-breaking stone is also a great item. It can break the quality limit of the equipment, thus improving it. Miss Katie shouted that they are in place, can start their first joint operation. She said that supposedly, the parish knows about the Demon Hunter squad, and their special team should eliminate the newcomers. The girl said that over the past few days, in cooperation with the demons, they have wreaked havoc in remote small towns using extremely brutal methods. They do not spare anyone, even innocent children, said that according to the information provided by the local garrison, a group of strange people are in a warehouse near the river pier. According to the investigation, these people came from far away and most likely their parish. At last shouted that they were their target now. Down below was the very warehouse near the river dock. Squad 7 stood on the cliff looking down on it. Miss Katie used her natural perception, told them that there were 28 people inside, with darkness emanating from each of them, most of them second rank, and one quite strong, maybe third. One of the people asked, so what if they were second rank? Shouted that they were students of Jiangnan Academy, that they were the best in their groups, that third and that second rank, they would rake everyone in. He was happy that it was just a bunch of credits. The girl said that if he was so sure, Then go ahead. She knew that it was a test for students. She was interested to see how they did. They all flew down, shouting that soon all these traitors to humanity would be dead. Someone said that it was a bummer. They already had to go 9 to 9 against a bunch of people. And now they had an extra weight with them who would also be certified. They said that they would get experience from it, and he would still be a liar. So it was okay. All these people were talking about Yun Chen. One of the group hit the roof of the building hard with his axe to break through it. The roof easily broke through. The people in black robes were even a little surprised by the invasion. The Jiangnan academicians flew on top of them. Yun Chen was a little behind. They wasted no time and started attacking the people who came. Some used sword burst, some used sun strike, some used breath of light, as well as fist of strength and so on. One of the men in black robes informed the bishop that people had suddenly rushed in from outside. The total number of enemies was still unknown, asking if it would be better for them to retreat. The bishop was completely calm. He replied that he could clearly sense them, told them that there were only 9 attackers and most of them were only second rank, told them to kill them all. The men in robes were blazing. One laughed and said that he thought there was a whole army. But it was just a handful of brats, but they had taken them by surprise, so they would make the young men suffer a little. This infuriated the squad members. One was shouting, "How dare he?" The other was already flying at him and asking if he didn't value his life. The two were already very close to the enemy. One of them used a flash of purple heat and the other a ground-splitting strike. But the enemy blocked their attacks, turning the places they intended to hit into ice. One of the academicians said that he was using elements, which meant he was an elemental mage, and another shouted why being strong would betray his homeland. The one replied that it was simple, and asked what an ordinary man would do in front of a supreme being, told the attacks to prepare for death. The axeman shouted to retreat, but his weapon is frozen because of the ice and he can't reach it. And the other said his hands are stuck in his ice element. The first one asked what they will do. Yun Chen's bullet cut the air with lightning speed. It flew straight into the elemental mage's back. This was a sniper's basic skill, fuel shot. When the attacking academicians realized that it was a freshman and he was already standing on the dais behind all the people who came, they were shocked and shouted that Yun Chen had felled the elemental mage with one shot. One of them said that his shots ignored the elemental body and asked, "How does it work?" Yun said to himself that the skills with the mandatory hit worked effectively. He used one of the basic skills of a sniper, fast reloading. Also said that they ignored any physical defense. Said that there were many more targets and therefore it was possible to practice. Some people in black robes were hiding in large boxes. Some had 1, some had 2. Yun launched 3 projectiles at once, using the basic sniper skill of penetrating bullets, as well as frost bullet and fuel shot. The bullets easily penetrated the walls of the boxes, but the sound was quite loud. Those who came in didn't even realize where they were being shot from when they were hit in the heart. One of them cried out through the pain and shouted that he was in a blind spot. How could he be hit? The people from Katie's squad were terrified because out of 4 shots, Yun didn't miss a single shot, said that they had a divine sniper on their team. Another asked, "Isn't this a classless freshman?" This shocked him even more. Bishop was furious. He shouted to his men to deal with the sniper first, telling them that the sniper was easy to defeat in close combat. Everyone immediately rushed over to Yun Chen, shouting that he was a sneaky bastard, that with their bloody shots they would kill him. The people from the squad also rushed forward, shouting that they wanted to deal with Yun Chen, that they would help him, because a freshman couldn't handle the ward members alone. When the parishes were so damn close, Yun asked them if they wanted a close combat. He now had a sword in his hand and offered his opponents to play since they wanted to. He pushed himself off the floor and rushed towards the enemies, the guy's eyes burning with a violet light. He activated air dissection and shouted, "Step forward." He dissected the enemies with elusive speed and blocked their magic attacks. This made the members of the 7th squad more and more shocked. The man in the kimono asked if he was imagining it, if he had single-handedly defeated a whole mountain of ward members. Another shouted that he thought Yun was a brat who had come prepared. But now it seemed to him that they were the ones who had come to the ready. A magical blue flame spread through the air. It was coming from Yun Chen, and he was within the circle of his own flame. The bishop said that it was the ghost flame of the darkness world. He asked how a child who hadn't even reached the 30th level could get it. He also said that the appearance of this guy, he had seen him somewhere. And then the man shouted that he remembered that it was the same Yun Chen, the one who had absorbed the essence of the Demon King, a classless one whose killing was rewarded. Bishop laughed and said that it was worth leaving the task for now. After all, it was for starters. And he wanted to take his head. He jumped and flew to him, saying that the bounty on his head was greater than any other task. Some kind of green arrow flew through the air, but it turned out to be no arrow at all, but a vine, and it grabbed the man's leg, stopping him. It was Miss Katie, the head of the 7th squad, who addressed the 3rd rank and told him that she would be his opponent. The one turned around and laughed. Meanwhile, Yunchen was already standing amongst a pile of immobilized or even breathless bodies. Some of the squad said that he was too strong an opponent for them. Others said that he had killed at least 70% of the ward members here, and they were all 2nd rank. One of them asked if only the 3rd rank could stop him. The masked man asked the man in the kimono what he thought about it. He said that even though the 3rd rank should be dealt with by Teacher Katie, maybe they should try it too. They were interrupted by Yun Chen, saying that it was time to go, after all. They should move on to the next destination. There was a map in front of them, and someone said that they were almost ready. It was the ward people. One of the guys in black robes said that all the elementary and middle schools were marked on the map. They would start in the evening, said that the local school children should feel the horror of the world of darkness. Suddenly, he looked up and was very surprised at something. Said there was someone behind him, the man he was addressing. Asked what he was talking about, said he had someone behind him too. The man turned around, cursed, and then he scattered, probably killed. Someone appeared in the wooden box, it even cracked. It was the members of the 7th monster-killing squad and ward members. The man in the kimono told Brother Yun that they had come to help. He also added that he was rushing too fast that they couldn't keep up with him. He was about to say that he would buff him, but then he stopped. Something really surprised him. Yun was standing in the middle of a pile of corpses. Some of them hadn't even fallen yet. Yun himself was covered head to toe in someone else's blood. He said he had already dealt with it, the guy in the kimono asked in shock. Yunchen didn't answer his stupid question and said that they should go again, that the next target was already waiting for them. It was already getting dark. People were walking through beautiful places, laughing and saying that Brother Yun was incredible in every way. A man in a kimono offered him a drink and asked him if he would drink, because the most important thing was not to get dehydrated. Another man asked the protagonist if he was tired and offered to rest here. Miss Katie watched them and thought about the fact that originally, the purpose of these missions was to train students. But now, Yun Chen has taken it all on his shoulders. At this rate, instead of a squad and demon hunters, they will have a tour of different cities. The phone in her hands rang. She answered and asked, "What's wrong?" and then said she understood and would ask for support from the other teams. The man in kimono asked Miss Katie, "What's wrong?" said that their team has Yun's brother and therefore why they need support. And another asked, "Is there a problem?" She replied that yes, and not just a problem. She said that their next target was 2 third-ranked people. One of them was quite high-ranked. A massive castle was visible from the spyglass. Also a full man. He laughed and said that on behalf of the local garrison, he thanked them for their help. This man is the corps commander. His name is Tai Gei. Yunchen was looking through the telescope. He said that even at this distance, one could feel the energy of darkness. He said that it was strange. The local garrison had just discovered this anomaly. He asked Tai Gei. He replied that it had actually been known about it for a long time. But this building belonged to a very rich man. No one dared to even investigate. He said that if it wasn't for the recent activity of the parish and the order from above, they wouldn't have dared to do anything about it. Someone said that the garrison was the last line of defense for the city, and so asked, how could she allow the enemy to reinforce right under her nose, even considering the above? Someone was watching them from behind. It was the first squad that came for support. One of them said they were just cowards, the garrisons. The man in the kimono said that the fact that the first squad came to their aid was very unexpected. The masked guy said that regarding the combat strength, they were the strongest among all of them, because the strongest student of Jiangnan Academy was among them, namely the student council president Lu Miaoling. Yunchen used an evaluating gaze. He realized that this girl is very strong. Even being a second-ranked girl with 46th level, he can feel some pressure from her. She is not inferior to third-ranked Miss Katie. Lu Miaoling also used an evaluating gaze, reaching Yun. She was surprised. The girl asked why he was only level 26 and hadn't changed class yet. She assumed it was the classless one in the first year. The guy next to her replied that Yun Chen was the best among the new generation of Jiangnan Academy, asking how he was even allowed to go on such a dangerous mission. He turned to Dean Ye, saying that the old man had become too kind. Taiga coughed and said that now that the team was assembled, let's make a battle plan, saying that he was familiar with this manner and therefore could suggest great places to attack. The girl said she wouldn't listen to him and explained that his garrison had let them set up here. and she was afraid that he was the one who would benefit the most, so he hurriedly told her not to slander people. She didn't pay much attention to that, and began to tell him that before the gathering, she had done some digging, a lot of it came out. Using her perception skills, she also found out how many people were inside. But with the exception of the security personnel deployed around, all the ward members were huddled inside, organized into small groups. The economists now had her digital map in front of them. Lu Miaoling said that there was a teleportation circle behind. It was guarded by at least 15 people, including one third-ranked person. Once the massacre started, this place would be the main problem. She said that she hoped that their teachers would lead one team to break through the front to distract the enemy's main warriors, and she would go around from the back and head to the support point. Once successfully captured, they would attack from both sides and trap them in a vice. The kimono man told the masked man that attacking alone, even for the chairman, is too much. Li Miaolin is the son-in-law of several people. The masked man replied that he was surprised by the amount of data she had collected in such a short time, and the kimono man asked what else should be expected from General Lu's daughter. The girl said that since no one minded, she would leave the rest to them and go to the place of attack. The guy in the kimono was silent, and his buddy said that by the way she was so hot. Everyone was already on the mountain near the castle. The man in the kimono said that the corps commander had chosen a good place. This point had a great view and was located high up, making it perfect for attacking. He said that from here they could launch a long-range magic attack without risking anything, and Yun Chen just stood by silently. He thought that something was wrong here. He wondered how such a gap could be left unprotected. Yes, and the surrounding area strongly felt dark energy. Suddenly things started to break out from behind. Black magic seeped out from the ground. Taigo was also swallowed up by the darkness. Miss Katie shouted out that it was darkness. She asked what was going on, saying that the concentration was definitely not that emitted by the small cracks. Standing behind Taiga started to change a lot. He laughed and said that he had carefully chosen their funeral site, saying that it looked good, didn't it? The earth was just bursting with dark magic power. Now the garrison general looked like the very real devil. He turned to the wretched humans, ordering them to kneel. The pressure was so strong that most fell to the ground. Yunchin and Miss Kathy were still holding on, but with great difficulty, someone in the back was shouting that the equipment was breaking and the body wasn't moving. Teacher Kathy couldn't believe such a strong concentration of darkness. Yunchin wondered if he was the truest demon of the world of darkness. The demon rose high into the sky on its wings and directed its dark magic downwards, while inside a sphere of the same. Teacher Katie shouted for backup. The mage girl said she couldn't. She said the darkness was corroding the machinery, there was no connection. Miss Katie couldn't believe they were just going to die. She knew that something was definitely wrong here, that he was definitely third rank but clearly stronger than them. She knew he was using some kind of trickery. The guy with the axe was shouting that he was a bastard, and no wonder the ward members were here. Since the corps commander himself had betrayed them, they were asking how dare he betray humanity. The demon mocked them, saying that how could he betray humanity, then said that he had already accepted the gift of the Lord, shed his mortal body, and washed away this filthy human flesh, turning into a demon, shouting that now all they could do was kneel before him. A little while later, Tai Ge, or rather the demon, turned his attention to Yun. He asked, "How can he move?" Yun Chen looked different. He had a black robe and long white hair. The protagonist didn't answer his question but said that he could not only move but also attack him. Then he took out his long gun. The arrow flew straight at the enemy. Yun also didn't forget to use the main skill of a sniper, penetrating bullets. His task now was to hit the target. The arrow penetrated through the demon's shell, but he covered his chest with his hands. The wounds on his arms were burning blue flames. He said that it was the talent of the Queen of the Night. Also said that he did not expect to run into him at all. The demon considered it a real luck. But after that, he descended to the ground, his eyes blazing red fire. He shouted that he would show the insolent man how foolish it was to mess with third-rank demons. However, Yun wasted no time, and so a blue fireball was already flying at the demon. Taigo gathered a lot of air into his lungs and roared deafeningly. It was a demonic roar, but he rejected the blue flames flying at him. On one side, Yun was already flying at him with his sword, using the knight's basic skill of aerial slashing. And on the other side was the same Yun, only with a dagger in his hands. The demon immediately realized that it was a clone. It made him terribly angry. He asked how dare the pathetic copy go against him. However, he also said that with such a trick, even with his rank it is quite hard to figure out who is actually the original. The demon blocked the blow with his fist. The punch was so strong that Yunchen was thrown into the nearest rock. But much to the demon's dismay, another Yunchen opponent was already behind him and was already cleaving the demon's throat. He used the assassin's basic skill of throat slashing. The enraged demon struck his fist right where the guy was. He was shouting that a level 20 clone, what a lowlife. The demon's pressure eased a little, and the members of the 7th squad were able to lean on their arms or elbows. Although with great difficulty, one of the guys said that this was the strength of the 3rd rank. Brother Yun couldn't even break through the defense, and another added that, after all, the difference in attributes and skill level greatly influenced the outcome of events, and no matter how powerful the basic skills were, they would never compare to the advanced ones. The demon turned to Yun, calling him a boy, and asked, "Isn't he a good fighter? If that's the case, then let him fit." Yunchen replied that it was not easy to defeat him, but if he was so boastful, why didn't he approach him? He told the demon not to stand there. This greatly offended Taige, and he shouted and asked what he was carrying. Now Yun was standing a few meters away from the monster. Yunchen threw his mighty dagger at it and said that the demon had already lost. The demon laughed that the guy hadn't hit once and dared to throw around loud words. Asked if he was relying on this dagger. The demon straightened his arm to catch the cold weapon. But no such luck. The dagger had changed the angle of direction and was now quite close to the monster's black eye. Yunchen flew at him and asked why he should dodge it. It would not do him any good anyway. As he rushed towards the enemy, he used the basic skill of a spearman, namely acceleration, and the guy shouted for him to just try to dodge it, saying that if he did so, he would check what was stronger, the demon's eye or his dagger. The demon tried to run away from the weapon, hoping that sooner or later it would fall. But contrary to his hopes, the dagger was still chasing him. When he finally stepped on the ground and the dagger remained lying in the distance, he was horrified that he had stepped right into the trap. It had grabbed his foot with thorns, a basic skill of a hunter, a bear trap. Then the demon realized that the main goal of the protagonist was not to attack him, but to trap him, also surrounded by vines. This is the main skill of the druid, entangling vines, as well as the main skill of the druid, growth. Now Taige was well aware that he was caught. The magical vines held the monster tightly, and from above, Yunchen flew straight at him. Holding his mighty spear in his hand, he said that no matter how strong the demon was, he was only a 3rd-rank demon, not a demon king, saying that if it wasn't for the darkness around him, stopping the teachers, he wouldn't have been able to withstand their onslaught. The guy said that usually the darkness spreads through cracks. Only it seems that he released it from underground somehow. Yun assumed that there was some artifact under the ground that amplified the darkness. That's why the demon decided to disguise himself to bring them here. Yunchen flew at him, pointing his weapon, and said that having such an important item, he should protect it with all his might. That was why he stood still after every attack. He told the jerk that such a thing should be hidden better. Instead of attributes, he should have pumped his brains. In fact, the classless one was not aiming at the monster but at the ground. He split the ground with the basic skill of a spearman, meteor strike. From there, purple magic immediately came out. It swirled in the air and began to slowly dissipate. Now the pressure dropped even lower, and many managed to rise higher. By the time the demon had already managed to get out, he flew at Yunchen with his fists and shouted that he wouldn't hesitate to finish off that bastard Yun. Then he was grabbed by a natural whip in one hand and thunder chains in the other. The angered demon shouted that they were all pissing him off, that if they didn't want to die, they'd better let him go. He was tied up by 2 girls, Miss Katie and the mage, the teacher saying that he should feel what they felt, and the girl saying that now they would fight as equals. Yunchen shouted that he was leaving him to them, and he had to deal with the fanatics inside the manor. Teacher Katie shouted after him that she was sure he could handle it, but he should still be careful. Up ahead was a gloomy abandoned house. Blue flames burned from the windows and doors. The ward members were rushing from side to side, shouting that it was an enemy attack, asking who was the bastard who decided to burn down the manor. It was Yunchen. He went inside and said that he had just been beaten by one of them, so he was a bit upset, asking them to comfort him. A blue magic fire swirled around the black manor. Yunchen rushed forward, killing all the members of the parish in his path. The people of the parish were in panic. They shouted that he was too strong and resisting was useless, asking what he was doing and what about the support. Where was the support from the rear? One man in a black robe said that at this rate, even with support from the rear, nothing would change, said they had no choice. He yelled to the believers that it was better to sacrifice their lives to their Lord instead of having someone kill them. He shouted and asked the Lord to avenge them. All the other people in black robes also raised their hands up and shouted for the Lord to avenge them all. They were all blazing with red light, but it wasn't fire. Yunchen realized that they had decided to sacrifice themselves. He thought they were crazy, but knew that they had to be stopped before their souls could give themselves to the Lord. People were dying one by one, their souls rising into the air, straight to the Demon King. Yun Bichen then said to himself that there was no way he could do it in time, because they were dying too fast. And with so many victims, it would not be the last demon to appear. He said that despite this, sacrifice was only a skill. Now he just stood flat and said that as long as it remains a skill, it can be interrupted. The guy used the monk's main skill, Blood Rage, and the knight's main skill, Perseverance, the archer's main skill, Fighting Spirit for the berserker, Berserk, Paladin, Holy Glory, Shadow Flow Spike, Killing Method, Magic Swordsman, Magic Flow. From above, almost on the ceiling in front of Yun, there was a portal to the demon world. Its truest black magic was a sacrifice gate. The gate started to unfold and crack loudly. A large hand came out from there, and with long black claws it rushed straight at Yun Chen. But the protagonist told her not to even think about it, and pointed his spear at her, preparing the main skill of a spearman, the jab. He stabbed his cold weapon directly into the palm of her hand, accompanying the strike with a blue light. Yun Chung was pleased that it worked, and he walks back. He said that, right? Even demons from the world of darkness through the cracks, it's not easy to get into their world. Inspired, the protagonist decided to attack the palm once more. After that, he changed his weapon to a storm axe and swung it, shouting that this was the final blow. Yunchen swung the axe hard and shouted for it to get the hell out. The hand hurriedly removed itself back to its world. The portal closed. Yunchen exhaled a sigh of relief and said that fortunately, it had stopped him. However, he also added that the darkness from his body was thick. The guy was afraid that he might be above the third rank. He realized that he would have gotten into trouble if he came out of there. Suddenly, his eyes widened greatly. Someone in front of him said that so the situation was really not in his favor. It was the very owner of the hand that appeared from the gate. However, now in front of him was not just a hand, but a real demon from hell. And the demon asked the human child if he was right. Yun Chen tensed up a lot and was even scared. He thought that he was too inattentive. With so many victims, they could open more than one crack. The guy knew that fighting a third-rank demon was foolish to say the least. In this world, the level not only determines a large number of attribute points and skills, but also gives the opportunity to change class. With each change of class increases the number of attribute points and skills. In addition, there is an opportunity to learn more powerful skills. Usually a person at the 10th level can change class for the first time. This is the so-called first rank. The second rank is the 30th level. The third is the 60th level, and the fourth is the 90th level. They are also called the second, third, and fourth changes. The more changes, the greater the increase in strength. Yunchen knew that in their world, third-ranked people had a high social status, and their strength was not even worth talking about. He realized that he was now facing a third-ranked demon that was stronger than people at his own rank. But he couldn't escape. He would be in this state for another 13 seconds. He had to do something urgently. The demon who came out laughed and asked how he dared to still hold a weapon. Maybe it was the talent of the Queen of the Night gave him so much confidence. After that, the demon rushed towards the guy on his mighty wings, saying that he probably didn't know that his head was very valuable. He only needed to hand it over to one of the demon kings. Yunchen used divine lightning and it whirled towards the enemy. Now, he flew at the demon from behind, using the knight's main skill, aerial dissection. Unfortunately, he couldn't even hit him. The demon turned around and hit the guy, shouting that weak people like him couldn't even damage him a hair. The blow was so strong that Yunchen was thrown into the wall. Despite being quite a distance away, there was a dent on the wall and a bunch of cracks around it. Yun spit out some blood. He was thinking about the fact that this jerk was pushing his attributes without any defense. When the guy opened his eyes, he noticed that the demon was flying towards him and was already very close. Yun thought to himself that he was too damn fast and it was too late for the divine lightning. The demon crashed into the wall and there was a huge explosion. Yuncha changed his weapon to a demonic terror in the form of a tonfa. He was now an invincible S+ ranked demon. Divine light was emitted from it. The demon was extremely amazed that he had survived, and he didn't count on immunity to attacks. Yunchen took out his dagger and furiously shouted that now the offense and defense sides would switch places. He pointed his dagger directly at the demon. He no longer looked so cheerful and confident. However, he was terribly angry that the classless one was trying to poke his eye out. The demon shouted that Yun was a despicable person. He dented him into the wall with tremendous force, stomping the poor guy's feet and shouting for him to die sooner, repeating it time after time. Yunchen realized that Invincible's time was coming to an end, but his preparations were also over. He opened his eyes, and the powerful demon was violently thrown into the opposite wall. The demon staggered back and asked, "What the hell?" The freshman stood up and said that, as he had said before, now they had switched places. Said that it looked like he had not only damaged the demon's hair, he was holding the artifact from the additional task in the competition. And Yunchen asked his opponent if he could stop him now. There was a lot of smoke and dust around. The stone floor was completely destroyed. It was now like rocks. The demon and Yunchen stood opposite each other. The demon asked what was going on. Then Yunchen attacked him. Yun held the artifact in front of him and said that now they could finally talk as equals, saying that since the parish, these are their tame dogs, so the master should know where their kennel is. The protagonist thought that in terms of combat power, the parish is actually inferior to Zhuangken. But the most unpleasant thing is that they are hiding in the darkness. If they find their lair, humanity would shoot them all off the face of the earth. For some reason, the enemy's words made the demon very angry. He threw himself at him and asked if he wanted to beat the information out of him. He shouted that he would never let this happen and that although they looked like dogs, they were still dogs. But these dogs were also working for them. Yunchen indifferently asked if this was actually the case. He broke his puppet's arm. Accordingly, the demon's arm also fell off. He screamed in pain, blood flying around him. The mighty demon fell to the floor, dropping to his knees and hissed for the classless freshman to die. Yunchen, looking at him, asked, trying to resist, said that most likely he just did not understand his situation. The guy took out a straw voodoo doll. Now blood was gushing from all areas of the demon, but he was still holding on and screaming loudly in killing pain, telling the boy that he could kill him. But the demon kings would never let him go. He said that Yunchen had a choice to either join them or die. To this, the protagonist replied that since they can't talk, then so be it. He released them from his hand, in which he was just holding the artifact blue flame of the Queen of Night. The doll began to slowly burn. The demon screamed even louder, asking what was the point of killing it, since humanity would fall sooner or later anyway. Shouting that their only salvation was to join the parish and become one with them, also added that even after dying, but would not let Yunchen go. A pink ball formed from the demon's nose and forehead. It flew straight at the freshman. It flew straight into his neck. It was so fast that Yunchen didn't even realize what had happened, but the demon kept shouting that Yun wouldn't escape. He repeated this until his soul was finally burned in blue fire. Yunchen rubbed the area on his neck where the magic ball had just arrived and told himself to be more careful from now on. He was surprised that in such a state, the demon was able to do something. He thought it was truly amazing, said that his neck was sore. It did not seem to be an attacking skill. He decided that he would ask teacher Xia what it was as soon as he returned to the academy. He thought about the fact that the gap between him and the third rank was still large, and if it wasn't for the damn straw man, if he had used all his strength, he wouldn't have been able to do so much damage. He said that with his best weapon, he could only cut off a piece of his hair. He realized that the reason for this problem was not only because the difference in points and attributes was great, but also because of the skill level. Class advanced skills, whether active or passive, were not comparable to the basic skills of the classes. Explained that, for example, his skill spends 1 unit of mana in exchange for 1 unit of damage, and advanced class skill under the same conditions will cause 100 units of damage. The same applies to defensive skills. The difference in multipliers is visible to the eye. For this reason, the classless and no future. Yunchen plopped down on the rocks beside him, thinking that even if his talent improved the skill rank, at best it would be equal to a second-rank warrior skill. And if he wanted to resist third ranks, the amount of attributes would not be enough. He decided that he needed to get more powerful skills. Yun was breathing heavily after all. The demon had grounded him heavily when suddenly from behind, red magic flew straight at him. It swept right next to the guy and created a huge explosion as it crashed into the floor somewhere. It was divine lightning. Yunchen did not expect this at all right now. When he turned around, Yun saw that very same demon Taige in the passage. He called out to Yunchen and said that he had to go through a lot of suffering because of him. Now it was time for revenge. Yunchen asked him what was going on here and where the teachers were. The demon replied that they were still alive. However, they were not in the best condition compared to him. All the members of the 7th squad, including Miss Katie, were badly beaten up. Their clothes were tattered. Teacher Katie regretted that they had missed that bastard. The mage girl said that so many years of teaching had affected their skills, and their level of combat power had dropped significantly. The students intervened in the teacher's conversation, saying that nevertheless, Even with all this, it was only because of them that they were still not dead. But Yunchen's situation was not enviable. The demon had definitely gone after him. The man in the kimono told him to wait and asked him if they had enough. The masked guy also suspected something. He said that there was another girl with them, but he couldn't see her anywhere. Miss Katie perked up. She seemed to realize who it was. Yunchen realized that the situation was dire. He still hadn't recovered from the last battle. The duration of the buffs had run out. Now he was only wearing debuffs. In fact, it was difficult for him to even stand. But he realized that he had the Cross of Rebirth anyway, so he was not afraid of death. Yun decided to at least tear off a piece of the demon while he was still able to stand. This demon also started calling the classless boy. He asked how he still dares to hold a weapon. Does he really think he still has a chance of winning? Ordered Yunchen to kneel down and obey him, then he will so be spared his life. Taigo wished that Yuncheng would defect to them, because then the Lord would reward him generously. Yuncheng roared at the demon and said, "Sure, right now, and surrender." They were already very close, and the demon said that in that case, Yunba would have to die. Someone's silhouette pushed off from the dais and flew down. The unknown man's foot struck his opponent right in the neck, and with such force that the massive demon flew off into the rocks. Yunchen was shocked to say the least. He asked the girl who she was. She turned to Mr. Yun and said that he was the only disciple of the mistress, so she decided to warn him in advance. It turned out to be one of Dean Zia's demonesses. She regained her usual appearance and said that the mistress didn't want to put him in danger. The demoness stood in front, and Yunchen was still staring at her shockedly. But he soon calmed down and said that it was now clear why Teacher Xia recommended that he join Miss Katie's team. It was all because of Xiaoyu. The girl turned around and replied that actually her original purpose was to study something at the request of her mistress. But her succubus nature is a bit of a hindrance, so she went to join the team. She said that it just so happened that Mr. Yun decided to join the demon hunter teams. The best choice was her team. The demon finally stood up from under the rubble and coughed up a pile of dust. He asked why, though he had started to speak calmly at first, but now he was just frantically shouting. He asked, as a noble succubus, why would she give her name and stand to one side? The succubus girl laughed and replied that it was because her body and mind, everything she had already belonged to the mistress. She also said that he was an enemy of the mistress and was harming her lover. Her eyes lit up with love. She rose on her wings and shouted for him to give his life to pay for the sin he had committed. The demon Taiga was very frightened and cursed and ran away. Xiaoyu launched her chains at him, shouting for him not to even try. The chains she used were the tool of the demon king himself, the void shackles. They easily caught the demon. The fact that it was the tool of the demon king amazed Taige. He asked why the great demon king was obeying humans. The girl asked what kind of stupid questions were hers. She replied that of course she was also defeated. Otherwise, how would the king become a servant? And she clenched her fist. Along with her fist, the chains on her opponent clenched. He asked her to wait. He was in terrible pain. Eventually, the chains let go of him, and the demon spat right on the ground with his face. Yunchen was watching the fight and said that he couldn't believe that Teacher Xia had defeated her. Xiaoyu replied that at first it was really like that. But as she got closer to the mistress, she accidentally fell in love with Dean Xia. The girl was very embarrassed to tell about it. Yunchen smiled in response and decided for himself that it was better not to ask further. The succubus grabbed the guy's hand and said that although she did not know what technique Mr. Yun used, but to defeat a demon of the third rank in his condition is impressive, she shouted that she was almost possessed by him. Now he was also embarrassed. He said that she loves one, but is possessed by another. The girl explained that this is the nature of succubi. On top were the bodies of the slain enemies in special black spheres. Xiaoyu said that their corpses were very valuable, so she kept them. They were already leaving. The girl said that it just so happened that this manor had one of these things. She thought it was convenient and said that they would use it for Mr. Yun. Yunchen didn't expect that these corpses could be used and asked about it and inquired about the method. The girl looked love-obsessed again. She replied that this method was a donation and it was quite obvious. They walked up the stairs to the memorial located by the cliff. Yun said that this was the altar where sacrifices are made to the gods. Said that this was the first time he had seen it. Said that he had heard earlier that many divine-level items such as magical medicines, equipment, were obtained by sacrificing to the altar. Xiaoyu replied that if he wanted to obtain a divine-level item, he needed a sacrifice in the form of a demon king. Although these two third-rank demons were not as good, but they could still be exchanged for something useful. She said that was why she kept their bodies. Yun asked the succubus. Wasn't this altar used by the dark cultists? saying that following that, it should only be an altar for human sacrifice. Asked, or can humans use it too? And the girl said that it all depends on the type of sacrifice. She said that there is no difference in the altars because it is just a means of communication with the gods. If the victim is a human, then the contact is established with the god of the world of darkness. And if it is a demon, then the contact is with the god of the human world. Xiaoyu said that Mr. Yumb just need to stand in front of the altar and pray to the gods. She said that the god will definitely answer. Yun Chen pondered over the fact that he needed powerful skills suitable for classless to fight rank 3 demons. He decided that since they were gods, it shouldn't be much of a problem for them. He stood at the altar, raised his hands up and shouted out what he was sacrificing. The corpses of the slain demons began to scatter and their spirit flew into the sky. Something was also happening to Yun Chen. He opened his eyes. He was given an A-rank skill fusion. Now his basic skills can freely fuse during use, which will cause them to change in various ways. However, they spend more mana. Also, the skills after fusion can be weaker than the original. If the attributes and form of the skills do not match, the skill fusion will be considered successful and the effect of the skill will be reduced. The skill fusion that was written was pleased with Yun Chen. He said that even though it was only A rank, it was much better for him than S rank skills. Zhao Yu congratulated her master Yun on the successful sacrifice. She said that Zhao Yu had a mission, so she would go ahead. Yun Chen said okay, then he would go to the other side to check on President Li Miaoling. Maybe she needed help. Yun was already at the support point. The teleport. Lu Miaoling was sitting on the mountain near the teleport. He haughtily asked if he had come to help her. She said that unfortunately it was already over and all the credits are hers. The protagonist remarked to himself that she was really strong. She had single-handedly killed all these believers. Most of them were low rank too, but there were rank 3. He looked at the girl and thought about the fact that she was normal-looking too. He thought she was a terrifying girl. Xiaoyu was in the dean's office of the armory department. She was addressing the mistress. She said that Xiaoyu's train was worth it. She had successfully protected Mr. Yun. The girl said that after Mr. Yun's sacrifice, his strength should increase greatly. She held out the documents to Dean Xia and said that there was also bad news. There were people who had turned into demons in the parish. She said that Xiaoyu had also gotten some information about the manor. Teacher Xia took the papers. She reread the papers and said that so this is what their purpose is, asking how dare they. Yunqin was already at the Jiangnan Academy's blacksmith shop. The blacksmith addressed the guy, apologized and said that because of the heated situation, he had been sent to the middle of nowhere to support and reinforce the rear guard, saying that he had been delayed a bit and had just returned. Yunqin said that the front line was not a simple place. It was understandable, asked what about the blueprint, and Jia Xiao gave a thumbs up and said that it was already ready. Everything met his requirements. Yun held out the demonic horror to him and told him to take it. The guy hoped it would be better. Said there was one more thing. He had a new request. He would like it to be diamond quality. This shocked the man. He said that Yun should realize that even the children of rich families can't afford such an expensive weapon. Shouted that the price was too high. Asked if he was sure he had enough credit. Yunqin thought about it and said that it should be enough, saying that after participating in the demon hunt, he had won about 100,000 credits. The amount of money Jiashu was even more amazed. He asked if he had attacked the ward's lair alone. The protagonist explained that it was all because of killing a rank 3 demon. The man thought about what he was saying about killing a rank 3 demon as if he had slaughtered a chicken. Soon the blacksmith yelled for the guy to leave it to him, saying that in 10 days, he would guarantee him that he would be shocked. 3 guys were walking along the road near Yun Chen's villa. One of them asked the other if he had heard that the world competition was about to start, saying that the best talents from all over the world would gather here. The other asked what's in it for them. The first said that he had heard that Jiangnan Academy had won the last student competition, so they had won the right to represent the Xuanlong Kingdom at the upcoming event. The other said that that was it. But someone from the senior class would most likely be chosen for the important event, asking if his buddies thought that freshmen would even be taken there. Yun Chen stood with his back to the window and eavesdropped on their conversation. However, he was actually looking up. A purple magic stone and his spear were limning in the air. The stone was buzzing and making strange sounds. Finally, the spear was in the hands of the party. He said that the boundary destruction stone was worthy to be called the reward of the system. After all, the quality of the demonic destroyer had increased to platinum, and all the attributes had improved greatly. Said that in addition, another cross he gave to Yun Tang. It should help her. He was summoned by his plant. Yun Chen lifted it up in his arms and told her that Xiao Jing's level had insanely increased for all his sorties. Now her level was almost catching up with his own. Said that with the fusion of skills, it was not a bad boost to combat power. Someone knocked on the front door of the house and Yun told the unknown person to enter. It was Xiao Yu. She turned to Mr. Yun and said that her mistress asked him to come. There was a signboard up front that was signed. Weapons Department, Dean's office. Teacher Sia stood up and said that great. With the demon hunting, his level had reached the 30th rank. She said that if someone else was here, he would have thought about the second rank. Yunshin said that in the end, for the third rank demons, he received a good reward and unfortunately, he did not have the opportunity to move up to the second rank. Then he remembered that he wanted to ask the dean about something. Said that he had something strange. The guy showed a sign on his neck. He said that before he died, a third-rank demon had imprinted this thing on him, and he had no idea what it was. The succubus was terrified. She shouted that it was a soul-haunting seal of the Duanyi demon clan, saying that it was a cardinal skill that acted on a fixed target and haunted it continuously. Teacher Sia was not happy either. She turned to Xiaoling and told her to quickly bring out the sea god jelly from the treasury. The girl immediately rushed to fetch it. Now Yun was getting a little worried. He asked what continuous meant and if there was a way to remove it. Xiao Yu shook her head and said that the soul-haunting seal was of the rule type. To use it, one must sacrifice a demon's soul to the god of darkness, saying that even a fourth-rank priest could not remove it. Dean Sia said that there was another way, and it was to ask one of the 72 pillar demons of the Night Destroyer to remove it. This pleased the guy but asked where to find one of them. The woman said that in the world of darkness, besides all 72 pillars were demon kings. She said that with his current strength, he couldn't handle it, and Yun became sad and said he hoped that it didn't mean there was no other way out. A panting Xiaoling came running over and told the mistress that here was the sea god jelly. She held out a box to Jia and asked her to give it here. She took some jelly on her finger and said that luckily a few years ago she was able to hunt the sea god. The woman dabbed it on the guy's neck and told him that sea god jelly could hide the soul's haunting seal. But there was a time limit, so it was only a temporary measure. The seal did disappear from the patch of skin. She handed the box to her apprentice and told him to take it and remember to use it once a day until the jelly runs out, but said that he must find a way to remove the seal anyway. Said that otherwise his whereabouts would be exposed to the enemies. It would be an endless pursuit by the coming and the world of darkness. Yun Chen understood perfectly well that the situation was extremely dire. Dean Xia continued, saying that they had temporarily solved the issue of the seal, saying that he was the one who had fought demons for the first time. Asked what his impressions were after the battle. Yun replied that except for the strange appearance felt like humans. The woman replied that this was true, and that they did look like humans, and that some of them could not even be distinguished from humans by their appearance, saying that Xiaoyu and Xiaoling were examples. As long as they did not emit darkness and covered their horns and tails, anyone would believe that they were humans. She said that if he went through the crack and entered the world of darkness, the scenery in front of him would be the same as on Earth. On the shelf was a book about the world of darkness. It stood out among the others. The boy noticed it and told Teacher Sia that its description was a bit contradictory to what he thought. It seemed to him that this place was more like hell than Earth. Sia replied that there are such places as well. Like in their world, they have inherent harsh points. However, the most distinguishing feature of the world of darkness from them is the concentration of mana in the air. The people in the world have it much lower. And so when cracks open, the two worlds are connected, and because of the difference in concentration, the environment of the other world continues to penetrate them, corrosion appears, corroding the surroundings, plants die, unable to withstand it. Low-level monsters also go into a rage because of the terrible pain. And if you are in the world of darkness, the air is normal. It's just that they who grew up in this world can't bear it. So no matter how beautiful their scenery is, it's a living hell for ordinary people. Yunchen replied that then it is no wonder that there are people willing to become demon servants, to improve their blood and body. He said that it was even possible to improve the soul, taking a new stage of evolution. It turns out the world of darkness is really a world on a level above them. The guy admitted that judging from this, the demons also suffer because of this. On the human side, Dean Sia replied that this is the case. But over the years, they are slowly adapting to the environment, which can be seen in the increasing pace of the war. Said that Yoon is far from talking about it. There are more important things that need his attention right now. Said that he should know that Xiao Yu didn't just go to protect him. Told that the succubus had other tasks, she asked if he knew anything about the world competition. Yunchen replied that yes, there are often rumors about it, and especially now. He asked if it was for seniors. The woman said that it was because the seniors are usually stronger than the juniors. According to Xiaoyu's information, the next target is the world competition. She said that if she went there personally, she would definitely scare away the ward members. And therefore she wants Yunchen to participate in this competition. She asked him to stop the actions of the parish in this way. This literally shocked the guy. The poor guy immediately received a notification of the achievement task. It said a generous reward and no penalty for failing the task. That's when Yun realized that there was no way to not participate. 5 days later at the arena, the auditorium was packed to the brim. The judge announced that the competition for a spot in the world competition had officially begun. Besides Lu Miaoling, the student council president, one more spot would be chosen among the students. He asked the contestants to enter the arena. As soon as one of the students entered the arena, the first attack flew at him. He was surprised that someone had already started fighting. This attack was Yunchen's spear throwing. It flew in and a large cloud of dust rose up. The people in the hall did not understand what was happening. They thought that someone had broken in, shouting that it was simply impossible. It was Yunchen. He sat on his mighty weapon and apologized to his elders for taking part as well, his eyes blazing. The dust cloud dispersed and now Yunchen was standing in front of everyone. The participants of the duel were shocked. The people in the audience did not expect to see him here either. They asked what was going on, why a freshman was standing there. They recognized Yunchen and said that he was really very strong. But it was too much. The competition was for seniors. Someone asked if Yun thought he could beat the seniors and that they had already been to the battlefield. Suddenly, someone loudly ordered everyone to shut up and the crowd fell silent. It was Lu Miaolin. She asked, since when only seniors could participate in the competition, she said that she didn't remember any such rule. She said that as long as they had enough strength, any student had the right to represent the Xuankong Kingdom. The other seniors who were preparing for the upcoming fights were furious. They were angry that the student council president was taking their side. One said that Yunchen was looking down on all of them. Another said that the seats were already small and they had few credits, so why let a freshman in? A third commented that it was too much. Lu Miaolin was not happy about their claims. She said that he just came to participate. She was surprised that they did not even have the confidence to defeat the freshmen. Then, everyone went down to the field of pain, explaining that they would not achieve anything by talking. One of the guys turned to Yunchen, telling him not to think that if he won the freshman competition, everything would be easy for him. The girl said that it was time for him to learn the power of the elders. A guy in a kimono watching the action said that these guys still didn't know about Yunchen's participation in the demon hunt, saying that Yun ruthlessly killed everyone and received thousands of credits, securing the title of the strongest in their squad. The guy beside him said that someone was about to get a big kick out of it. All the seniors came out to fight with one Yunchen, a freshman. But now they couldn't decide who would go first. They all wanted to teach him a lesson and take all the glory for themselves. The referee was silent. This whole situation looked extremely strange from the outside. Yunchen couldn't stand it and told them to all attack together. He decided to get rid of the hassle this way. The seniors threw themselves at him, some shouting that he was crossing the line, some saying that since that was the case, they would run him over and quickly solve all the problems. Yunchen blocked the first attacker's attack and did so with such force that the poor guy flew high and far away. This infuriated the senior students even more. Someone used ice rain, someone used dark expansion, someone used a chain of lightning. In response, the protagonist activated his blue flame and began to shape it. The blue flame took the form of a dragon and swiftly rushed at the upperclassmen. The dragon attacked the host's opponents. The students in the auditorium were terrified. One girl asked how this guy's main skill could compare to the second-ranked class skills. The guy standing behind him suggested that this was his talent. Another guy added that moreover the value of Yunchen's attributes was terrifyingly huge. He thought that maybe it was because of the essence of the Demon King. The guy understood perfectly and said that ordinary seniors were no match for him. But luckily the student council was on their way. The senior student mage went upstairs and limed in the air. He shouted that he was sorry to bully the underclassmen, but he himself provoked all of them. The mage shouted for him to get what he deserved. The senior student used a ground prison. The ground under Yun's feet lit up. A little while later, a magic cage formed around Yunchen. The guy was a little bit not expecting such a thing. The protagonist didn't lose his common sense and decided to use one of the knight's main skills, namely air dissection. After that, Yun said that this was the skills of a second-ranked Taoist. He said that it was really not bad because if he was a past Taoist, It would be hard for him to deal with this barrier. After all, Jiangnan is a kind of cage for tigers and dragons. However, unfortunately for the senior students, Yunchen is not standing still either. The students, without wasting time, decided to attack the guy, shouting that he was trapped, that the Sky Master's ground prison was a skill that even a space mage wouldn't be able to get out of. They wanted to get rid of Yunchen as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the ground prison, something was happening. Yun was using skill fusion. It is one of the basic skill of a summoner is contracted summoning. Also, the basic skill of a druid is growth. But he actually used contracted summoning to his demonic thornflower. Now in front of them was a beautiful green-haired girl. She looked like his little demonic flower. Only now she was more human. Her level was 30. Quality was platinum, and her skills were whip, seeding, thorn capture, thorn prison, and thorn assault. This time, the people in the auditorium were even more amazed. They asked, "What the hell is this?" Someone shouted that the basic summoner skill couldn't summon a platinum-quality monster. Someone else told him to take another look, because it seems to him that she had only gotten a temporary upgrade. People shouted that they had never heard of such a skill before. The girl was overjoyed. She was slurring and speaking illiterately about getting bigger. It was actually normal. After all, she hadn't learned to speak well yet. Yunchen, standing behind her, told her not to rejoice so much. First, stop the enemies and free him. The flower girl spread her arms, getting into a fighting stance, and used the sewing skill. When one of the sprouts flew into the high school student's hand, he was very surprised that it didn't hurt at all. But what horrified and shocked him even more was the words of his buddy that many plants are like monsters. They are able to wrap around their victims. The guy couldn't and didn't want to believe it. He thought it was simply impossible. Water swirled in the air. It was the mage's basic skill of water curtain and the witch's basic skill of wind. Yunchen had already been released. He said that waiting for the seeds to germinate was too long, so he would help them a little, and the guy used the fusion skill. Yun shouted a word, rain, and it poured directly on the opponents. Demonic flowers immediately started sprouting on the limbs or body parts of the seniors. Those were terrified. They tried to throw these creatures off themselves. A guy with a mask over one eye yelled at his flower to get off him. His plant was on his leg. The other was less lucky. The plant had sprouted on his head and the creature was covering his eyes. He asked her not to do that. Chaos reigned. The older students were running and screaming, trying to extract the plant from themselves. Yunchen knocked the ground with his staff. The stone floor cracked and vines sprouted from there. The ground prison also cracked. It was a skill, a thorn assault. Yunchen said that since the ground was a prison, it would only be enough to damage the base, and the prison would just scatter naturally. Daos, who was still fluttering, said that this was a very interesting boy, promising that he would do his best to deal with him. Someone unknown shouted shame on him, saying that it was understandable that ordinary upperclassmen were attacking freshmen, but that the student council was on top of it. No. The unknown person came closer and closer and said that they should have normal one-on-one fights, and this was just a circus. This unknown person was the vice president of the student council, Ao Chang. His level was 42, and his class was a second-ranked corpse hunter. He was a member of the Black Fickle class. The high school students were shocked and happy. At the same time, one guy shouted that the vice president had made his move and he didn't want to participate. Another guy said that even though he was a rank 2 demon, he had already fought rank 3 demons, so if he interfered in the fight, there was nothing for them to do. He told his buddy that they should wash their hands of him. The vice president turned to Lu Miaoling, saying that she seemed to have a very good opinion of this classless freshman. He offered her a bet. If he won, he would get the right to date her. Lu Miaoling agreed, but reminded him that it was only on the condition that he won. Ao Chang laughed and asked if classless had heard that. He shouted to Yunchen that he was very motivated and full of energy, told him to be careful. Yun turned to his demon flower. Xiaojing said this guy is pretty strong and she shouldn't stay here. He asked her to go back to a safe place and Xiaojing agreed. Ao Chang said that it was a wise choice, because with her, Yun's magic power would go to waste, and then shouted that since everyone was ready, it was time to start the battle. Yunchen replied that this was great, and he just had something he wanted to try. Everything was covered in dust and smoke. The referee stood on a small dais between the competitors, Yunchen and Ao Chang, said that this fight determines the places in the world competition, asked if their side had any claims about it. Ao Chang replied that, of course not, saying that if it's not even right for him, it's worth keeping quiet about the others. The referee replied that fine, and then they would begin. He raised his hand up as a sign to start the fight. Ao Chang looked pleased and cocky, saying that for the sake of a date with the president, he wouldn't show a drop of mercy. He swung his weapon. A multitude of souls flew out from there. They all swiftly flew towards his opponent. The souls were rushing and shouting that they hated everything, asking who would pay for their deaths, saying that they were betrayed and they deserved to live. Yunchen knew that this was a debuff skill, and therefore the value of his attributes had drastically decreased. But fortunately, it's black magic, and it's not that hard to deal with. He pulled out his spear. It glowed with a bright light and souls surrounded the guy. Yunchen used the priest's basic skill of purification. The souls and black magic began to develop. Because the wall previously surrounding the protagonist was rapidly dissolving, you could see a human figure behind him jumped up. In a blink of an eye, Ao Chang with a terribly smug face flew at Yun from above. Yunchen knew that he would be here and drew his sword. Said Chang used the ghosts as a veil and went for a surprise attack. But to his regret, he was already prepared for it. Yunchen did not understand what was happening because Ao Chang had already exhausted his strength. And his weapon is like a piece of wood, and it is not sharp and heavy. Even if Chang hit it, the attack will not cause significant damage. The guy wondered why he would go into close combat. Ao Chang noticed that Yunchen was thinking hard and analyzing. He told him to fight. There was no room for thinking, and he started to attack. His weapon flew straight at the elbow of the protagonist. Yun shuddered because of the nightmarish pain he felt. It hurt so much that the guy released his spear and it fell to the ground. Ao Chang was already quite far away. He shouted that he was going to do it again. Yunchen didn't move. He said that he couldn't use his right hand as if it wasn't even there, but there was no sign of damage either. He asked his opponent what it was. The vice president replied that it's because of his special weapon, so special that it's what defines his class. He said it's a stepping stone to unlocking the one and only Black Impermanence class. He said that after the integration of the game into reality, there were many changes. Conflicts with reality and the game, conflicts with sacrificing to the gods. For many such reasons, unique classes were born. A unique class is literally a class that only one person gets. It may not be the strongest class, but it is definitely the most special. To get it, you have to follow not only strict conditions, but also a lot of luck. Ao Chang said that he had found this morning staff in the cemetery when he was a child, and that was when he realized that it was due to his luck. And for this reason, he wanted to change class so that he could realize his potential as a corpse hunter. So he was able to obtain the Black Permanence. Ao Chang admired his weapon and said that as long as he held it, not only could he see other people's souls, but he could also use it to directly wound a soul. The guy sneakily squinted his eyes and said that Yoon's right arm was affected by the soul attack. A single blow won't do much damage. Everything should recover in an hour. There is one thing about Yoon that bothers him. It seems that there are two souls in Yoonchen. He said that this usually happens because of split personality, asked if the freshman has such problems. The protagonist was surprised. He knew for a fact that he didn't have a split personality, but he wondered if he had a soul. Yoonchen retrieved his sword and it whistled through the air. The freshman caught it and said that since that was the case, the only way to see something was to get hold of Ao Chang's weapon. Ao Chang was shocked and he interjected. The vice president was just furious. He shouted and called his opponent a bastard, said he was dead from now on, asked if the guy didn't realize that his weapon was all for him, shouted that even his parents didn't touch him and he wanted to take it away. He moved towards Yoon and yelled that he would kill him. Ao Chang's reaction surprised Yoon. After all, he just wanted to support him and see if the vice president thought he wouldn't give him back. The protagonist realized that this guy was either so aggressive himself or he was so greedy. Ao Chang ordered his corpses to catch the freshmen. A black puddle formed on the floor. From this puddle, hands came out and pulled Yoon into their embrace with all their might. The classless sword glowed yellow. Yoon Chen ducked and stabbed his cold weapon into the ground while using the exorcist's main skill, namely banishing evil spirits. The magic beneath him dissipated. In fact, another debuff annoyed the freshman, because even if he dodged it in time, his dexterity value would drop drastically. He realized that if the value of his attributes dropped even more, it would be much more difficult to fight. So he had to finish this quickly. Yoon used the knight's main skill, air dissection. Ao Chang blocked his attack with his special weapon while saying that it was useless. However, Yunchen disagreed with his opponent, saying that it wasn't really true. Then he used the assassin's main skill of cloning. He appeared in another place and Ao Chang sent some of his own on him, saying, "Go ahead." Now there was a huge monster corpse standing near the vice president of the student council. The guy ordered him to chase after Yoon. Now one Yoon was fighting with the monster and the other with a senior student. Some of them were clones, and some of them were real. Yunchen was well aware that he had lost his advantage in close combat, and fighting with one arm and lowered attributes was hard. None of this pleased or helped him at all. Suddenly, the monster started blowing intensely. This startled the classless freshman, and then, either by a gust of wind or a blow, he was thrown back hard. Around Ao Chang appeared even better, and he ordered the sinners to kill Yun. He summoned the Lake of Dead Souls. Now Yun was really scared. He was silent. A small lake of dead souls appeared in the ground. Ao Chang laughed loudly and said that now let everyone watch him zero his attributes, shouting that he would strike one blow after another, that the freshman's life would be worse than death. Something dazzled and struck the vice president. The black dome, or rather the lake of dead souls, began to crack and bright rays broke through from there. Words came from there saying that it could indeed be seen that Ao Chang's debuff skills were strong, but still his own buffs were stronger. Yunchen activated the fusion of all the basic skills and condition enhancement. The classless freshman now looked completely different. He had long golden hair, nim, and a white armor-like garment. Ao Chang was shocked. He couldn't say anything and only mooed. In front of him towered the divine Yunchen with an angel behind him. This transformation is tens of thousands of strength A. It increases the value of all attributes by 500%, increases resistances by 50%, changes the form of attacks, as well as an additional 80% to the damage of attacks. However, the duration is only 45 seconds, and after the skill ends, the effects of the buff subside, putting you in a weakened state with a 99% decrease in the value of all attributes. The people in the auditorium were once again amazed. They asked what this skill was. Someone shouted that not only had he seen it, he had never even heard of anything like it. They shouted that such an exaggerated boost was quite comparable to advanced skills, he asked. Doesn't a classless guy only use basic skills? Yunchen looked at his hand and said to himself that the power inside was pouring out in streams. Such an advanced skill can only be possessed by a rank 3 strongman. But unfortunately, the consumption is also staggering. Most of his mana points disappeared in an instant. Ao Chang finally came to his senses and shouted that it was useless, that no matter how strong the boost was, it would still take everything away, shouting that it was just a waste of time. To this, Yun once again replied that it wasn't exactly like that. He quickly bounced off and said that with his current agility, he would have no trouble dodging his attacks. Yun was already behind the vice president's back. He was using the basic swordsman skill of sword nudging. Ao Chang turned around and summoned the possessed demonic armor, and the magic raced straight towards the freshman. Yunchen tried to cut the weapon with a swing of his sword, but no such luck. His divine magic hand slammed into the monster that was protecting Ao Chang, holding him in. The latter laughed and said that regardless of the value of attributes, Yun was only a weakling using only basic skills. Yunchen said that since that was the case, he would have to use something else. The guy's magic started to swirl around Ao Chang. The poor senior was screaming in pain. Yunchen actually used a fusion of skills, namely Knight, Air Dissection, and Swordsman, Cognition. Ao Chang noticed that the Air Dissection was slowly starting to damage his special weapon. Yun swung his sword once more, and then the Student Council Vice President's weapon broke into 2 pieces. But Ao Chang was also hit by it. A bunch of internal mass flew out. Yunchen didn't want to stop there and once again summoned the skill fusion. He summoned a Dao, crushing kick, and a fighter, punch. The divine hand hit the guy hard in the very center of his abdomen. The attack was so strong that the shockwave swept through the surroundings, carrying Ao Chang. When the dust cleared a bit, his silhouette on one of the rocks was revealed. He was breathing heavily with a dent on his stomach and blood flowing from his mouth. Meanwhile, the students were admiring Yunchen's power, shouting that skills with such strength were definitely not base level, saying that they had never heard of most of the skills used by him. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "What the hell is this guy doing?" Yunchen walked over to Ao Chang's broken but still so special weapon. He stepped on it. Then the protagonist was shaken. Everything changed hues drastically. The world started to be perceived differently. In shock, Yun said, "And this is how it feels." Ao Chang now had only half of his precious weapon in his hands. He even found the strength to cry for him, hugging him, asking him the same thing. How to fix it now? Yunchen approached him and asked if he admits defeat or if they should continue. Through his tears, the vice president shouted that he was surrendering. He repeated it several times so that his opponent would definitely hear. The unfortunate man cried and begged Yun not to take his weapon, saying it was only his. Yun told him that he wasn't going to take it away, and there was no need for him to do so. The protagonist stood in front of the mirror. It turned out he had taken a piece of broken weapon with him. He thought about how in the arena, stepping on this small piece of stick. He looked at the object in his hand. He remembered that he really saw people's souls. Yoon says it is just like Ao Chang said that everyone has only one soul but himself. Yoon Chin looked in the mirror and saw two souls behind him. One looked just like him and the other looked just like him. Of humanity, it only had a body. And that, an unnatural color. He realized that one of them was his own soul, connected to the body like everyone else, but the other soul was very different. His second soul had no lower limbs and arms. Yoon realized that it was just one end, with one side connected to him and the other to the sky. Yoon Chin pondered that if he was right, probably this soul was coming from the system. He wondered if the system was also alive. But then he immediately refuted his speculation, saying that it was too confusing. In another room, probably teacher Mi, she was telling Dean Ye that the lineup for the competition was ready. Old man Ye laughed that everything happened quite fast. He was drinking tea and said that he thought the fights would drag on for at least 2 more days. The old man was calm and just asked who won. When teacher Mi replied that the winners were Lu Miaoling and Yun Chen, Dean Ye was so shocked that he spat out everything in his mouth. He asked what was wrong. Wasn't this a competition for seniors, crying about how he got into it? Teacher Mi replied that it must have been Dean Zia's whim. She didn't think Yoon had any desire to participate in this. The old man said that if it was her wish, then this competition is not as easy as it seems. He talked about his concerns, afraid that she was going to pull off something massive. In Dean Zia's office, Xiaoyu cheered her mistress with the news that Mr. Yoon had not let her down and had successfully obtained a place. Teacher Xia said that as expected of him. But this is only the first step. It will be more difficult from here, she asked. What about the military? How much force they are willing to provide? Xiaoyu replied that since the front line is tight, they can only guarantee minimal support. Xiaoling added that each region would provide about 10 second ranks and 2 to 3 third ranks. The woman laughed and said that it would be a bit strenuous. She smiled playfully. In the following days, Yunchen attended all the class courses as usual, while completing daily tasks and increasing the attribute values, as well as the mastery of a particular class. At the same time, more than 500 countries around the world were choosing their participants in a fierce internal competition. One after another traveled to the venue of the competition, the Holy Empire. And of course, not all of those who arrived were expecting to win. Some of them were wearing black robes in small groups. A few such people were sitting on the steps at the entrance of somewhere. One of the people stood up and told the others to do the same, telling them it was time to make the world feel. When everyone stood up, some smiling and some not, the first one said it was time for them to feel the fear of darkness. A month later, the weather was overcast and the sky was covered with clouds. Ahead was Yun Chen's villa. Inside, Yun and his little sister were packing somewhere. Yun Tan was whining about being very tired. She had a pile of some things in her hands. She said that finally, at the end of the first semester came the heat, and she had a long-awaited vacation, said that in addition, she wanted to have fun with her brother. But he had to participate in a stupid competition. The poor thing was obviously upset. Yun Chen replied that there was nothing to do. After all, the situation was special. He understood that such a stupid mission fell to him. Yun advised his sister to take fewer things, saying that this was a world-class competition, so the necessary household items would be provided to her there. She shouted back that this was her brother telling her to take a class backpack for the competition, even though she was only taking one suitcase. Yun relaxed and said that she should expand the space in the backpack because it was too small and most of it was full of weapons and attributes. Yun Tang said that she had heard that some important people could stuff the whole palace into the backpack. She asked her brother if it was related to the class level. He thought about it and said that it was not at all. He recalled that it was all related to a material called spatial breathing earth. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Approaching the door, Yun told the unknown person to enter. It turned out to be Nicole the elf girl. She embarrassedly asked what about going for a walk together. A little while later, they were already walking along the flowery paths. Yun was looking around, and the girl was still awkward. Then she said that she was going to go to the Silver Moon Forest to participate in the Moon Hunter competition. Yun briefly said, "I see." The girl was offended. She shouted that she said she was going back, but he was so calm and answered very dryly. She said that they would not see each other again during the vacation. Yun Chen seemed to sincerely did not understand what she expected from him. He asked her what was wrong with going home for the vacation. He even suggested that she wanted him to give her a ride. Nicole was really angry. She stammered and said that she was terribly tired of this conversation. The girl blamed herself for falling in love with such a stupid guy. In the end, the elf girl said that, in short, he should take thanks for his care and hospitality this semester, and also for the borrowed credits. She handed him a pendant and said that as a reward, she would give him a gift. And a little embarrassed, she said that there was no hidden meaning in it at all. Yoon took the gift and thanked Nicole. He looked at the necklace and asked why this necklace. The guy called it strange. This necklace is the patron of nature. It is in the category special, and its effect is a symbol of the friendliness of the elves. Attribute points, +1. Also, the favor of the elves to the owner of the item is greatly increased. But only those who have the blood of the elf queen can give such a gift. Nicole excitedly told him not to make anything up, shouted that it was just a necklace, not a symbol or a show of affection, even said that he could take it as a declaration of war. She liked that idea and told him to treat it that way. Nicole was so embarrassed that she hurriedly left. Running away, shouted that he, taking this necklace, accepted her challenge and she will still give him a fiery. Said that she will still show what she can do when she returns. Yoon did not know what to say to her. He was a little surprised, but for himself noticed that this girl has a strong competitive spirit. Then someone called out a guy calling him a disciple. It was Lu Miaoling. She said that it was time for them to leave. Their airship was traveling at all speeds. Yoon, Lu Miaoling and some other guy were sitting inside. It was quite spacious. This guy hurriedly introduced himself. He looked terribly pleased and was in great anticipation, saying that his name was Sun Fei, and he was honored to be the leader of this exciting trip. Lu Miaoling said that that was enough and he could mind his own business for now. The front door closed behind the guy. Then Yoon told Lu that this supervisor is more like an errand boy. The girl replied that he was absolutely right and that's just the way it is, saying that his direct duty is to do all their faithful work. She said that most of the leaders were at the 3rd rank, and he and Yoon were strong enough to compete with the 3rd rank practitioners and have a much more promising future than them. Explained that this was the reason why his attitude towards them was different from that of ordinary students at the academy, said that it was normal for him to try to please one of them. Yoon replied that this is how reality is. The student council president replied that power determines everything. Your status is in exchange for your power. She said that Yoon should just accept it. Yoon said that, on the other hand, does Lu Miaoling think that the freshman entrance exams, the international exchange tournament, and the world combat tournament are too many events? He said that it is obvious that the battlefield is getting tense. Is it a waste of resources to waste everything on such competitions? The girl replied that he was wrong, and that it was just the opposite, because it was because of the bad situation on the battlefield that they needed to organize competitions even more often. She said that they had been at war with the Dark World for many years. The current combat power was important, but it was also important to strengthen the combat power of a generation, and competitions were the easiest and most effective way to distribute resources. Lu Miaoling was telling that, actually, he had entered this resource battle even before the entrance exam. A good academy gives good resources. He competed with students of the same age. The same is true for the freshman competition. The stronger one gets more resources. The international exchange tournament is just a competition between academies. The academy with the highest ranking gets more resources from the country. She said that again the same applies to the world tournament. There are many disputed theories and neutral zones in the world. They have a large number of dungeons and just necessary materials. Regardless of the waste, forced competition can easily turn into wars, causing internal conflicts among people. The purpose of the world tournament is to determine who will own these regions. Lu Miaoling said that the countries with the best results would be considered as promising, and would be given the right to dispose of some of the neutral zones and disputed territories. This is the kind of experience mankind has developed over the years of fighting against the world of darkness. Yoon listened attentively, and then said, "That's how it is." The guy was thinking that compared to war, this is a very good way to solve conflicts, saving time by increasing energy. Suddenly, the girl said that they also had a date after arriving at their destination, and Yoon thoughtfully agreed. Then when it came to him what exactly she had just said, he shockingly asked again. Lu Miaoling asked, and what did he think? She said that yes, it was a date, saying that the vice president had placed a bet in the form of a date with her during Yoon's battle, and since he had won, shouldn't she provide the reward? Yoon rubbed his head and said that it sounded very reasonable, but he still felt uneasy, saying that besides, he didn't think that a date with her was the reward. This shocked the girl. She questioned how a date with her was not a reward. Yoon reiterated that of course not. Going shopping with her and spending money was just not a consideration. Lu Miaoling laughed loudly through tears of laughter. She shouted that he was an extremely interesting student, saying that this was the first time she was meeting a guy like him. Then the girl stood up and told Yunchen, calling him a disciple, that she was completely serious about inviting him to accompany her shopping after arriving in the Sacred Empire, asking him how he looked at it. Yun shook her hand and said he would go. He was thinking that he also wanted to walk in a foreign country and gather information, and the protagonist asked if they would give him money, and Lu said she would be very angry if he mentioned money again. The Holy Empire is the capital of Tyre. Ahead was a majestic castle, where a lot of people were climbing up long stairs. Lu Miaoling, Yunchen, and their leader were also in the crowd. He was telling them something passionately. People walked down the corridors, one after another. Yunchen asked what those lights on the city gates were. The leader told him not to worry, after all. They were just special artifacts. They entered the doorway, and the guy kept saying that they were removing the hidden effects, such as cloaking and concealment. Yet because of the sudden flow of people, due to the upcoming tournament, it was normal to take security measures so that people with bad intentions would not come here. Yunchen stepped a step, then stretched widely and said that he was finally in the Sacred Empire. He thought about how much he was exhausted. Without wasting any time, Lu Miaolin grabbed his hand and said that they should go. It was time to start their date. The city was really big and modern. You could see the cauldron and the temple in front. There were a lot of high-rise buildings. Lu Miaoling admired the views ahead. She said in fascination that everything was as expected from the Holy Empire. There were foreigners at every step. The girl already had an ice cream in her hands. Yuncheng didn't understand what she was so amazed about. So he asked her what was the big deal. He said it was obvious that there would be a lot of foreigners abroad. Lu Miaoling hit the guy on the head and said that of course you know about it. Just want to lighten things up a bit. Who knew Yun would be so cold the whole way? She asked how he went on dates before. Yunchen thought about this woman revealing her nature a bit. He thought she was the arrogant and quiet type. Lu already had a couple more dishes in her hands. Her mouth was full of different delicious things, and she kept talking about how appetizing everything looks. Later, the girl found a shop with lingerie. She spent her attention on the bra without cups, embarrassed, laughed, and asked who even wears such strange clothes. Yunchen said that he remembered that he had something to ask Supervisor Sun, so he would go to him. In fact, he just thought that Lu Miaoling was too much trouble. It would be better to act alone. Suddenly, the girl put her arms around his neck, grabbing him very tightly. She put the ice cream under his mouth and playfully told him that he was busy registering and couldn't help him, because the girl was shorter than him. Poor Yun even had to bend down. He was very embarrassed, and the girl warned him not to even think of running away from her. Better let him eat the ice cream. Still hugging the guy, she said that it was time for them to go for a walk before returning. Yun didn't like it at all, but he only thought that besides Miaolin, he had other things to deal with. The protagonist recalled how teacher Xia told him that once he succeeded in this trip, she promised that there would be no more dark believers in Xuanlong. Yunchen realized that whether it was for his own sake or for Yuntang's safety, he must succeed. Walking through the streets of the city, Yunchen was thinking about the world tournament. He knew that he was the next target of the organization, and the best thing to do would be to find them in advance of the tournament. Killing them all at once would save him a lot of trouble. Suddenly, there was an explosion in one of the houses. Walls and black smoke flew. Yun and Miaolin were shocked. A wall of black smoke was advancing out of the house. Some of the locals were sitting on the floor. Some were trying to run away as far as possible. Everyone was terrified, shouting that it was an explosion and everyone should run away. Someone asked if it was a terrorist attack. Yunchen and Lu Miaoling had already taken up fighting positions. She, or unprepared, Yun said that he could feel the era of dark believers. The girl said that since he also noticed, it was obviously not a good sign. Someone jumped out of the smoke. It was a blonde guy, followed by a couple of people in black robes, swearing and yelling at him not to think about running away. They were very close. One of them reached out his hand to the guy and told him that he was going to die today. The guy was scared but screamed for help. Unexpectedly for the black believer, someone interrupted his movement with a punch to the face. Seeing Yunchen in front of him, he was very surprised. Yun pressed him into the stone wall. Meanwhile, the other people in black robes were already rushing at him and shouting that he was a bastard and that he should die. One of the guys had white hair enveloping him. Lu Miaoling said that it was a surprise attack, and it wasn't decent of them. It turned out that those hairs were two of her ponytails. People on the street commented on what was happening, saying that these people were really strong, that they looked like foreigners. One noticed that they were some young people, and therefore assumed that they were participants in a world tournament. Even Yun Chen was surprised by her foxtails. He didn't know that she was a beast man, but then he realized that it wasn't about the tails. It was the magical power that emanated from them. He thought that it was more like a monster rather than a beastman. The man in black asked Yun to let him go. Yun replied that wow, still managed to save time. He said that he had a lot of questions. Suddenly, two policemen appeared. They shouted that Yun should stop after all. It was forbidden to have fights in the city, told them to follow them to the police station. Yun turned around. This time he was not happy that the police came so quickly. It was already late evening. There was a full moon in the sky, which was the only light of the night. Behind the finalist students and the guy who was chased by the believers was the police station. Lu Miaoling was cursing and saying that she had to ruin the first date of her life. Yun said that it was a pity that they had to hand over those believers, but there was nothing to be done. After that, Yun Chen turned to the stranger who was being chased by the people in black robes. He said his name was Yun Chen, and the girl next to him was Lu Miaoling. They were from Xuanlong. The girl also said hello to him. Yun asked him who he was and why the believers were chasing him. The guy's condition was pitiful. He was about to say something when his stomach rumbled loudly, interrupting his words. The protagonist noticed it and said he thought they should find a place to eat first. Soon a diner appeared up ahead. The stranger was eating meat as if he had never seen food before and was slurping loudly and greedily. And there was a mountain of empty plates near him. When the guy was exhausted, it was unlikely that he could cram anything else into him. Yun Chen asked how long he had not eaten. Lu Miaoling did not wait for his answer. She said that apparently he was from a small remote country. She explained that some small countries have bad economies, and therefore the citizens only have enough money to eat on the land. Suddenly, the stranger held out some coins on a napkin, saying that it was his only savings and he didn't know if it was enough. Yun Chen refused the money and said that he'd rather give them information instead of money. He asked the guy to tell the guy everything he knows. The guy thanked Mr. Yun. He finally told them that his name was LG, and he was from the Saratiatan Kingdom. He said that he went to the Sacred Empire as a representative of the country to participate in the World Tournament. As a result, those guys in black captured him almost as soon as he arrived, saying that they wanted to kill him and take part in the tournament under his identity. But luckily, he was able to take a special item with him. He escaped from the captivity and then met them, Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling. The classless freshman asked if that was it. Algie replied that yes, but he also heard them say that some of their comrades had managed to infiltrate the ranks of the World Tournament. Lu Miaoling intervened, saying that the parish were just rats stealing chickens and dogs, asked how they could be so brave, stabbing a piece of meat with a fork, and said she would like to see how they would deal with it. Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling walked into some cramped alley in the city. The protagonist said that he felt as if all the events that happened today had come quite handily, smoothly delaying the arrival, as well as getting information, said that given LG's strength, how he came to participate in the World Tournament, asked if he had no other goals, and the girl said that she believed him. After all, the Saratiatan Kingdom was in a remote and poor area. She said that even though the power of this country was comparable to an ordinary city in Huanlong, they were unable to deal with the third-ranked players, saying that he had probably come to the Holy Empire to participate in the world competition, hoping to get some useful resources for his country. Yun replied briefly, I see. He knew that the tournament would start tomorrow, so killing them beforehand would not be possible. He realized that everything depended on what they would do tomorrow. The girl changed the subject, telling him that she had noticed that he followed fashion a long time ago, saying that she had never thought he cared about it. Explaining that getting tattoos on his neck wasn't his style, this startled and horrified the guy. Probably the last thing he wanted to hear right now. He realized that the sea god jelly had disappeared. He assumed that it had dissipated upon entering the city gate. Yun Chen calmed down and realized what this was all about, and it looked like he would be able to have a good time at the tournament. The next day, he and Lu Miaoling were already at the Sacred Empire Teleportation Hall. Yun Chen told his companion while looking around that there were so many strong personalities here. Lu Miaoling said that most of them had hidden talents. While there were far fewer rare talents and no ordinary talents at all, she said that everything was as expected from the World Tournament. She said that it was a lousy idea to divide the strong and weak by class alone, because he himself was classless, but he was no weaker than any of those present. She said that it was true that hidden class holders were superior to ordinary class holders in terms of attributes and skill strength. But that wasn't an indicator. Race, bloodline, talent, and so on were all important in choosing the most suitable class. An ordinary warrior that matched his class perfectly might not be weaker than a hidden class warrior. Yun Chen replied that he was also thinking about this. He realized that the data on paper didn't reflect everything, and such things also needed to be understood. Everyone present around paid attention to Yun, and Miaoling shouted to others to look. Those are the participants from Xuanlong. Someone said that he heard that that girl is the daughter of Commander-in-Chief Lu, the divine protector of the country. She is one of the favorites for the championship. Ding Gai admired her, saying that she is gorgeous. That's how beautiful she is. Another guy got angry at him and advised him not to look at the appearance. In fact, she is a very dangerous opponent, so you should avoid conflicts with her. Now they were talking about the kid next to Lu Miaoling, about Yun, asking who this kid was. One said he looked at him with a grade, asking why he didn't have a grade. Someone shouted that he must have been added just for a supplement. Xuanlong country is one of the top 5 big countries, so they were worried whether his level would be low. Suddenly, someone got angry and told everyone to listen here, saying that they considered themselves worthy of participating in the tournament, even though they were weaklings from small countries. It was a terrifying man. Informal looking, he had a couple of punctures on his chest, he was massive and looked quite strong. He was shouting that it looked like they all had to die. He said they could believe if they wanted to, and if they didn't, they couldn't. But he was going to finish them all off from the start. The people in the back were a little scared. They said he was the third prince of the Beeman Empire with golden hippo blood in his veins. They didn't like the fact that this bastard was here at all. The guy yelled that he said it to scare them. He had a criminal record for false accusation of murder. One kid begged him to forgive them, called him the esteemed third prince, and begged a few more times, saying they shouldn't have tarnished his gaze with their presence. This guy turned out to be LG. He prayed to himself for the third prince to just hammer on them, ignore them like mosquitoes. Yunchen told Lu Moylan that this was somehow too much. The girl replied that not every country was as powerful and peaceful as Xuanlong, telling him that the Baiman Empire had always been known for its belligerence. Besides, by themselves, the individual small countries are too weak. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if they really pissed Okoto off, it wouldn't be surprising if he gathered troops and set out to destroy their countries. She said that pleasing and showing weakness is the basis of a small country's survival. Dignity is a luxury to them. Okoto laughed and told them not to be so frightened, for he was a good bee-man, saying that the fact that they had come to compete for the sake of their countries was obvious, so he decided to help them and gave them an excellent choice. With his huge hand, he grabbed the praying LG on the head and offered to become his slaves for the duration of the tournament, to work for him. Then he would reward them with enough resources. Algie was trembling with fear, but he kept saying that in the end, even if they were lucky enough to make it to the second round, they wouldn't earn much resources with their snares, saying that if he hired them, they could earn much more, and his weekly expenses would be enough for a year. Everyone immediately fell to the floor and shouted with one voice that they were at his service. Yunchen said that Okoto might not keep his promise after using them after all. Lu Miaoling replied that she did, but they had no choice. Some girl came into the hall and told Okoto-san that he was here to represent himself and his country in the world tournament, saying that it was a very ugly act on his part, publicly forcing candidates from other countries to become his slaves. It was a beautiful blonde girl with a black and red dress. Someone shouted that she was a participant from the Holy Empire side, and also Princess Lucini. People were stammering about how beautiful she was. After all, she was not only attractive, but also represented the Holy Empire, one of the 5 great countries. Her strength was also not to be doubted. Lucini was also a favorite to win the tournament. Now they would have something to look at. Okoto asked what kind of jokes the princess was making. Is he forcing anyone? Saying that they did it voluntarily. The girl asked if it was true. She crouched down to the people on the floor and politely asked if they were really doing it of their own free will. Said that if they were being treated unfairly, it was worth just saying so, because the Holy Empire would not tolerate any form of oppression, and LG blanched. But then he still said that he was doing it of his own free will. Lu Miaoling called Lucini a hypocritical woman, asked who would tell her that she was worried about the retribution of her homeland, said that she just wanted to illuminate that her country was not against the alliance at the national level. But what good are beautiful speeches? Yun was silent. Lucini stood up and told Miaoling that she was still expressing herself as well. The girl asked not to call her that. After all, she didn't recall them being that close. The princess playfully asked, "Really?" and then said, it didn't matter, it wasn't for her. The other tournament participants were shocked. They asked, if the noble Princess Lucini was not looking to meet Lu Miaoling, then who? Who did she want to talk to? When the girl turned to look at the unknown guy near Lu Miaoling, they couldn't believe their eyes. It couldn't be that classless. They thought it was simply impossible. The princess bowed to him and asked if he was the same Mr. Yun from Jiangnan Academy, saying that she was honored to meet him, explaining that his teacher, or rather Mrs. Xia Qingcheng's parents, helped them a lot. The fact that teacher Xi's parents had helped the royal family of the Holy Empire greatly astonished the guy, and he interjected. He was asking himself about whether the dean's family was so influential, and she had never mentioned it once after all. Lucini was also surprised that he didn't know about it. She said that Madame Xia's parents were the divine protector of Xuanlong. Although they died in the war against the world of darkness, their skills were unmatched. She taunted Lu Miaoling, saying that if her parents were still alive, the title of protector of the country wouldn't have gone to her father. Lu replied that she was still the same bitch. The other participants were discussing that although they couldn't hear what they were talking about, Princess Lucini and Lu Miaoling are clearly not in good spirits with each other. Something came to their minds, and one guy said that the way they are standing and their eye positions, Yunchen stood between them. That guy asked some classless could make these beauties quarrel. Suddenly the lights turned off. Only the magic stones in the wall were burning. A man appeared from above. He cheerfully told the ladies and gentlemen that he thanked them all for coming from far and wide to participate in the world tournament, asked them to let him explain the rules of the tournament, and told them that the world tournament consisted of 2 rounds, the first round being a round of elimination. Participants would be randomly teleported in groups of 2 to a neutral zone, an area of extreme coldness in the ice domains, inhabited by a large number of dangerous monsters, and their task was to survive for 7 days and kill as many monsters as possible to receive battle merits. Fiercely yelled that the top 100 participants, according to the total combat merit score, will make it to the second round of the tournament, just like last time. The tournament will be broadcast live around the world, told the young people to show off in front of the world to get as many resources as possible for their country. Someone called the organizers geniuses in a negative way. People shouted that they were outraged that only 100 of the best would make it to the second round. Some girl said that the participants came from more than 500 countries, 2 from each. Another guy asked in bewilderment whether the first round would eliminate 90% of the participants. Another said that it was all very unexpected. A man began to appear in people's hands, shouting that now each of them would be given a special prop for the qualifying round, namely a recording device, saying that it would record and store their battle achievements, said that in addition, they could be selected. Yun thought about how stealing was encouraged here. LG modestly told Okito-san that the teleportation location was random and therefore he would not be able to serve him unless he could find it by then. The man told him to think of something. He suggested leaving a magical mark on each other, but if they didn't come to him, he would have to think of the consequences. The man said that there was also a limit on consumables for the qualifying round. The maximum they could take was 6 potions and 5 potions to restore magical power, and it was forbidden to take food with them. He said that as soon as there was a violation, the registrar would record it and they would be eliminated from the tournament. Now he shouted that he was announcing the start of the elimination round. All participants would be directed to the extreme cold territory. In the extreme cold territory, there were icy cliffs, snow was coming from the white clouds, everything was in blue and white colors. Only the blackbirds stood out. Yunchin and Lu Miaoling were teleported there. They instantly moved forward and Yun said that it turns out they would have to survive for 7 days in this hole. The girl playfully asked, "Isn't this a continuation of the date, considering that they would also be living together?" Everything was covered in a white dome of snow, snow-capped rocky mountains. Lu Miaoling stretched and said that there was a lot to eat during the 7-day survival. Yun said that water could be replaced with snow, but as for food, it was much more complicated. Said that the first thing is better to explore the immediate area. The guy crouched down and used a fusion of skills, namely Mage, Mana Flow, and Mechanic, Echolocator. He put his hand on the cold ground. The fusion of these skills activates the listening echo. The listening range spread out in a circle. Lineas of air fluctuations were on the mountains. They glowed with different colors. Lu Miaoling voiced her surprise that he even had the skills to track perception. She said that even the worthless could appear omnipotent. Yunchin counted the memorized movements in his hearing. He counted 3. He said that they were lucky because there were 3 monster lairs nearby. They rushed towards them, and Yun said that the first thing they would get was battle achievements and food. The girl laughed. Ahead was a giant-sized cave. Inside was a whole army of snow mountain humanoid monkeys. Their level was 43, and the difficulty was gold. Also, there were snow porcupines. Their level accrued 41. The difficulty was also gold. A 44th level frost goblin with the same difficulty. Yunshin told them that he was just lighting some fire. Why get so angry right away? The guy had to tense up a bit. After all, a whole bunch of snow monsters threw themselves at them, roaring loudly. They all used a giant fist strike. The giant fist was already very close by when Yun said that just because he was big didn't mean his fists were endowed with great strength. The guy used skill fusion, fused the striker skill of Fire Fist and Fighter. Striking at full force, Yun Chen's blue flame rushed straight into the middle of the monster's fist. In the shape of a drill, it drilled an attack. The monster began to dissolve into space. It screamed in pain. Fortunately, these were its last sounds in this life. OK Meowling told Junior that he was incredible. After all, not everyone was capable of fighting a level 43 monster with only a level 36. She said that despite that, Yun had defeated a monster of such a huge size with his human body. Suddenly, her pleasure was interrupted by a sound like someone plunging into the water. She was standing on the snow and it was raining. Interestingly enough, it wasn't snow at all. It was rain, which was impossible in such a cold climate. It was an icy rain, and it broke when it touched the ground. Lu Miaolin said that it was the ice goblin's skill. It was a slow-motion debuff. And there was a goblin with a magic staff standing behind her on the cliff. The goblin had already directed a couple kinds of magic attacks at her, and she said that she couldn't leave everything to Yunchen. Lu Miaoling turned to the goblin, saying that he seemed to understand as well. Who would inflict the greatest threat to them? She hugged her flaming tail and summoned a fire elemental. She shouted for it to ignite, then the flames spread into a beautiful, huge flower. It enveloped the monsters and they burned, dying in agony. The terrifying opponents, one by one, dissolved into the cold air. Meanwhile, Yunchen was fighting a couple of other snow monsters. The guy turned around at the girl's battle. He asked himself, is it elemental magic? Is she an elemental mage? However, he refuted his guesses with the knowledge that there was a difference in the form of skills. The ice ceiling of the cave began to crack, chunks of ice breaking off. Suddenly, a huge monster fell inside. When it landed, it roared loudly. It was an ancient snow mountain ape. Its level is 51 and the difficulty is gold. The ape looked really intimidating. The ice hand and fire hand rushed towards him. The ice hand was Yun, and the fire hand was Lu Miaoling. They slammed into the enemy and he screamed in pain, and the academicians shouted for him to shut up, shut up. From that very cave far outside, the screams and cries of the monster could be heard. A little while later, the tournament participants from Zhuanlong around the built fire, leaning on the back of the already dead monster monkey, they even managed to get some meat. Now it was roasting on the fire. Yun said that for the sake of this, they had been trying all day. He said that they had finally cleaned up all 3 monkey lairs. He said that killing one ordinary monster would give them 1 battle merit, while killing a boss would give them 50 battle merits. Lu Miaoling replied that even if the profits were divided equally between them, they had cut down a good cash, and if it continued like this, there would be no problem with survival. Yunchen reached for his portion of meat and replied that yes, and monsters were easy to find here. He held out the meat to the girl and told her to eat. The girl was surprised that he didn't hold it out to her since it was almost burnt. With a disdainful look at the spoiled piece, Lu Miaoling said that she would do the cooking from now on. Yun did not like his own creation, but said that it was better to overcook than overcook, so let her eat. He realized that at home, cooking is usually handled by Yun Tang, but he does not know about it at all. The girl looked at the unfortunate piece of meat and said that the teacher and student are both worthy of each other. They cannot cook and throw arguments. She said that 7 years ago, the head of Sia invited them and his father to his home for dinner. She was rarely in the mood to cook by herself. Lu Miaoling remembered the horror she saw in front of her 7 years ago. She recounted that she told Dean Xia that her food was unpalatable, but she acted as if it was a matter of course. Lu Miaoling remembered the look on the girl's face when she asked why the hell she had a maid then. Yunchen did not expect teacher Xia to have such a side to her. He remembered something and asked the president what her level was. He said that it was not like elemental magic, but the skills were completely different. Lu Miaoling smiled and replied that she was wondering why he was looking at her. She even started to think that he had fallen in love with her, and he only cared about that. She said that unfortunately she had not recognized him yet. The look on Yunchen's face was unforgettable when he said that yes and no need. In the end, the girl did reveal that she was indeed an elemental mage. However, due to the related bloodline and talent, they had undergone similar changes. Simply put, she could use elemental magic of 9 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. There were only 7 on the list. Hence, Yoon asked what the other two were. The girl replied, "Who knows?" and promised to tell when their relationship became even closer. In the Sacred Empire's data processing room, there were many workers. They were all busy doing something. A blonde mustached man with 3 stars said that today was the third day of the elimination round. He asked how the contestants were doing. This was the commander-in-chief of the Holy Empire, Edward. The curly-haired man replied that the value of the princess's combat achievements had reached 1,700 points, and the first place was still hers. The current top 100 had about 500 points at best. Edward was pleased and said that was good news. He also asked what the losses were. The guy replied that a total of 1,178 people participated in the qualifying round. So far, 375 of them have lost their recording devices. Most likely they were stolen. He added that over and above that, life signs of 117 people have disappeared. The death toll was higher than expected. Edward replied that this number of deaths was acceptable, told the guy to continue. The guy told the commander-in-chief that he didn't understand why they weren't broadcasting in real time, saying that it would at least allow them to find out the cause of death of the participants, asking if it was a matter of excessive cost. Edward said that the cost was indeed quite high, but the cold ice area was still too large, and real-time tracking would cost more resources, but more importantly, it wasn't necessary. Said that as they know that all countries can't live in peace, religious beliefs, turf battles, risk discrimination, and so on will make some countries hate each other. Although the existence of the law of one world forbids war between countries, some hatred must be spilled out. That's why the survival round was created. They can senselessly kill each other's geniuses or bully the geniuses of small countries to spill their hatred. And of course, such things can't be shown in the open. That's why there is no monitor. The worker replied that then it is no wonder why there are no videos of past world tournaments during the elimination rounds, and asked if despite this, such things are not contrary to the original plan of selecting geniuses and allocating resources. The commander-in-chief said that allocating resources to countries that couldn't survive the elimination round was a waste, in addition to asking, how do the favorites of the Big Five countries perform as participants? The guy dug into his clipboard and said that most of them were in the front row, but there were some accidents, such as Lu Miaoling and Yun Chen from Xuanlong. He said that they were currently ranked 943 and 94 and could be pushed out of the top 100 at any moment. It would be extremely amusing if the contestants from the 5 great countries couldn't even make it to the second round. Meanwhile, Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling were walking somewhere along the forest paths. The girl was cheerfully telling the younger one that she felt that their team was simply invincible. They had cleared all the monster lairs within 100 miles. Yun Chen was so cheerful. He said that this also meant that if they continued to hang around, they might simply be forced out. He said that right now, they only had 532 battle merit points each. If they were to clear the dungeon, it would give them a lot more points, but the problem was that they had nowhere to get merit points. As time goes on, the number of member points will only increase while the number of monsters will decrease, making them much harder to find, meaning that later on it will be easier to clear people than catch monsters. He said that although he didn't know where they stood in the rankings, he wouldn't want to fall out of the top 100, so it was time to open the hunt for participants. However, he also said that the problem was that he didn't know where to find them. Lu Miaolin replied that humans were much harder to find than monsters unless there was a suitable bait for them to take. Playfully saying that the weak point from the country was worthless, classless, he asked if there was a better way than that. The footprints stretched far ahead, but they were kind of strange. Yunchen walked around leaving them and thought about the fact that he had spent the entire day walking around the neighborhood and intentionally leaving magical footprints. However, he couldn't even think about it. That so many fish would take his bait all the way up on the rocks above or from around corners. There were other participants lurking on the rocks, tracking him. 2 of them were just standing around a corner nearby. The wolf-like man told his partner that he could smell the scent of people looking out for this kid. He asked the guy next to him if they should start acting. He said yes. He's in a group with the mighty Lu Miaolin after all, so he should have a lot of merit points. And now that she wasn't around, there would be no better time to swallow such a fatty piece of meat. Immediately after the conversation, they came out from the corner and rushed towards Yun, saying that they would deal with him quickly and take away his recording device. One rushing like a wolf, the other like a bat. Noticing their movement, the others also jumped up from their positions, one shouting at them not to try to take him away, the other shouting that he was going to take all his battle honors for himself. Yunchin said that they all seemed to take him for a weakling. He used a fusion of fighter skills, piercing kick, martial artist skills, shaking move. The protagonist hit the ground hard. With the shockwave, the attackers were thrown back into the ice walls one by one. The two guys who never came out of their hiding places were trembling in fear, thinking about the strength of this guy. And he's only a rank 3 and can use advanced skills, asking themselves who he was, realizing that this classless one was clearly not as simple as it seems. He was strong enough to fight rank 3 fighters, and a monster of the same level as Lu Miaolin, Lucini, and the others. One of them shouted that they had been tricked, the other that it was time to get lost and that he had pretended to be a weakling just to trap them. Yun's magical vines rushed towards them. None of the attackers were able to escape from him. They were all twisted by the guy's vines. One of those caught asked, where on the snowy plain the demon thorns came from. It turned out that it wasn't Yun's vines but his demon flower. It held the targets tightly. It's called a thorn grip. Yunshin told them that they were hiding in the shadows, thinking they were cautious hunters, but as you can see, they themselves became prey. The main character used his blue demon queen flame on them. The fire became a wall, penetrating them to the very bone. People were screaming and asking what this ghostly fire was. It wouldn't go out, screaming that they were hot and were about to die, asking for mercy, promising they wouldn't dare anymore, asking them to just take their battle merits. Lu Miaoling was watching what was happening, sitting behind a small rock nearby. She said that it seemed like she didn't even have to get in. The participants all shouted why such a strong man pretended to be a weakling. They called him a damn bastard who complained about saving their points so hard. This was also watched by someone from afar. Yun Chen told them that it was their own fault for thinking he was a weakling. When it was over and he had a whole bunch of sub-reading devices in his hands, Yun plopped down in the snow, talking about how he had used Ghost Flame too often and was terribly tired, saying that, as expected of geniuses from various countries, it was hard to deal with them. He looked at the devices he had received and rejoiced that he had a good harvest today. The merit points had increased by 3280, saying that even if divided equally with the president, it was still a large amount. There were a couple of people hiding in one of the ice blocks. One of them was Algae. They were using the Ghost Hunter skill, namely camouflage. Algae was talking admiringly about how strong Yun Chen was after all, calling Mr. Yun amazing. He thought that Yun was definitely the hidden favorite of the tournament. The other three had other plans. They asked so what? He was obviously tired after the battle after all, said that they could definitely defeat him now. The third added that if they gave that many registrars to Okoto-san, they would obviously be generously rewarded. They climbed out of their seat and rushed at Yun, although they couldn't be seen because of the spell, but the protagonist could hear the echo of magic. He thought about the fact that even these rats couldn't sit still. There were attackers flying at him from 3 sides. Yun activated his blue flames and decided that it would be better to just get rid of them. Suddenly, a fourth person appeared. He jumped up, shouting for everyone to stop. It was LG. The guy stood up to Yun Chen's defense and told them not to attack him. This left the 3 of them shocked. They didn't expect such a prank from their comrade at all. Yun sat behind Algae's back and thought about this boy. One of the 3 guys asked Algae if he realized what he was doing now. They were all very angry with him, asking why such a spineless guy was their comrade. Another shouted that if they didn't earn enough battle merit points for today, Okoto would get really angry. LG replied in a trembling voice that he knew that. But Mr. Yun had saved his life earlier. He said that there was still time until tonight and promised to find a new target. Therefore, he once again asked to let Yun Chen go. After his words, Yun stood up and said that there was no need to worry about him, that he could handle everything on his own. The 3 guys started to move away or even run away. One said he still had strength. Another said that if LG hadn't stopped them, Yun would have dealt with them by now. The third said that now was often the time to leave. They started to run away. LG stayed there. He bowed and apologized to Mr. Yun, said that he did not expect that his buddies had decided to make an attempt on him, apologized again, and said that now he had to go. Yun Chen was silent, and LG rushed to catch up with his buddies, asking them not to leave him. Lu Miaoling came out to the younger man and said that LG probably hadn't realized yet that it wasn't Yun who was dangerous, but his companions. She said that he would probably be punished severely upon his return, and asked if Yun was going to do something about it. Yun Chen asked in what sense, said that in the qualifying round, everyone was an enemy, and they had only seen him once, but added that for the sake of Okoto's points, he didn't mind interfering. Lu Miaolin whined that he seemed cold-blooded and good-hearted. But could he be a little more forthright? Up ahead, a bonfire was burning. Next to it, the third Prince Okito was sitting on a constructed chair. He was greedily eating a large piece of meat, with the 4 bowing before him and the girl sitting by his throne. Taking a bite of meat, Okito said that, to be honest, he didn't expect his slaves to be of much use. That's why he provided such weaklings with an assistant, in case they were unlucky enough to face a strong opponent. However, everything was interrupted due to an unexplainable, inexplicable reason to him. He ate and said that there was no point in keeping a dog near him, which was no use. LG guiltily said that he was sorry, but Mr. Yun had saved his life, and therefore he simply could not leave things as they were. The boy begged his master to give him another chance. Okito laughed and asked why he was so scared. He said that he was a kind hippo, so he could give him another choice. The choice would be whether to smash LG's head in or level his country. He said that the culprit should decide for himself. One guy quietly asked how it was a choice. The other said that Mr. Okito offered to choose one of the two, and that he would have to pay for his way of thinking. Algie was scared. He was trembling. He got a little close to Okito-san, calling him brave and honorable, fell head down in the snow and begged, asked him to leave his country alone. Okito said that's what his choice was. However, suddenly someone put a firearm to his head. It was Yun Chen. He was equipped with a demonic terror weapon in the form of a shotgun. Poor LG raised his head and noticed Mr. Yun. The other three got up and asked what was going on here. When did he sneak in here and how did they not notice him? One of them asked the Lord if he had intervened because of LG. Yunchen told Okito to remove his foot. The one asked, "What if I don't want to?" Yunchen fired a shot. The three servants were horrified. They were surprised that he actually shot, and the bullet was tight. One shouted that Yunchen was a murderer. The bullet didn't kill Okito, but now he was extremely angry. Yunchen was amazed that only the fur was burned. Now Okito was terribly angry. He said that the kid had done it after all, his whole body blazing with anger. His fist would turn into the face of a fierce bull, or rather a fierce ancient beast. Yunchen responded to the attack by fusing the skills of Ammunition Master, Shock Dispersal, and Sniper, Deadly Shot. There was a huge blast wave. The explosion took on different colors. Okito looked at his burned hand and asked himself, "Who is this kid?" Okito realized that he is clearly as strong as Lu Miaolin, decided that he should be taken more seriously. And Yunchen Okito was more and more surprised, or rather that the synthesized skill was only able to scratch him. He could not even imagine how high Okito's defense was. He asked himself who this Okito was. He used an evaluating look on him. Okito's level was 53. Race: Golden Hippo. Class: Ancient Beast Warrior. Yun was not at all happy about the fact that they had too big, colossal, level gap, and the information he received was limited. Okito kicked his foot hard on the cold ground. It was the stomp of an earthquake. This kick was so strong that the ice forward cracked. Now it was individual pieces. They flew out one after another. Yun was even thrown backwards. Okito flew at the guy from behind, having prepared his flaming fist in advance. Yun Chen turned around, asked, "From the back?" Then he changed his weapon to a tonfa and said that since it was the third prince's wish, please do so. Their fists met. The blow was followed by a shockwave. It vibrated through the air. 4 of Okito's slaves watched from a distance, one marveling at such strength, another asking what kind of monster he was to fight a golden hippo on equal footing. Okito used an explosive hammer. The spirit of the golden hippo formed in front of him. Yun Chen, in turn, fused the skills of a Taoist, clenched fist, and a fighter, a punch. He punched hard at his opponent and Okito flew backwards. In fusion, this skills formed a sky splitter. Okito flew high into the air. Blocks of ice also flew upwards. A dent appeared on the third prince's body. His mouth and nose were bleeding. Yun Chen jumped to his level and said he would finish him off while he was injured. Okito called him a smug boy and asked if he expected to defeat him. The golden hippo created a strong red aura that enveloped him from head to toe and threw Yun Chen away. What struck Yun Chen was that his opponent now looked completely different. He had become stronger and angrier. His fangs had grown as well as his hair. His body itself had also become much bigger. Then Okito said that he was giving him 2 choices, to be trampled to death or to be crushed. His transformation was the release of the golden hippo's blood. In fact, his body had enlarged so much that Yun looked like an ant against it. Finally, most of the smoke dispersed into the icy air. 4 servants commented on what was happening. One said how scary it all was, calling Okito a monster among monsters. Another said that this was Okito-san's true strength. The third added that despite all this, that guy was also good. He could use any weapon, not to mention a bunch of different skills. Without waiting for Yun Chen's reply, Okito shouted that, since he doesn't make the choice, he would make it for him, and his huge fist was already very close to Yun. However, he failed to hit and just punched a huge hole in the icy ground. Yunchen, however, managed to deftly jump back. He flew at his opponent with lightning speed. Upon landing, he intentionally scratched Okido's arm. However, only a small smoke and no blood followed from it. Yunchen said to this that his flesh was indeed tough. Asked what if he used this technique, he activated the skill fusion again. But this time knight, air dissection, and swordsman. An excellent choice. The protagonist yelled, "Space dissection!" Magic swept across the enemy's arm. Only a scratch was left on his arm that didn't even bleed. The monster Okido shouted that it was useless, and it wouldn't hurt him with such an attack. The third prince wanted to grab or crush Yun, but he, once again, dodged. Many magic arrows could be seen in the air, splitting space. LG watched silently and thought about the fact that there are more than 500 countries in the world, and only the Beeman clan was able to build a great empire because of the power of hippos. The reason for this is because of their incredible strong flesh and mighty strength. Okido-san is a golden hippo, which means he is even stronger physically. The golden hippo refers to the legendary hippo. In classical literature, it is described as such. His body is powerful and indestructible until the divine power intervenes, and those who have struggled to achieve the power of the divine level, at the very least, they must be of the 4th rank. Besides that, the hidden class of the ancient beast warrior greatly strengthens his body, so that Okido, who is a 2nd rank master, will never lose to a 3rd rank master. Yunchen flew at Okito and thought that he couldn't even imagine how to win this fight. The guy once again decided to use skill fusion. This time it was the copier skill, sudden strike, and the swordsman skill, stabbing strike. Now these skills merged into a piercing lunge. Yunchen shouted. Slashes! His spear met with his opponent's tough flesh. However, Yunchen was mostly thrown back by the shockwave of his own attack. He realized that the wound was shallow. It was like piercing an elephant with a needle. Even if he pierced it 3 times, there would be no effect. He thought about using tens of thousands of strength, but then changed his mind because they had too many side effects. He also realized that he wouldn't be able to deal with the others once the time ran out. It was a pity that he needed a talent related to space to use spatial burst. Otherwise, he would have defeated him long ago. Now Okido threw himself at Yunchen. He shouted that he would not run away from him, that he would continue to fight him until exhausted to death. He had awakened the anger of an ancient beast within him. Yunchen once again deftly dodged his attack. He asked if it was true, and then said that in that case, Okido could stand still and he would slash him. Yun once again used the fusion of druid skills, vines and growth. Now it was a giant entangling vine. It wrapped around the monster, crossing his path. As the vines bound his hands in such a way that he would definitely not be able to free them, Yun threw himself upwards. Flying straight towards his opponent's face, he said that it seemed Okido was very confident in his defense, but that piercing his eyes already scared the monster. He shouted that Yunchen was a sneaky boy. The veins on his face popped up with anger. This time, Okido decided to use his concentration of power, the anger of the ancient beast. His muscles swelled even more, and the vines on his arms burst. Yunchen and the rest of the plants flew down. Okido was already intending to catch poor Yunchen, and he noticed that his speed was sufficient. There was a flash. His weapon glowed. It changed direction lightning fast and was already very close to the head of the enemy master. The angry Okido didn't even realize what had happened. He managed to catch the sharp weapon with his teeth, but he still said to himself that it was extremely dangerous. However, not everything was so sweet. He was once again enveloped by Yun's magical vines. Then it seemed Okido realized that Yunchen's target was not his eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. Yun was already near. He stuck his weapon farther into the monster's mouth, and then used the fusion of mage skills, fireball and Taoist skills, wind tribute again. Together, these skills turned into a burning explosive palm. Something happened in the third Prince Okido's mouth. Smoke was coming from everywhere. The monster was screaming in pain. It was being burned from the inside out. Okido tried to catch Yun, cursing him. The third prince clenched his fist. He thought he had finally caught the agile opponent. But no such luck. Yun slipped out and said that it seems Okido's insides were not as strong as his skin. The protagonist flashed up to the golden hippo's ear and activated the burning palm. Yun even managed to reel off a part of his body with his vines. Okido's insides exploded and he screamed loudly in pain. While Okido had yet to regain consciousness, Yunchen didn't waste any time. He flew away from there and on his way to another point, he told his opponent not to worry as there were still a few holes in his body. He stopped and asked how many minutes he could still survive if he burned the airways in his nostrils. This made the mighty monster terrified. He quickly moved away from there, fell to the ground and pitifully cried, begging not to do it, screaming that he was wrong, that he was giving up, asking again and again not to burn. Okido promised that he wouldn't do anything to Algae and his country, asking them to let him go, because he really could die because of the explosion. After that, Lu Miaolin came out to them. She told Junior that this one really should stop. She explained that Okido is just as outstanding a genius, and therefore will be able to show more strength on the battlefield in a few years. Yun didn't interrupt the girl. He told Okito that it was quite normal to live his life, and then extended his hand and ordered to give here all the registrars of combat merit points that he has. He pondered that Lu Miaoling right, it would be quite unwise to weaken the future combat power of mankind. Okido obediently handed over his recorders. Taking every last one of them, he turned around and left, telling the girl to do the same. Lastly, Lu advised the third prince to gain strength to fight the world of darkness, adding that bullying small countries is a shitty display of ability. The night came. The full moon was visible in the sky. Yun Chen and Lu Miaolin were sitting by the fire. The girl told the guy that he had worked hard today, and it was time for him to rest. She said that he should leave the night guard to her. Yun Chen was indeed very tired. It was truly a hard day, so he immediately agreed. The night was replaced by day. The sun came out. Those around him were cursing loudly and saying that something important had happened. Lu Miaoling asked why he was angry. She said that Junior was still asleep, but she was eager to know, so she told him to hurry up and tell him. The screams woke Yun up. He came out and asked what happened. Then he noticed that LG was worried. The guy was really scared half to death. He said that Okido-san was killed. The poor guy was still remembering his master's dead face. This news sent the students of Jiangnan Academy into shock. Lu Miaoling was so shocked that she asked what he was talking about. How is it that Okido is dead? She gathered her thoughts and asked how it happened, saying that although he was seriously injured, it was not fatal. Yun Chen said that he fought with him, and therefore has an idea of his strength. Just in terms of defense alone, he has reached the 3rd level, and even surpasses some demons with the same level in it. Regardless of the severity of the injury, he couldn't have been dealt with so quickly. LG said that he didn't know exactly how it happened, because at that moment he was asleep. He said that he just suddenly heard some rustling and turned around, and only after he saw the ward members standing there, and next to them the body of the Lord, he remembered a whole group of people in black robes towering over the corpse of the unfortunate Okido. LG fell to the ground and shouted that they even snuck into the elimination round to kill them all. His body was trembling. He said that if he didn't run so fast, they would have killed him too, shouting that he was scared. Lu Miaolin was suspicious. Even a few hundred people from the parish couldn't stop her. While they killed Okido, LG asked how he knew. He said that when they captured him last time, one of them was called Young Commander, as if he was the son of the leader of the organization. The Dark Believers who came this time were much stronger than the previous ones. Yun Chen was tensed by the fact that with such information, Aliji didn't tell them about it over a meal that day. He asked the guy about it. He became very nervous and said that he must have forgotten. Yun asked him more calmly if it was true, said that the young commander was still a big fish, suggested getting rid of him and causing a huge blow to the organization, and said that the only problem was finding him. LG said that his class was Ghost Hunter. He was good at tracking and hiding, said that the Okido camp should still have their aura. Once they return, he can track them down, offered to show Yun and Miaolin dearly if they don't mind. Of course, Yun thanked the guy for his courage and said it's time to go. In the Sacred Empire workroom, people were astonished, swearing and shouting that the 3rd prince of the Beeman Empire showed no signs of life. That this was the first time such a thing happened when such a high-ranking person died. It was said that the Beeman Empire was second only to the 5 great countries in its power. One man looked at his monitor and said that suddenly Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling's combat merits had skyrocketed. And soon after that, Okito died, saying that even a child would guess what had happened. Someone said that the Beeman Empire was known for its belligerence, so once the news got out, it was very likely that they would break diplomatic relations with Xuanlong and might even declare war, saying that humanity could not afford to start a civil war, asking what they should do now. Edgar stood up and slapped his desk hard and shouted for everyone to be quiet, saying that this was just an unforeseen result and because what was the big deal, saying that this area was known for its danger and it was logical to expect unfortunate accidents. He said quietly that perhaps Okido was just the beginning. The 3 young men rushed forward. Algie said that they should hurry, for if they delayed, their aura would dissipate, and then they would be very hard to find. The other two agreed with him and sped even faster. Suddenly, something greatly surprised Yunchen. It was a strong hurricane ahead. Luckily, they all managed to jump back in different directions. Yun stopped abruptly and asked who was here, putting his hand on the frozen ground. He realized that the one who came was very strong. Inside the vortex, the silhouette of a girl appeared. She apologized and said that they seemed to be in a hurry, but asked, "How about staying a little longer?" The wind cleared a little and Lucini appeared. She told the boys that she wanted their battle honors. Algie didn't expect to see Princess Lucinia here at all. He shouted to her that unfortunately, they had very little time, and they couldn't waste it here. Yunchen looked at the girl in silence. When she came down closer to him, he told her that he had to deal with the ward members making their way to the qualifying round, and therefore he didn't have time to fight with her, asking her to get out of the way. Lucini sarcastically asked if that was true, said she was sorry, but she was more interested in him than hiding rats, asked how they should be. Then Lu Miaoling stood in front of Yun. She told her and LG to go and not to waste time here. She added that she would deal with this hypocrite. Yun and LG immediately rushed in the right direction. Lutini turned around and asked if Mr. Yun just left Miaolin and left. Said that it seems like he doesn't like her that much. Lu Miaolin words of the princess did not hurt at all, she asked. Do not like you say, told her that still like Junior, began to say that he just believes in her power. The girl's eyes lit up and several long fiery tails came out from behind. Lucini asked if that was the case. She said that from the looks of it, he would be terribly disappointed. Lightning bolts swirled around her. Their elemental magics met in a huge explosion. Meanwhile, Yunchen and LG were already standing in Okito's chambers. The lungs in his body had long since stopped breathing, and the blood had turned. There were many black blotches around. Yun crouched closer and touched the chest of the third prince, said that there were many wounds and marks from the use of magical power of different attributes. There are more than 6 kinds of weapons that can inflict such a wound. Made a verdict that he was killed by not one, but a whole group of people. LG said that Yun was talking nonsense and Okito couldn't die so easily, but his tone was very different from usual. His eyes were burning and he pulled out a dagger from his sleeve. LG said that these dark novices are cruel and powerful. The guy smiled and told Mr. Yun that he should also be more careful. He had already put his dagger right up to Yunchen's neck. Yun said that it was unnecessary to remind him, as he always kept his guard up. This threw Algie into a state of terror. Yunchen turned around and shouted his name, pulling out his sword and said that the one who killed Okito was LG. His sword swiftly sliced through the air. Blood rushed out of LG's chest. He was extremely shocked and had yet to realize what had happened. Yunchen's eyes were burning belligerently as he swung and said that, although he didn't understand why he had brought him here, if he intended to kill him, he should be prepared to die in return. Suddenly, some girl threw herself at LG's neck, calling him young commander. From behind, another man flew at Yunchen. He shouted for him to die, but the man's weapon landed on Yun's sword. Yunchen managed to turn around and block the attack. Now 2 more old Okito slaves were flying at him, one with a sword and the other with a magic fist. Yunchen used a fusion of fighter skill, piercing kick and Taoist skill, shaking foot. The protagonist kicked the ground with his foot, and all the attackers were thrown back by the strong shockwave. The girl lifted young Mr. LG up and asked if he was all right. The boy replied that he was caught off guard, causing him to almost die. He added that he was lucky that he was only injured and could recover. He still had his own bloodstains on his face. Yunchen looked at him and said to himself that the wound had healed. Did he really take a potion? Said that it couldn't be a potion because it wasn't that effective. Remembered that Ghost Hunter didn't have recovery skills. He didn't know what it was at all. The protagonist stood and said that they even forced him to use skill fusion, so he also got to his feet. He knew that this kind of power could not be possessed by participants from remote and small countries. Yunchen said that it looked like he should take them more seriously. The patch of ice where everything was happening was badly damaged. Something blackened somewhere, something was smoking. Algie stood up and turned to Yunchen, asking when he started to doubt him. Yun looked up at him and said that he didn't believe him from the beginning. Told him that on the first day of arrival the Sacred Empire fell into the hands of the parish, and after he escaped and was able to get important information, too many lucky coincidences. The protagonist said that he realized everything at the moment when the soul hunting mark appeared. He said that the thing is that he was lucky enough to meet him. Most likely, he had noticed him long ago and was waiting for the opportunity to make a move. Algie asked what if it was really a coincidence. Yun replied that the extreme ice territory was vast and unbounded. It would take a lot of effort to find monsters, let alone a human. But LG was able to track down his location so quickly, he asked if he thought it was a coincidence too. He said that he probably used his class feature to memorize his scent before the round started. While Yun Chen was fixing his location when he arrived here, LG was just waiting for the right time to appear. The young commander said that it was too much, that after all he even defended Yun once, in front of Okido, after you interceded for him. The boy asked if it wasn't because of his trust in him, why he did it. Yun said he just wanted his battle record and to watch LG's performance. Told that as for his defense, he didn't need it. If he hadn't noticed Lu Miaoling hiding, he would have teamed up with his partners to attack him. Yun looked at the 5 young men ahead and said that it seemed to be the case. Algie said about how difficult Yun Chen was after all. No wonder the organization had set such a high reward for him. However, he added that it didn't matter to him. He and the girl beside him started to dissolve into space. It's a disguise, dissolving Aligi said. Next time there won't be any bones left of Yun. Everyone else was also rapidly dissolving. Yun Chen closed his eyes to better sense what he couldn't see. He knew that the disguise was just confusing. They weren't going anywhere. The reaction from his resonance of magic power was enough. He realized that LG probably didn't know anything about it. Otherwise, they would. They didn't attack so openly. There were already 2 wardmen flying at him from behind. Yun Chen easily dodged the sword attack and slid down the ice a bit. The attacker didn't realize how it happened at all. The bald guy didn't expect Yun to be able to dodge either, and Yun himself had already flown at the bald guy with his foot. He used the fighter's main skill, the piercing kick. He stomped the man into the ground, into the ice. He saw the first guy rushing at him again and activated the fighter's basic skill, punch. He hit the guy hard and he flew far away in the direction of the blow. A lot of blood came out of his mouth. He was cursing loudly, cursing Yun Chen. The protagonist, not wasting any time, flew towards someone again, saying that he would deal with them first. Something bigger and black appeared in the air. Then Yun stopped. He was shocked by what was behind his back. Something huge, black. This something has suction cups. What scared Yun was that it was most likely the dark tentacles of a dark pontiff. He realized that he had no choice and would have to take the fight. The tentacles began to surround him. Yun Chen directed his deadly blue fire at the terrifying monster. The tentacles burned. Inside it was the same girl who cared so much for young Master LG. Yun Chen told himself that the Dark Pontiff was a difficult class whose skills focused on control, which caused problems. He knew that right now this woman was the priority. Yun Chen used the fusion of the swordsman's skill of speed and the fighter's skill of wind step. When the blue flame completely got rid of the dark monster, it changed direction towards the girl. It also carried Yun Chen. The girl, slightly surprised, said that he was too fast. Yun Chen was already about to kill her with his spear, and swiftly flying at her from above, told her to die. He landed and there was a huge explosion. His spear did not hit the girl's insides but her shield. In fact, her attire looked different now. Instead of a black sleeveless dress, she was wearing a thick armor. Her shield was simply huge, exactly bigger than herself. This amazed Yun Chen. He wondered if the Dark Pontiff could lift such a large shield with her strength. So she was also wearing paladin armor. She looked out from behind her shield and told her opponent that he wasn't the only one who could use other classes' skills. The girl pointed her staff at him. Yun Chen began to be enveloped by the Dark Pontiff's tentacles. After that, when Yun Chen was restrained, a bald man rushed at him. He used the skills of Druid, Diving Vulture and Master, Explosive Fists. His fists were indeed blazing. He was shouting to send Yun to hell. When the fireball was already near the freshman's head, he summoned Divine Lightning. He was transported back a few dozen meters and saw a giant fire explosion at that spot. The protagonist asked, "Who the hell are they? Do they each have 2 classes plus they have high attributes? They clearly absorbed something like the essence of a demon lord." Said that he kept wondering how they managed to kill the seriously injured Okido. But now it seems that their strength is quite enough to do so. Yun was telling himself that this guy used highly developed druid skills to achieve inertia, which greatly enhanced the master's skills. The force formed definitely has an advanced level of skill. Said that like that woman who used paladin attributes to compensate for her own shortcomings, a difficult opponent. Someone told him to listen. It was the guy who originally attacked Yun first. He asked what he was there watching. This time Yun Chen didn't expect someone to be at his back at all. The guy shouted out, an explosive flame wave, their weapons met. From the force of both of them hitting, Yun was pushed back slightly, fire magic flying at him. To himself, Yun noticed that the guy was using the skills of a mage to augment the skills of a magic swordsman. The classless one thought it was a good combo. To his side, Yun sensed the assassin's magic, hidden in the shadows. A third guy appeared there. He was curly-haired, laughing and shouting that he had finally snatched an opportunity to kill him. Swinging his weapon at Yun, now he was using the Berserk skill. Fierce Strike said that Yun Chen would die from a single strike because of the assassin's speed and Berserk Flash. He already wanted to chop off his head, but Yun managed to summon Divine Lightning and teleport away. The protagonist stepped on some high ground and asked about the skills and attributes of another class, saying that he was tired of their tricks and with their levels, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. The curly-haired guy's weapon landed in the ice and got stuck there badly. In addition, Yun Chen crushed it with his foot. Curly struggled to get his axe out and asked through his teeth if Yun Chen was saying that they couldn't win. The tension and anger made veins pop out on his face. When he got more angry, he asked, "What idiocy?" He shouted it very loudly, so much so that activated Berserk. Madness Guy transformed, and this was followed by a strong shockwave, which later threw even Yun. As soon as the protagonist managed to land on his feet, the same angry guy was already rushing at him, shouting that he was just a classless idiot relying on combining primary skills, asking why he thought he could handle them having two classes. Yun Chen took out his spear and used skill fusion once again. This time it was fighter, swinging dodge and Taoist. Disjointed steps. Curly was about to chop the guy's head into two halves with his axe, but Yun Chen used ghost step and dodged the attack unnoticed by his opponent. The ward member's axe once again fit the mark, followed by a small explosion. Then the girl used the Dark Pontiff's Dark Tentacles skill and the Paladin's Holiness Strike. It appeared right above the classless one's head. Luckily, Yun Chen had time to use Ghost Step, and the Holiness Strike was simply huge. It also flew into the ice. The enraged, curly-haired opponent rushed at him, screaming for him to die. The protagonist once again managed to dodge the attack. However, he was well aware that these guys were making full use of the skills of several classes, and compared to him, who could only use basic skills, they were just on top. Yun knew that in the past he would have had to run away from them. Curly used an explosive flame wave on Yun. Yun Chen, meanwhile, said to himself that he might have had to then, but not now. When he has skill fusion, he can rely on more than just them. After all, thanks to the skill fusion, he had a lot more of them. Yun Chen finally landed, which was to be expected. There was already an attack flying at him from above. Only it wasn't a curly-haired guy, but a bald guy. He was shouting loudly on the way. The freshman, on the other hand, was pondering that with enough initial skills. He is able to create so many skills to handle any situation. He used skill fusion again. Now it was assassin. Cloning and shadow flow spike. Shadow assassination. Now it wasn't two separate skills, but one whole skill, namely shadow puppet. It was the one that met the bald man in battle. The two of them bounced away from each other. Only the man almost spat on the ground and the puppet landed delicately. The bald man shouted and asked what the hell this thing was. Yun Chen looked out from behind the puppet and said that the fact that he hadn't seen anything like it yet was normal. After all, it was a unique entity that only he alone could create. The shadow puppet possessed all the skills of an assassin and also adopted 75% of the attributes. Yun Chen ordered his shadow puppet to hurriedly entertain the enemy. It immediately rushed towards the bald guy, its eyes blazing just like Yun's eyes in the battle. It attacked the enemy, but he managed to block its attack, though with difficulty. It was very hard for him to hold her back now. He knew that this thing had high attributes, not inferior to his speed in the slightest, and such a thing was not within the scope of basic skills at all. The puppet turned back around. The man then thrust his flaming fists forward and shouted to Yun Chen not to get cocky over some clone. The puppet obediently fought him, fending off his flaming fists. The girl watched this from afar and said that it was still a strange mixture of basic-level skills. She raised her staff and asked if Yun liked magic tricks. However, before she could do anything, her body was enveloped by magic and large vines. They were Yun's demonic flower plants. The girl said that she would not allow her master to be offended. What she did was called thorn grab. The girl yelled that she was only a lowly thorn demon and also dared to molest her. It actually scared the flower a bit. But she wasn't confused and ordered her plants to attack, pointing them in the right direction. Her lasers met the girl's dark tentacles right above the classless freshman's head. Yun Chen asked, "Is she using paladin skills again? And they are only as a support after all," said his flower, firmly bound her. From behind him, two enemies were already rushing at him, shouting, asking where this bastard was going. Yun calmly turned around and asked where they were looking at and if they wanted to look under their feet. Then the two really looked and realized that they were standing on bombs. It shocked and horrified them at the same time. The bombs rustled in the snow. In fact, they were also using the skill fusion skill, but the mechanic explosive device, and the mage, Eye of the Storm, a large-sized fire whirlwind swirled around the two young traders. Burning, they shouted that it was a trap, calling Yun Chen a sneaky bastard. The bald man looked at this and realized that the situation was not good and it was time to leave, so he flew away on his mighty wings. Yun Chen looked at him from below. He took out his gun and said that it was a pity he couldn't run away. He took good aim and fired. The shell hit the target. After that, he stood up and went to his flower, and the girl in the battle saying that it was her turn. The girl was no longer so cocky, now she was terribly scared, begging Yun not to do this, asking her not to come any closer. After a little while, Yun and his demonic flower stood in front of the three bound men of the parish. He said that LG didn't show himself until the very end of the fight, not even his presence was felt. Asked if that could mean that seeing the difference in strength, he abandoned them and ran away. The girl laughed hysterically and shouted that Yun Chen was giving himself too much importance, asking if he thought he was worthy of fighting with the young commander, shouting that, from the beginning to the end, Yun Chen was not their target, they just decided to get rid of him at the same time. Yun was extremely shocked that he was only a secondary target. He said that it was their true target. Yun Chen didn't finish, but he realized something. The freshman turned to his Xiaojing flower and said that they were not worthy of attention, so they should be embraced tightly and then return. The little girl agreed. Yun Chen activated the fusion skills of swordsman, speed, and fighter, wind step, and hurriedly withdrew. He rushed away so fast that a strong wind blew on everyone left behind. He forced himself to run faster and faster and then used the accelerated wind speed. Yun realized that he had to. No, he just had to make it in time. Meanwhile, Lu Miaoling and Lucini were still fighting. Lucini didn't look so alert and clean anymore. But Lu Miaolin wasn't any better either. Both of them had exhausted each other a lot. The Sacred Empire princess laughed and said that Miaolin was really as good as the rumors said about her. The one replied that it wasn't that easy with Lucini either. She said that she even had to use 7 elements, and that was worthy of first among her peers. But that was it. She said that both of them were already exhausted, so it was time to determine the winner. With the last technique, Lu Miaoling had some balloon above her hand. She told her opponent to try to endure and not die. Suddenly, something really startled Lu Miaolin. LG appeared behind her. He grabbed the girl's hand from the back and told her that it was no longer her, but Miaolin herself who should worry about her life here. While the girl was in shock, he managed to pierce her chest with something very sharp. Lu Miaoling moaned in pain while her back was bleeding. She said to her opponent, "That means this is it. This is a special item that casts a curse." And there were traces of blood on the girl's lips. She said, what looked like a long-planned trap aimed at her. Aligi licked his lip and replied that in terms of status and strength, no one could compare to her, not even Yun Chen or Lucini, saying that they could only be at ease by getting rid of her. This made Lucini furious. She was saying that it turns out he wanted to say that Miaoling was stronger than her. Screaming that those were just disgusting words, she would have ripped out his tongue like that. Her previously kind and gentle green eyes turned crazy. LG then turned to Princess Lucini, saying that fighting him in her current state was not the best choice, asking if she really wanted to risk her life in a battle with a stranger. After that, Lucini went silent. Algie said that she had made the right decision, and now, she should immediately run away. Otherwise, when he dealt with Lu Miaoling, it would be her turn. Yunqin was struck hard by something. Lu Miaoling's eyes lit up. She held onto the weapon that was used to pierce her chest and cried out, "An explosion!" There was a large and loud explosion. Her tails turned red, and Algie was thrown back a couple of meters. Fire blazed and flared through the icy air. Algie realized that while threatening Lucini, she had managed to break the bone spear. She still had so much strength left. He said that he shouldn't have let his guard down. After saying that, he jumped up and flew back towards his target, asking what of it. After all, she wouldn't escape anywhere anyway. Lucini crossed her arms and told Miaolin in a sad voice that she would avenge her in the final stage. Already quieter and much more content, she said that she could rest. There were bright red traces of blood on the snow. Lu Miaolin ran away with all her remaining strength, leaving a plume of red mass behind her. She was running, and behind her, already very close by, flew Algie. He unleashed hunting spears at her. They dug into the ice and snow, but none had hit the girl yet. Lu Miaolin scolded herself for not being careful. She thought that even if the parish decided to do something, their target would be the junior who was feuding with them. And Lu Miaolin didn't expect to be the most attractive target for them at all. Aligi shouted to her not to even hope. He was using the dragon execution. Right now he had a golden weapon with a long gag in his hands. A golden wave hit the ice nearby. Lu Miaolin fell down. The impact was so strong that it cut through the thick ice. With her last strength, Miaolin said that she didn't expect to see Algae possessing two classes, Ghost Hunter and Dragon Warrior, both of which were also hidden. She said that the world of darkness was capable of amazing things. Algae thanked her for the compliment and asked if those would be her last words. The girl said that she had actually guessed that the Dark Believers would decide to intervene at the end of the tournament. So every day she thought about how she could protect her youngest, but she didn't think she would be the one who would need protection. Algae swung his weapon at her and said that, unfortunately, there was no one to protect her. No one would do it. Lu Miaoling then lay on the ground and asked someone if they had heard what Algae had said. She turned to her junior, Yun Chen, who had just arrived for protection. His spear met Algae's golden weapon. Algae was shocked to see Yun Chen here. He was once again thrown back a couple of meters. The young commander was extremely angry. Lu Miaoling told his partner that she would just deduct credits from him. Algae was terribly angry. He swore and said that these scum had failed. A one-on-one battle with Yun Chen was nothing difficult. However, the problem was that in Lu Miaoling's last strength, if she desperately counterattacked, he would have an extremely hard time. At that time, he said that although it was impossible to kill, he had achieved his goal, so risking his life again would be a foolish decision. Lu Miaoling told Junior that he was running away and asked if he would chase after him. And Yun replied that there was no time for him at all right now. He took the cold weapon that was sticking out of Miaoling's chest in his hand. He gripped it harder and told the president that it would hurt a little bit now, but he would have to be patient. Yun Chen finally pulled the sword out of the girl, which was very painful for her. She coughed up a bunch of blood. Yun Chen, without wasting a moment of time, used a fusion of priest skill, healing, and druid skill, growth. Lu Miaoling sewed with green light. A green aura began to spill around her as well. The skin on her chest healed, and Yun Chen said that the wound had healed, but asked what that black thing he took out of it was. The girl replied that it was a curse, told that it was the bone spear that Algae had pierced her with, a special cursed item that reduces attributes by 80% for 7 days. Also added that he probably left just because the deed was done. Yun Chen replied that he possessed purification skills. Lu Miaoling told him that it was a very strong curse. Even a high priest would need 3 or even 4 runs to remove it. She said that even though the wound had healed, her attributes were greatly reduced and she herself was in a weakened state. Miaolin told him that it was a pity that he would be acting alone from now on. She asked him not to delay collecting battle merits and promised to find him after a couple days of rest. There was some fluctuation in the air. Yun Chen lifted the girl onto his back. He did this without any warning and surprised Lu Miaoling very much. Yun explained that she was weak and couldn't walk, and he wouldn't leave her here. The girl was silent for a while and then quietly thanked the younger man. Yun Chen with Lu Miaoling on his back was climbing up the slippery, snowy roads. It was already getting dark and the view around was stunning. Lu Miaoling was lying on the junior's back and guiltily said that he could actually go without her. No matter how weak she was quite capable of defending herself when facing ordinary participants. She said that giving up the battle and running away were different things. Yun Chen replied that she was talking about ordinary participants. But what if she encountered Dark Believers? She said that they not only had hidden classes, but also 2 classes each. She said that they would prefer to take her life for the benefit of the battle. The girl said that it was all some kind of curse and asked why the hell they even gave her up. Said that it was clear that they were angry with Yun Chen, not her. And Yun Chen told her not to be modest, because she had killed as many people of the ward as he had. Said that going back to what he said, she doesn't seem surprised that they possess 2 classes. Lu Miaoling replied that she has long been aware of such phenomena. Yet who is her old man explained that she just didn't expect their classes to be hidden. She told that the only way to get a dual class was to use something similar to the essence of a demon lord. Said that such as the essence of a god of war, the essence of a god of laws, the essence of a god of warriors, and so on. For convenience, they all call them the essence of a god of war. She said that the principle of producing god of war essence is similar to producing demon lord essence. It requires the heart of a person of the 4th rank. She said that with it, the efficiency becomes higher than that of using demon lord essence. With the transition to a new level increases the number of attributes and skills, as well as the chance for a person to get the strongest class. She held her head and said that LG's 2nd class was also a hidden class, meaning that the demon god essence he had gotten was from a 4th ranked person with a hidden class. Yun Chen replied that dual class was something unrealistic, so dual hidden class was something beyond, asking about how many other secrets the hidden world had. and what was the reason for their participation in the elimination competition. He stepped one more step, and then he stopped and said that they had arrived. In front of them was a large blue and round structure. Lu Miaoling said that she never thought they would arrive at the teleportation place on the 4th day. She said that according to the rules, it wouldn't open until the 7th day. Lu Miaoling stretched and said that they still had plenty of time, suggesting that he should go and look for a place to get merit points. But she had had enough. She was dragging her feet, so she would rather wait here until the end of the round. Yunchen replied that she might be a ballast, but without it, she can't even collect monster eggs, let alone the rest. Besides, their battle merits are enough to get into the top 100, so there's no need to run around anymore. Lu Miaoling smiled. Ayun suggested following from this, just resting quietly. It was the final day of the elimination round. A huge crowd of people were rushing somewhere. Someone was cursing and yelling about how it had been a damn tiring week, not to mention the daily fights with people. You also have to fight monsters. Someone added that they were also worried about their bags being stolen, saying they hadn't slept at all. One guy had lost his tin and said so. A blue-haired young man smelled something and asked what it was. Said it smelled good. Said it smelled like Xuanlong's traditional food. The other started to guess about something. It turned out that they all ran to the sleeping area where Yunchen and Lu Miaoling were already waiting for them. The people were extremely amazed to see them here still cooking something on the fire. They looked at them with hungry and frenzied eyes. Taking another bite of food into his mouth, Yunchen said about how huge the crowd was, asking them if they wanted to eat together, telling them to just carry their bowls and chopsticks. He hadn't cooked that much. One was shocked. He said it was too much. Another added that they work hard here every day until they get bloody blisters and these guys are just eating hogo. A third asked if they were on a mission, asking if it was normal. One of them said especially Lu Miaoling. Her face is all oiled up. They raged, asking if they were on a competition or on vacation. The girl laughed and replied that it was not a vacation but a date. This further shocked the participants who came, but they still shouted that there was no difference. The bearded guy with a star on his hat swore and said that as expected of Xuanlong geniuses, they would be able to live in comfort even under these conditions. That was how the gulf between them was. Suddenly, the teleportation spot activated and everyone turned their attention to it. Yunchen and Lu Miaoling stood up. The main character said that it was time to go back. The field on the other side also activated. Soon, the surviving participants of the survival round appeared there. A man announced that the participants who had passed the qualifying round should go behind him. There was a rest area, said that a staff member would come to collect the registrars in the evening, telling them that the top 100 participants according to combat merit would participate in tomorrow's round. Yunchen asked the man, "The teleportation system from the extreme ice area only leads here." The man replied, "That's right. This is the only place every contestant goes through for the record." Yun replied, "That's fine," and said that he was going to pass on some important information. He told him that the Dark Novices had snuck into the qualifying competition and their leader was LG from the Ceratitan Kingdom, and each of their novices possessed a dual class. This stunned the man. He couldn't believe what he heard. He asked again about the Dark Novices and the dual class. Then he laughed and said that Yunchen had made a great joke that people could possess two classes. Laughing, he said that in addition, the Holy Empire had taken precautions at each level, and powerful dispersing artifacts were used at the entrance, revealing the disguise of everyone who entered the city, asking how the Dark Novices could have gotten in, shouting about what a terribly ridiculous joke it was. Yunchen, in contrast, was not at all amused. He asked if he was so much like a joker, said that it was enough to capture them to determine their identities. Then the man stopped laughing and tensed up a lot. He said that if there were really Dark Novices, they should at least be killed. They should not be released. But asked how Yun wanted him to believe him, asked if he could arrest people just because of his words. Yunchen told him not to worry as he had already made some preparations. He smiled and said that they would soon see for themselves. People lined up in 2 rows, and the man shouted for everyone to be quiet. He read that all participants would line up for a marking, then they would be able to move on. Someone cursed and yelled, "What the hell is this nonsense?" Told someone to get out of the way. The man and the security guards took notice. The man asked, "Who was there disturbing the order with their shouting? Did they really want trouble?" Asked if they didn't want to be admitted to the competition. Someone shouted, a spike demon suddenly popped out of his body. It was Yun Chen's thorn demon. He was on the other 3 slaves of the already dead Okido. They were shouting and asking, "What the heck is this? This is a plant-type monster skill." They asked the thorn demons to let them go, but the demons only laughed back at them. Soon, the 3 were also tied up by magic vines. They asked how dare they summon monsters in the capital. A man shouted that these three participants were troublemakers. He ordered them all to be seized and sent to the interrogation room. The guards immediately obeyed the order and rushed towards the intruders. In Edgar's office, a man bowed to him. He told the commander-in-chief that after interrogation and evaluation, it could be confirmed that this trio was their parish. He revealed that each of them had a double grade. This surprised even Edgar, and he said that this was just terrible news. The man said that luckily they were able to find out everything in advance, as long as their leader LG was captured, regardless of their organization's dues. He was interrupted. Edgar laughed and said he was correct, saying he would find someone who could handle it. He held up a glass of wine and said he had served well, in time to capture the dark novices. He cheerfully said that perhaps they should have a drink and celebrate the event. Lu Miaoling and Yunchen sat at the table, the girl laughing loudly. She told the younger man how bad he was, telling the thorn demon to leave his seeds on them. She asked him if he had heard that the three dark novices had already been arrested, saying that he could breathe easy now. Yunchen replied that it was just a safety net, saying that in any case, LG would not be able to participate in tomorrow's finals. By the way, he asked how the president was doing, asking if the curse had been broken. Lu Miaolin said no. She said that she had traveled all over the capital, but all the experts of the third rank and above related to the right class were busy rescuing people. She said that almost all of the rescued people are competitors in the competition. The difference is that most of the competitors come from big countries, and many of them are popular in the 5 great countries. She said that most of them are dead or in coma. The top competitors have been cursed and can't participate in the next round. Also said that she was afraid that most were seriously injured or killed. Saying that considering all this, the Holy Empire said that the competition was fierce and losses were normal. The girl shouted that such a situation could not be imagined in the past tournaments. Yunchen replied that it must be the parish's doing. But what is the purpose? Is it to kill the geniuses of different countries? He said that he had a bad feeling. But anyway, their plan has come to an end. Lu Miaoling called her partner Junior again and said that her participation in the competition has come to an end. Forced participation will only embarrass Xuanlong. She told him to take her battle merit points and try his best there. Miaoling held out her device to him. Yunchen took it and promised to do his best. The next morning came. The host welcomed the ladies and gentlemen into the arena, announced that after the first round and fierce competition in the qualifying competition, they had selected the 100 strongest geniuses. The man shouted into the microphone that today, these 100 people would converge in fierce battles in the arena, saying that according to the practice, there would be a live broadcast during the battles. He asked the participants to go to the arena and told the audience to admire these geniuses. The participants, Yunchen among them, started to enter the battlefield. Dongyun College was also watching the broadcast. Yunchen was now being shown. His former teacher was shouting joyfully that he never dared to dream that one day their student would participate in the world tournament, saying that he was honored to be his teacher. The other teachers were furious. One woman cursed Chen Yuan for the fact that he, a novice, had managed to rise so high she believed that it was all just because of the luck of being noticed by the principal. She was extremely annoyed that even the vice principal treated him as an equal. She cursed everything for the fact that there were no such capable students in her class. In Jiangnan Academy, everyone was also ready to watch the fights. Some were excited that the competition was about to start. They were happy that a student from their academy was competing on the world stage. They were urging others to come here. It was more fun to watch together. One guy was shouting that he was selling popcorn and set meals. One serving was 1 credit. Yun Tong was there too. She pointed her finger at the screen and told everyone to watch. She shouted that it was her brother. Her brother was also participating. The students were shocked to see what was happening on the screen, and the little girl kept shouting that her brother was the coolest. Nicole and her mother were also watching the competition from the Valley of the Silver Moon. Her mother told Nicole that it was quite surprising that her daughter was interested in some kind of competition. She asked if this boy got the necklace from her. She said that Nicole had an eye for it. This made the girl blush. Her cheeks got very red. She yelled to her mom not to talk nonsense and instead follow the tournament. She yelled that she just wanted to watch and learn how to fight like these strongmen. She said it wasn't about this guy at all, but her mom just chuckled softly. And soon it was announced that all the competitors had entered the arena, and there really were 100 people in the arena. The host said that as usual, they would now announce the ranking of the combat merits of the qualifying competition. He invited everyone to look at the ranking of their contestants. The man pointed his hand at the scoreboard. In first place was the Sarashitan Kingdom, LG. In second place was the Sacred Empire, Lucini. In third place was the Xuanlong country, Yunchen. In fourth place was the White Eagle Empire, Okima. And in fifth place was the Northern Bear Empire, Kolovsky. The auditorium went wild. Someone asked how come Princess Lucini was only in second place. People asked who was the Joker in first place. How could a person from a small country that no one had heard of be in first place? They asked where was Lu Miaoling? Okito. Where were the top players of the 5 great countries? Also, someone asked what was the jerk from Xuanlong doing in third place? They shouted that there was clearly some shenanigans behind all of this. Lu Miaoling was also sitting in the audience. She was terribly angry that LG was still in the ranking. She asked herself where the organizer was looking. The girl refused to believe that he was not recognized as a dark novice, because she thought it was simply impossible. But LG was still standing in the arena. He asked if it was worth making a fuss over such a trivial matter. He said that the most exciting part was just beginning. Yunchen noticed him in the crowd. The protagonist realized that LG could only be here for one simple reason, but he still had hope that his hunch was false. The host shouted loudly that in this competition the contestants would fight in random pairs. The higher the ranking, the more resources a country would get. Shouting that he was now announcing the official start of the second round of the World Tournament, he told the 100 geniuses to try to extract resources for their country. Water spheres with clumps inside appeared in the air. They gurgled loudly. First, the spheres appeared above the heads of the participants. Then they swallowed them into themselves. Yun Chen and some guy looked down in surprise. They were landed in another large dome. The blocks pierced the bottom in the ground where the geniuses of the countries had landed. A very unusual-looking guy laughed and said that this was quite an interesting way to enter the arena. But what was even more interesting was that he faced a classless jerk. In the first fight, this guy's name is Halbaran. He's from the Mohan Kingdom. His level is 49, and his class is Necromancer. He immediately started attacking the enemy, shouting that this battle will end in an instant. A magic book opened in front of him, and from there, dark magic. This magic formed the Walking Dead. They crawled straight towards Yun Chen. Halbaran used an undead summoning, an undead skeleton soldier, and an undead knight, as well as an undead archer skeleton. All these undead looked extremely terrifying. They were wearing all sorts of armor and weapons. Yun Chen replied that the battle should really be over. He sank into some kind of black mass. Until he disappeared completely, however. In fact, he didn't go anywhere. The protagonist leaped between the skeletons and was already very close to his opponent. Halbaran immediately realized that it was the shadow movement of a shadow flow spike. He swore and shouted that he was moving between the shadows of his monsters. Unfortunately for him, in a blink of an eye, he lost sight of Yun Chen. He turned around, looking for which monster's shadow he was hiding in. But there was nowhere he was hiding. A blade was placed at Halbaran's neck. Yun Chen was already behind him. He told the genius of the other realm that it wasn't the monster, but his shadow. Halbaran raised both his hands up and said that the shadow stream spike was the most suitable for restraining his class representative, saying that he didn't even have time to fight and had already surrendered. Suddenly, someone roared loudly and asked what happened. This someone asked, how can this kid use weapons of many classes and possess 2 classes? Yun and Halbaran didn't realize what happened. And then they looked up. Everyone was looking up. The participants were shouting and asking, what's going on up there? Does dual class really exist? They were shouting that it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. One of the spheres up there was emitting a black aura. There was a real chaos going on inside it. LG was there. He was equipped with armor and a couple of weapons. The geniuses of the countries were shouting that his body was also emitting a dark aura. They asked where he got his second class from. Someone, judging by the dark aura emanating from him, asked if he was from the ward. They thought that was impossible. After all, dark novices are stinking sewer rats. They wouldn't show themselves so openly. Algie towered over the guy in armor. His dark aura flared through the air. He sighed and laughed. Now his eye remained the same, but the other eye was yellow-black. Algie said to himself, that's how it is, using all his power. Said it was refreshing. The guy in armor called his opponent a bastard, shouting that although he didn't know how he managed to sneak into the tournament, but since he decided to show himself in front of it. The guy directed his big blue attack at him, shouting that it was time for the dark novice to accept death. The people in the auditorium relaxed a bit. After all, this is the Templar of the Kingdom of Tia, Kristen. One guy was pretty much saying that he drew in battle with 3 leaders. He was deservedly dubbed a genius. Another encouragingly told Kristen to only go forward and finish off this arrogant dark messenger. However, the attack came to nothing. This shocked Christian. He wondered where Algie was. Unfortunately, he hadn't felt his presence right behind his back yet, but he turned around nonetheless. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to do anything before Algae chopped his body into pieces. Algae indifferently and coldly asked where such a weak insect got this courage from. When Christian's body was already flying to the floor, he asked what gives it to him. The audience was terribly shocked and confused. One guy asked how the true genius of the kingdom of Tia died after a single blow. Another guy was horrified that LD killed him without any hesitation. He shouted that the dark novices were the true evil. A third guy said he felt that something great was about to happen. The young LD commander stepped over Christian's corpse in his armor, showing everyone that here he was the winner. LD laughed and asked the weak men if they had seen it. He shouted that no matter how much their military tried to hide the news, they couldn't get rid of this fact. LD told everyone present that the multi-class existed, and if they wished to gain similar power, it wasn't too late to start serving the Almighty Lord. He smiled and said, after he interrupted their so-called geniuses one by one. The young commander of the world of darkness laughed and wished for them all to face the fear of the world of darkness. The way he laughs intimidatingly was broadcast on all the screens, and one woman looked at the billboard and called him a bastard, saying that the parish had managed to get so bad recently. Another man was not at all happy to see him on the screen again, a curly-haired man asked. After which the geniuses of this tournament are idle, telling them to hurry up and kill Algae. 3 people from an extremely poor country in terribly shabby clothes were listening to the tournament radio. One young man was cursing Algae. He was just shocked by the news. The elder replied that it didn't matter because he was the genius of their country, so let him be arrogant. The guy with the bandage on his face was thinking about the fact that it turned out that the duel class really existed, and it looked quite strong. He thought that if he could get it, he saw nothing wrong with joining them. The poor guy cursed himself for the fact that he had managed to get the idea of betraying humanity at all. He could not help but think that it was incredibly tempting. The people who were organizing all this were in a panic. They were cursing everyone and everything and asking how it could have come to this. One man asked a group of people what they were doing and ordered them to cut off the broadcast. Edgar then intervened. He told the man to calm down. He explained that since Algae had declared war on the geniuses of all mankind, cutting off the broadcast would only raise unnecessary suspicion from the people. The man tried to argue that it was better than letting it go, shouting that if he could take first place, people would lose confidence in their future, and morale would be low. Edgar replied that he thought that was the purpose of their organization, saying that they were trying to use the world tournament to inform the world of the existence of a dual class, saying that he had caused panic among the people. They would be able to attract people who were hungry for power. The man asked what they should do now. Edgar asked, why not let him continue to participate in the tournament? He said that Princess Lucini's powers were with them. He said she would figure it out. Algae stood and laughed at the tanned, muscular body. He said it was all nightmarishly weak. Once again, he swung his big, sharp weapon, screaming that it was weak, too weak. He stuck it right into the corpse of the huge guy he was fighting, laughing at the fact that all these weaklings were so-called geniuses. The people in the auditorium were in real horror. One guy shouted that everyone who participated had lost, saying that Okma was from the White Eagle Kingdom, Kalovsky was from the Northern Bear Empire. Another added that they were all top geniuses but died at the hands of Algae, said that that guy not only had hidden class skills, he and the value of all his attributes was ridiculously high. A girl asked, can't anyone beat him? Lu Miaoling silently sat in the very last row. She was terribly angry, thinking about the fact that if that bastard hadn't used the elimination round to deal with his threatening opponents beforehand, things would be different now. She knew that if she were at the peak of her strength, right now she would have crushed him. Miaolin's hands were shaking with anger. She cursed Algae. Meanwhile, Algae himself was asking who was next. The cat wanted to die next. He said that killing these people was not enough for him. Then a black vortex appeared beside him on the battlefield. Algae turned around. Princess Lucini appeared out of it. Her dress was even more gorgeous than usual. She told Elgi-san that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, saying that he was still as annoying as ever. People were wary. Someone shouted that she had decided to show herself after all. The bald guy said she was the strongest genius of the Holy Empire, one of the most popular candidates to win the tournament. Princess Lucini. He wished the princess would kill the jerk. The girl asked Algae if he felt it. She talked about the expectation from the strongest man. She bent over and said they were so heavy, mighty black wings erupted from her back. Lucini asked him to let her provide her answer. One guy in the audience marveled at the black wings and said that this time he had a good feeling. Another guy said that, according to the information, the princess's birth caused a vision, and after meeting the god, she got the power of an angel. The first guy was even more amazed at what was turning out. The princess had the class of an angel. When he finished, the blonde-haired girl turned around and told him that foreigners like them could only hear about it. And it was like that. But when Princess Lucini decided to go out to lose, she was attacked by the parish. Said to protect her followers, she was willing to give up her invincible holy class, and just that, her fallen state. She had found a more powerful force, albeit evil, to save everyone. The girl was crying and shouting about how wonderful Princess Lucini was. She believed that the princess would definitely save her followers, as she had done before, and turn the situation around. She shouted that only such a noble, elegant, and powerful woman could defeat a villain like Algie. The guys were even a little embarrassed by her words. One of them told her that, by the way, he had found an extremely strong guy to fight with Algie. Everyone focused their attention on Algie, completely forgetting about him. He pointed his finger at someone, said that he was similar to Algie and had not lost a single battle so far, and the speed with which he defeated opponents was comparable to Algie, or even higher than Algie's. Told that he was a participant from the Xuanlong country, classless Yun Chen. The host shouted longingly that it was starting, saying that the strongest genius of the Holy Empire, a girl cared for by the god of spring against a dark novice. He even called it a premature start to the finals. The man asked all the spectators of today's world tournament to enjoy her pose, shouting that Princess Lucini carries their hope and will definitely punish the dark novice. The people in the audience shouted for her to kill him and finish him off so he would know how foolish it was to betray humanity. They said that even if they couldn't kill the war dog, let alone defeat the demon spawn, Algie poked his ear in boredom and said how bored he was with it all. He wondered how many people he had to kill before they shut their mouths. Lucini grinned and took off on her black wings. She spoke mesmerized. They sounded like the wonderful sounds of nature in her ears. Then she attacked him with a bunch of her feathers. They flew straight at her opponent like arrows. Algie finally drew his weapon and got into a fighting stance. He managed to jump up as the entire ground beneath him began to crumble. The girl said that he had used nefarious tricks during the elimination round to knock out almost all the top geniuses. The princess asked, if they were all here, would he dare to expose himself like that? She called the murders of losers rather pathetic. Lucini formed a dark tunnel between them and shouted at him not to dare overestimate himself. The tunnel became a whirlwind. It picked up and scattered the corpses of the contestants Algie had defeated and himself. People were commenting on what a frightening skill it was, saying that even a rank 3 master couldn't withstand it, shouting that as expected of a princess, she was pretty damn tough. They laughed and said that that bastard Algie later had already been torn to pieces. When the vortex dissipated, an empty battlefield opened up in front of Lucini. She was surprised that Algie had disappeared. She pondered that no, he must have used a disguise. Lucini realized that he could be absolutely anywhere. Algie was right behind her. He swung his huge cold weapon and asked his noble princess where she was looking. The girl was extremely startled. She turned around in a hurry. Lucini luckily managed to block the blow with her wings. Feathers sprinkled. However, the impact was so strong that you couldn't even see the princess flying down, only an arrow cutting through the air. There was an explosion below. Lucini sat on the ground, a dent forming around her. She was breathing heavily, and a dark novice was already flying at her from above. He literally carried on like lightning. The princess knew his attributes were too high, even wondering how she could fight him. She decided she needed to break the distance. Algie smiled evilly and told Lucini that she seemed to have misunderstood something. He lunged at her again and asked if she seriously thought he had backed off because he was afraid of her. A tunnel of green aura formed. At one end was Princess Lucini, and at the other end was the dark novice Algie. The girl covered her face with her hands and screamed loudly. Algie grabbed her right by the neck. He lifted her higher and said he just liked to minimize the risks. Lucini's mouth was bleeding. She whispered with all her might, the breath of the eye of the storm, the shaman of the storm. She told Algie that it turns out he had not 2 but 3 hidden classes. Algie congratulated her for guessing so quickly, saying that such a clever girl deserved an extra reward, and then snapped his fingers. A black hole appeared behind her. A portal. Algie explained to her that he would send her straight to the world of darkness at the mercy of the Overlord. Now Princess Lucini was truly afraid. She begged him not to do it. But he didn't care at all about her pleas. Algie threw her into the arms of darkness without a moment's hesitation. Soon the portal closed. There was silence in the auditorium. People were just terrified. Some covered their mouths with their hands. Some were stunned. Algie asked them why they had fallen silent. asked if they had been yelling joyfully recently, shouted at them to continue. One guy asked desperately how this could happen. Another said that Princess Lucini had lost and had even been sent to the world of darkness. A third said he couldn't even imagine such a thing, wondering what nightmarish torments awaited her there. An elderly man said he couldn't believe it. So many geniuses had participated, and one single dark novice had defeated them all, shouting that he hadn't even been beaten by a battle. A new participant in the tournament had already appeared in front of Algie. The dark novice smiled and asked if he was his next opponent. The guy through tears shouted that no, he'd rather abstain. He said he was automatically teleported. He shouted that he didn't want to fight, he didn't want to die. He ran away and begged him to let him out. The guy shouted to the organizers that he wouldn't fight, because Algie would make a chop out of him. He said that he had 3 hidden classes, maybe even a 4th. He shouted that to fight such a monster was to die. The poor guy asked for help. And so it happened time after time. One shouted that even Princess Lucini couldn't handle it, whereas they could. Another that he didn't want to fight, that he didn't want to die, also asked to teleport him out of there. The third girl and the 4th guy shouted that they wanted to drop out of the tournament, asked to be eliminated. Algie was laughing hysterically at the fact that all these pathetic people were so-called geniuses of humanity. The way he was laughing was broadcast everywhere. And so it wasn't just those who were there who were horrified. The people of the city looked at the screen on the building and said that the other participants were scared to death because of the loss of the princess, asked what was the point of them talking about the victory over the demons, if they cannot even deal with the subordinate mud. One guy said that it's over. Their world is over. However, all of a sudden someone interrupted him, pointed at the screen, and yelled for everyone to wait, because there was one more person who wasn't afraid of him. It was said that this person even volunteered to come to the set. And this shocked everyone. The host announced that they still had a genius who had not given up, saying that he was not afraid and was not going to give up. Shouted that he wanted to fight. Of course it was Yun Chen. He said that it was time to end this farce. Somewhere in the undead swamps, everything was terribly gloomy and terrifying. A castle could be seen ahead. The trees around had long since dried up and died. Inside, everything was in house, broken stone slabs, corpses of dark novices and demons. And there was a woman sitting on a throne, with 2 girls standing below her, 3 men bowing to them below, one of whom was clearly the bossy one. This man had orange hair and an extremely disgruntled look that was obvious. On the throne sat Dean Xia. She told him that it was no wonder their headquarters was so hard to find. They had placed it in the monster's territory, saying that their stronghold in Xuanlong was covered by the military and the local lair was destroyed by it, asking the man if he had anything else to say to that. The man's hands were tied. He yelled out her name. Xia Qingcheng asked, didn't she resign as a teacher, but then why did she target them? This man from the parish organization, President Elvic. Xia Qingcheng asked him if he wanted to say that she can't hunt rats anymore either. She added that even more so if they were big rats, and he didn't seem to care at all that their organization had been destroyed. This made Elvic extremely laugh, and he laughed loudly, shouting that if anyone didn't understand the whole situation, it was her, Xia Qingcheng. He told the woman that right now his son was showing the world the full power of the multi-class, dominating the tournament, enjoying killing, saying that people who saw this would be seized by despair, and therefore for the sake of survival and greater strength, they would choose to become dark novices and went to seek refuge in the dark world. Elvic shouted that even if she destroyed their headquarters, so what? Saying that within 3 years, the organization would be reborn with even greater strength than now, and soon, humanity would be destroyed. Xia Qingcheng replied that what he said could indeed happen, but the basis of everything was their young commander who must achieve the ultimate victory. One of the woman's succubi clicked on the camera. The broadcast of the world tournament appeared on the wall in front of them. There on the battlefield stood Yun Chen and LG. Xia Qingcheng said that right now he was facing an insurmountable peak. Yun Chen himself was standing in the middle of a pile of corpses and smoke. LG greeted his acquaintance and said that he had already given him a chance to survive, but he preferred to die. He was telling Yun Chen to come over so he could help him with this. Yun Chen did come over and asked if he was serious. He said that somehow he didn't recall anything like that. Yun stepped heavily on the ground and kicked it. Now he appeared behind the young ward commander's back and added that he didn't recall LG sparing anyone. He had his opponent, the guy in armor, on his hands. LG was shocked. He wondered when Yun had managed to get around him. Yun Chen stood at the cliff of the arena. He looked at the guy in green armor and said that these competitors were not as strong as LG, but they never gave up and fought him being human. Until the last moment, Yunchen released the guy into the water sphere and added that they were different from him, who was willing to become an obedient dog of demons for the sake of strength. Saying that even if they were to die now, Yun used the shaman's basic skill, a small vortex. These vortices gently lifted each of the beaten or killed participants in the tournament. He said that they would earn their glory by being the losers. The water spheres carried each of them away. People were asking, that guy is Yun Chen after all, saying that although he wasn't as famous around the world, he was something different from the other guys, shouting that if it was him, maybe he would be able to defeat that scum. Then Algie said that it seems like Yun Chen is trying to give people back a glimmer of hope, but himself just loves to crush them. The young commander's eyes gained craziness. He used the Dragon Slayer class, Rainbow Dash. Being in red magic, he threw himself at his opponent. There was a violent explosion and the ground exploded under the impact of LG's attack. LG realized that Yun Chen had disappeared again. Yun appeared from the side, swung his spear at the enemy, and said that he would be surprised, but all the parishes that saw this skill were essentially dead. He used a fusion of the spearman skills, Crushing and Berserk, Fierce Strike. Together they merged into Explosive Spear, and Yun Chen struck LG with it, shouting that he too would be no exception. LG was thrown back heavily along with Yun Chen's attack. Then he once again used skill fusion, but this time it was the mage skill, fireball, and shaman skill, wind release. The demonic flame hurricane activated. A blue fire whirlwind rushed towards the target LG. In response to the attack, LG used Mad Storm. He aimed his lightning bolts at the fire. However, to his great surprise, nothing happened. The flames were still rushing towards him as well. LG angrily and shockedly asked himself, how come he even started to get worried? The blue flame did catch up with him, though. Algie flew down and thought about the fact that he was blessed with the high attributes of the hidden class, and yet he was still defeated. The young commander landed on a stone slab. It was painful and loud. He lay motionless and Yun Chen had already flown at him, aiming his spear. It stabbed straight into his opponent's back. However, something was not right here. There was no blood, no screams. In a word, nothing. Yun Chen realized almost immediately that this body was an illusion. Right now, LG and many more of his illusions were swirling around Yun Chen. Right? Things just couldn't end so easily. Someone in the auditorium shouted that they were clones, the ghost hunter's multi-image. Another said that it was because Princess Lucini didn't have time to deal with the situation. All her attacks were going through the clones. The first guy shouted to Yun Chen to be careful. LSD and his clones were circling around the protagonist in a wall, trying to confuse him. LSD laughed and asked how much of a shock Yun Chen had given him, shouting that this was the power of the ghost hunter. Now a couple of his clones, or maybe himself, were flying at him, and the young commander shouted that Yun wouldn't even realize before he died. Yun Chen was not confused. He used the skill fusion again. Now it was the fighter skill, Inch Punch, and the Taoist skill, Crushing Fist. His fist attack flew straight into the enemy's face. Then with a Topami, he sealed LG into a rock. Then, he had already replied that at the very least he knew how LG was going to die. Yun Chen greatly towered over the young ward commander. There was a tall pillar of smoke on the battlefield. It was coming from LG's body, and Yun Chen was standing on top of it. The audience was shocked. They marveled at how Yun Chen had toppled him. They shouted how fierce Yun Chen was. Someone said that the dark novice was like a toy for him. Another guy shockedly asked if his opponent was dead. He was talking about LG, but unfortunately, a third guy remarked that no, he was still alive. He also shouted that LG's wounds healed terribly fast. Yun Chen looked at him silently. Now, the dark novice smiled and said that he had received the blessing of one of the 72 demon lords, and therefore his body was immortal, said that Yun Chen would not be able to kill him. Then the young ward commander was very much surprised by something. His previously relaxed eyes widened greatly, all because Yun Chen wasted no time and used the Taoist skill, Crushing Step and Fighter skill, Piercing Strike. He struck straight at LG and immediately found himself in the rocks. The ground around him also started collapsing rapidly, and Yun said that he would make meat gravy out of him then. Now he was using the Mad Trampling skill. Algie was being pelted with rocks and heavy blocks. He was now far from being as complacent as usual. His black eye lit up and he hissed that Yun Chen was a bastard and would not settle down. Yun Chen managed to bounce away before a black magic pillar appeared from where he was trampling his opponent. LG appeared from there. He was liming and telling the enemy that he seemed to have not yet realized the situation either. Yunchen recalled the feeling and realized that LG was no longer human. Black and bony wings grew on his back, telling him that he had absorbed 2 essences of the god of war and had commandeered 3 hidden classes. Screaming that a lowly classless like Yunchen was just a fake of him, he now had activated Ghost Hunter, Hunting Mode, Dragon Slayer Power, and Storm Shaman, Storm Control. LG promised to put the arrogant Yun in his place. A strong wind appeared. Soon there was an explosion that took up almost the entire battlefield. LG used a piercing spear and threw it at his opponent. He was now smiling contentedly. The piercing spear was so strong that it shattered the arena and large blocks of rocks flew down. The people in the auditorium were shouting about how immutable the power of the skill was. Its power was higher than the previous one. Someone said that his attributes were high, so he was using the skills of 3 hidden classes at once. They said that it was hard for them to even imagine how strong it was. For themselves, many spectators had already decided that it was over for them. LG laughed and flew straight towards Yunchen, saying that only the world of darkness could provide such a powerful force. Through the smoke from the explosion, a silhouette appeared. It was Yunchen's silhouette. He was shaken up quite a bit. LG's big weapon attack was already flying towards the protagonist, and the dark novice shouted that Yunchen would experience it on his own skin. His strike met with the golden weapon. It was Yunchen's weapon. Now he was already in a completely different appearance and easily repelled the dark novice's attack. The young ward commander was furious. He asked himself how Yunchen was able to stop his attack. What was even going on? Yunchen asked if LG liked folding attributes. Not that it was a question. So, without waiting for any answer, he said that it would be as he wished. One of his divine hands was already preparing to give LG a good flick. The dark novice's whole body was shaking with anger. He clenched his teeth with all his might. The golden iron hand kicked him, and he flew far backward while screaming. He slammed into the wall of the sphere, blood spurted out of his mouth, and a noticeable imprint was left on his forehead. Yunchen had already managed to be very close by and attack the enemy once again. This time, the young commander managed to block the blow. The stones behind him started to make strange sounds, vibrating and rubbing against each other. Yunchen used a fusion of skills. Right now, it was a magic swordsman skill, decapitating flaming sword, and a berserker skill, fierce strike. After the fusion of these skills, a golden and powerful dragon was formed. It jawed at LG and flew down with him, threw him off, and the dark novice entered the very ground, leaving a golden magical plume behind his path. The spectators were far more amazed than before, saying that it was destroyed anyway, that this arena had been specially prepared for the tournament. Even third-rank masters would have a hard time destroying it. One guy said one was scarier than the other. LG lifted himself up and cursed everything. Yun carefully landed beside him. The dark novice's entire nose and mouth were covered in blood. He said that he had 3 essence god of war. So why the hell can't he defeat Yunchen? Now not only one of his eyes was black, but both of them. Yun came closer and explained that it was because it was very important to practice push-ups. This really surprised LG. He obviously didn't expect such a response. Meanwhile, Yun grabbed him by the neck with all his might and lifted him up just like Algi had done to Lucini. He said that Algi had said himself that he couldn't kill him. The dark novice said that he had received the blessing of the Supreme Demon Lord. Even if the internal organs, bones, or muscles were destroyed, he would still not die, saying that Yunchen would have to pay a heavy price for being in this form. Asked if this was true without waiting for an answer, said that he would be the only one to die in this battle. After these words, the young commander laughed. The protagonist asked if it was true, used a fusion of skills, and reached out with his hand, shrouded in magic, to the enemy. He touched the guy's chest with it. It was a fusion of the skills of a mage, fireball, and a magical swordsman, future flame. Now there was an explosion of blue fire like no one had ever seen before. Both of them were lifted up in the flames. People were shouting and marveling at this technique, shouting that if attacks couldn't kill an immortal, then burn him alive. They refused to believe that LG could even stay alive after this. People were already starting to celebrate the victory, shouting for Yun to burn him sooner. LG did begin to slowly dissolve in Yunchen's hands. He could hear the people's wishes for him to be burned. Finally, Yun threw him to the ground and the people kept shouting and screaming. His golden hair started to fall off. A little while later, his entire image disappeared. The protagonist was breathing heavily, trying to get his breathing back to normal. He knew that tens of thousands of strength was imposing strong debuffs that caused his attributes to literally go to 0. The 7th sweat was dripping down him, and he pondered the fact that it would be extremely difficult for him to deal with even a normal class human right now. Then he wondered how it was over and looked at the dark novice. LG's hands and insides were on fire, fire coming from his mouth. His body was broadcast on all the screens. People were cheering. Even the sun seemed to peek out from behind the clouds in honor of this event. People were shouting that he had won. He was able to defeat the novice. They said that despite the 3 hidden classes or the immortal body, he could not defeat them humans. They were terribly happy that the world still had a future. They called Yunchen a true hero. Perhaps today, humanity had a new hope and desire to live. However, one guy interrupted out of joy, saying that he couldn't believe his eyes, shouted that that guy's hand had just moved. And it was true that Algae was still capable of some body movements. This once again made everyone terrified. They couldn't believe that he was moving. Once again, they started talking about how it was definitely over and Yunchen was in a weakened state and couldn't beat anymore. The girl next to her was terrified because Yun still failed to kill him. Lu Miaoling was sitting behind those two. She was silent and worried. Then she stood up. LG stood up and asked if all Yunchen came up with was to just burn him alive, and added that he was too naive. Yun asked, "What did it mean to just burn him?" Telling him that LG was too underestimating his magic flame? In fact, poor Yunchen no longer had the strength to even straighten his back. He was saying with his last strength that it was S rank and had the effect of burning the soul, saying that even if his body was immortal, so what? Saying that after being in the flames for so long, his soul had already started to deteriorate. Extremely shocked and frightened, the dark novice. He stood up and realized that, damn it, consciousness was really dissipating. He asked himself if this was the sensation of death. Algae's eyes gradually closed. He thought about the fact that he might die, but Yunchen would also lose his life, and otherwise, sooner or later, he would turn into a disaster for the world of darkness. Suddenly, Lu Miaoling shouted loudly that it was bad. Aligi stretched his hand forward from his last strength and asked the demon lord to accept his last sacrifice. A dark vortex appeared in the air. Yunchen was shocked. He hadn't realized what was happening. Aligi shouted, "Reverse gate, lock on." The protagonist summoned divine lightning. He thought about the fact that what he had decided to counterattack before he died was within his expectations. However, Yun had counted on the fact that the remaining magic power would be enough to make the final jump. The seal on his neck began to hurt badly and began to fly away along with the blood. Yunchen immediately realized that he had fixed the soul pursuit seal on him, and as long as it was activated, he wouldn't die. But what scared him more was that the leap wasn't working. A black-gloved hand appeared next to Yunchen's face. It was Lu Miaoling, who despite having little strength of her own came to his aid. The girl grabbed him and jumped back with him from the attack. They landed on a stone slab and she watched as the black vortex destroyed absolutely everything in its path. Lu Miaoling shouted that it was dangerous and it almost dragged on. Yun told the president that she shouldn't have come here because the soul pursuit seal had activated, saying that this skill, not to be avoided, the vortex changed direction towards them. He rushed at them, again destroying everything in his path. After a short period of time, there was silence. There was a deep hole in the ground and no one in it. The audience couldn't find words, and LG laughed and asked Yunchen what of Yunchen's strength, saying that the victory still turned out to be for him, for the parish. He asked the audience if he needed to talk about what happens to a person after entering the world of darkness. LG himself had already almost vanished into thin air. However, he did answer that they were being killed by demons. People were extremely disappointed, saying that he had almost won. They cursed the damn dark novice. They asked how it was possible, not being able to win, to decide to sacrifice. Nicole became worried. Even her elf ears drooped with sadness. She asked how so. Someone knocked hard on the wooden table, leaving a mark of impact there. It was Dean E. He shouted that it was nonsense. And what the hell the organizers were doing. He asked why the 4th rank masters did not do anything during the whole round. What are they doing there? Do they really want to die? He shouted that they should not have sent them to participate in the tournament. Suddenly, Teacher E ran into his office. She yelled to Dean E that something terrible had happened. She told him that the speed of the flow of time in the Academy Square had changed dramatically. The surrounding buildings and trees were collapsing and being subjected to atmospheric pressure. In addition, many students had been sucked in. A green dome appeared outside on the Academy grounds, where the students were watching the World Tournament, with a single small silhouette of a person in it. Teacher Mi explained that it was Yuntan who had lost control of the skill. The students of the Academy shouted that they should run away quickly and never go near her. Another guy said that he had just been near her, and in the meantime half of his body had aged. Now one half of his hair had shaved, and his face had wrinkled a lot. The girl next to them asked who was the student. Poor Yuntan was mourning her brother. Her pupils were missing, and tears were streaming out of her eyes. The drops weren't falling. They were liming in the air, just like Yuntang herself. Elvic laughed and said that the final victory was for their organization. Said that the only genius capable of defeating LG had fallen, shouting that humanity was destined to fall into despair. Xia Qingcheng remained silent, and Xiaoyu threw her chains at Elvic and asked how he still dared to laugh. Her demon chains tied his neck so that he had to cough out quite a bit of blood. The succubus shouted at him to try laughing again, ordering him to laugh. Keep laughing. The other demon girl told the madam about Yun Chen. Dean Xia replied that he was just transported to the world of darkness. He did not die. She said that she wanted to send him there herself, but he was there a little earlier. And then she said that she trusted her intuition, and such a difficult situation would not be a hindrance to him. The surprising thing was that Xia Qingcheng said this with absolute calmness and confidence. A black vortex appeared in the field in the Rocky Mountains. Yun Chen was extremely exhausted. He and Lu Miaoling were being spun around in the whirlwind. They landed on the green grass, with Miaoling doing so much more confidently than Yun Chen. They stood up and looked around. The beauty was really magnificent. Lu Miaoling asked if this was the world of darkness, and Yun Chen said that just like Teacher Si said, it was different from the perceptions. Suddenly, someone loudly made strange sounds which greatly frightened the poor protagonist. When he turned around, he realized that it was Lu Miaoling, and she had just fallen to her knees from extreme fatigue. He swore and remembered that he had almost forgotten that the local air was soaked with the breath of darkness. He thought to himself that he might not be affected by it. But the student council president was another matter. He crouched down to the girl and told her to hold on. Unfortunately, there was nothing else he could do to help right now. Yunqin drank some liquid from a blue bottle. Afterward, he took out his spear and waved it around a bit. This bottle activated the priest's main skill of purification. Yunqin created a dome around Lu Miaoling. Miaoling stood up. She was greatly surprised, and her chest still had a large and noticeable scar on it from LG's blow. Yunqin realized that he was still in a weakened state, and therefore, even if he drank the mana potion, he would have to use purification a few more times. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned back. There was a stunned demon walking towards them, which Yun was not at all happy about. The demon was also very frightened to see people here. He cursed and ran away, shouting that the sneaky humans had come, saying that they wanted to destroy their village. This demon looked almost the same as a normal human, but his skin was red and he had horns on his head. He was running away and asking the guards for help. Yunqin didn't understand what happened at all. Lu Miaoling told him not to let the demon escape. She stretched out her hand towards him. Yunqin hurriedly told her not to move. After all, he didn't have much strength left as it was. The classless man opened the very potion bottle with his teeth. He drank it all down and said that in this world, the dark aura was boundless. Purification would only delay the inevitable, so she needed to adapt to the environment. Otherwise, she would turn into a monster sooner or later. Lu Miaoling irritably said that she was aware of this and had already started working on herself. She called that cheeky dark aura insignificant. Shouting for her to not even think of decomposing it, lightning swirled around Miaoling and a dark tail appeared. Yunqin asked if it had worked. The girl now looked much more confident. She said that her last two elements were yin and yang, and among them, the yin element was something similar to her. And black strands appeared on her hair. Lu Miaoling said that it had helped her a lot. Before they knew it, a bunch of armed demon guards gathered around them. Then Yunqin said that from the looks of it, it wasn't time to relax yet. The demons said that the despicable people should perish. They suggested each other to sacrifice their corpses to the god. Wasting no time, they rushed to attack, shouting that they would kill them immediately. Yunqin said that they were not that strong. Their strength was at the first and second rank level, but he needed another half an hour for the weakened state to descend, and the president was not in the best condition. He realized that engaging in battle would be a bad idea and said so. Unexpectedly, Lu Miaoling grabbed his arm and threw him on her back. Yunqin was extremely shocked by this turn of events. He probably expected anyone, but not this. The girl replied that, of course, fighting was not an option right now. She shouted to the junior to hurry up. The demons said about how determined they were to escape. Some kid behind the demon army ordered them to rush in pursuit and prevent them from escaping. The demons immediately obeyed the order. Lu Miaoling asked if it was a long-range attack. She said that he was obviously not tested. She also, leaning heavily to the right, shouted to the junior not to be careful and not to fall. They were rushing from side to side, dodging every attack. Suddenly they fell, slipping on the grass. However, the girl immediately got up, dodging another attack. Her mouth was bleeding. but she said that it was a perfect dodge, asking Yunchen how he felt about her base. Yunchen replied that he was able to dodge everything. But what about her? Indeed, Yun was unharmed, but Lu Miaoling was wounded, with many arrows sticking out of her body, but she still ran. The girl laughed and told Yun to forget about it. After all, it was just scratches. And they were already at their destination. Yunchen asked what other destination. Lu Miaoling abruptly slowed down. Ahead was a high cliff, and in it was a cave. Miaoling shouted that it was here, said that it took her a long time to find such a perfect place. The girl was already barely walking. Yun asked the president, really? The girl, without any warning and without letting him finish speaking, grabbed his sleeve, threw him inside, and said that she didn't have much strength left to run with him in her arms, and therefore he should stay inside and not get out so as not to cause her any unnecessary trouble. Yunchen painfully fell down in the cave. He reprimanded himself and said that the only advantage of this area was that it was easier for her to defend him at the entrance, but the disadvantages were just as obvious. Standing at the entrance of the cave, she would lose her advantage of movement during the fight, and that's not taking into account the fact that she had nowhere to retreat to. Yun looked at his hand and said that even if he were to rush into battle right now, it would only get in the way under his feet, and there were still 18 more minutes until the weakened state ended, and the only way to survive was to hold out. He shouted to the president that if it gets tough, she should run, saying that it wasn't worth fighting to the death here. Lu Miaoling replied that running away with her tail between her legs was not her style, saying that it was time to fight to the death. The demon army had already approached the cave. Lu Miaoling fought them as hard as she could, a lot of dust rising around her. The demons used Shadow Blade, Flames of Destruction, Bloodclaw against her at the same time. The girl was in great tension, although they were not too strong in such a state. Fighting alone against an entire army is extremely hard. Lu Miaoling activated the healing. The demon attacks met her shield. Miaoling cursed everything. Another burst of blood flew out of her mouth. They realized that such a small flame would not be enough. Yunchen was burning with shame after all. He saw how hard it was for the president to be there alone. However, he realized that he couldn't go out now. He was too tired and had to restrain himself until his weakened state subsided. Lu Miaoling turned around to check on him. She was pleased that, as expected of a junior, he had gotten his emotions under control. The girl thought it was a wise decision. Then she said that elemental magic consumes too much magical power, so it would be foolish to drag out the fight. She now had big fox ears and red hair, as well as many pink tails. She said that since this is the case, using a state best suited for close combat, she activated the Heavenly Fox Blood Madness. Lu Miaoling's long claws appeared, and her eyes turned black. The demons shouted to the bloody humans that they would regret if they decided to keep them alive. All the demons shouted with glee that they would kill her. Miaoling rushed towards them and shouted for them not to overreact. After all, they demons were the only ones here who deserved to die. Once again, a tense battle ensued. One of the demons was right at her back and damaged her tails. However, the girl was lucky to jump up and push it hard. While defending herself from another attack, the demons attacked her absolutely mercilessly. Soon, everyone was exhausted. The demons were breathing heavily, and Lu Miaoling sat on the ground. She thought about how it was a shame for her to be beaten by such weak demons, like a tiger being mauled by a stray dog. The demons said that she was a terribly ugly person, asking how she was still holding on after receiving such serious injuries. Was she really going to fight to the death? They said that with her strength she could very well escape, but she didn't. Lu Miaoling heard their conversation, and therefore told them that running away was not for her. She said that she had to protect this amazing kid, telling them that although she herself doesn't know what he uses, but he has unlimited potential and is only getting stronger every day. As long as he continues to grow, he will bring countless opportunities to mankind. The girls shouted that she was willing to give her life for him. It would be worth it. One of the demons ran out of formation and took another swing at the girl, shouting that it was all nonsense and none of them would survive. Lu Miaoling told the younger one that she was at her limit, and he, with his brains, should find a way to stall for a bit until the weakening subsided completely. The demon's huge and sharp axe was already quite close to Miaoling's head, and she said that their date was coming to an end. The demon was screaming for her to die already, and was already ready to chop the poor girl's head off. However, a hand blocked his attack. It was Yun Chen's hand. He told Lu Miaoling that no, the date would continue, and Lu Miaoling was shocked to see him in front of her. She asked Junior how he did it, and if his weakening had subsided. Yun replied that not really, 3 more seconds, but those 3 seconds would be enough. The skill? Invincible S Plus gives immunity to all kinds of attacks as well as control for 3 seconds. The demon who attacked earlier was shocked. He asked how come, and then said that this guy is also a problem, and therefore ordered the rest of the demons to kill him. Now the demons did not attack Lu Miaoling but Yunchen, wishing him dead and calling him a bloody man. Yunchen used skill fusion. For himself, he started counting down. He fused the skills of Mage, Fireball, and Fighter. Strike and Blue Fire started pouring out of his hands. Only 2 seconds left. Now only one, he swung his fist and sent it far forward towards the crowd of demons, shouting that it was a cloud-dispelling magic strike. The demons were struck with blue flames and screamed loudly, burning alive. It was finally possible to breathe easy, Lu Miaoling said. How glad she was that it was finally over. Yun replied that it wasn't a fact yet. They had encountered those demons by accident, and he had some kind of box in his hands. It turned out that it was a box of ointment for the mark on his neck. He smeared the ointment on his neck, trying to disguise it, saying that if they didn't deal with something like this, a situation where they would be chased would be inevitable. Finally, the seal around his neck began to disappear. Now it had disappeared altogether. Too bad. It wouldn't last long. Yunchen came out of the cave and said that in addition, in the top direction was something that made him worry. There was a rock with an elevation where a cave would also fit perfectly. Indeed, there was a cave. Inside was a mighty demon, and someone else in a ragged white robe. The demon had a pumped-up body, blue skin, and hair. But despite that he had a human face, he said that an aura of soul-chasing markings appeared here. He asked the demon behind him if he was sure it was humans. The demon only had one horn for some reason. He fell to the ground and told the demon that he was after all the demon lord, the great demon clan of the Broken Knight. He asked why would he deceive him, shouting that it was the absolute truth. The demon lord replied that based on his description, this person is Yunchen, but he does not know how he manages to hide the aura of the soul pursuit marker, said that they would have to track him down, and the demon in white robe asked if he would let that damned person escape. The demon lord came out of the cave and interjected and said that no, they would not be able to escape because at the end there was only a path of death waiting for them. He said that there, up ahead, is a vast, forbidden mountain range, a legendary land that the deity has forbidden to enter. No one dares to set foot on it, not even to mention the demon kings of the 72 tables. The demon lord said that they would be locked there, and he would only have to catch up and greet the two men awaiting their deaths. There were rocky mountains all around on the horizon, as well as many loose houses. Inside someone was breathing heavily. It was Yunchen. He was diligently doing push-ups. Lu Miaoling came into his room. She told Junior that he was so enthusiastic about basic exercises that he didn't even forget about them after entering the world of darkness. Yunchen replied that exercise was extremely important. He understood that attributes and skill points were accumulated as he completed daily tasks, so he couldn't miss a day. In front of him was a notification window. It said about the main task, the tournament. It was discovered that Master Yunchen had won first place in the world tournament, and the highest level reward would be given for completing the task. Yunchen decided that now was the time to receive the rewards for completing the tasks. He thought about the fact that the spatial environment he would receive as a reward could be used to create spatial treasures, expanding the space in his backpack, but it was extremely malleable. Many powerful bigwigs used it to create portable palaces such as Teacher Sia's treasury. He also knew that the effect of the limit-breaking stone he would also receive as a reward was much simpler. It could allow an equipment item or ordinary item to break the limit of its class and reach a higher level. About the effect of the luck potion and the go potion. Lu Miaoling didn't understand why he was staring at one point for so long. Yunchen didn't pay attention to her. He understood that if he had good materials, it would be possible to make quality armor. Lu Miaoling with a spoon in her hands asked what he was doing there, telling him to go have breakfast. They were already sitting at the table and the girl said that they were lucky that there was a lot of monster meat from the extreme cold territory left in her backpack. Otherwise, they would not have had a sweet time. However, she said that on the other side, there was a village found on this barren land, albeit a ruined one. Lu Miaoling said that it looked like it had been abandoned for decades, but it was better than sleeping in the open. Suddenly, Yunchen asked the president if she thought the tournament was strange, saying that to such an important world-level event, the Holy Empire should have hired fourth-rank masters, but they did nothing from the beginning to the end. Told that according to the rules of the qualifying round, only basic potions were allowed, even food was forbidden to take. But LG had brought along a special item for curses. But even after he reported the incident with the Dark Novices, LG still continued to participate in the tournament. He said that perhaps his guess was correct. Yun wanted to take another piece of meat. Lu Miaoling didn't let him finish and told him not to. She squeezed his chopsticks with hers. The girl said that she knew what he was thinking, but they had no proof and it was only a guess. She said that the most important thing for them right now was to overcome the difficulties in front of them. Yunchen replied that it seems like she has already decided on a conclusion, but she is afraid to face the truth. He told her to eat faster, for it was time for them to go. Lu Miaoling called out to the younger one. They were already on their way. She looked up and asked if this was their destination, saying she didn't like it any way she looked at it. It was a terribly high, rocky, and in places snowy mountain. Yunchen replied that the people who suddenly appeared were killing a bunch of demons. This was supposed to be a big deal, saying that this was the only place they could go, and if they turned back, they would encounter a dead end. Indeed, there was a cliff at the back and nothing else. The protagonist said that he used his skills to explore the surrounding area and found no signs of life within a 1,000 li radius, saying that with their food supplies they wouldn't go far, so the only thing left to do was to move forward. In front of them was a pillar of green light. Yunchen added that there was one thing that made him worried. He felt an inexplicable familiar aura. He asked what was on the mountain. Lu Miaoling tapped on the green pillar and said that the texture was very hard, and it didn't look like they would be able to break through it through physical strength. She was afraid that they were stuck here. Yunchen asked her to let him try it. As soon as he put his hand on it, it immediately went through the wall as if it was through a fog. This amazed Yunchen very much. Soon the wall dispelled altogether. Ahead was a cliff. And after it was a cliff with a cave. Lu Miaoling was shocked. She asked Junior what he had just done. He replied that he didn't do anything, it opened by itself. Yun was as amazed as Lu Miaoling. He said who knew there was a cave. They jumped over the cliff in a flash, and had already landed in the cave. In front of them were piles of old coffins. Some of them were wrapped with chains. Miaoling was greatly frightened by these remains, and she wondered what was behind them. If it was a corpse, she wanted to touch the iron. However, she was hurriedly stopped by Yunchen. He shouted for her not to touch them in any way. He said that it might be like some hidden treasure, but it was better not to touch it. The girl didn't realize what had happened at all. She looked at Yunchen questioningly. The protagonist was thinking about something even more interesting, was that these coffins were causing a very familiar feeling in him. He looked at the coffins and asked himself, what is the source of this feeling? Is it someone he knows? He even had thoughts that he must be the one to become one of the beings in the coffin. And this place is his haven. Yunchen was greatly annoyed that this feeling is too appealing. He doesn't want to stay in this place even for a moment anymore. He told the girl that it was time to get out of here. Lu Miaoling agreed. Lu Miaoling noticed that the junior had severe mood swings, and this was the first time she saw this on him. The demon lord became furious and shocked. He asked how to understand this. He stood at the cliff where Yun and Miaoling were just now. As well as the green barrier wall, the demon lord said that there was no way to enter the locked ground after all. But now it was open. He held his head and said that it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. He thought that he must be having trouble with his eyes. But no, beyond any doubt it is open. He told himself that according to legend, decades ago, boundless mountains suddenly just fell from the sky, accompanied by divine light. They caused visions of heaven and earth. And the aftermath of their appearance caused all living things within a 1,000 li radius to be destroyed. Even after the incident of decades, no new life was ever born in them. The demon lord said that only a god could do such a thing. His act of destroying all living things was most likely a warning. No outsiders allowed. He said that since this was something sent down by the god standing on top of the demon lords, the 72 tables were tempted. After a dozen years of temptation, finding that the god showed no signs of answering, all decided to unite. As a result, no matter what actions they took, they were unable to enter, causing them to eventually have to give up. He said that the place that the supreme demon lords could not enter was now open. The demon lord realized that something like this would definitely be impossible for him to handle alone. He must report back to Lady Duanya. Yunchen and Lu Miaoling were at the camp. Miaoling was preparing food while Yun was silently pondering about something. Something started to happen to the scar on the girl's chest. It disappeared. Lu Miaoling was overjoyed. She shouted that the curse was finally gone, telling the younger boy that they should think about going back home. He didn't respond and she had to call out to him again. Then already Yunchen had already responded. Lu Miaoling worriedly asked what was wrong with him. She said that he was all pensive after seeing those coffins. She wondered if they were bothering him or if he was homesick. Yunchen kindly replied that there was a little bit. He said that he was still more worried about his little sister. In fact, those coffins also bothered Yunchen, but he did not understand why at all. but he realized that there was no point in thinking about it. Then Yun thought of a way to return home. Not that there wasn't one. Yun Chen realized that he had, after all, the cross of rebirth, and if he died, he would be resurrected in the human world. But unfortunately, that wasn't guaranteed either, and resurrecting in the world of darkness would be a problem. Lu Miaoling silently put food on. Yun Chen looked at her and realized that, moreover, even if the rebirth in the human world was successful, the president would be left here all alone, so the cross of rebirth was not a solution. He stood up from his seat and told his companion that he was going to go to the demon village to gather basic information, telling her to stay here and wait for his return. He did this because he knew that now she would already be able to stand up for herself. This shocked Lu Miaolin. She asked how he would go to the demon village alone, asking if he wanted to present himself to the demons on a platter. Then Yun Chen explained that he was not going to go there in human form. Something began to happen to him. Soon his appearance changed a lot. His clothes became different, his eyes were black-yellow, and his hair was snow-white. He said that somehow, now he looked like a demon. Yun Chen was walking through the demon city. It was no different from human cities, only the people there were different. The protagonist passed by the locals, and they shockingly turned around and shouted how handsome he was and looked like a member of the Dark Knight clan. But something was different. Someone suggested that he was a half-breed. Yun Chen walked and thought that there was a difference in appearance, but the way of life of demons is not really different from that of humans. He does not see the scientific and technological tricks. Perhaps they just did not develop in this direction, or maybe it is because they are used to the current ways. His feet were barefoot, and he stepped on hard stone materials. He decided that if that was the case, then this was the most appropriate place to get information. In front of him was a pub. Yuan walked inside. He was immediately greeted. He was called a visitor from the Dark Knight family and asked what they could do for him. Yuan asked for their specialty. At a table nearby, the demons were laughing and shouting loudly. They were gambling, drinking alcohol. Yun Chen thought that it seemed that demons were also divided into races. He decided so. Since using the skill of the Queen of the Night, his appearance was similar to the representatives of the Dark Knight. He sat down at the table and realized that he should start gathering information. He used the hunter's basic skill of perception enhancement. Now he had heard everything about the conversation between the demons. Someone asked if the Damn Lord was finished. Someone said that his son had only turned 16 and he had already been sent into battle as cannon fodder. Someone said that he had heard that Karis from Lotta Street had become a middle demon. Someone was wondering when the housing prices would come down. It was hard for Yun Chen to receive so much useless information. He decided that he needed to filter it. Suddenly, a tray of food was placed on his table. Yun Chen jerked in surprise. The waiter told the honored one that this was their specialty, raw devil octopus tentacles and swamp soda. He wished the protagonist a pleasant appetite. The waiter also put a sign with the bill on the table. Yun asked if the 3 demonic crystal coins he owed, and he was pleased that the writing and language were similar to the human world. It saved a lot of trouble. Yun held out the coins to the demon. He remembered that the demons he had killed had all sorts of junk and even money. However, regarding the dish, Yun Chen hoped that his stomach could handle it. The tentacles really did look just disgusting. So much so that Yun Chen's hands were shaking as he looked at it. A little while later, Yun Chen was already walking down the road. He held his stomach and said that the taste was still not bad. But when he started to think that there was that tentacle in his stomach, he started to feel nauseous. He exhaled and said that luckily it was worth it. In just a day, he had gotten quite a lot of information, telling himself that unlike the human world, the world of darkness has not implemented game. But everything living here is filled with magical power. Because of the large variety of magical powers, the world of darkness has not developed in the scientific and technological direction. In addition, the demon hierarchy is different from the one presented in the human world. There are 4 types of demons: lower demon, middle demon, higher demon, and demon king. They correspond to the ranks of classes with the human world: 1, 2, 3, and 4 ranks. Among them, the higher powers of the higher demons are called demon kings, and most of them have their own territory. The demons of the 72 pillars is the title of the highest caste among the demons, the demon kings. Being the rulers of their races, this was the only thing Yun Chen had learned so far. He took a hold of his neck. He was stressed that the sea god jelly would end sooner or later, so we should deal with the soul pursuit mark sooner rather than later. He abruptly turned his attention to something off to the side. There was a whole crowd of demons fleeing desperately from someone, shouting that they should run, that the Lord's guards were here, that they were taking away demons as cannon fodder again, begging not to be caught. shouting that they didn't want to die on the front lines. The demon that arrived shouted and asked why they were scattering, saying that it should be a great honor for them to die on the battlefield. The Lord's guards had an army of knights in armor, and the demon that was culling was riding a golden beast. The demon shouted that it was a great honor to give his body for the good of their demon king. Then he couldn't stand it, and ordered the army to grab everyone between the ages of 15 and 60. He said it didn't matter if they were men or women. Those immediately rushed in pursuit. They took the inhabitants one by one. The inhabitants cursed them and asked why they themselves did not go to battle then. Someone shouted that he did not want to die and asked to let him go. Then the guards noticed Yun Chen and were surprised, even shocked. One asked the other why that guy is so calm and does not move. The other said that he is not calm, but clearly scared, shouting to grab him quickly. Then Yun Chen himself approached them and said that they didn't have to catch him because he would go on his own. He decided that this was his chance. Ahead was the luxurious Taroko castle. The carriage that was surrounded by guards was on its way there. Soon, a crowd of demons, Yun Chen among them, were standing in front of the stairs to the top. At the top stood two demons and their guards. One of them asked the other, the manager, why he had come. The manager replied that it was on the Lord's orders. He said he had to personally look at the quality of the new recruit. Ordered to begin. The guards replied that it would be done. The demon that was gathering the demons stepped forward, spread his hands apart, and shouted that he congratulated the newcomers that very soon they would turn from useless civilians into brave warriors. After that, they would give their lives for the great Lord and for this world. He said that it was not too late to swear allegiance. One of the demons pointed a finger at him and loudly asked to whom that loyalty surrendered, shouted that they are the same force brought them here, said that he was cannon fodder, let the real soldiers go. The red-haired demon pressed the opposition man into the ground. His foot was so heavy that the poor man's ribcage crunched. Black blood spurted from his mouth. This threw everyone else into fear. They said that they had done nothing wrong. They only objected to him. They asked how it was so, and said that it was just a terrible ruthlessness. Then the red-haired demon asked if they knew why he was training them and not the other way around. He waited for an answer, and then he said it was because he was stronger than them, and in this world, power speaks. He ordered everyone to drop to their knees. Everyone obeyed, and only Yun Chen remained standing straight. The red-haired man pointed his finger at him, called him a brat, and asked why he was not on his knees. He was very angry. Yun Chen smiled and replied that it was because he was not worthy. The demon laughed and asked if he was unworthy. The demon had a horrible face and black blue eyes. He said that he was the strongest one present, and therefore how could he be the one who was unworthy? He walked closer to Yun Chen and asked the guards who this boy was and what his name was. One of the guards shouted reporting. Told that his registered name was Ushi, called today. Looked young, but perhaps he was of a different bloodline. The demon replied that it was clear to him and turned to the manager Bahar. He said that although they were short of soldiers, as discipline you could, after all, kill a couple of soldiers. He asked if the Lord would hold a grudge against him. Bahar replied that it was obviously a necessity. The demon laughed and said that then he would not give him a chance to ask for mercy. He started to say that, after which his corpse. Yun Chen didn't let him finish. His foot flew right into the demon's head, and the demon still finished telling him that he would hang him on the city gate. Yun Chen's kick was very strong. It knocked the demon to the floor. A lot of teeth and blood flew from his mouth. The demon was stunned. He was asking himself what it was and how he had missed his punch. He refused to believe that he could be beaten by a new recruit. There was a severe dent on his face, and Yun Chen had already brought 2 fingers with blue fire to it. He said that he didn't seem to be that strong. The demon was in the blue flames and Yun was calmly standing nearby. The blue flames burned high and bright. Yun Chen decided to leave. The other demons were horrified, asking if this guy had killed the captain and how it was that the captain died before he could resist. The other said that the captain's strength was at the level of the highest current of middle demons. Yun Chen went up to Bahar, and the latter thought that judging from the situation, that Wuxi kid is a higher demon. Then he became scared. Because he had clearly snuck in here with some intent, he decided that he needed to report to the Lord urgently. He rushed to run. However, Yun Chen stopped him. He was right in front of his face. This greatly frightened and surprised the manager. Yun Chen told him that, according to that guy, as long as you are strong, you can get anything. He asked if he killed him. Would he be able to get his status? Bahar fell on his knees and told the noble supreme demon Wuxi that he was only running petty errands, and therefore what status could he have? He asked not to kill him. Yun Chen said that he was in charge of errands, therefore, and there was a benefit to it. He promised to keep Bahar alive, and he would listen to him. Bahar dubbed Wuxi as a lord and said that he would do whatever he reaped. The other two demons asked in trembling voices what about them. Yunchen looked at them, asked why they were still here, and ordered them to get the hell out of here. He knew that the less demons sent to fight humans, the better. The demons immediately ran away, not forgetting to thank Mr. High Demon Wuxi. They were happy to finally return home. The castle was shrouded in night. Inside, a light was burning at the desk. Yunchen and Bahar were sitting there. Bahar asked the Lord why they asked him to bring all these books. He said that much of what was written in them were mundane things, and therefore there was no need to look through them all. Yunchen loudly slammed down the book he was reading. He said that he was hearing too many questions. Then Bahar hurriedly apologized and admitted that he had behaved rudely. Yunchen pondered that, as expected from the Demon King's vault, there was quite a lot of useful information, the races or the history of the Dark World. Everything was detailed here. He knew that although there are hundreds of different races of demons in the Dark World, there are also mixed blood races, but still dominated by 72 major races. Similar to the history of mankind, there were also territorial wars and resource battles between the demons of the Dark World. The history is one of wars. It was like this until the demon of nothingness appeared. No one knows where he came from. We only know that he appeared suddenly, as if straight out of thin air, possessing absolute crushing power. He ruled the entire world of darkness for only 3 years. After becoming a supreme creature, he then divided the world of darkness into 72 kingdoms, based on the power of demons, gave them to the strongest of all races, the so-called 72 pillars, thus forming the current structure. Thanks to the mutual restraint of the 72 pillar demons coupled with the absolute power of the demon of nothingness, the world of darkness finally put an end to the endless war. Until 70 years ago, when a creature called humans appeared, they broke through space, aimlessly invading the world of darkness, destroying the demons. Eventually, the world of darkness was broken, and the demons began to fight back and entered into war with the world of humans. However, as far as Yun remembers, people at that time didn't have the kind of forces to invade the world of darkness. Defending territory on the front lines is extremely difficult. The information in the book is most likely fabricated, but what's the point? And this moment in time is extremely mysterious. It was at this time that the integration of the game into the human world began. Yun Chen couldn't believe that it was just a coincidence. Yun asked Bahar what he thought of humans. The latter replied that they were vile creatures. He shouted angrily that they had destroyed their world and his important partner had been tortured to death by them right in front of him. Yunchen queried about his eyes. He also asked if he wanted to say that there are humans in the world of darkness. He asked if he had seen them at all. The man replied that of course there are. Humans do vile things. Sooner or later he will destroy them. Yun thought that it was no wonder that just by entering the world of darkness, the civilian demons were so frightened. It seems the real situation is different from what he imagined. He decided that he needed more information. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. There was a task that said that Yun Chen should now become the Demon King. Yun laughed and thought it was an interesting assignment. Plus, it was just in time. He would need a high status to get more information. He turned to Bahar and asked what the conditions for becoming a Demon King were. The latter hesitated. In fact, he was afraid that if he asked such a question, would he really? Yun Chen asked again. Then Bahar told him that first of all, he must have the blood of the night demon race flowing in him. After all, Taroko belongs to one of the 72 demon races. The night demon race said that only those with night demon blood flowing in them can become a demon king. Yun Chen told him to take a look at him and asked if he met the condition. Bahar was drenched in sweat and shouted that he did, and even very much so, saying that except for his height, he was quite skinny like the pure-blooded demons of the night demon race. Yunchen knew that the Night Queen was the ruler of the night demon race. Considering the talent and reincarnation skill he received from her, there should be no problem. He asked what other conditions were there. Bahar said assassination. One must kill the current Demon King and take his Demon King weapon. Yun replied that was fine. He also told Bahar that it was time for him to start changing his tastes after serving another Demon King for so long. A wind blew from the wooden passageway, which kicked up dust. There was a red mighty bull that was carrying someone noble. Sati the Demon King was sitting on the beast. He had the same eyes and hair as Yun Chen. The man looked strong and satisfied. He was holding a glass of expensive wine in his hand. Then Sati noticed the guards. Looking at them, he wondered what was going on. He saw that the guards had some sour faces. He assumed that something was wrong. Soon the guards themselves ran up to the lord and shouted that their captain had been killed by a demon from another city. This made the powerful lord terribly angry. He asked where this demon was, shouting that he would kill him now. The frightened guard pointed his hand to the door in front and said the demon was inside. Sadi immediately rushed inside and called out to the bastard. He was furious. Hardly anyone would want to get at his hands right now. In front, Yunchin was sitting on the throne, and the manager Bahar was standing beside him. Yun rather said that the chair was quite comfortable, asking if it would be okay if he sat on it for a few more days. Lord Sadi was shaking with sheer anger. He pulled out his mighty weapon and shouted that the guy was Death Wish. He slammed it against the ground and summoned an explosive hammer. The shockwave carried towards the throne, where the protagonist was sitting, and cut the ground. The impact was already very close and even broke the stairs. Yunchin lightly struck the floor with his staff. Everything stopped. Only dust rose. And Yunchen said that it was a good chair and it was a pity to blow it up. Sadi raised his weapon again. Now he flew at Yun from above and shouted at him to get out, because it was his and he had no right to even touch it. Sadi's hammer was already close. Yun held his spear in his hands. He stood up from his throne and batted Sadi away. This angered the demon even more, and now they both attacked each other, a lot of dust rising around. There was a huge explosion. The guards were shocked and scared at the same time. They said that this was a battle between supreme demons. They have such power. They couldn't even interfere. Yunchin jumped up and attacked Sadi from above. This time, his target was not the demon but his weapon. Sadi held it tightly, but the spear flew right in the middle. The weapon flew out of the man's hands and Sadi himself flew backwards. When he came to his senses, his hands were burning, and a terrible smile was on his face. He said that the boy seemed weaker than the weakest, but hides so much strength he was already quite tired. Sadi asked if he was still fighting him in hand-to-hand combat. He said that it was very, very good. Iron armor appeared on his arm and he lifted him up, then turned to the guy and asked if he had attacked him a few times already. Shouted that the kid would be a stepping stone that would only make him stronger. Sadi used the Demon King equipment, a devastator. Yunchin's body began to involuntarily burn. The protagonist didn't realize what was happening. This fire was being absorbed into Sati's Lord equipment. The demon was terribly pleased with himself. He laughed and said what an exquisite delicacy it was, shouting about the strength. A continuous stream of power poured out of the stranger. Yunchin realized that the number of his attributes were rapidly decreasing and he was getting stronger. That was when he realized that this was the so-called demon equipment. It would be difficult to deal with. Sati turned to the guy again, told him that his ruin hand was not only stealing power, shouted that he would die from his own skills, and let him fall in terror of his abilities. This all made the man very happy. He laughed loudly. Sati loudly summoned a fireball and flames gathered in front of him. After the ball slowly flew towards the master, the power stopped flowing. Yunchin easily and indifferently caught the fireball. This stunned and shocked the Demon King. The guards were also shocked. One asked if it seemed like it was just now. Wasn't he a supreme demon who was on par with the Demon King? Another asked why his skill was so weak. They shouted that even they could make such a small fireball. Then Yunchin told Sati that the fact that he could steal his target's skills was beyond his expectations. But unfortunately, he would not be able to use his skills. Yun used a fusion of mage skills, a fireball and a magic swordsman, attracting raging flames. A huge-sized ball of blue flame of the Queen of Night flew at the Demon Lord. Yunchin shouted to the Lord to absorb the cloud of magical flame. The fire fell on the man, and the man screamed loudly. He managed to climb out of the flames. Sati flew at the enemy, screaming that he was a bastard and not to overestimate himself. His hand was already very close to the protagonist. Yun managed to recoil using Ghost Step before the man attacked. He asked if he wanted to steal attributes as well, saying that his royal equipment was useless if he couldn't hit it. Yun used the fusion of skills again, this time Knight, Dissecting Space Gap, and Swordsman, Provocation. Now he pointed his sharp weapon at Sati. Together these skills were Space Rift Dissecting. He cut the air with his sword. Then, Sati fell face first into the floor, and Yunchen landed neatly. Yunchen was surprised that, and is a Demon King. He thought about the fact that except for the difficulty of the Demon King equipment, he himself was weaker than he thought. He realized that Sati was not the equal of even a queen like Xiaoyu. Bahar and the guards entered the room. They were amazed at what they saw. That the king had lost. That King Sati was completely defeated. The guards asked if they had to. Bahar was the first to fall on his knees and saluted King Ushi. All the guards did the same. They repeated the greeting several times. Then Yunchen smiled. Because he realized how the kings actually felt, He decided that it was pretty good. He had already had time to put on his Demon King equipment. Yun decided that it was worth it to scrutinize it before using it. Demon King's equipment: Destroyer, Racial Restriction, Demons of the Dark Knight, Quality, Legendary, Attributes, Strength, SWAT 800, Dexterity, SWAT 800, Effect, Steal. The success probability of stealing skills and items is increased by 40%. Effect: when attacking, there is a 20% chance of accidentally stealing an opponent's attributes or skills. The probability of successful theft decreases if the opponent's level is lower than the wielder's level. Stolen attributes disappear after 24 hours, after which re-stealing is possible. Note: the equipment has been passed down by the kings of the Dark Knight Demon Clan from generation to generation for 1,000 years, a symbol of the Great Lord of the Supreme Demons. A while later, Yunchen sat on the wooden throne and was engrossed in his new weapon. He was thinking about whether this was really a legendary equipment. This thought made him start to feel nervous, because in the human world, it would be the most valuable treasure. Even among the noble families, Bahar was standing nearby and watching the new master. Yunchen was really very happy and satisfied. He looked at his hand. It was glowing with a red light. Yun knew that he rarely used a skill called shadow stealing, as the probability of success was quite low, and having a Ruinator on his hands now, he would be able to perform a steal right in the middle of battle. The effect would be simply killer. Yun told Baharu that no, King Sadi wasn't particularly strong, even carrying the equipment of a Demon King. He asked if all Demon Kings were at such a low level. Then Bahar had to explain to the esteemed king that he seemed to have misunderstood something. He told him that it wasn't only King Sadi who was weak, but also the Dark Knight Demon Clan country itself. Bahar told Yunchen the story of how 3 years ago, a terrifying human woman had appeared from a crack in space and led an army to destroy the demon world. And the most frightening thing was that her exact destination was their country. He said that he was only a lowly guard at the time, so he had no choice but to furtively watch it from afar. Though he only saw her from afar, the scene was memorized for the rest of his life. The demon remembered Dean Sia's face perfectly. He said that she had cold eyes and a stony expression, as if there was a real iceberg in front of him. It seemed that every demon in her eyes was like an insect that she could swat at any moment. He said that she soon did so. She started waving them around. Barak said that at that time she brought a tragic massacre to their country in just 3 days in that battle. 15 supreme demons died. The dead and wounded soldiers were not even numbered. Even their supreme commander, one of the 72 Pillar Demon Kings, fell at her hands. What was even more incredible was that 2 of the strongest Demon Kings had surrendered under her onslaught. Yunchen guessed who this woman was. He didn't even expect that Teacher Shio was so ruthless to massacre in the world of darkness. Bahar sadly said that fortunately, there was a powerful Demon King behind her who was able to fight her back. Otherwise, their Dark Knight demon country would have been destroyed. Yunchen asked if it came out that since almost all the powerful demons were killed, Sadi had no choice but to organize summons. Bahar replied that yes, that was the case. After all, such a large territory would not be left as it was. In terms of strength, the king was much weaker than the Demon Kings. He said that originally their Dark Knight Demon Clan was ranked 60th among the 72 demon clans, but now it seemed to him that it was at the very bottom. This made the manager terribly sad. He bowed and said that although he didn't know why he was so unhappy with the prize warriors, but there was no way to do without such a thing, he asked the newly minted king to withdraw the order. Yunchen replied firmly that there was no way he would do that, saying that he wanted Bahar to make a new announcement, saying that from now on there would be no conscription in his territory and taxes would be cut in half. He said that in his opinion, all demons should live a good life, even if no one thought of going to war. This shocked Bahar nightmarishly. He shouted that the main task for all demons was to provide military resources to destroy humanity, saying that such a blatant violation would lead to serious problems. Yunchen asked if he was going to disobey orders. The man immediately said that he would immediately go to fulfill it. Yunchen told himself that he didn't plan to stay in the world of darkness for long, so even if there were any problems, what did he care? Once they won, it would all be over. He said that no matter what, he should first get the reward for the completed task. He opened the system. He was pleased to see that the level had risen from 42 to 46 and grew further. Yunchen examined himself and said that the system was creating worthy rewards. He gained just a huge amount of experience. In the end, his level rose to 48th. Yunchen was very happy that he had risen as much as 6 levels. The feeling was also not bad. The protagonist reminded himself that the first stage of the task was completed, so the second stage should already be unlocked. What he saw amazed him. He stared at the system window. Then sweat appeared on his face, and he said that as expected from the second stage, the system had given him a good such problem. Soon, Yunchen was walking through the demon city with Lu Miaoling and the guards. The locals were jubilant seeing him. They shouted that this was the Demon King, welcomed and exalted him, asked to look over here at them, said they would always follow him. Lu Miaoling was uncomfortable. One of the demons was surprised, called the fact that there was a Demon King man beside him strange. Another told him that this was probably the first time he had seen such a thing. Told him that she was his slave, saying that still, it was quite normal for great demons to have humans as slaves. Lu Miaoling was amazed that Junior had become a Demon King in just a few days. And besides, he seemed to be loved here. Then Yun explained that the taxes had been halved and the army recruitment had been cancelled, so how could there be no popularity? A large heavy gate opened in front of them and they went inside. Bahar was already waiting for them. He said hello to the king. He also asked what he should call the slave girl he had picked up. This offended Lu Miaoling. Yunchen replied to call her Belle and also said that she was not a slave but a retinue. Bahar said that the king is so generous to allow a person to enter his entourage. He said that the day of tribute is approaching, asked the king to go to the warehouse to recalculate military resources. The warehouse interested the protagonist, and he said he should take a look. A little while later, he and Lu Miaoling were already at the kingdom's warehouse. Inside were many shields, helmets, and other military junk. Lu Miaoling was amazed at such an abundance of supplies, and of such high quality she realized that such a thing would be enough to cover the treasury of a medium-sized country in the human world. Yunchen asked Bahar to stay outside, saying that he didn't want to be disturbed during the inventory. When he left, Miaolin asked her partner what he would do with all these things. She said that since they were military resources, they would most likely be used against the human world. Yunchen asked, what could be easier? He took out a black magic inventory and ordered it to empty the warehouse. All the items, swords, and magic stones, shields, and helmets began to fly into the protagonist's hand and disappear into the black hole. This surprised Miaolin even more. She shouted that it was impossible, that a spatial backpack wouldn't be able to hold such a volume. Moreover, he hadn't even changed class, which meant the space in his backpack should be smaller than a normal class holder. Yunchen said that he had used the information he had obtained earlier to increase the capacity of the spatial backpack, and he would be able to fit 10 more such warehouses in it quite well. Then they noticed a large car nearby. Yunchen said that from the entire warehouse this was the only thing that made him uneasy. He closed his eyes. He opened them and said that he should examine it thoroughly. It is a magic accumulation destruction cannon, a unique weapon of the Dark Knight clan demons, can be installed in missions or used as a standalone weapon. When the weapon is used, the power attribute is increased to 1000. A large amount of magic needs to be accumulated before it can be released. The energy accumulation time is 15 seconds. Yunchen said that it is a cool thing. Although it takes some time to charge, this kind of thing can be quite useful. Lu Miaoling remembered that she wanted to ask Junior what he planned to do next, how long he was going to hang around as a demon king. Yun smiled and replied that of course not. His next step is to become one of the 72 Pillar Demon Kings. The second stage of the task was just about that. Ahead was a scary room that contained a small structure made of boxes. It was covered with a small piece of cloth. Lu Miaoling interjected and then asked what other 72 Pillars Demon King was. She asked again if he wanted to become a 72 Pillar Demon King. She was indignant and said that it was absolutely impossible. Even if he was a genius, he would have to grow up a few years. Yun replied that it was indeed impossible in the ordinary way, but it just so happened that the situation in the Dark Knight Demon Clan was special now. He said that because he had already told her on the way, the local Demon King was killed by Teacher Ji, and the Demon King level people were killed. Now only 3 veteran Demon Kings are holding control of the overall situation. Said that of course they are different from the same Sado. After all, they are the real Demon Kings. Yun said that they are currently dissatisfied with the current state of affairs, and the infighting is still going on. Each of them wants to crush each other and become the great Demon King of the Dark Knight clan. After all, there are enough demons to become the Demon King of the 72 Pillars. He asked how they could miss such an opportunity. Said that as long as they can keep the plan under control, there will always be an abundance of resources in their pocket to become a Demon King. Yun said that after listening to Bachar, He realized that each of them realized that the infighting would only weaken the strength of the country, so they decided to have a decisive battle. In a year's time to find out the winner who would rule over everything, Lu Miaoling asked if he was going to participate. He said that he didn't think it was right, saying that the important thing for them now was to find a way home. Yunchen replied that he had one guess about the way to return to the human world, but the world of darkness is rarely able to enter. He asked the president if she was sure she wanted to return. Lu Miaoling remained silent. Then she replied that she wasn't really. At least right now, they could help relieve the stress of those fighting on the front lines. If they could settle the strife between the demons, so much the better. However, she said that it would put a lot of pressure on Yun. After all, he would have to face the three powerful demon kings. She said right now, he couldn't handle them. Yun said that the truth was on her side, but this method would help greatly increase the strength in the shortest time possible. He shouted that he had an idea and suggested doing so. Bahar stood at the iron doors. Yun and Miaoling walked out of the warehouse. Yunchen turned to Bahar and told him that the inversion was finished and asked him to close the warehouse. The manager replied to the king that it would be done and headed towards the entrance of the warehouse. What he saw inside amazed Bahar to the core, namely that it was completely empty. There was nothing there. He hurriedly asked the new lord how it came to be. Yunchen told him that he had taken some of the items to his warehouse, asking if there was any problem with that. This frightened Bahar, because the warehouse was so empty that there was not even a hair left in it. And what does it mean that he took it? It was obviously stolen. He said that Mr. Wuxi is a king, so he can take as much as he wants, but the military resources should be transferred to the three demon kings. That is the problem. Yunchen replied to him that if there is a problem, let them come to him. He asked the manager what he was so steamed about. Bahar fell to his knees in despair. He felt that they were finished. He blamed himself for meeting such a king, saying that he had angered the three kings. Toriko Castle would be destroyed. There were two people standing at the cliff in front of the cliff with the cave, a demon and a demon girl. She looked forward and said it was unexpected. She said that the mountain range ban is really open. This girl is the demon queen of 72 Stoppel. Interrupted Night, Mi Shaji. Her eyes were the same as Yun Chen and Sadi demon. Her hair was black and she had horns on her head. She was slender and had something like wings, only without feathers. The demon beside her told me that the specific reason was unknown, but it was most likely related to the two people that had entered their world. He said that perhaps they had fulfilled some hidden condition. The demoness wondered about the humans. Then she said that Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling were supposedly teleported here. On the other side of the mountain range is the territory of the Dark Knight Demon clan. She said that they most likely fled there. The demon asked if he should organize a chase. Mishaji said that in normal times he should, but now there was a more important matter. She flew up and told the demons to go. They would take a look at the lands the god had descended upon. The demon did the same, asking what they were hiding there. Soon, they stepped onto the cave ground. The demons were surprised. The demon asked if it was all coffins. Mishaji said that it was interesting and she would like to see the bodies that are in them. After all, from this mountain range descended a god. Her magic enveloped one coffin, the one hanging on the chains above. The coffin swelled and creaked. The demon was horrified. He wondered what they were made of. He saw that cracks had formed on it, even after the blow from the Lady of the Interrupted Night, Mi Shaji. The girl clenched her fist with magic and ordered the object to break. Finally, the lid of the coffin broke through and it fell to the floor. Inside lay a body that had spent a lot of time there. All that was left of the body there were bones, and a skin-tight face and hair. His body also had a bandage and something black on his ribcage. The demon said that the seal on that corpse was like Daedara from the Demon Devourer clan. He shouted that he was a great genius 60 years ago, but didn't he die in the war that passed long ago? He asked how his body ended up here. The demon girl replied that it didn't matter, no matter how high his status was when he was alive. When death caught up with him, he became an ordinary corpse. There was no value in it, she said. Mi Shaji ran her hand over the wooden wall of the coffin and said that the material for the coffin seemed unusual. It didn't look like something from their world. It was even more likely that it was of the lower human world. She thought it was a very valuable thing to research, and therefore asked the demon to open everything and take it with him. The demon was frightened by this. He asked if it was worth taking everything. He said that they were still divine objects in case they offended the god. The girl interrupted him with a question about whether he thought the god would be angry with them. She leaned over the body and said they were making sacrifices to the god, so why would he interfere? She said if he did show himself. The girl stuck out her tongue and said she would like to meet him. She was curious to see what this god looked like. From above, there was a good view of the big city and its central square. There were many visitors in the church. Someone stood on a dais and thanked the nobles and kings from all walks of life for appreciating and participating in their grand auction in Ataria City. He assured those present that their auction today would feature extremely valuable pieces. Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling were also there. They were sitting far away from everyone else. Yun told the girl that for a quick way to increase strength, there was nothing better than equipment. He thought about how the blank blueprint that the system gave out was extremely convenient. To make armor and weapons, just providing the materials was enough. Yun Chen had always prioritized equipping weapons. For him, armor is the foundation, and the lack of it is his weak point. There are 5 kinds of necessary equipment: outerwear, pants, belt, shoulder pads, and shoes. Gathering a complete set of rare equipment can get the effect of a set. Right now, there are 2 copies of S-rank materials he found in the warehouse in his spatial backpack. He is extremely curious what kind of equipment will come out if he puts 5 copies of S-rank materials into an empty blueprint. The demon announced the start of the auction, shouting that they were moving on to their first lot. The first lot was a girl from the Dark Elf clan. The girl was beautiful, but she was sitting in a cage and was chained to it by her arms and neck. She had a lush form and tattered clothes. The girl was obviously very scared, and the demon shouted that the starting bid was $38,000 coins of magic crystals. The demons in the audience admired her, said that in their country of Dark Knight demons, they rarely put dark elves on auction. Someone said that yes, but in the country of interrupted night demons, such a common thing, said that the quality seems to be good, worth buying to have fun. Lu Miaolin was thinking about that dark elf. She knew that they were considered a unique race in the world of darkness. This was the first time she met a member of the Dark Elf clan. She had also heard from her junior that there were wars and disputes between demons. So it was no surprise that members of other clans were used as slaves. Except Lu Miaoling knew that Junior usually acted cold, and it was as if he wasn't interested in women at all. So he obviously wouldn't be interested in such an item. Unexpectedly, Yun Chen made the first bid of 38,000. The demon shouted that rather unexpectedly quick bid, 38,000 large coins of their magic crystals. He asked if anyone else wanted to raise the price. The demons weren't so happy anymore. 2 of them were discussing that in an auction of this magnitude, the people sitting in the box were usually noble demon lords. They wondered what territory they were from. They also said that they were usually empty, but this time one lord had come, and also thought that it would be extremely unethical to compete with a lord for some slave girl. The demon judge started the countdown, the girl was sold to Yun Chen, and he announced the move to the second lot. There was a knock on the door to their box. Yun Chen invited them to enter. The big doors opened and 2 people entered there, a slave girl and a demon servant. He bowed in front of the king and said that he brought his slave girl. He asked to take her in. Yun Chen coldly replied that here was the money. He threw it, and then said that he was free to go. The demon caught the spatial magic stone, a tool to hold the world of darkness. The demon was clearly satisfied with the payment. Lu Miaoling took her forehead, laughed, and said that it turns out that Yun Chen might also be interested in beautiful girls. She said that it would be nice to have a dark elf as a maid, just like Teacher Xia. Yun Chen stood up, smiled, and told the president that it seems she misunderstood something, saying that he had a rank A soul contract that he got from Director E. He turned to the girl, and the girl shuddered. The poor elf was scared. Yun said he wasn't going to use the contract on her. He walked closer and waved his sword in front of the captive. The girl all cowered. She thought she was going to be beaten. However, the dark elf was extremely startled when the chains on her arms and neck fell apart. Yun Chen smiled sincerely at her and congratulated her that she was now free again. The girl hurriedly bowed and thanked the master. She asked him to give her name, saying that she would definitely repay his kindness in the future. Yun introduced himself as Wuxi, telling her that he was the king of Tiroko Castle. He turned around and said there was no reason to pay him back. Told her to go back quickly and try not to get caught again. The elven woman rushed to escape, remembering to thank the king once again. Lu Miaolin was angry. She told him to listen to her about how dark elves were different from the elves of their world. They could even be called demons. She asked how he could buy her, just to let her go. The girl yelled that being too good was also bad. Yun was pleased with himself. He told his partner not to worry so much. He assured her that he already had a plan. The demon judge cheerfully shouted that the next thing he wanted to present to them was the 8th auction item, an extremely rare and valuable material extracted from the depths of the stone forest of the dead. Said that it could be used to forge armor or weapons, as well as extracting the power of death to greatly strengthen the body. The demon pulled the veil off the item and shouted even louder that its name was Death Energy Stone. The stone was frightening yet beautiful, blue with fangs. The demon said that the starting bet was 76,000 coins of magic stones. The demons immediately started betting. First 8 million coins from magic stones, then 83,000, then 88,000, then 9,097,000 coins. Yunshin said that Bahar's information was accurate. There was indeed an S-rank material in the auction. He said that once he got it, there would be 2 more S-rank materials to create a set of armor. The protagonist raised the bid to 12 million coins of magic stones. Such a large amount of money stunned the demons. They were enraged, shouting that it was him again, saying that, of course, a lord wouldn't let such a thing out from under his nose. However, someone asked so what? After all, it was important for him to get the Death Energy Stone as well. The bid was raised to 12,800,000 dollars and then to 13 million coins. And Yun Chen didn't lag behind either. He put forward a sum of 20 million coins of magic stones. He asked himself, do they really want to compete with money? Yun has the fortress's wealth in his hands, accumulated over many years. They won't be able to ruin him so easily. The demon judge, unlike ordinary demons, was very happy with such a high bid, saying that it was exactly as expected from the greatness of the Lord. He has no limits, just in case he asked if anyone wanted to raise the bid. Demons were disappointed, cursed everything, and asked why the Lord took it seriously. Another said that no matter how rich they were, they cannot compare with the wealth of the fortress. He realized that they have no way to get the material, said that all they have to do is surrender. The demon judge started the countdown, the material was sold, the demon hit the table with a heavy hammer. He congratulated the Lord that from now on, the stone of death energy goes to him. Suddenly, there was an explosion, right on the dais where the demon lord and the material stood. People in black and white cloaks rushed into the room. They rushed straight at the demons. The demons were terrified. They asked what was going on here. Was the auction venue under attack? They said that the damned humans had decided to show up at the wrong time. People shouted and told each other that most of the demons present were nobles. They promised each other to kill each of them, a thought that pleased the mages and warriors. The demons were killed one by one. Some tried to escape, shouting that they were actually humans, begging not to kill them. He promised to give as many magic stone coins as they wanted. Another told him to notify the guards sooner. The demons were cursing and shouting that by the time the guards arrived, they would all die here. He suggested to just run away with all their might. Yunchen and Lu Miaoling looked at the ruins, corpses, and smoke, and from above, Miaoling asked if they were human. She was shocked. She wondered how people ended up in the world of darkness. Yun replied that he had no idea. And they were not weaklings. Most of them were second-ranked level 45, said that there were 2 third-ranked ones among them. The auction house couldn't handle such opponents. He also saw that the material he needed had been stolen. The place where the stone was previously lying was empty. The body of the demon judge was lying next to it. Soon a group of people came out of the room. They were laughing and saying that they had a glorious harvest this time. A man cheerfully told another that there were many useful things at the auction. They didn't even all fit in his backpack. Another replied that yes, and to kill so many strangers. True happiness, he laughed loudly. The mage girl with purple hair told them that, despite all this, their mission was not yet accomplished. The new priest needed a lot of precious materials for the third rank. She said that since the Death Energy Stone was in their hands. The girl had a map in her hands. She said they should follow the treasure map to their next destination. Suddenly, Yun Chen landed neatly in front of them. Lu Miaoling was with him. She was fixing her hair. And Yun asked, did they really think they could escape so easily? Robbed him, saying that it was quite interesting. He thought that they should talk about a lot of things. The whole group took up fighting stances. One guy said he didn't think they would be chased, not afraid to die. Another man said they would finish him off quickly. Yun told them that he thought they were mistaken about something. He returned to his normal human form, smiled, and said that perhaps they could make contact. Yun Chen along with Lu Miaoling were a dozen meters away from the group of people. One of the men was greatly surprised that he was a human disguised as a demon. The mage girl also suggested that in that case, he might be a demon disguised as a human. Yun Chen heard this, and therefore said that being human, they are not affected by the aura of darkness. He also said that they do not revere demons and even kill them, and therefore they are not like dark novices. He asked who they serve and how they came to the world of darkness, what is their purpose. Then he was very surprised at something. Right at the protagonist from above flew a golden arrow of enormous size. It slammed into the ground, accompanied by a violent explosion. Abun Lu Miaoling and Yun Chen managed to bounce away. At that time, Yun told the people that it looked like they were not interested in communicating at all. The mage girl stretched one hand up and loudly summoned a holy grace. All the other people were enveloped by the golden light. Some were scared. Some seemed to be going crazy with happiness. Such a man shouted that power. He was overwhelmed by boundless power. The man who was frightened soon changed his expression. Now he was also excited, saying that it looked like the bishop couldn't wait to smash them. All of them rushed towards the young men, Lu Miaoling and Yun Chen. The bald man attacked Miaoling. The girls shouted that they weren't lying to them. They were really humans and not disguised demons, saying that it was rather stupid to kill each other in the world of darkness. The attacker smiled and asked who they were and how dare they call them their kin. He only wished them death. Yun Chen was attacked by several people at once. He fought off each one. Everyone was tense in their battle with the protagonist. The spear of one of the attackers came very close to Yun's head. Luckily, he managed to change his position. He asked if they were attacking to kill, if they felt the joy of a rare meeting with fellow countrymen. The man who fought him shouted that whether they were humans or demons, anyone who did not serve the Lord was a stranger. He shouted for them to atone for their sins at the cost of their lives. He threw a spear of divine power at Yun. There was a lot of golden smoke. People cheered and shouted. He was definitely turned into ashes by the third rank master's full force strike. Another said that his soul and body were purified. He sincerely wished him to rest in peace. The man who had struck was also satisfied primarily with himself. Suddenly his expression changed to one of fear and shock. The smoke cleared, and Yun Chen calmly held the man's spear by the very spout. Yun revealed that he had killed all the third-rank demons, and he was a third-rank paladin. Yun equipped his iron hand on the Demon King and asked if he was thinking of killing him. The god worshippers were already starting to get on his nerves. He started to come closer and said that since he had failed to clear him, he would in turn clear the man's head. And the man was terrified. He didn't understand what kind of weapon the enemy had. Yun shouted that the only difference was that he would do it physically. Yun Chen clenched his fist and used a fusion of martial arts master skills, a crushing fist and a fighter, striking with all his might. As he aimed at his opponent, his face looked wild. There was another explosion of even greater magnitude. From under the smoke, a hand showed itself. When the dust had more or less cleared and the man was seen lying on the ground, his teeth were knocked out by the shockwave and his pupils rolled backwards. Yun Chen said that the gap in strength was obvious, but they could have just talked. It didn't end there. Two more men ran up to him, one from above and one from the side. They shouted that there was no greater honor in this life than to die for the Lord God. They shouted that it was time to kill the kid. Yun Chen thought they were truly crazy. Soon, the battle was over. 3 were lying senseless, and 2 were sitting in front of Yun and Miaoling. The mage girl and the 4th guy were left alive. They were both looking down. Lu Miaoling was really angry. She said that they were crazy. And yes, all their attacks were deadly. She said that she had no free time, so she killed them. Yun Chen said that everyone was dead. He said that as expected of them, they never show gentleness at critical moments. Said that most of their classes are paladins and swordsmen, and this woman is a high priestess of the 3rd rank. He said that they are so-called saints. Lu Miaoling replied that it is true. These classes are very common in the Holy Empire. But this is the world of darkness. Yun Chen looked up at the priestess, said that if he was right, they are the kind of people who often attack demons and wreak havoc in the world of darkness. He asked them to tell him about their goals and the power behind them. He said that he might even join. This made the high priestess laugh. She shouted that their parish organization could only have those who sacrificed everything to their lord join. A small wing in a golden sphere appeared on her forehead. Lu Miaoling noticed this and hurriedly pushed Yun away. She shouted that it was a wing of commandments and should be dodged sooner rather than later. The girl's brow glowed brighter. Her face rose to the sky and her eyes rolled back. She shouted that they were creatures and that they should die. Something happened. Yun and Miaoling were thrown back by the shockwave. Yun Chen used a fusion of mage skills, magic shield and druid skills, guardian vine. He placed the shield he had built right in front of the golden wave that flew towards them. The entire ground in the neighborhood began to smoke. The bald guy opened his eyes. He figured this was a great opportunity. There were white clouds in the sky. The golden wave had finally disappeared. Now in a small crater in the ground lay the things and the material Yun had bought. Lu Miaoling said that the commandment wing was a unique item of the sacred empire. As soon as the user thought that he had broken a commandment, an explosion would happen, like a self-detonating device. Yunchen replied that engraving such a thing on one's body was really crazy, but that in itself helped them. Yun held a white small feather in his hand, said that after the explosion, a death energy stone and other things such as a treasure map fell out. Besides all this still, Yun did not see any information about the feather he held in his hand. He said that this white feather is the same as the black feather he got from the dark novice. It is impossible to identify. Maybe it is some kind of identification mark. Said that in addition, before she died, this woman said that she was from the parish organization. He asked if she was related to the parish of their world. Lu Miaoling replied that there might be other organizations with the same name. After all, the parish organization worships demons and hopes for their coming, while the guys here act the opposite, killing demons and showing no loyalty to the human world. Yun said that yes, he also wondered what the local parish organization was trying to achieve. He also told the president that there was something else they needed to deal with. He turned back and said that one of the people they thought Lu Miaoling had killed had managed to escape, which surprised the girl. Yun and Miaolin walked closer. Yunchen said to his partner that she intentionally left that guy alive. The girl replied that there was nothing to hide from him. There were 2 corpses lying near them and all their belongings were lying around the bodies. Lu Miaoling said that it was still hard to get information out of crazy people like them. She said that leaving a witness would pave the way for them, and if it came out, there would be a chance to get into their organization. They both looked at the corpse of one man. Miaolin said that they were senselessly killing civilians and demons. They seemed to be on the side of humans, but their actions were not doing much harm to the world of darkness. On the contrary, they were aggravating the demons' hatred for humans, which would lead to even more burning revenge. The girl said that in the long run they were serving as a catalyst for war. Saying that being human doing such a thing was nightmarishly vile, he decided that she should find out their true intent. Yun replied that she could do as she knew, but he wouldn't be able to go with her, saying that not to mention how dangerous it was for a human to act in the world of darkness. Lu Miaolin climbed closer and said that it was so touching that Junior was worried about her. She said that she was also going to join the human organization. After all, even if she can't disguise herself as a demon, she has nothing to lose. The girl smiled and said that she didn't want to follow Yun around all the time. She said that you rarely find something that makes you happy. Yun even felt a little sorry for her, but he kept silent. Lu Miaoling bid him farewell until their next meeting, calling him the future demon king of the 72 pillars. Lastly, Yunchen asked her to be careful. The latter asked him to do the same. Ahead was a thick tree with black mana pouring out from behind it. It was Yunchen. He had already managed to transform into a demon. He was thinking about, what about the death energy stone? He right now had 3 S-rank materials. Nothing was known about the remaining 2. Yun decided that he would have to ask Bahar when he returned. Suddenly, something surprised him. He arrived at the castle where he ruled, but all the guards and guardsmen had been interrupted. One raised his head and notified the Lord that the supreme demon under the command of Lord Carlos was here. They could not withstand. Yunchen knew that Carlos, one of the 3 demon kings who were now being ruled by the strange demons of the night, he started to act sooner than Yunchen expected. The protagonist told the soldier to take the surviving soldiers to be treated. He takes care of the rest. Inside, all the guards were also slaughtered, but worst of all, Bahar was also injured. A powerful demon was standing on top of him. He was screaming and asking how some insignificant petty fortress dares to refuse to hand over military resources, asking where the courage came from. Bahar said, through pain and tears, that it was the Lord's order. He was just following orders. Moreover, years of conscription had caused a large number of the territory's inhabitants to flee, saying that everyone agreed with the decision. Then the demon pressed the manager's head harder into the ground. He smiled and said that compared to the orders of the 3 kings, his life was worthless. He said that he did not understand the reason for the manager's loyalty, his weak strategy. Bahar replied that the reason is very simple. His relatives live in this territory. Although the Lord rushed the order, it helped to improve their lives greatly. And more importantly, he likes the new Lord's style of behavior. He said that since the Dark Knight Demon Kingdom was overrun by that terrifying woman, Taroko Fortress has changed more than one lord, saying that since everyone knows that kings who rule by force are not strong enough, there will always be higher demons who are dissatisfied with their behavior and want to replace them. However, no matter who the king is, they are no exception. The 3 kings only know how to suck up. Bahar shouted that King Wuxi was different. He rose up on his elbows, shouting that he wouldn't lower his head no matter who he faced. Serving such a guy was much more pleasant than these scum. Bahar was sharp of tongue, For such harsh statements, the demon slapped him on his back and asked him if it was more pleasant. Bahar spit out quite a bit of blood. Now the demon was hitting him with all his might, asking him if it was still pleasurable, shouting at him to repeat his pleasurable, asking him to give him more pleasures. Then the demon reached around his neck, lifted Bahar by his throat. The man said that when the king returns, he will not let him get away with it. The demon smiled and asked if it was true, said he was not catching on. The king of this fortress will be replaced soon. He said the king ordered him to kill Wuxi and take his place. Before taking the lead, it would be a good idea to clean up the place first. Someone took the demon's hand. It was Yun Chen. The demon was greatly surprised. Yun told him that it was not his place to enforce order in his territory. Yun squeezed the demon's arm so hard that its armor crumbled. It was very painful and the demon screamed loudly in agony. Then the protagonist threw it back. The demon thought that something was wrong. He didn't feel his presence at all. This guy's strength exceeds all his expectations. He is no opponent for someone with the equipment of a demon king. His whole body was already shaking from the pain. No longer was he so proud and complacent. Yunchen ordered him to get out and tell Carlos that he would come after him himself in a year and finish him off. In the meantime, let him wash his neck and wait. The demon leaving asked if he too wanted to encroach on the 72 tables demon, saying that it was fine and he would pay for his arrogance. Yun, seeing that the demon was in a hurry to leave, said that he was not finished. Yun said the demon could leave. The man asked in a trembling voice what he wanted. Yun punched it in the stomach with his fist. Even though the demon was much bigger than Yun, the protagonist definitely exceeded it in strength. The demon curled up in pain. Then Yunchen used a fusion of skills of Shadow Flow Hype, Shadow Steel, and Martial Arts Master Light Arm combo. From all sides, blue magic arms started to reach out to him. Together with the weapons, these skills became steel. The hands reached for the demon. They simply threw themselves at him in an unstoppable stream. The guards were shocked. One asked what it was just now. Another said that it was obvious that the king was just beating him up. However, even so, it was clear that guy. Soon there wasn't even any armor left on the demon, only his underwear. He was angry and shouted that he had been stripped naked. He hesitated at first, and then he still called his opponent a bastard. He gathered his courage and shouted that he would kill him. Afterwards, he threw himself at Yun with his fists. His fist flew into Yun Chen's face, but only a small, quiet thud was heard. Yun looked at his enemy from under his forehead. The demon was furious and bewildered. He wondered why it didn't work. Maybe his defense was too strong. Then he refuted it himself, saying that no, it was more like his own attack had weakened to a minimum, also his equipment. Yunshin told him that the attributes, equipment, skills, and money, he took everything away with his touch. He reached out his hand to the demon's black body and said that he was now weak to this extent. The protagonist pushed it lightly. The demon was thrown far back. It shattered the glass with its body, and Yun said that it was weak enough to fall off with half a kick. The naked demon was lying on the floor in the main hall. All the guards had already regained consciousness and were looking at the offending man in shock, his body smoking. Then he raised his head and screamed in horror that his power was completely gone, asking how so and why the demon was hysterical. The guards marveled that King Wuxi had defeated a supreme demon in such a short time, in addition to stealing everything the demon possessed. Another said that their lord possessed such terrifying strength. Yunchen finally sat on his throne and told his guards that it seemed like the demon had taken care of them properly last time, asking if they were just going to watch him get so weak. The guards froze. One of them said that he was King Carlos's subordinate. So how could they? Said that if they attacked him, they could be retaliated against in the future. Besides, he was an honorable supreme demon. Asked what right they had to beat him. Yunchen turned to Bahar. Yun became very angry and asked if he also thought the same as them. Asked if it was just because he was Carlos's subordinate, just because he was one of the three great kings. His voice spread a wave of vibrations throughout the castle. It was very loud. Yun said that Bahar was like a bedbug under the demon's feet. The king asked if he had any objections. Bahar was silent. Then he turned around and headed in some direction. The guards were even more shocked. They asked what it was that Mr. Manager was going to attack. They could not believe it. They said that even considering his opponent's injuries, he was still restrained. And now this. Someone agreed and said that he might be good at business, but fighting, for some reason, he called it a good joke. The demon laughed loudly too, calling Bahar a lowlife living in a remote territory, asking if someone like him thinks he is worthy to touch him, shouting that his lord has stepped on a slippery slope. King Carlos will finish him off sooner or later. He said Bahar is not stupid enough to die with him, asking if he is. His screams were interrupted by Bahar's attack. He stepped right on his face. This left the guards in shock and deep horror. They swore and shouted that he was a subordinate of King Carlos. They said that if the manager dared to hit him, there was something wrong with him. They thought he was crazy, that Mr. Bahar had gone mad. Bahar's eyes were blazing. He towered over the demon and asked the guards if they hadn't heard. He said that this was how the three demon kings treated them. They showed no mercy to the members of their own clan. He asked if they really wanted to remain their lowly ants. He said that an opportunity has arisen in front of them. Their king Wuxi intends to become one of the 72 tables demon kings. He pointed at Yunchen sitting on the throne, shouting that even the supreme demon who dared to touch him has lost his power. What qualities do those cowards who have demon left in them possess to lead the people, and what qualities does he possess? Then Yunchen stepped in. He held out his hand to the guards, told them to work for him, and together they would overthrow the three demon kings, or they would prefer to continue to grovel as insects under their feet. His voice echoed around the spacious hall, and he said again, giving them a choice. Now the eyes of the demon guards were burning just like Bahar's eyes. They were shouting that they had long wanted to get rid of the three demon kings, that the number of soldiers allocated to the front line should have been equally distributed among each territory, but they were forcibly distributing their share between them, making the civilians hate and fear them. They said that Uncle was now a subordinate of the future demon king of the 72 tables, and his personality had changed. The mere thought of beating a noble supreme demon made them tremble with excitement. They all towered over the supreme demon. Right now he was really scared. He was asking what they were up to, shouting that they couldn't escape the consequences if such filthy and unworthy creatures dared to touch him. The guards started beating him with all their might with the whole crowd. They shouted for him to go to their demon kings. Then they would see how he would like the beatings, compared to the future demon king of the 72 pillars. Some supreme demon is nothing. Their meeting with him would allow them to ascend in the future. They shouted that a bastard like him deserved only to be a stepping stone on their path. They told each other to beat him as hard as they could. The supreme demon shouted that they were creatures. Then they threw him as hard as they could out of the hall. He fell down. The demon had many bumps and abrasions on his face. He called them creatures and promised to report everything. When the beating was over, the guards were frightened. Many were shaking with fear. One said that the words of the Lord had a magical power that took control over him. Another sobbed on his knees about what he had done. They thought that now everything was over. They would be avenged and killed. They did not know what to do now. Bahar was also sitting in a corner in despair. He thought that he was obviously mad for doing such a thing. He said that soon the fortress would be destroyed. Only Yunchen seemed to be satisfied. He said that it was normal to be frivolous when they were young and they had nothing to fear. In fact, he was having a hard time getting them to be brave. He thought that if he hadn't hooked them with his skills, they probably would have never dared to do this. What he used on them was a fusion of the skills of a warrior, battle cry, and a spearman. Inspiration. Together it became excitement. Yun realized that of course everything worked because there was resentment in their hearts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such an effect even with skills. Yun thought that, although it was a bit unfair of him, fortunately the goal had been achieved. Now they had no choice but to work for him. Now they had no choice but to work for him. Now they had no choice but to work for him. And also he would fulfill his duty to raise their status in society. Then Yunchen threw something to the manager and said that he had a new task for him, to spend all the money and resources to maximize the quality of the guards. He was holding a spatial backpack in the shape of a magic stone. Bahar saw that inside was most of what the Lord had taken last time from the warehouse. He realized that, although everyone knows that the truth is force, but is Lord Wuxi still going to spend all the savings? Yunchen asked if he had managed to learn anything new about the S-rank materials they had talked about earlier. The demon shook his head and replied that there was nothing, saying that such things were extremely hard to find. And the fact that he had managed to find out that such a thing would be at the auction was just luck. The protagonist then threw a treasure map on the desk he was sitting at and said that it seemed that this map was the only clue right now. He asked Bahar to take a look and then asked if it was reliable. The question made Bahar think. He said that the route is not difficult, but the goal can be reached through the endless desert, the swamp of the lost and the city of nothingness until it reaches the purgatory of the fire demon. Suddenly, some idea popped into the manager's head. He shouted, asking where he got this treasure map. His demeanor changed very abruptly. He shouted that this was obviously some idiotic idea. Yunchen stood up and asked if he was serious. Did he mean to say that the map was fake and no treasure actually existed? Bahar replied that this was not the case, said that if he followed the map, not to mention the S-rank materials, he would also find valuable boundless treasures. But the problem is that the destination is the Fire Demon Purgatory, the territory of the Exploding Flame Demon Clan. He said that the Explosive Flame Demon Clan is a race of demons that existed before the Demon of Nothingness divided the demons into 72 races. They have great power, and the strength of their head is as strong as any demon king of the 72 pillars, but one day the entire clan was suddenly destroyed. Told that there are many theories about what the specific cause was, some say they angered a god and were destroyed by him. There are also rumors that their demise was due to the fact that they angered the demon of nothingness, but regardless of what it was due to, the purgatory of fire demons is full of various treasures, but powerful demons and demon kings, not to mention the treasures, already coming back from there alive, is a great fortune. Bahar apologized to the king for his rudeness, but he had better give up. He explained that even if not talking about the fire demon purgatory, there are countless monsters in the vast wilderness. The Lost Swamp is even more dangerous, and no demon has ever gotten out of the city of nothingness alive. Yunshin replied that he, in turn, thought it was worth a try. At least this way the money would not run out. He thought about the fact that from the feeling, this place is similar to the dungeon of the secret realm, and killing monsters is not bad for him. With so many magic skills on hand, at least he can save his life. Bahar exhaled and said that Mr. King is always so determined. He hoped that he would think about the welfare of the fortress too, saying that this journey will be long, and he has no idea how long it will take them to return after being sent away. But in case the three kings send someone to kill them again, Yun said that nothing will happen, saying that with the strength they have demonstrated, if they don't show up in person no matter how many demons are sent, they will all die. However, in a year's time, there will be a decisive battle for the 72-pillar demon throne. They definitely wish to build up as much strength as possible to become stronger in person, then start picking a fight with them. Bahar replied that what he said made sense, but suggested he prepare something just in case. He took out 2 items. He said he would at least take the induction crystal and the scroll to return to the city, in case something happened in the fortress. They could return at any time unless they were in a special room. Yun took the items and agreed to the terms, asked him to prepare everything they needed for the journey. He said he was leaving tomorrow. Somewhere in the world of darkness, a crowd of people in white robes gathered in a large, luxurious church. One of these people was Lu Miaolin. In fact, she felt very funny because of how easy it was to get in here. She realized how naive everyone was. The girl just put on their clothes and shouted out their password, and they easily recognized her as a comrade. She thought that maybe it was because she was human that it was so easy. Lu Miaoling had no idea what kind of lord they had over there, but that's what everyone called him. The man in the white robe announced that a new priestess had arrived. He was encouraging everyone to offer today's prayers to the Almighty Lord. The girl was on her way upstairs. Seeing the priestess, Lu Miaoling was shocked. She wondered what it all meant. What frightened and shocked her was that this new priestess was the same as Lucini. Lucini was addressing the Almighty, saying that his firm will grant them strength, saying that his leniency was making them grow. She crossed her arms on the others and said on behalf of all the believers that they were honored to serve him, that they would give him everything, everything for his sake. Lu Miaolin said to herself, who would have thought that she would meet an acquaintance from the world of darkness? And yes, things are going much better than her. Miaolin realized that now was not the right situation to be recognized. However, she didn't have the skills to change her appearance, let alone an item that could change her face. She didn't want to give up, because there might not be another opportunity to get in here. The girl thought deeply about what she should do now. An idea suddenly came to her. She remembered that she could use this. Lucini thanked everyone for staying with her to complete the prayer. Now she would have something to tell them. She would say that unfortunately the third-rank believers that helped her gather materials were killed. The princess didn't seem very upset. But the believers were shocked. They asked how it was killed. Wasn't the team led by 2 masters of the third rank? They cursed the demons, shouting that no matter how much you kill, but they do not become less. Then the girl stretched out her hand and told them not to be sad. She said that they had given their lives not only for her, but also for the Almighty Lord. They had nothing to regret after death, but to get closer to the Lord even more. There was only a little material left for her to reach the third rank. The believers said that the priestess is the representative of the Lord and can even communicate directly with him. They said that she is more important than any of them. But the materials requested by Priestess Lucini are too difficult to obtain. One said that although they can give their lives without hesitation in the name of the Lord, they can do much more for him. For such a life, they have to take huge risks. Lu Miaoling shook the believers, shouting that they are idiots afraid of death. Asking if this is all the faith in the Lord they can show, the girl wrapped bandages around her face. She had now passed all the young and not-so-young people. Now she stood almost beside Princess Lucini and said that the noble lady priestess just needed materials. For her sake he, and steal, loot, and die. She asked, isn't this a given? Why do they oppose it? Lucini was happy to hear such a thing. She admired the girl and her sincere and pure faith. She told her to rather approach her and tell her her name. Lu Miaoling introduced herself as Xiaolingzi. She blamed herself for forgetting to think of a name, and she had to use one of the many that her junior had made up for her. Lucini said that the strange believer had a very interesting name. She asked why she was wearing a bandage on her face. Was she injured? Lu Miaoling replied that she was. She told her that it was. She said that it was disfigured by one of the demons, but she believes that the Almighty Lord will turn her face sooner or later. Lucini said that such devout faith was intoxicating, but also told her that there was a single flaw in the girl, her voice. It was very similar to the voice of a certain sow the princess knew, so she said. Lu Miaoling told her to herself that she herself was a sow. And her whole family, the girl was angry. She couldn't stand the princess. However, she had to force herself to calm down. Lucini rushed to comfort Xiao, shouted that she did not deserve to be compared to Xiao, promised to report to the Lord about her sincerity. Suddenly, large black wings grew out of the priestess's back and enveloped her and Lu Miaoling. Lucini said that the Almighty would definitely help her transform. The believers shouted that this was a miracle of the Lord, that her sincerity had touched the Lord. They said that even if they had to steal, or die, they would definitely help the priestess gather materials. They called the princess Miss Sophini, asking her to forgive them for their former rudeness, asking her to convey their sincerity to the Lord as well. Lu Miaoling realized that it was no miracle, and they were idiots. She knew that it was just a visual effect created by some show-off skills and item. They clearly had a problem with their heads if they fell for the lie so easily. Then Princess Lucini turned to the faithful Xiaolingzi, said she hoped she would lead the new material retrieval team, asked if she could handle it. The girl replied to the priestess that of course she would, that yes, that she wouldn't let her down. Lucini slipped her hand right under Miaoling's nose. She could hardly contain herself. She wondered if she was amused by the kissing. Lu Miaoling thought it was an absolute abomination, wished the princess would wait until sooner or later to make her lick her feet. There were someone's footprints on the ground. These footprints were left by Yun Chen's bare feet. He was heading somewhere while reading a book. He was reading something about the vast desert. Then he deducted in which direction he should go. Suddenly, Yun stopped. He read that the land does not belong to any race of demons. The area itself is dangerous, that's how it was named. There are many wild beasts and insects in the desert. Yun said that it got its name because of the endlessly appearing demonic creatures. Yun decided that in that case, it would be a good time for him to stretch out. It had been a long time since he had encountered monsters. The protagonist used a fusion of the swordsman's skill, acceleration, and the knight's skill. Aerial dissection, he was lightning fast and moved a couple dozen meters forward. Along the way, he slashed and killed monsters. There was a whole army of monsters. They were all screaming and throwing themselves at Yun Chen. Yun Chen dodged them, thinking about the fact that the monsters were scattered over a wide open area. Killing each one required time and effort. The main character's magic vines twisted the monster. Yun, wasting no time, hurled a blue flame. It fell to the ground. There, the fire formed a crater, and the blue flame itself became a hot semblance of a lake. Yun turned back. There was a bunch of insects flying at him. Yun Chen took out a firearm. He asked if they were monster insects. He said that they were really annoying freaks. Now he was equipped with demonic terror. The weapons could be in the form of paired pistols, shotguns, or short spears. Yun pointed the muzzle of the gun at the attackers. Soon, all the insects were blazing in blue demonic fire. A while later, Yun Chen stood calmly in the middle of the corpses of the slain monsters. He sat down at one of them and said that, unlike the dungeon, here, killing monsters does not drop equipment. If he wanted to get any materials, he would have to dig through their bodies. He said that it was good to get experience points. At least he did not kill for nothing. Besides, the demon monsters here would drop things that you couldn't get from the dungeon monsters. Yun stuck his hand right inside the monster. There, he immediately dug up a crystal magic stone. Yun knew that the stone was rich in dark magic power, which could be absorbed by lemons to become stronger. He said that coins and demonic crystals were the universal currency of the world of darkness, precisely because they were made from crystal magic stones, which themselves had a certain value. Yun said that yes, and the attributes captured by the robber are forever unused. He didn't know if it would work out to learn it or not. It remains to be tried. 3 months later, ahead everything was terribly dry. There was no way for the trees to survive in such conditions. There was also a dark cave visible ahead. Yunchen was sitting on a rock. Everything in front of his eyes was purple, glowing. He said that after 3 months of clearing monsters, he was able to pump up to 7 levels, so he also collected a lot of crystalline magic stones, and in fact the back and sides, around the main character lay a lot of magic stones. Yun thought that this amount should be enough to try because even if nothing came out, he could at least sell it. It would definitely not go to waste. He had prepared a large cave in advance, so there should be no threat to safety. Yun jumped up. Now he was almost out of the cave and shouted that the preparation was complete. It was time to start. Many stones were burning with purple flames. Yunchin stood in the purple flames. Everything around him snapped and cracked. The guy was in pain besides. His body was disintegrating. He looked at his arms. They were cracking. So were his legs, and all the clothes on him. Yun didn't understand why. Then he realized that no, it was normal. After all, the power of dark magic is to first destroy the body and then recreate it afterwards. All the cracks on his hands soon began to heal. Just a different color, differently. Yun looked at his own hands and said that right now, his entire body from the bones to the muscles, blood vessels, and skin, turning demonic. Yunchin began to be enveloped by violet-blue flames, and once again, he didn't realize what was happening. Soon, he found himself in a cocoon. The sensation inside was not too pleasant. He could feel that a powerful force continued to pour into his body. Now his face was also changing color. Then Yun realized that it was the magic power of the dark novices. He closed his eyes and called out Teacher Shio to himself. He remembered how he and her were walking through the academy, and he told her what she said. The essential difference between the world of darkness and theirs was the highly concentrated magical power in the atmosphere. As he asked if humans could adapt to living in the world of darkness and become as strong as demons. Then the teacher answered that they could. But the problem is just in the adaptation. Simple adaptation will not be enough to live. We are talking about the perfect adaptation of demons, and even the use of dark magic unique to the world of darkness. She said that since the so-called quantitative change leads to a change in quality, the extremely high concentration of magic power makes the magic power of the world of darkness gradually change, forming a dark magic power superior to the ordinary. Once there were demons secretly studying human skills, and eventually using the skills they learned to release dark magic. Then the effect is greatly enhanced. As Yun asked what if humans were able to use the skills of demons, the teacher replied that it wouldn't work. The skills of demons are drawn from the power of dark magic, not ordinary magic. She said that the enemy can use their skills, but they can't use their skills. Unfairly true. But this is the reality. There is nothing you can do about it. Being at the bottom means that you are destined to stay below others. This is the order. Then Yun thought about it and said that he could use the Demon Queen talent and the demonic underworld flame. These are all demon skills after all. Teacher Xia told him that only the source of his demonic underworld flame was an item. It would only become his skill after absorption. And the essence of a demon lord was only created by a formula given by a god. The ability to ignore the rules, change, or even create them. The teacher reiterated that only a god could do that. She approached him, saying that if he wanted to gain the power of demons, he would have to infuse dark magic power into him as well as the dark novices, saying that by absorbing enough, he could completely become a demon. Teacher Xia pulled him even closer and said that after he became a demon, he would never become human again, asking if he wanted to do so. Yunchen remembered this, but only now was he able to give an answer to the question. He started to say, of course. He doesn't want to. Yun ripped the horn from his body and began to resist the magic, screaming that after all it was just an attempt, and he would stop at nothing for the sake of power. And since he couldn't possess dark magic being human, the guy already had a second horn growing on his head. The first one he had broken off. Yunchen said, refusing to devour it, he tried to tear off this horn as well. Suddenly, something stopped and surprised him. He looked at his hand. His hand began to grow long and sharp nails, claws. Then he realized that the transformation did not stop. Yun looked at both of his hands already and panicked, asking if the already started it wouldn't reverse. He activated super self-healing. He said even super self-healing didn't work, which meant this wasn't a normal injury. Yun realized that it was more like he had broken a certain rule, and now that rule was going to erase him. He thought that the cross of rebirth wouldn't work in this case. The whole thing was falling apart, but for some reason he said it felt so familiar to him. He realized that he was dying again. Yun remembered lying in the hospital with a girl sitting next to him. The pulse meter beeped rhythmically. Yunchen finally opened his eyes. He was all skinny like death. Yuntang was sitting next to him sobbing profusely. The poor girl was screaming at her brother not to close her eyes for anything, that he should keep his eyes closed. The girl was so scared that she was shaking all over. She was begging him not to leave her. Yunchen couldn't answer her anything out loud, but to himself he apologized to Yuntang. He said that he also wanted to live, but he could feel his consciousness fading away little by little. His eyes closed again. He blamed himself for not being able to linger, even for a second. He could do nothing in the face of death. The protagonist felt like he was floating in water. He realized that his consciousness was dissipating, and he couldn't stop it. Again, that feeling of powerlessness. The same as back then, Yun knew that if he didn't do anything, it would all be over for him. But no, he did not wish for that. He decided that this time was different. He had already died once. Death was known to him. Now he had a feeling as if he had surfaced from the stream, deciding that there must be a way to survive. Utopia was not for him. Now Yunchen was sitting on dry land and thought about the fact that even the naked eye could see that the human body structure was not much different from the demon body structure. The significant difference was that the demon body could safely use dark magic. Dark magic was just a type of power. As if through ice, he looked at his reflection. Only on one side was an ordinary appearance. On the other was the essence of the Night Queen. Yun thought that he just needed a suitable vessel such as a demon body. In this case, if he uses a false demon body created through a skill to deceive her, perhaps he would be considered a vessel. Yun felt as if he had pulled himself out of utopia. From within the cocoon, Yun could be heard calling out to someone. He spread his arms out to the sides, telling her that he would no longer resist, and if she wanted, she could enter his body, shouting for her to dissolve into his shadow, to mingle with his skills, saying he would accept everything without abandon. The magic began to envelope him. It hurt, and the protagonist screamed loudly in agony. The cocoon began to crack at the seams. Then came a massive explosion that tore it from the inside. Many rocks and blocks were now flying back to the ground. Yunchen possessed a dark night evolution. It seemed that behind his back was a halo and black wings. He was a primordial darkness, a demon's body. Yun looked at his hand and said that he seemed to have succeeded. He now had horns, claws, and long white hair. He had gained the body of an S-rank demon, primordial darkness resulting from the fusion of dark magic. In the state of the demon body, the effects of various attributes and skills are enhanced, and the body is completely turned into a demonic body, and dark magic and ordinary magic can be used at the same time. Darkness was not only a genuine skill of demons, but also a skill that had the effect of transformation, connected to the body and able to evolve. Yun Cheng's disguise was related to his own body, which appropriated the power of dark magic so that it transformed his appearance. Thus, it was not him that was transformed, but the form of his skill. Once the skill was cancelled, he would revert back to human form and would no longer be able to use dark magic. Yun Cheng speculated that this was only possible because the 72 Pillars, Dark Knight Demon Queen, possessed such a strong skill. The darkness had not evolved yet, and therefore could transform into a demonic body. If any of the conditions were not met, Yun Cheng would be torn apart by the force of the rules. With his actions, Yun Cheng went against the rules, but the one who made the rule somehow didn't notice it. Just as suddenly, Yun Cheng heard the noise of demonic beasts nearby. A crowd of demonic beasts, attracted here by the absorption of dark magic, were moving towards him. This was a great chance to test his new strength, and so Yun Cheng used the Eye of Night. Immediately afterward, all the doors froze in place. The eyes of the Night have undergone tremendous changes. The key to the evolution of skills is probably dark magic. The Eyes of Night has evolved to S+ rank, allowing Yun Cheng to stop enemies until he runs out of dark magic. Yun Cheng decided to use dark magic to test his other skills as well. He used a basic druid skill, restraining vines. Thanks to the dark magic on the vines of the industry, they were able to increase their damage while retaining their basic properties. After which he used the fireball. The coverage area as well as the power of the explosion also increased. Their power became much higher. In addition, what surprised Yun Cheng the most was the cloning skill, because he could create another clone if he used skill fusion repeatedly. Yun Cheng combined haunting raging flames and summoning lightning to create a fire clone and an electric clone. Both puppets inherit 65% of the user's attributes, possess all the skills of the assassin class and attack using their element. Yuncheng ordered the clones to destroy, immediately after which they dealt with the remaining demonic beasts in no time. 4 months later, Yuncheng recognized that this place really deserved to be called a vast desert, as it took him 7 months to completely cross it. Of course, it was also because he had destroyed all the demonic beasts in his path. The harvest was quite rich, as he had literally filled the space in his backpack with the corpses of demonic beasts. Yuncheng's level had risen to 62, and all attributes had exceeded 900, making him not inferior to awakened ones with hidden rank 3 classes. After all, the essence of a demon king and the daily tasks from the system had helped him increase them significantly, even though there was a huge gap between the 4th rank divine level awakened ones. Still, the higher the level, the more experience points needed to level up, and the greater the reward for the normal class. In addition, 4th rank awakened ones carry a large number of items to increase attributes, not to mention the demon kings. Becoming a 72 pillars demon was only the first step, and there would be more hidden dangers in Yuncheng's path that needed to be eliminated, and therefore, he must become stronger. After so much time, Yuncheng finally arrived at the 2nd zone, the Lost Swamp. A new mission suddenly started. Crusade. The system detected that the user has the necessary conditions to start the mission. Yuncheng's goal is to crusade against a broken dream. There is no penalty for failure, but the reward for completion is an empty weapon blueprint. Yuncheng wondered what kind of broken dreams are these. He doesn't even see anything like monsters in the surroundings. Besides, there is a strange odorless gas in the air. Stepping into the swamp, Yuncheng didn't feel any poison even though it had corrosive properties. Except that even if the swamp wanted to corrode Yuncheng's flesh, it would need at least half a year to do so. Either way, it was not good, and therefore Yuncheng created an impurity dispersal talisman, plum purification priest talisman, and a Taoist talisman to purify this place. But after using the talisman, he didn't notice the slightest effect. Either the environment was harmless to him, or the place was so malignant that Yuncheng didn't have enough strength to dispel it. In addition, he still didn't have 2 S-rank materials, so it would be a pity to return. Suddenly, Yuncheng noticed demonic beasts nearby, except that there was just now no wildlife here. Furthermore, these beasts were not even hostile towards him, as Yuncheng suddenly noticed that he was covered in slime, thanks to which he realized what the matter was here. He had been deceived from the start. The very moment he first arrived at this place, the demons and beasts began to slowly step towards the unconscious Yuncheng. The demon, stripped of almost all of its skin, grabbed Yuncheng's shoulder and aimed for his neck. Just as suddenly, a clone emerged from Yuncheng's shadow and instantly destroyed the demon. Suddenly, Yuncheng felt a warm sunlight on him, bringing him to his senses, after which he felt how weak his body was. Yuncheng asked why he suddenly started talking such nonsense since it was such a beautiful day, and he was being discharged from the hospital. Yuncheng was surprised at what he heard. He asked if his body was really better. Yuntang replied that it was, and that she would finally be able to return to the university. Then she asked him not to worry, because she would work as much as possible in her spare time to take care of him. Her friends at the store even started calling her Work Fairy. Trying to get up, Yuncheng said that he couldn't put everything on her shoulders, which means it's time for him to get back to business as usual. Back home, Yuncheng logged into the game and created a classless character for himself. Immediately afterward, all the media trumpeted the return of the man who once stood at the top of the world, and that he had created a whole new character, a completely useless classless one. Yuncheng dashed through the dungeons, cutting through the crowds of monsters. People congratulated him and called him a crazy assassin, because he had managed to become a dungeon sweep champion in record time. After returning, talented player Yuncheng went all the way to the end and successfully won the National Online PC Player Championship. A short time later, he found himself already on stage being congratulated on winning the World Championship. Yuncheng shouted into the microphone that his victory was a foregone conclusion. Time passed. Yuntang was sobbing with happiness as she finally graduated from university, and from now on she would be able to work and support her brother in every way possible. Yuntang was satisfied as the restaurant served very delicious food. Yuncheng said that he was treating her since he received a bonus for first place in dungeon sweeping. Back home, Yuntang confessed that she was fed up with her job. The boss wants her to work overtime again, and she doesn't get any extra pay. Yuntang and Yuncheng were happily spending time together, until one day, Yuntang said that recently, Yoon-chung was always thinking about something and looked puzzled. She asked if he was going to introduce her to a girl. After all, in that case, she should check to see if she was a good match for him. Yoon-chung replied that it was just nothing. It's just such a beautiful world, but unfortunately not a real one. Everything comes to an end sooner or later and it's time for him to go back. Yuntang was surprised at what she heard. She assumed that Yunfeng had long ago found out that she and this world were not real. Yuncheng explained that no matter how real the illusion was, in the end it was still an illusion. Such a thing could not confuse him. Yuntang hugged her brother and asked if he could not leave, to which he replied that he couldn't, because his little sister was waiting for him. And there are a lot of things to deal with. Yuncheng said no matter whether reality brings joy, sadness, or happiness, one day one will have to face it. Staying here is just an escape from reality. Yuncheng finally came out of the illusion. He had concealed the shadow puppet in the shadows beforehand when he entered this territory. Otherwise, his consciousness would have drowned in illusion. As suddenly someone called out to Yuncheng. Turning around, he saw the president and asked if she was going to infiltrate the parish and why was she here. Lu Miaoling explained that she was helping the leader gather materials and had even brought a few believers with her. But they didn't seem to be going anywhere. The believers nearby were exalting the lords stuck in their illusions. According to her observations, once the local fog accumulates on the body to a certain extent, it turns into slime. The slime not only plunges people into illusion, but also paralyzes their nerves and senses. Even if one's hands and feet are cut off, they will not regain their senses. Those with weak wills or strong desires can easily get lost and cannot return. That is why this place is known in the world of darkness as a suicide paradise. Many who have lost hope voluntarily go here to die in a perfect illusion. Not only demons but also misguided demonic beasts are immersed in the illusion since they can eat limitless amounts of meat. Lu Miaoling asked Yuncheng what had become of his appearance. After all, he looked more like a demon than before, causing her to not even immediately recognize him. Yuncheng explained that his skills had changed due to absorbing dark magic, but fortunately he was lucky and was able to retain his humanity. Lu Miaoling was delighted by what she heard. After all, the army had put a lot of effort into researching in this area, but had failed every time. There was no way she expected that Yuncheng could succeed. If Yuncheng were to advance his method, it would greatly enhance the combat power of mankind. Yuncheng explained that it was not so easy because firstly, one must have the talent of a 72-pillar demon king, and this one must have a growth effect. And secondly, one must have a significant amount of demonic crystal stones, otherwise there was a high probability of turning into a demon. But even after fulfilling all the conditions, he almost died. Therefore, Yuncheng advised him not to even think about such a thing. Lu Miaoling was upset because apparently only Yuncheng could use this method. Yuncheng asked about Lu Miaoling's progress, and the latter revealed that in the past 6 months, she had become an Episcopalian and stole a considerable amount of resources. She is far below the position of their mutual acquaintance Lucia. After all, as a priestess, she simply has a huge number of believers serving her. Hearing about Lucini, Yuncheng wasn't too surprised. After all, it explained how she had lost so easily in the tournament. He had thought that it was due to a mistake, but now it looked like a well-planned plan. Lu Miaoling agreed with Yuncheng's words and added that the local parish organization is closely related to the Holy Empire. After her investigation, she found out that most of the people in the organization were brought here from the Holy Empire as infants. They are accustomed to the environment of this world and brainwashed from an early age. The self-appointed Adepts of Light use the class system from the Holy Empire. From their perspective, whether demon or human, if one does not follow their teachings, they are outsiders worthy of death. Yunchen recalled that the dark minions worship demons and long for them to come, and asked who they were waiting for since they were also a parish organization. To which Lu Miaoling replied that they were waiting for God. Yuncheng was surprised at such a thing, for as far as he knows, neither the world of darkness nor the world of men perform anything other than sacrifice to a god. Is it even possible for a god to come? Lu Miaoling said that the likelihood of this is minimal, but Lucini claims that she is able to communicate with God, which sounds a lot like some kind of trickery. Lu Miaoling decided to get to the main point and asked, did Yuncheng come here because of the treasure map? And does he want to go to the fire demon purgatory? Yuncheng asked if they were going there too, and Lu Miaoling explained that only an idiot would go there. She herself had only gone to look around, and she wasn't even going to the city of nothingness. Yunqing realized that it was because it was too damn dangerous in there. Lu Miaoling said that these were still the ruins of the explosive flame demon clan, which even the demons of the 72 pillars were envious of. She admitted that she had no idea how many demons had even looked closely at them, but they had all failed. Even after putting their best foot forward, they couldn't see, not even a shadow of a purgatory fire demon. And all because there was a city of nothingness on their way. No one knows what goes on in it, but no one who has entered it has ever been able to return. That even applies to demon kings. To enter it is to turn into nothingness and cease to exist, which is why they call it the City of Nothingness. Lu Miaoling advised Yuncheng to finish the journey and return to the fortress, and suggested that she herself find the S-rank materials. After all, she is a bishop after all and has some power. She could obtain them by acting secretly. Yuncheng rejected her offer as it was too dangerous. She is in the enemy camp, and if she is discovered, she most likely won't be able to get out alive. Yuncheng knew that the president would rather agree to die to protect him while forgetting her own safety. Yuncheng said that he would get the materials himself and asked to believe that he had some countermeasures. It was less than half a year until the decisive battle for the Dark Knight Demon King's seat, and they were running out of time, so he suggested here and parted ways. After a while. After reaching here, Yuncheng never met anyone alive. Nor had he met any of the broken dreams mentioned in the mission. Either it's a trick of the eye, but the demons and demonic creatures around me aren't particularly decomposed. What I saw looked more like they'd been digested and spit out. Apparently, he had arrived at his next goal. Looking at the gate, Yuncheng immediately realized that this was the City of Nothingness, for he feels no signs of movement or life inside, as if it were an abandoned city. Yuncheng moved inside the city. In case of danger, he can use invincibility as well as divine lightning to escape. Whatever is hiding there, Yuncheng is confident that he will be able to deal with it all. Yuncheng stepped into the water as everything suddenly began to float in front of his eyes. Suddenly, Yuncheng woke up, lying leaning against a tree. He felt an unbearable pain come out of nowhere. Yuncheng remembers entering the city, but suddenly he found himself in an unknown area, and wounds suddenly appeared on him, causing Yuncheng to try to remember what had happened when he entered the city. Just as suddenly he heard someone approach him. The demon girl noticed that Yuncheng had finally woken up. Yuncheng asked her, "Who was she?" He couldn't understand what was going on. This girl is clearly a demon, but he has no way of knowing what race she is. Besides, he has the appearance of a human, and she doesn't show any aggression. The girl called out to her tribesmen. She told them that the man with the invisible face had awakened, and that their efforts had not been in vain. After that, the demon girl's tribesmen approached Yuncheng. One of them began to boast that his medicine had worked, but he was immediately asked not to show off, because this stranger with an invisible face was in good health, while Rita's pig had died after eating his medicinal herbs. The demon in the white robe came forward and said that it was the first time he had met a stranger, and that it was lucky that he wasn't dead. The girl asked Yuncheng who he was and what was his name. Before Yuncheng could reply, the girl said that for some unknown reason, even if she came closer, she could not see his face. It was so blurry as if it didn't exist at all. The girl asked, "What was Shu Wu's name?" The tribesman laughed and said the name sounded pretty good, and praised the little girl for her talent in coming up with names. The girl grabbed Yuncheng's hand and asked him to go to her house so that she could take care of him. Yuncheng repeated after the girl, "Home," feeling as if something was slipping away from him little by little. That's how little Nana took him to her house. The people living in this village happened to be the ancestors of demons who came from war-torn places. They fled here in fear of war, isolated from the rest of the world for hundreds of years. No disputes or wars, like a true paradise. For some unknown reason, they are unable to see Yuncheng's face. His voice seems neither harsh nor rough to them, and his body is highly vague, making it difficult for them to determine his appearance and gender. To them, he feels like an illusion, as if he doesn't exist, which is why she thought the name Shu Wu was appropriate. Living with them seemed comfortable and satisfying to Yuncheng. Fortunately, they welcomed him with hospitality and courtesy. Because of this, Yuncheng began to think that perhaps staying with them forever would be a good decision. This kind of life is full of oddities and interesting things with limitless possibilities, and so it's no wonder they've achieved it all. Suddenly, Yuncheng once again felt that unpleasant feeling. For 3 months after coming here, he had been constantly muttering some incomprehensible words that he was unable to understand. Even words that he had never thought about. At the same moment, Nana came out of the house and said that, as they had agreed yesterday, she would teach him to read and write. And she decided to start with the most important one, his name, Shu Wu. Just as suddenly, Yuncheng heard the demons passing by the house saying that they were here again and that they needed to hurry. Yuncheng asked the demon about what was going on, and the demon told him that they had found some more injured strangers. But these strangers are different from him, because their faces can be clearly seen, and they look very similar to Shu Wu. This means that their village has new comrades. Nana said that everyone in the village had actually been very frightened when the strangers had first arrived. Everyone was worried that they might be bad guys, but they turned out to be extremely nice and kind. In addition, the current strangers resembled Shu Wu, so no one was afraid and immediately gave them a warm welcome. Yunqing said that this kind of thinking is quite dangerous. The wounded demons were resting not far from the village. The illusion cliff was more dangerous than they'd thought. Their leader never found the treasure, in addition to receiving wounds that caused him to admit he should have heeded his father's advice. One of the demons reminded the young head that the head had repeatedly warned him not to set foot in the swamp of the lost and the forest of illusions. But he kept insisting on the expedition. The young head asked, so they wouldn't forget who he was. Even though he stole the induction crystal from the old man wouldn't do anything to him unless he came here, which means they don't have to worry about wasting time. After all, the territory of the explosive flame demon clan is behind the Cliff of Illusion, and the Swamp of the Lost is connected to the cliff. Even his old man would have to work hard to get here. Furthermore, they were at the junction of the Swamp of the Lost and the Cliff of Illusions, but they suddenly plummeted down. Suddenly, the demons heard the sound of footsteps nearby. They were joined by the locals who were happy to see their guests. The explosive flame demons thought that they were clearly unlucky, because they had only just arrived here when they were confronted by the demons of another clan. Even though they could not see their clan affiliation, they were lucky that these demons were weak, so they should take the initiative before the locals notified anyone. As suddenly, the young leader stopped his demons and asked them not to move, for it didn't look like the locals wanted to fight. The demons began to discuss how their head suddenly changed, because he likes to kill more. Meanwhile, the head was thinking about how ignorant fools are with him, because the locals have purple badges, ancient dark seal. These guys are purebloods from a long-extinct ancient race written about in books. The young leader asked the demons for help because he was wounded and would die soon. He asked if there was a good man among them who would be willing to help him. The pureblood ancients have been extinct for 1,000 years, and these guys are living ancient fossils. By selling them as slaves or letting them be used for research, they are of unprecedented value. Upon returning to the village, the villagers announced that new strangers had arrived, but they were seriously injured and needed medicine to cure them as soon as possible. The young leader laughed mentally, for everywhere he looked, there were free, pure-blooded ancients at every turn. If you grab them and start breeding them, you can get immense wealth. Little Nana decided to help the guests too, but Yuncheng advised her not to go to them. Yuncheng realized that the peace that had lasted too long had made these demons forget about the dangers of the outside world, and their strength was not as great as the new generation, which means that they don't even realize that the newly arrived outsiders could lead to a terrible disaster. Nana asked Shu Wu why he won't let her go. Shu Wu decided to explain to her as he suddenly realized that he couldn't tell her. This situation had happened more than once before, like some situations in the outside world that needed his words to change their minds, but he couldn't utter them. Even if he is present on the stage in person, he is only a spectator. He can only watch the events unfold, unable to change anything. And given the situation, he can guess at further developments. After a week of treatment in the hospital, the demons of the explosive flame clan had fully recovered and left under the escort of the villagers. The day after that was a brisk morning. Shu Wu, as usual, went to the mountains to chop wood to contribute to the common cause. And back in the village, he saw how things had changed. The young head of the explosive flame demon clan held Nana by the neck and laughed. He said that this was exactly what happens if you cross him. Since none of them are willing to become his cattle, they should all just die. With tears in her eyes, little Nana tried to tell Shu Wu about how strangers are very... Before Nana could finish speaking, the young head squeezed his hand, followed by a cracking sound. Seeing this, Shu Wu came to anger. He said there was life in them too, and asked why then were they so mean and vile. Immediately after which, Shu Wu turned the two demons into a bloody mess. Yuncheng shouted that he would finish them all off, then struck the ground, causing great destruction. The demons were begging for help, as such a monster had come out of nowhere. The surviving young head said that Shu Wu was not like them at all. Then he asked if he knew that his father was the head of the demons of the explosive flame clan. If he dared to touch him, he would die a painful death. But Shu Wu destroyed the young head with a wave of his hand and said, "Let the head come." Immediately after which, a pillar of flames rushed out of the sky and the head of the explosive flame demons landed beside Shu Wu. He asked Shu Wu, "Who the hell is that guy? And why can't he see the face of his son's killer?" To which the latter replied that he just wanted to and killed. After a while, Yuncheng finally woke up. It was all over. Yuncheng said that no matter how real the experience was, it was still an illusion. He managed to get rid of even the illusion with Yuntang, and therefore this kind of stuff doesn't work on him. But the setting looks familiar, like he's seen it somewhere. Walking through the burned village, Yuncheng suddenly stepped on a suspicious stone. This is the same rock that little Nana wrote his name on. Yuncheng wondered, was all of this not an illusion at all and had actually happened? A familiar village, familiar places, and a familiar stone slab. The only difference being that everything here has been destroyed to the point of ruin. From the looks of it, everything that had happened before was for real and was not some illusion. More importantly, it wasn't even directed at Yuncheng. He just happened to interfere. After all, he was just a spectator, not participating in anything and not changing anything. According to Bahar, the explosive flame demon clan had existed for a very long time, and the actual time of the illusion's appearance had lasted for almost an eternity. Except that after the destruction of the clan, the local environment should have recovered by now. Why was it so bad? Suddenly, Yuncheng realized that it was all about this raging volcano. The volcano rumbled and released a rain of lava in all directions. Yuncheng dodged the lava flying at him as he suddenly noticed something strange about it. Demonic monsters began to emerge from the lava. They immediately attacked Yuncheng, shouting about how hungry they were. Yuncheng dodged their attacks, pondering the fact that they were dead people, in composition with a living organism. But regardless of who they were, he decided to just destroy them. Yuncheng attacked the demon in the forehead, but his spear didn't go through as it was too strong. Immediately after that, the demon attacked Yuncheng, although Yuncheng blocked the blow, but suddenly his spear began to melt. The demon put in more effort and sent Yuncheng flying. These demons looked like a solid mass of mobs, yet they possessed such great strength. Yuncheng realized that he couldn't win without starting to fight seriously. Suddenly, the demon spat out a blob of flame at Yuncheng, causing him to dodge. As soon as he dodged, the other demons took the chance and shot at the defenseless Yuncheng. But Yuncheng managed to save himself by using divine lightning. Before he knew it, a new clot was flying at him and he couldn't dodge it. Even though these monsters looked like they didn't have any rudiments of intelligence, yet they were able to predict where he was going to land. Yuncheng couldn't help but praise their fighting instincts. All this time, there was a certain blurry silhouette watching Yuncheng. He realized that this child had invaded the lands of his memories, and that he was clearly alive for a reason, because he was human. But how could a human be here? Dealing with several disparate forces is very difficult, which is why the demon decided that the guy is not qualified enough to explore the depths. He hopes that he will be able to realize this, and will not put his life at risk. Yuncheng absorbed the underworld demon's flames and became extremely resistant to flames. However, he was burned during the battle, because of which Yuncheng assumed that these monsters were using an unusual flame that was at least at the level of an underworld demon. Originally, Yuncheng didn't fight seriously since he considered these monsters to be underdeveloped rookies, but now he was serious. Yuncheng merged the water curtain with the flow of ice, creating an ice soul waterfall, thanks to which he was able to stop the flames. Immediately after, he merged the lightning strike with the ionized wind and destroyed the monsters with a hurricane of lightning. Seeing this, the figure in the sky realized that he had encountered an extremely entertaining creature. He recognized that it was not bad, but also curious. Disappearing, the demon said that in that case this would not be their last meeting, for there, Yuncheng would be able to familiarize himself with the rules. At this moment, Yuncheng sensed someone else's presence, but looking up into the sky, he saw no one. Yuncheng decided that he had just had a vision and decided not to give it a second thought. Yuncheng thought that these beasts were at the level of third-rank awakened beasts. However, the explosive magic stone left after killing them was different from the demonic beast's stones. The ejected lava turns into such powerful creatures, which means there must be some kind of frightening creature in the volcano. Yuncheng decided to climb the volcano and see. As he approached the volcano, Yuncheng saw a huge number of monsters. Fortunately, although the monsters have developed fighting instincts, they don't have a hint of intelligence. As long as Yun Chung doesn't enter a combat state, they can be dealt with thanks to the assassin's stealth. As he got closer to the volcano's vent, Yun Chung saw that there was someone below, but he couldn't see them due to the distance. Yun Chung used the eagle eye of the hunter class and was surprised by what he saw. After all, inside the volcano is the head of the explosive flame demon clan, Jiangnan Academy. Students of the academy gathered in the square. Ye Qinglin asked Guo Feicheng what the third-year students were doing here, since today was supposed to be the opening ceremony for the second half of the second semester, to which he replied that he had no idea and assumed that the dean was going to make an important announcement. After that, he asked her to look at the people behind the dean. Judging by their uniforms, they were from the army. They fought on the front lines every year, and now they had shown up at the academy in their spare time, which meant that something important had obviously happened. Ye Qinglin admitted that she had begun to suspect that they would have to suffer more grief the moment Brother Yun disappeared. Right after that, the number of courses had increased, and practical training had to be done in their free time after class. Guo Feichen sweated when he heard about Yun Cheng, and hurriedly shut Ye Qinglin's mouth, after which he asked her not to talk about Yun Cheng, for behind her stood a gloomy Nicole. Guo Falcon recalled that once Nicole hears about him, she immediately goes into a rage. Ye Anfu demanded silence from the disciples. Afterward, he told them that he had summoned them to make an important announcement. He suggested that some students might have already noticed some changes. The number of courses with combat practice has increased dramatically over the past year, and all dungeons forbidden to students because of their danger have been opened. This resulted in casualties not only among the students, but also among the instructors. And the reason why all of this happened was because, as of today, all sophomores to third graders are sent to the front lines with their teachers to take part in the war. All the courses and real-life combat operations described have been conducted in order to ensure that students are able to survive on the battlefield. The students were shocked by what they heard, because last year only fourth-year students were sent to the front lines, but now the range had been expanded to second-year students, which meant that the situation on the front lines was much worse than everyone thought. In addition, even fourth-year students are seriously injured on the battlefield, and they will immediately fall off their hooves without experience. The dean explained that the soldiers of the military department would now divide the students into suitable combat zones, according to their level and grade. He asked them to cooperate as their lives depended on it. Meanwhile, the military officials arrived at Xia Qingcheng's office. They bowed to her and asked her to return to the war office, for on the front lines, things were getting worse and they needed her help. Xia Qingcheng asked if it was the Sacred Empire's fault. After all, she had warned that if they didn't nip it in the bud, they would become a hidden danger, to which the chief among the ranks replied that it was simple for her to say. The Holy Empire and their country of Xuanlong are among the 5 great countries that are the main force in the fight against the world of darkness. Not to mention that both sides might suffer during the confrontation. Even if they defeat them with the least losses, the remaining 4 countries would not be enough to fight the demons. Furthermore, they don't have any direct evidence of their connection to the world of darkness. Xia Qingcheng had rebuked them for being lovers of thinking a lot before acting, causing the Sacred Empire to feel no fear. Even after a huge number of students died during the tournament, they only made a superficial apology. Qin asked, "So what? Because the new generation is the representatives of the future, and they won't be able to talk about any future if the front line is interrupted." Xia Qingcheng asked, "Didn't their tolerance mean that the Holy Empire would give their all during the confrontation on the front lines?" To which the ranking official replied that this is the way it is and asked what they could do about it. Many high-ranking officials in a large number of countries realize that the Holy Empire is a cancerous tumor, but all they can do is let it expand. In the end, by devoting their energies to dealing with it at the root, the front line could collapse overnight, and all that awaits humanity in that case is destruction. But right now, they have the biggest impact on what's happening on the front lines, especially with the demon sinkers. All this time, they had been able to resist the demons on the front lines mainly because it was difficult for them to resist this world, causing their combat power to be weakened. However, at this moment, the 72 Pillars Absorption King was using an unknown method that allowed the absorbers to quickly adapt by devouring people, causing the pressure on the front line to double. Xia Qingcheng couldn't help but agree that this was indeed a serious problem, but it was unfortunate that she wasn't going to participate in the hostilities. Qin chimed in that when Xia Qingqing came back from the world of darkness from repelling the attack, she suddenly announced her resignation, saying that she would wait for the right opportunity, and she had waited for 3 years. He asked if that was not enough for her. Xia Qingqing replied that it was not enough and said that she would probably need another year or two. Immediately afterward, the rank reminded him that the front line might not last until then. Xia Qingqing asked that one not to worry. After all, she had left her trump card in the world of darkness, and now it appeared to be the time to use it. Qin was forced to stop there, and admitted that he hoped that her plan would come to fruition. Since she was not going to participate, he asked Xia Qingqing to at least send her demon maids, as their combat power could be useful in battle. To which Xia Qingqing replied that unfortunately, she had already sent them away a long time ago. Meanwhile, the maid demons were in the world of darkness. Xiao Yu asked the little girl if she had managed to locate Mr. Yun, but she only sadly ummed. Shaolin recalled that they hadn't found a single clue after traveling around more than 40 countries, and Xiao Yu explained that the summoned beast had a large search range, so it should have been able to find its master long ago. Xiaoling asked Xiao Yu if she thought that Mr. Yun might have died. Immediately after which Xiao Yu shouted that it was impossible, and asked Xiaoling not to forget his position. He has taken on the essence of a demon king, and is the #1 genius in his generation of the human world. Such a being could not die so easily, and if he did, his corpse would have to be hung up and put on display, boosting morale, which makes the odds of him being alive pretty high. Xiaolin asked, what if he didn't die but was captured? It's a scary place, and it's most likely the same as Mistress. Xiao Yu trembled when she heard that, and asked Xiaoling not to make such a guess. Since they can't find it, they should activate the trump card left behind by the mistress. After which, Xiao Yu remembered that they hadn't been home for a long time, causing her to wonder how their city had changed. Chained in chains, the head of the explosive flame demon sighed, talking about how hungry he was. Yuncheng had in no way expected such a powerful demon to be imprisoned here and tortured. And from the looks of it, he's been imprisoned here for quite some time without any food or drink. According to Bahar, he has existed since the ancient era of wars, back when the demon country wasn't divided. Judging from his current strength, he should not be inferior to the demon kings in the front ranks. No matter how hungry he is, no virtues can be seen in him. Yuncheng decided that there must be another reason for his exhaustion. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound was heard, immediately after which the explosive flame demon clan head spewed a huge amount of lava into the air, which caused it to splatter around the neighborhood like a volcanic eruption. Seeing this, Yuncheng realized that all those monsters were spit out by this demon. The restraining chains had been forcing it to spit out some of its power all this time. Yuncheng felt a bit sorry for the demon undergoing such torture, except this is a rare opportunity. Yuncheng merged the swordsman's stabbing strike and the assassin's skull-crushing. Immediately afterward, he attacked the demon with a head-crushing blade, but it managed to dodge. The demon began screaming hunger and victim, after which it began pouring lava into the surroundings. Yunqing realized that the demon wanted to devour him, and since he had been exposed, Yuncheng decided to test what the explosive flame demon clan head was capable of. The demon began to hum about the delicious sacrifice, drooling on Yuncheng, even though he is weakened. But even so, he is not inferior to the 72 pillar demons. He is unnecessarily dangerous. But fortunately, its range of motion is limited, making Yuncheng just need to keep his distance to deal with the demon. Yuncheng drained the mage's water veil, and the sorcerer's frost attacking the demon first. But in response, the one spewed lava suppressing Yuncheng's spell. Yuncheng shouted that this wasn't the end and conjured a split block, an icy scarlet rock, and a stormy hurricane. After which he directed everything at the demon, but Yuncheng's ice began to melt rapidly as it came into contact with the demon. Immediately afterward, the demon stomped on the ground, causing pillars of lava. After exchanging a few spells with the demon, Yuncheng realized that it was still unsafe at this distance and decided to break the distance. Just as suddenly, the demon began to inhale, drawing Yuncheng closer. Unable to resist, Yuncheng was stunned by such a powerful inhaling force. The demon closed its mouth in an attempt to lock and eat the victim, but at the last moment, Yuncheng used divine lightning to avoid such a fate. While the demon chewed up what it thought was Yuncheng put on a Ruinator and attacked the demon, merging a Taoist's crushing fist and a punch with all the strength of a fighter. The demon started snapping its mouth and shouting for food and prey, to which Yuncheng replied that it was too early to eat and attacked it. But the demon's skin was too rough, and the flesh was too thick, so Yuncheng couldn't penetrate it. This monster that lived for hundreds of years simply had a bottomless health scale. Yuncheng assumed that even if he used tens of thousands of strength, the demon would only exhaust him faster. And what was even worse was that because there was too big a gap in strength, the effect of stealing the Ruiner didn't work. Suddenly, the demon's chains began to glow, giving Yuncheng a bad feeling. Just as suddenly, the demon spat out a large stone, and Yuncheng wondered what that one was doing. Immediately after, the one roared loudly and began to consume the flames, absorbing all the monsters it released while being enveloped in flames. When the demon's eyes glazed over, Yuncheng realized that things were not good. The demon said that it was a bad dream since he had managed to get beaten up. He asked Yuncheng if he realized that he was going to die for waking him up. Yuncheng was a little surprised at what he heard and asked if he was now going to eat him. Was it all mumbling in a dream? And did the demon really have no appetite for him? The demon shouted at Yuncheng for being insolent and asked how such a low-level bastard could be honored to get into the mouth of the head of the explosive flame demon clan. The power released by the demon was on a completely different level compared to before. He was really asleep, and all his actions were based on unconscious combat intuition. Yuncheng wondered, what kind of bad joke was this? After all, he had attacked the demon with all his might, but only managed to wake it up. The demon assumed that he was still weak since he couldn't crush such an ant. The demon then wondered when Shu Wu, who had imprisoned him here for 700 years, would come. Or did he really want to wait for him to lose all his strength and die naturally? At the very least, he would like to die by Shu Wu's hand and not by this ant. The demon launched a fireball at Yuncheng, which he hurriedly dodged as he cannot let the demon hit his kind. The demon asked Yuncheng if he was trying to escape, immediately after which, the distance between Yuncheng and the ground quickly began to disappear. As soon as Yuncheng fell to the ground, lava began to envelop him. The demon explained to Yuncheng that he was only an ant and that he was destined to perish. Just as suddenly, Yuncheng's trap exploded, unable to withstand his strength. Yuncheng said, "At least he's a free ant." While the head of the demon's explosive flame prisoner, Yuncheng asked the demon if he would like to continue. The demon reminded the insignificant ant that such power was putting a great strain on his body, and assumed he could maintain that state for no longer than 1 minute. Yuncheng explained that such an opponent wouldn't take him even a minute. The demon shouted that the one was nothing but insolent and summoned a wave of lava. But Yuncheng managed to dodge it, although the area of impact was huge, but with his current speed he could easily avoid such a thing. The explosive flame demon head ordered Yuncheng to not even dare to hide. After all, lava was his hands. Suddenly, the bubbling lava began to solidify into the form of hands, immediately after which they reached out towards Yuncheng. While Yuncheng was dodging his hands, the demon asked, wasn't the ant going to defeat him? After all, he only knew how to dodge, approach, and attack. The hands from the magma were not only numerous but also incredibly fast. If things continued like this, Yuncheng would clearly pay for his carelessness. But fortunately, it had a high resistance to fire, and with a buff of tens of thousands of strength, it wouldn't be killed instantly. Yuncheng attacked the demon with the rotting weakness, merging the sorcerer's weakness and the warrior's ulcer. The demon immediately realized that it was a negative effect spell. He then said that only sewer rats could use such a sneaky trick, and hit Yuncheng, telling him not to even think about letting him get away with it. Yuncheng broke the distance by taking advantage of the divine lightning. Regardless of the speed, as long as the demon body is able to cast the spell, it won't be stopped so easily, causing Chen Yun to be very likely to get attacked. But he is still able to withstand it. Yuncheng began to use the extension of weakness on his opponent numerous times, getting hit each time. Even though the boy couldn't get close and attack, but he was getting hurt every time, and was also having a negative effect on the demon. The head of the explosive flame demons assumed that the ant was weakening its defenses as it prepared to deliver a killing blow. The demon didn't know if he was imagining it, but his wounds began to worsen, as if the boy was getting stronger and stronger. All this time, Yuncheng was using the berserk's primary skill, Awakening Rage, which increased his strength by 3% for every 1% of health lost. The demon assumed that without Shu Wu's permission, this person wouldn't even be able to resist him, which meant that Shu Wu had let him in for a purpose, causing him to not take his opponent lightly. Suddenly, Yuncheng stopped. Yuncheng took out the demon remains he had collected and said that as long as he was able to open the demon's mouth, it should be enough. Yuncheng asked the demon to accept his gift, and stuffed the remains into his mouth. Suddenly, the chains tightened and began to inflict excruciating pain on the demon. He asked Yuncheng, what did he put in his mouth? To which Yuncheng replied that it was of course the food he loved so much, and asked the demon not to talk about how he hadn't tasted it. He then asked if he had seriously thought that he would not notice it. At first, he really didn't realize that these chains that imprisoned him were a kind of rule. As for the trigger to activate it, he knows it. The head of the explosive flame demons cried out in pain at the pain the rule was causing him. He asked Yuncheng how did he just notice it, to which Yuncheng replied that as long as one had eyes, one could notice that the demon had become devastated due to hunger. Even those monsters are his condensed hordes of strength, crying out for hunger. If his consciousness is asleep, his body cries out for a victim. The demon, that had been hungry for over 700 years, was so hungry for food that it could no longer enjoy the stones even if it was hit on the head. Yuncheng explained that it was normal since the demon had gotten to this sort of thing, but the problem was that it started spitting out the stone afterward. Even after waking up, it looked as if Yuncheng had no appetite for it. The contrast between then and later was so great that Yuncheng began to suspect as if the demon didn't just not want to eat him. It just didn't dare. Yuncheng told the demon that he had infiltrated Shu Wu's memories and knows that the latter imprisoned him here to torment him because of his hatred for him. Because of this, the chains on the demon's body not only have a restraining effect, but also a rule that makes him feel pain. If he feels comfortable eating food, he will be punished because he broke the rule. Yuncheng explained that due to some incidents, his backpack was full of demonic beast corpses, and he in turn compressed them into a meatball and directed it into the demon's mouth. Such a quantity should be enough to get a full meal. A hearty meal after 700 years should be enough to feel comfortable and quietly ascend to heaven. In the last moments of his life, the demon cried out that he did not want to lose to such an insect. When the demon dissipated, a red crystal fell out of it. Yunqing recognized that although the demo had reached the limit of his weakness, but even so, it was difficult to deal with him. This demon of the 72 pillars was too terrifying. During the battle, Yunqing had exhausted himself so much that he couldn't even take the form of a demon. In fact, Yunqing had more sneaky ways to deal with the explosive flame demon head, as he had limited mobility. He could use tens of thousands of strength to both invincibly strike and retreat and attack again after rolling back the skills. In this way, he could kill the demon in 3 to 5 months. But since Yunqing had decided to participate in the decisive battle to become the Dark Knight Demon King, he didn't have that much free time. Finished with his thoughts, Yunqing decided to check his trophy. It was a heavenly flame crystal that the explosive flame demon head had condensed and absorbed for thousands of years to increase the strength of the fire attribute skills. This crystal was immune to all fire attribute attacks and could be used to forge equipment. Already, just by its immunity alone, the heavenly flame crystal surpassed the demonic flames of the underworld. It is a one-of-a-kind S-rank material. Suddenly, Yunqing heard applause, and turning around he saw a blurry figure. That one admitted that he thought as if Yunqing's appearance here was just a coincidence, but he simply hadn't expected such a surprise. After which, he took out his sword and said that he wanted to chat with Yunqing, but before that he had one thing to deal with. Before Yunqing could react, the demon had already cleaved him. But to his surprise, Yunqing did not feel any damage. On the contrary, he even felt more calm. Yunqing asked, what did the man do to him? To which the figure replied that there was nothing wrong with that. He was just cutting off the connection to something. After all, it wouldn't be good if it noticed his existence. After which he lifted several boulders into the air. Just as suddenly, Yunqing realized what the matter was. It was the system. His system doesn't appear. The demon assumed that Yunqing was rather uncomfortable talking to someone whose appearance he couldn't clearly see, so he used an image that the latter had already seen. After which, he admitted that he was surprised that Yunqing was not afraid of him. Yunqing said that he could understand his temper after all. He had played his part by immersing himself in his memories. Besides, if the latter wanted to kill him, he wouldn't put it off until now. Yunqing asked the demon of nothingness if he was right, to which the latter replied that this was indeed the case. Then he added that Yunqing should be glad that he was a human, because according to the rule that had been formed, any demon who entered the city of nothingness would be killed. The nothingness demon did not expect that Yunqing would get through the loophole after all. He was a human after all. The demon of nothingness said that he kept his precious memories in that place, and that he didn't want anyone to interfere with them. As a result, he met Yuncheng by chance, and now he couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. Yuncheng was convinced that the demon of nothingness was indeed a supreme being, ruling the world of darkness and dividing it into 72 demon countries. Except, wasn't it only a god alone that could make the rules and change them? Really? The demon of nothingness asked Yuncheng not to think about such nonsense. After all, he was not what they called a god. Yuncheng asked the demon, "Who is he then? And why can't he clearly see his appearance?" The demon replied that everything is because of too much gap in life levels. No one can see an existence they cannot understand, including Yuncheng himself. While the demon of nothingness itself sees right through Yuncheng because of his higher standard of living, including the other soul in this body, and the so-called system, and even his migrant personality, and all the things he possesses. Yuncheng asked the demon, "Who was that demon?" The feeling of being seen through terrified him. But the demon said that at this moment Yuncheng has no right to know that. As long as he can prove that he won't be lying in that coffin, it's all talk. Hearing about the coffin, Yuncheng remembered the coffins he had seen on the mountain range. Did the demon mean that the coffins seemed familiar to him because he would probably lie in one in the future? And was this really his final resting place? The demon of nothingness said that Yuncheng killed the head of the explosive flame demons, which can be counted on as helping him in the form of getting rid of his obsession. And in gratitude, he gives the eternal calamity stone. It is probably just what Yuncheng needs. In addition, the demon asked Yuncheng to get a blank blueprint to teach him something. Yuncheng thanked the demon for its help and took out a blank blueprint. Afterwards, the demon of nothingness explained that the blank blueprint was a useful thing, but you couldn't just shove materials into it at random. The main material for the set should be selected properly, and then use other auxiliary materials to create a complete set. As the main material, the Abyss Demon advised using the Eternal Calamity Stone. After adding the main material, the scroll rolled up, and the Tribulation Demon told Yuncheng to add the rest of the materials. Immediately after, Yuncheng took out a Heavenly Flame Crystal, a Death Source Stone, a Hessian Core, and a Golden Crystal Worm Marrow. After finishing with the materials, Yuncheng said, "Fusion," immediately after which the scroll began to wrap around his body, eventually evolving into a new set of equipment, the Eternal Melting Set. It gives a huge boost to characteristics, full immunity to fire skills, and resistance to negative effects. The kit also has two effects. One effect, melting. Once a day, you can release an accumulated wave of flame for melting. The power of the flame is accumulated for 24 hours. Two effect, eternal calamity. Killing done in any way is automatically absorbed by calamity to accumulate and use the power of calamity. Yuncheng was pleased with the acquisition, as melting was the trump card of the head of the explosive flame demon clan. Although accumulating the power of eternal calamity was more difficult, but it probably possessed simply frightening power. Adding the super high attribute gain, it was exactly what was expected from a legendary set. Yuncheng assumed that with this kit, he would easily deal with the three demon kings. Right now, he didn't even know how different he was from the demon kings. Suddenly, Yuncheng remembered his quest and asked the Abyss Demon if he knew where the broken dreams were located. The system had given him this quest a long time ago, but he had never found any clues. The Abyss Demon replied that Yuncheng had actually seen her a long time ago. He just hadn't noticed her. For it is everywhere, this whole volcano and all that surrounds it, and everything around it. All of this is the body of a broken dream. In ancient times, when the 72 clans were not yet divided, there were many dangerous places in the world of darkness, the biggest of which was the Cliff of Shattered Illusions. At that time, only the demon clan heads knew that the Cliff of Shattered Illusions was different from other dangerous places. It was all because of a huge demonic beast that had been sleeping for millennia, and it was called the Shattered Dream. Hearing this, Yuncheng realized that this was the reason why those corpses looked like they had been digested. The Swamp of the Lost was a surface organ crushed by dreams for food extraction. Releasing a hallucinogenic gas, the slime would paralyze the approaching creature, causing it to lose consciousness, and then slowly digest and consume it afterwards. At the junction of the Cliff of the Collapse of Illusions and the Swamp of the Lost, there must be a crack leading straight to the broken dream, which may be its backside. Little Nana's ancestors got lost and fell into the shattered dream, thanks to which they managed to avoid war and live in peace. But unfortunately, it was destroyed by strangers who wandered there by accident. The demon of nothingness said that for many years, thanks to his city of nothingness, all demons were destroyed and no one was able to cross it. Over time, the existence of the Cliff of Shattered Illusions was forgotten, but in return, the legend of the explosive flame demon clan continued to live on. Yuncheng asked the demon if the explosive flame demon clan had been destroyed by him, to which the demon replied that it was enough to imprison the clan head to make them pay for what they had done. He did not destroy the clan. The rest was the work of a broken dream. Originally, the territory of the explosive flame demons was near the Cliff of Shattered Illusions, but because of the clan head, the broken dream didn't dare to attack. She had no fear for them, and once the head was imprisoned, the broken dream simply absorbed all the demons associated with it. And most likely, it had already absorbed their remains. The demon said that this is how ruthless this demonic beast is. And Yuncheng thought that of course that one would want to take revenge as soon as they were weakened. After all, the abyss demon and the head were fighting in the beast's stomach. The demon of nothingness admitted that Yuncheng's appearance had impressed him, and Yuncheng would probably be at his side one day, provided he managed to live to see it. Lastly, the demon decided to mention that with his battle, Yuncheng had awakened the beast that still did not dare to move because of his presence. But now he will have a good chance, said the demon of nothingness, then completely dispersed. As soon as the demon of nothingness left, the ground beneath Yuncheng began to shake. Immediately afterward, the beast itself emerged from a nearby mountain. Things were not good for Yuncheng, as he was still in a weakened state. The Forbidden Mountains. The demons were clearing the area and taking out the coffins. 31 higher demons, 128 middle demons, 545 lower demons. You can take over several territories with this kind of power, but due to the difficulty, only about 30% of the coffins were opened in a year. Karat said that opening the coffins is a major blow to Mrs. Mishaji, and so she's dumped it all on their heads, and everyone has to plow in as hard as they can for 3 to 5 days, which is just a terrible breakup. Suddenly, one of the demons reported to Lord Karath that something was wrong with one of the coffins. It was moving. Karath was amazed at what he heard. After all, the coffins should only contain dead people. Is there really anyone alive in there? As he approached that coffin, Karath saw that it was shaking, and someone was banging on the inside trying to get out. One of the demons said that all the demons in the open coffins were outstanding individuals in their lifetime. There were even a few legendary beings among them, and they can't let such monsters escape. Though the coffin was moving, Karath could not feel the breath of life inside. And he had a vague sense of danger. The demon asked if he should report this to Mishaji-sama. Kiran replied that she had enough problems as it was, and why would she waste her valuable energy on a few coffins? Karath ordered the demons not to touch the coffins for now, and said he would handle it himself, and they could go about their business in the meantime. As he left, the red-haired demon whispered to his partner that he had heard that Mr. Karat had been admiring Mrs. Mishaji for years, and that he was probably doing it to get credit for the investigation. To which he replied that Mrs. Mishaji is strong and beautiful, and that it is hard to find someone who does not admire her. If one wishes to become worthy of her, one must be at least a demon king. Mr. Karat is a bit behind. After the demons left, Karath took care of the coffin. His Demon King tool is very special. He is better at identifying and analyzing than fighting. If there really is something incredible inside the coffins, then Mishaji-sama will be just happy. Land of the Demons of the Dark Knight. The capital of the Dark Knight. There were many spectators gathered in the arena, and 3 Demon Kings sat on 3 thrones. Demon King Carlos, Demon King Pullo, and Demon King Rook. They are the 3 Demon Kings who rule the land of Dark Knight. One glance is enough to see their power. Although all the kings may be involved in this decisive battle, the internecine war is between these trema. Either way, tonight's battle will determine the future lord of the land. The king left at the end will sit on the supreme throne and become the only king. The guard asked manager Bahar if he was sure their king would show up, although they don't dare to doubt his power. But the 3 demon kings are very strong, and if King Wuxi doesn't show up, King Carlos will obviously show them a good life. Bahar told the guard to have faith in their king, for he never breaks his word. And at the same time, they must believe in themselves as the Lord's guards. They are no worse than other demons. Hearing this, the trio of demons nearby began to discuss this petty lord from the backwater. If Wuxi had really decided to come here, he was clearly asking to die. The guards came up to them and asked them if they wanted to die since they dared to slander their king Wuxi. One of the demons said, in fear that they had only mentioned him in passing and had meant nothing of the sort. Bahar told the guard that killing would do no good on such an important day and ordered them to leave them alone. Seeing the guards, the surrounding demons began to wonder if these demons were really from that beggar fortress of Tiroko, from the backwater. After all, it was rumored that the demons in those places are cowards who can be easily crushed, but apparently that was not the case. In addition, the equipment of these bodyguards are valuable items worth a lot of money, which does not fit with the rumors. The demon host walked onto the stage and shouted out that their Dark Knight demon clan had been abused over the years, and their status was at the bottom of the ranking of 72 clans. Tonight it will be over, and the new king will lead them to restore the greatness of the clan. The rules of the decisive battle are extremely simple. Any supreme demon can enter the stage and accept the challenge from the other kings. The one who can resist to the end will become their new king. Now he announces the start of the decisive match. The demon host motioned for the demons who wished to join the fight to come on stage, as suddenly one of the demons jumped onto the stage as if he was just waiting for it. Dita said that he was the one who would be the new king, and if anyone wished to challenge him, they could attack. The surrounding people immediately began to discuss Lord Dita of Lofu Fortress. He was rumored to be the strongest of the middle demons, and became even more intimidating after obtaining the equipment of a demon king. He is also known as the strongest among the three demon kings. Only he could have such confidence, for the first one to enter the stage would face a fierce battle. Suddenly, a demon flew out of the crowd and shouted to Didi not to be so arrogant, as he had not yet received the title of Demon King. Dita smirked as he saw the first victim, immediately followed by a tremendous explosion in the arena. The spectators were astonished to see such power. If not for the special stage rule, they would have been hurt by the upcoming attacks. This was exactly what everyone expected from a duel between two supreme demons, which was quite frightening. Xiaoyu was upset that such a thing was called a battle, after which Xiaoling said that she hadn't even considered that their city would fall into such disrepair that every weakling would begin to think themselves worthy of a battle for the king's throne. Suddenly, the Thorn Fairy woke up and started waving her arms cheerfully, causing Xiaoyu to ask what was wrong. The fairy replied that the master would be here soon. Xiaoyu was surprised at what she heard and asked, "How is it that Mr. Yun is coming soon?" To which she replied that the master was getting closer and closer, and that he would soon be here. After searching for so long, they haven't found a trace of him, and he's coming here on his own initiative. Xiaoyu asked Xiaoling what she thought of what he was up to which she replied that he obviously won't participate in the battle. No matter how fast he evolved, he would be at the level of a supreme demon, and he's probably going to get in and make a mess. It would not be a problem for him to pretend to be a demon from the Dark Knight clan. Meanwhile, Dita has disposed of his opponent. Immediately afterward, he asked if only worthless weaklings were going to challenge him. He ordered to drag better demons since he was going to take the position of king. The spectators were amazed at Lord Dita's strength, as he defeated the 6 demon lords in just 15 minutes. They expected the battle to be between the 3 kings, but apparently they had a new opponent. Rook thought that all these demons were ignorant idiots, since they should have used their brains before speculating. They don't even realize that the outcome is already a foregone conclusion. Pullo said that Dita is a pawn they have nurtured over the years to play today as a dark horse, and by crushing him, they can get even more backlash. Still, an unimpeded takeover of the throne will not fulfill the expectations of a king for the people. Rook added that, if you mature at the root, Didi is just a buffoon, and the climax will be their duel. Rook noticed that Carlos wasn't even watching the battle, and asked if he was thinking about that Wuxi who didn't give up resources, beat up his subordinate, and even dared to provoke him. It was clearly not worth it. After all, from the looks of it, he's not even going to come here. Carlos said that if he dared to come, he would personally tear Ushi apart, and if he didn't show up, he had an interesting program. Suddenly, Bahar heard the sound of footsteps, and turned around to see the guardsmen walking towards them. Bahar asked the men, "What's going on here?" At the same moment, King Carlos rose from his throne and said that before he moved on to the next battle, he would like to add an additional reward. Probably not everyone knows yet, but one of the territories refused to hand over military supplies last year, putting them under a lot of pressure as a result. It should be understood that all demon clans are obliged to surrender military supplies, and those who do not comply will be jointly dealt with by all the other clans. If he didn't take all the responsibility of handing over additional resources, their country would have already been destroyed. Even after he sent a messenger to make peace, they not only maimed him but also threw him out like some trash. The one who did this is the lord of their fortress, Wuxi. He is a traitor to the Night Demon clan, and the demons who work for him are also vile traitors. The people around them began to discuss what they had heard. The transfer of military supplies is a very important event, and because of that lord, their country was almost destroyed. The demons began to shout that Lord Wuxi should be executed. But if you look at it this way, their people seem pretty happy, because they don't have to fear that they will be taken into the army one day. The captain of the guard crushed the orb in his hand, immediately after which the demons of Tiroko Fortress were imprisoned. Carlos said that even though they had crippled his subordinate, he was not the kind of man who would take revenge under the guise of his position. So, he's willing to give them a chance. Their fate will be decided by whoever becomes king. The decision will be made by their new king of the Dark Night demons. The demons began to chant in honor of the new king, for he would deliver them from evil and destroy the fortress of Tiroko. They must get rid of the traitor. Xiaoyu wondered how much Lord Carlos wanted to kill them since he hated that Wuxi so much. And Xiaolin added that Carlos was still as vindictive as before, but she was still curious who that Wuxi was. He refused to hand over resources, and he was also under such serious pressure. Suddenly, stars appeared in the Thorn Fairy's eyes from happiness, and she said that he had come. Immediately afterward, a new participant in the decisive battle descended from the heavens. Yuncheng asked Carlos, had he prepared for his death? Yuncheng mentally sighed as he barely made it in time. Xiaoyu and Xiaoling were shocked that Wuxi was Yuncheng, and he had become king. They thought he would lead a miserable life hiding in the shadows, and he turned out to be so good. Lord Dita assumed that Ushi was the one in front of him and asked how dare he provoke Carlos. Besides, he doesn't even know that he's defending this ring right now. Suddenly, Yuncheng was behind Dita and struck the latter with his palm, after which Lord Dita flew off the stage and Yuncheng said that he wasn't good enough. The surrounding people were trying to figure out what the hell was going on here. After all, Lord Dita should be second only to the three demon kings, but he was dealt with in less than a second. He didn't even have time to use the demon king's equipment. Everyone was trying to figure out where this Lord Wuxi had come from all of a sudden. Yuncheng asked Carlos if he was going to come down from the stage. After all, he might be able to help him otherwise. Just as suddenly, a purple vine burst out at Carlos's feet and threw him onto the stage. Carlos was furious at such insolence on the part of some brat. Carlos let out a blood taking the form of a beast, shouting that he would take Ushi's life. But Yuncheng easily dodged such an attack. Carlos ordered Ushi to not even think of running and raised the bone wood, attacking him. But to his surprise, the bone spikes simply bounced off of Wuxi. Since the bone spikes couldn't pierce through Wuxi's defense, how strong was his body? Although the bone spikes didn't pierce through Wuxi's body, but they touched his body, immediately after which the spikes rose up under Yuncheng, gripping him like a snare. Immediately afterwards, Carlos attacked Ushi with blood, believing that he would never be able to dodge this killing move. Yuncheng merged the mage's fireball and martial artist's wind palm upwards, thus managing to destroy the bone trap and block Carlos's attacks. Carlos cursed Ushi for managing to get rid of his killing hold so easily, which meant he would have to use his Demon King gear. Just as suddenly, Yuncheng used the Eye of Night, thanks to which he was able to stop his opponent. Carlos was trying to figure out what the hell was going on. His body wasn't moving, and only a Dark Knight Lord could do that. Yuncheng snatched the rod from Carlos and asked if he meant this thing when talking about the Demon King's equipment. After evaluating the equipment, Yuncheng said that it was a pretty cool piece of equipment. The Staff of Extinction instills an aura of death into the target's body during an attack, ignoring defense and reducing life expectancy. The audience was trying to figure out why Lord Carlos suddenly stopped moving. Was it because of the stolen demon equipment? Until the owner dies, one can't use the stolen Demon King's equipment, but it was Lord Carlos who couldn't use it now. Does that mean he is losing to the traitor? Xiaoling said that it is an absolute skill, a perfect Eye of the Night. The main condition for its evolution is demonic strength. Although it is unbearable, but she has no other choice. Xiaoyu stopped Xiaoling and asked her to stop, because in her opinion, the Lord's behavior was no different from before. Although his appearance had changed, but he was not affected by the use of demonic powers, which could be the result of fusing dark magic with an unknown special method. Xiaoling asked what special method was she talking about. After all, dark magic could only be used by demons. That was the rule set by the god. Even if a dark servant wanted to possess her, he would need to sacrifice his body and mind to become a demon. And she had never heard of a person capable of such a thing. Xiaoyu told Xiaoling that she simply hadn't seen such a thing with her own eyes. The feeling might be vague, but Mr. Yun had done two impossible things before their eyes. The first time, he absorbed the demonic flames of the underworld without harming himself, and the next time, he killed over 60 rank 3 demons when he was below level 30. She wants to trust him again. Meanwhile, Carlos was trying to figure out how Ushi had managed to get the eyes of the Queen of Eternal Night. He obliged to kill him, or he would be able to become the new king. Carlos asked Rook and Polo if they were going to keep watching that damn traitor become king. Polo asked if he was wrong with the skill, and Rook replied that it was indeed the supreme technique of the Dark Night Queen, the Eyes of the Night. Eyes of Night is one of the gifted skills of their lineage of the Dark Night Demon Clan, with an extremely low probability of awakening. Including the Dark Night Queen, 3 other demons have managed to do such a thing in history, and none of them are the supreme king of their clan. Even if we ignore the power of the ability, the mere fact of awakening is unusual. But fortunately, most of the demons have not yet noticed that these are indeed the Eyes of the Night. Once they find out, they will immediately start desperately supporting this guy as their king. Pulo reminded them that they had discussed long ago that no matter who became king, 50% of the resources would be divided between the two of them. Once Ushi takes them, there will be nothing left for them. Fighting him alone is a fool's errand, so they must attack together. Polo and Rook pounced on Ushi, screaming that he had betrayed his clan, causing their country to almost be surrounded by outsiders. And a traitor with such a criminal temperament does not deserve the right to participate in the battle for the throne and must be destroyed. Yunchen used the Eyes of the Night, freezing the two of them. But Rook used the Demon King's equipment, a transference ring, so she was able to rid them of the eye effect. Suddenly to themselves, 3 of the onlookers suddenly found that they couldn't move. Yunqing realized that the targets of the Eyes of the Night had been redirected to other demons, and dealing with the ability of her equipment would be difficult. Carlos shouted that it wasn't over and attacked Ushi with the Great Demon's Bloodblade. Immediately afterward, he asked Polo to help him, and he used the Demon King's equipment, a grimoire of enhancement, strengthening Carlos's blade. This time against Yuncheng, the Demon King's skill-enhancing equipment was used. The attack radius was too large, making it impossible for him to dodge, so he would have to fight back. Yuncheng used the blazing afterlife flame palm. Rook asked Wuxi to stop resisting and once again used the ability of her equipment, thanks to which she was able to redirect Ushi's attack towards himself. Ushi was hit by his own attack as well as Carlos's blade. The audience marveled at the strength of the 3 kings. After such a thing, that traitor should be dead, and there should be no ashes left of him. But once the dust cleared, everyone saw the surviving Wuxi. Polo was amazed that Wuxi was still alive and asked, how was that possible? After all, his enhancement grimoire was capable of greatly increasing the strength of his abilities, to which Yuncheng replied that there was nothing wrong with it, it just had high enough attributes. Yuncheng mentally asked those people, how were they going to get rid of the Demon King? After all, he is in the legendary set. Even though it was true, it would be a bit difficult to deal with this trio since they had teamed up. There are many demons around, and therefore Yuncheng decided not to recklessly use tens of thousands of strength, as he will be in a weakened state after the battle. Although he doesn't know why Xiaoyu and Xiaoling are here, but he doesn't want to rely on them. Xiaoyu told Xiaoling that although Rook, Polo, and Carlos wouldn't compare to them, it would be hard for Mr. Yun, so she offered to help him. But Xiaoling reminded that they didn't even know what his situation was, if he had completely turned into a demon. Fairy Spikes said that the master had already noticed them, and relayed that he wanted them to stay out of it. Xiaoling wondered how it was that he had noticed them but was not hostile. And Xiaoyu explained that it showed that there was nothing wrong with Mr. Yun, and that he had once again accomplished the impossible. She suggested to listen to him and intervene if necessary. First of all, Yunqing decided to deal with Rook, since her Demon King equipment was the most troublesome. Yunqing released a fireball at Rook, and the latter asked, how did he still dare to use his abilities? Rook asked, he doesn't take his sister seriously? Then used her Demon King gear, redirecting the fireball back. Immediately after, Yuncheng attacked her with multiple fireballs thanks to his quick reading and duel spells. Rook asked if he wanted to win by numbers. That's too naive, since she can move multiple targets. Rook redirected all the fireballs at Yuncheng, drowning him in blue flames. Xiaoyu with Xiaoling and Fei was worried for Yuncheng. Xiaoyu shouted out that Mr. Yun was too reckless, because as long as the skill power did not exceed his own limit, the Demon King's equipment could carry him over. Rook is not the kind of opponent that can be defeated by brute force. Suddenly, Yuncheng broke through the blue flames and tore towards Rook. Rook was amazed that he had managed to remain unharmed after such an attack. Yuncheng said that unfortunately for her, his fire resistance was enough to resist all of his attacks with the fire attribute without taking damage, and no matter how much she redirected his attacks, it was all useless. Swinging for a decisive strike, Yuncheng told the demoness that it was over, but the one asked if he had completely forgotten what she had said. Immediately afterward, Yuncheng was attacked by Carlos with Pulo, because of which Yuncheng had to block their strikes instead of attacking Rook. Rook explained that what Yuncheng did was ridiculous, deciding to end the fight by targeting only her. After all, Pulo and Carlos realize her importance and know who they should protect. Rook shouted out that targeting her was a reasonable decision, but staring at her was simply indecent. After which, she attacked Yuncheng. Yuncheng asked, "Who even needs to look at her? Besides, she is the one who is watching him intently, so that she didn't notice what was behind her back." Noticing the clone, Pulo and Carlos shouted to Rook to dodge, but it was too late. The clone had managed to take her out of the fight. Rook was furious that Wuxi had the cloning skill, she asked. When did he only have time? Yuncheng replied that he did so when she used the ability to deal with him. Her field of vision was blocked by the flames and he let the shadow puppet hide in the shadows. The puppet has the invisibility skill, which made it easy for him to hide behind her back. Rook complained that he spoke as if it were nothing, for it was rare to find a clone that could hide in the shadows and become invisible. Rook thought about the fact that since the clone had managed to suppress her, it must have simply terrifying attributes. Yuncheng explained to the demons that without Rook's help, they wouldn't be able to fight him without kneeling down and surrendering. Polo asked, "What kind of joke is this?" After all, it was still unclear which one of them would lose, and began to inhale a lot of air. Immediately after, he released a dark mist covering the entire arena. Yuncheng asked Pulo, did he use the mist because of his fear of the eyes of the night? Except that it was useless. Yuncheng merged the magician's magic wave with the mechanic's echolocator, thanks to which he was able to calculate the enemy's location. After which, he reminded them that he was still controlling their movements. Polo rushed to Rook since they can't win without her. Ushi is too strong for the two of them. Polo used the amplification on the giant Dark Knight hammer and aimed at the doppelganger. Suddenly, Yuncheng jumped out of the mist to defend the clone. Immediately afterward, he merged an explosive fist and a punch with all his might into Polo's hammer. Seeing the cracks going down his hammer, Polo tried to figure out what was going on. Suddenly, his hammer shattered. Polo thought it was simply impossible after all. He had strengthened the hammer with his ability. That means that Wuxi's strength is beyond that of a demon lord. Fighting against him was simply nonsense. Yuncheng suggested that Pulo submit or else die. Immediately thereafter, he crouched down and shouted that he would obey him. He decided to resolve the situation in this way because disobedience was tantamount to death. Carlos was stunned by Pulo's decision to comply and asked how could he. Immediately after that, Yuncheng asked Rook, what would she choose? Rook smiled awkwardly and said she was willing to obey. She thought there was nothing wrong with submitting to the one who awakened the eyes of the night. The demons watching the battle were trying to figure out how this was possible. Mr. Polo and Lady Rook had submitted to a traitor. Was someone like him, who didn't give resources and didn't care about the clan, going to become king? They decided that if a demon like that became their king, the Dark Knight clan would come to an end. Carlos asked, what kind of bullying is this? No matter how strong Ushi is, he's still a traitor. To let someone like that become king, yes, it would be easier to destroy the country. Carlos shouted that for the sake of the lives of his people, he would not give up, even on the brink of death. Carlos was not going to back down. Since he had already committed the crime of insulting Ushi, he had nowhere to go. Carlos's guards shouted that the bloody traitor had no right to be king. Their Lord Carlos thinks of everyone's lives, and he's more of a king. Whereas following Ushi equals death. Then the other demons began to demand that Ushi get out of here, because for them it would be better to die than to follow the traitor. Xiaoyu and Xiaolin realized that Carlos's guards were setting the pace. Hence, it was their time to take the stage. Xiaoyu and Xiaoling asked the demons, what if they recognized Wuxi as the king? The people of the demons recognized them as Lady Lubella and Lady Ailenbella, formerly the strongest lords of their country. Everyone tried to understand why they had decided to appear, and whether the man had made them his slaves. Xiaoyu said that making them slaves sounded ridiculous, and Xiaoling said that they then pretended to surrender so that they could hide next to that woman and avenge their lord. And so having done the deed, they came back. When Carlos heard this, he rebuked them for lying, because they are probably spies sent by the people. And since they support the traitor, they also want to destroy this country. Carlos began to panic as they were too powerful. Carlos's guards with the rest of the demons started shouting that Lord Carlos is absolutely right. The demonesses suddenly appeared and sided with the traitor, which shows that they are spies. All those who support the traitor are also traitors, and they should get off the site now. Yuncheng realized that capturing the hearts and minds of these demons would not be easy, and so he dared to take harsh measures. Suddenly, Xiaoyu and Xiaoling tried to stop Yuncheng. Xiaoling reminded that they were their kin and that they were just provoked. She asked Yuncheng to be merciful to them. Xiaoyu said that they actually have a simpler way. Meanwhile, Carlos summoned the guards, the lords of the other lands, and all those who wanted peace. He shouted that it was time to dedicate himself to his country and led them in an attack to kill the traitor. Demons believed that no matter how strong the traitor was, they will be able to defeat him in numbers. For the sake of peace and country, they must kill the traitor who had brought disaster upon them. Yuncheng explained to the demons that by disobeying him they had taken the wrong path, and unleashed all the powers of the Eye of Night to freeze all demons. The demons could not understand why their bodies suddenly stopped obeying them. They felt the same way only in the presence of the Queen of the Night. Everything around them froze, causing the demons to realize that this was the talent and ability of the Queen of the Night. The eyes of the night can only be used by the king. Everywhere you looked, all living things froze. None of the enemies could resist the Queen of the Night. This is the legend of the Lord of the Night of the old days, and it was she who raised the clan of Dark Knight demons to 72 clans of demons, being honored by the people. The story successively resumed, and the ruling kings of the clan were vast in number. But among them, only 3 managed to awaken the eyes of the night, which was far less from the total number of kings. But the one who possesses it will surely become king, Yuncheng asked. Did they still have any doubts left? He had stopped too many targets. His consumption of dark magic was far greater than he had imagined. There was silence in the square until one of the demons shouted that Ushi had the eyes of the night, the symbol of the king. The demons had no more objections. Even Carlos's bodyguards wouldn't dare say a word after this, because it was obvious. The Lord's word is nothing compared to the king's. Carlos knew that using the eyes of night for such a wide range consumed a huge amount of black magic, and the capture time was only an instant, making this ability useless in battle. A normal one like this was simply impossible to accomplish. Just as suddenly, Carlos realized that it was Lubella and Einbella who had told Yuzi that the people would accept him because of the eyes of the night. Since the state of the situation has become apparent, he is left with only one option. Carlos started running off the stage at full speed. Yuncheng asked if he was thinking of running away, after which he used the eyes of the night. Carlos lost control of his body, causing him to fall to the ground, failing his escape. Yuncheng reminded Carlos's subordinates that they had arbitrarily detained his manager and guards, a crime punishable by death. But given that their country is weak and they need to avoid internal strife, he is willing to give them a chance to atone for their sin. Yuncheng told them that Carlos's body had stiffened and he had lost all ability to resist. He said those themselves should understand what they are required to do. The guards apologized to Carlos and reminded him that his biggest mistake was slandering the new king. They had worked for him for so many years. Now it was his turn to protect their lives. Looking at the approaching guards, Carlos tried with all his might to scream. Yuncheng sat on the ruler's throne and announced that from this day forward, he was the demon king of the Dark Night. Afterward, all the demons in the square bowed to him, saluting their king. Yuncheng officially became the king of the night, ranking 72nd among the 72 pillar demons. The news of this quickly spread throughout the world of darkness, causing furious reactions from demons from various places. They believed that the Dark Knight clan had finally fallen since a demon had suddenly appeared as their king. And calling the Night clan as one of the 72 clans was simply ridiculous to them. The meeting place of the 72 pillars. The demon at the head of the gathering assumed that everyone was already aware of the news regarding the King of the Night, and so he decided not to repeat it. This demon is the second pillar, the Lord of Gluttony. He said that it had been too long ago, and that very soon they would meet him in this place. The other demons of the 72 pillars asked the Lord of Gluttony if he wanted to let him participate in the meetings of the 72 pillars. And what right did he have to do so? After all, the position of the demon of the 72 pillars was simply cheap if it could only be obtained by defeating a few lords. They refused to recognize the king of the Dark Knight. It was just a mistake. One of the meeting participants suggested simply removing the Dark Knight clan from the list and replacing it with a stronger demon clan to fill the gap. After all, saving the 72nd pillar for the demons of the night was just a waste of time. The Gluttony Lord agreed with the words of the 21st pillar of Mishaji. The Dark Knight demon clan had suffered serious losses due to the interference of a person named Xiaqing Cheng. But their legacy still exists. As long as there was soil, sooner or later, they would be able to nurture new strong demons. More importantly, now that they are at war with humans, the low and middle demons are the main force on the battlefield, and at this moment, their value does not compare to the small demon clans. As long as military resources are contributed and supplied, and great contributions are made for the sake of the world of darkness, anyone can become king. The Lord of Gluttony assumed that if the first pillar or the demon of nothingness were here, those would agree with such a thing. The rest of the pillar demons started to object. Too many years have passed since the first pillar escaped. Even his clan members don't know where he went. While the demon of nothingness is even more erratic, no one has seen him since he divided the world into 72 countries. Right now, the Lord of Gluttony makes all the strategic decisions, and he also has all the power in his hands. The Lord of Gluttony explained that order determines everything. If anyone wanted his power, they could just take it away. But who could do it? There was silence among the demons of the 72 pillars, none of them daring to cross the Lord of Gluttony. After the meeting, the servant of the interrupted night shouted out that this was simply outrageous. After all, no demon could be equal to Lady Mishaji. Mishaji said that it was the Gluttony King's decision, and that no one would object. The Dark Knight Demon Clan has a significant legacy. Although no high-level individuals had appeared among them for many years, the contribution of martial resources had always been stable. But what bothers her is the King of the Night, Ushi. His appearance is too unusual, as if he came out of nowhere. He first appeared in Taroko Fortress, killed the former Lord Sati, and became the new lord, and after a year's absence he took the throne of the king. Also, Mishaji heard that after becoming a lord, the latter refused to transfer military resources and stopped military conscription in his territory. Until now, the locals had never heard of Wuxi's existence. All these signs are very strange. The demons suggested that perhaps Wuxi was a hermit who lived in the territory of demonic beasts. Although such demons are rare, but there is still a chance. They have been fighting demonic beasts since childhood, and their own combat power is very great. Except that almost nothing is known about them, because they rarely come into contact with other demons. Mishaji admitted that such a thing was possible, except she had a bold assumption. Last year, Yuncheng and Lu Miaoling teleported here in reverse order. Their point of displacement was the territory of the demons of the interrupted night, which meant they had to deal with them. Therefore, she sent Karat after them, but unfortunately, the chase was unsuccessful. Instead, however, he spotted an open, forbidding mountain range. Considering the importance of the forbidden mountain range, she had given up the pursuit, and if you think it over carefully, the exit from the backside of the forbidden mountain range is very conveniently located in the territory of the demons of the Dark Knight clan. And the closest territory to them is Taroko Fortress. The servant asked if she meant that the Night King was actually a human Yuncheng. After all, this is impossible, as there is a thick aura of darkness emanating from his body, and the demons watching the fight can confirm this. He simply cannot be human. Mishaji explained that it wasn't a big deal, as a single reason was often enough. If he continued to refuse to hand over military resources, and also considering this reason, the demon asked Madame to speak plainly, and with a lick, the one said that the Dark Knight demon country with an empty heritage is very tempting, the capital of the Dark Knight. Bahar admitted that he hadn't even expected that their lord would one day become king. They had waited too long for this day. Their guards were just going crazy with joy. Yuncheng asked the one not to worry because the benefits for them didn't end there. The country had been controlled by the three kings for too long, and some important positions were still being used by other demons. Yuncheng asked what he thought about it. Bahar told the king with fervor that he had nothing to worry about. He promised that he would place trusted persons in important positions in the capital within a month. and then everything would be under the king's control. Yuncheng said that in that case, he would leave everything to Bahar and let the man leave. Once Bahar left, Yuncheng asked Xiaoyu and Xiaoling why they had come to see him, and if it was the teacher's idea. To which Xiaoyu replied that it was like that, and they had two goals in this visit. The first is to find Mr. Yuncheng and Miss Lu Miaoling and help them return. The second reason is to leverage the trump card the mistress left behind in the world of darkness. Yuncheng wondered what kind of trump card could the teacher have left behind. Only Xiaoyu was about to answer when Xiaoling said that they needed to ask the hostess first before giving an answer. Yuncheng asked, "Did they have any way to contact the teacher?" After all, the other worlds were separated by a spatial barrier. Xiaoyu replied that it was certainly impossible with human strength. But if one were to use the power of a god, with the help of a special divine-level item obtained through donation, one can easily communicate with their mistress. Illusory star-piercing mirror is a divine-level artifact through which one can communicate with the other party, ignoring all restrictions. It is obtained with the donation of a demon king. Reaching out, Xiaqingcheng asked the demonesses, "What happened?" Xiaoyu happily explained that they had found Mr. Yun, and that he was so awesome that he had become a 72-pillar demon. After explaining, Yuncheng greeted his teacher. Xiaqingcheng was surprised by her disciple's achievement. After all, it was simply an amazing achievement. She asked him to tell her everything in detail. After listening to Yuncheng's story, Xiaqingcheng recognized that although the situation in the Dark Knight Demon Country was special, the defeat of the three lords was already a great progress. She said that she was sorry for not being around, as she would have rewarded him generously for it. Yunqing said that she shouldn't do that after all, she'd already given him too much. After which, he remembered that he couldn't get news from the human world and asked how their situation was, to which the teacher replied that things were very bad. It was because of this that she sent Xiaoyu and Xiaoling to him to make changes on the battlefield. Now she felt that it would be better for him to stay in the world of darkness. Yuncheng asked if she meant. Xiaqingcheng explained that the best way to reduce the pressure on the front lines was to start a war between demons. After which, she reminded that she still didn't know what level the one was at. Yuncheng recognized that although it was embarrassing for him to say this, at least he wouldn't lose to the Demon King. The legendary equipment set gave Yuncheng an excessive amount of confidence. The demonesses shrieked at the fact that Mr. Yun had said something so terrible. He considers himself invincible in front of the Demon Kings, which means he probably forgot about their mistress level. Xiaqingcheng laughed and then said that it was very interesting. She asked Xiaoyu and Xiaoling to take Yuncheng there so that she could give him a long-forgotten test. On the way, Xiaoyu told Yuncheng that he would suffer, and Xiaoling started to feel sorry for him. Yuncheng told them that it wouldn't come to that, and asked if teacher Xia was going to personally beat him up. Just as suddenly, Yuncheng remembered that despite the teacher's brilliant fighting merits, she is a level 3 master, which is lower than Demon Kings. If she were to be opposed, his defeat was guaranteed. Xiaoling admitted that she found it difficult to say. After which, Xiaoyu asked, "Where did Yuncheng go after entering the world of darkness?" Yuncheng revealed that he had traveled to the vast desert, which could be regarded as a treasure hunt. He decided not to mention the incident with Shu Wu, because even the blank blueprint he left behind could not be explained by the system. The journey was not easy at all. To merge with the dark magic, I was almost destroyed by the rules, and after saying goodbye to Shu Wu. At that time, he was weakened and couldn't deal with the sudden monster on his own. Fortunately, his attributes were higher than before, and he was able to move to some extent while in a weakened state. Combined with the insane amount of food and the use of terrain, he had somehow escaped for a while. Running away, Yuncheng deliberately plotted a route and gathered the monsters together, and relying on his skill set, he split with them in one fell swoop. Before more monsters appeared, he fled to the entrance of the City of Nothingness, which he miraculously took refuge in. If he had messed up the road at that point, it would have been a dead end. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination. Yuncheng was surprised to see such a powerful magic circle. He felt that he wouldn't be able to break through it alone, and wondered who had set it up in such a place. To which Xiaoyu replied that of course it was their mistress. Behind the magic circle is the hidden treasury of the Queen of the Night. Yuncheng asked how the hidden treasury had managed to survive. After all, it was in the possession of 3 lords. Xiaoyu told her that the mistress's magic circle also has a concealing effect. and Yuncheng can only see it because of the fact that they are near him. Opening the magic circle, Xiaoyu asked Yuncheng to enter, since inside and is the mistress's trial. Behind the magic circle was Xia Qingcheng. As soon as Yuncheng stepped inside, Xia Qingcheng attacked him, shouting for the demon to die. But moments before Yuncheng was beheaded, Xiaoyu asked the mistress to stop, explaining that it wasn't a demon, but her disciple that she had gotten after returning to the human world. Yunqing was astonished that he couldn't even see the teacher at such a frightening speed. He didn't have time to react. Xia Qingcheng asked, where could she have had time for such nonsense as a disciple? She reminded the demonesses that they should be aware of the consequences of lying to her. Xiaoyu asked, how could they lie to her? After all, they would want to live for many more years. Xiaoling then recalled that it had been 4 years since they had put her here, and told her that their names were now Xiaoyu and Xiaoling. These were the names Mistress had given them when they returned to the human world. If she didn't believe it, at least she could believe herself. At that moment, they'd just met the landlady. Even though the shower contract had been signed, she didn't trust it much. Xia Qingcheng confirmed in the mirror that Yuncheng was indeed her disciple, and admitted that she was willing to call him her favorite disciple without exaggeration. She said that including Xiaoyu and Xiaoling, they could be fully trusted. Local Xia Qingcheng admitted that she believes herself in the mirror, except it's still hard to believe, even considering that they are the same person. She knows her talent and her strength very well. There is no point in accepting a disciple. It is a waste of time. Xia Qingcheng in the mirror admitted that she thought so too at first, but something happened in the aftermath that made her unable to do otherwise. Xia Qingcheng said in the mirror that she needed to know more and help her test the boy's strength. She let her start hitting in earnest, but asked her not to overdo it. Yuncheng couldn't stand it and asked, what is going on here? Why is the teacher in the Dark Knight Queen's treasury? After all, she is in the human world. Could the local be a clone? Except that one personally said that it had been 4 years, while an ordinary clone couldn't last that long. Xia Qingcheng has noticed that in the face of an emergency, Yuncheng is able to think calmly, quickly find the key points of the problem, and even make rough guesses. She really likes this kind of aspect, and thus she is not surprised to call him her favorite disciple. Xiaoyu told Yuncheng that he guessed correctly. The mistress here is a clone of the real mistress. But it's not a skill, it's a special divine-level item. She has all the skills and strength of the mistress from 4 years ago. After the mistress killed the Queen of the Night, she found her treasury, which contained the collection she had gathered throughout her life. Unfortunately, the treasury was opened using specific methods and could not be opened in a short time. Because of this, the mistress had to create a clone and set up a protective magic formation so that no one would disturb the clone while the main body attacked the rest of the country. Later, the mistress was seriously injured and hurriedly returned to the human world, and the clone was successfully forgotten in the treasury. Such a mistake turned into a trump card. Xia Qingcheng said that she had never been able to open the treasury. This kind of thing could not be done by brute force. There must be a corresponding hidden condition. If one tried to destroy the treasury by force, the treasures inside would self-destruct. Yuncheng was astonished by the power of divine treasures, for in front of him is a clone that has the strength of the original and can last for 4 years. While his shadow puppet is only able to use some skills and the attributes are diminished. It simply can't go in any comparison. Clone Xia Qingcheng asked Yuncheng not to exaggerate, as the clone still had great flaws. After that, she suggested to finish talking about it for today, because now was the time to test it. Yuncheng took out a blade and said that he would take it as an honor. He really wants to know how strong Teacher Xia was 4 years ago. Xia Qingcheng admitted that being in this place for 4 years is quite boring, and therefore, she hopes that her disciple will be able to amuse her. Fighting hard she certainly won't, as this is a test. If Yuncheng forces her to use her sword, then he has won. Xia Qingcheng, a level 90 frost swordsman. Attributes and skills unknown. Even though it's a swordsman who doesn't use a sword. Even if the opponent is Teacher Xia, Yuncheng somehow feels uncomfortable about being underestimated. The fight started with Yuncheng rushing towards Xia Qingcheng, taking advantage of the magic swordsman's illusory move. Xia Qingcheng realized that he had decided to get close before she used the skill. She even wondered what the original her had taught him since he was acting so rashly. As soon as Xia Qingcheng bounced back, the druid's entangling vine wrapped around her feet. Xia Qingcheng was surprised by this. Although the shape had changed, it was clearly a druid vine. Xiaoqingqing wondered what was going on here. After all, Yunqing's weapon is a sword, but he still hadn't used the swordsman skill. Attacking teacher Xia, Yunqing said that she was the only one here who hadn't figured out the opponent's methods. At the last moment, Xiaoqingqing froze the vine and dodged Yunqing's attack by breaking it. What the teacher did is very similar to the effect of the ice attribute. After evaluating Yunqing, Xiaoqingqing realized that he was classless. So it was not surprising that he was able to use the skills of other classes, and Yunqing's attributes were also quite high, which meant that the original her had accepted a rare disciple. Xiaoqingqing said that the power of the skill was not bad, and far surpassed the level of the basic skills, after which she suggested that it was because of the special talent. That meant that he wouldn't fight her with ordinary techniques, so she should just treat Yunqing as a group of people. Xiaoqingqing started circling around Yunqing while he couldn't find the real her due to her speed being too fast. Just as suddenly, one of the speed illusions tried to attack Yunqing from the blind spot, but Yunqing managed to react to the attack. Just as suddenly, Xiaoqingqing appeared behind his back saying that he hadn't guessed, immediately after which, Yunqing received a crushing blow from the teacher. But a moment before he was hit, he managed to use divine lightning, the teacher's speed too insane for him, Xiaoqingqing said, becoming more interesting since he possessed a spatial type skill. Right after that, she appeared behind Yunqing's back and said that unfortunately, it wasn't that much fun. Yunqing was once again hit by teacher Xia's mighty strike. He was amazed by the teacher, for she had caught up with his divine lightning relying only on her own speed, which was simply unbelievable. Xiaoqingqing caught up with Yunqing and said that this was not the end, immediately after which she sealed him into the ground. After which she remarked that he was quite stable thanks to his equipment, and asked if the original had given him this legendary kit. After all, from the looks of it, she had rushed her decision. Yunqing asked her not to be mistaken about this. After all, teacher Xia had always paid special attention to his training and exercise, and most of her gifts were geared towards further growth. He assembled the legendary kit himself. Suddenly, Yunqing began to be covered in ice. He identified this technique. It is a snow dance hidden class ice dancer. It leaves a small frostbite on the ground as it moves, and the opponent would start to freeze after touching that spot. Yunqing now realized that all of the teacher's quick movements were aimed at covering the freezing areas to narrow the space for movement, and the attack in the air was made to throw him back into the freezing area. Except the teacher is a frost swordsman. Where did she get her hidden class ice dancer skills from then? Seeing the situation the disciple was in, Xiaoqingqing said that it was over, as Yunqing suddenly merged the vine skills, and the dew druid wrapped itself around and created a huge vine. Xiaoqingqing realized that since the one couldn't move, he just decided to use the vine to cover his body, which was quite interesting, and the flame that melts ice. Xiaoqingqing said that the original directly treasured it since she passed on the underworld flame. Since he was lagging behind in terms of speed, Yunqing decided to increase the distance and use a massive attack that there was no hiding from. He fused fireball skills, swift energy projectiles, and afterwards water arrows with a clutching discharge attacking teacher Xia with energy blast projectiles and a rain of lightning arrows. Since the disciple used ranged attacks, Xiaoqingqing decided to respond to him in the same way by completely leveling his attack. Yunqing was astonished. After all, these were advanced skills after fusing several skills, and those were so easily neutralized. Frost Swordsman's melee class, but if one needed to break through such a ranged attack, one would have to use sword energy. What kind of ice bomb was it then? Jumping out of the fog cloud, Xiaoqingqing said that breaking the distance was the right decision, except that he was only in a better position for her. Yunqing is just a live target for her. Suddenly, Yunqing smirked and said that it was still unclear which one of them was a live target. A clone jumped out from Yunqing's shadow and immediately targeted the teacher. Xiaoqingqing had in no way expected such an outcome. After all, Yunqing had set himself up as bait to lure her, creating an opportunity for a clone. Losing the opportunity to attack, Xiaoqingqing bounced off the clone to avoid damage. Yunqing managed to trap her in a sinister trap. Yunqing said that as expected, she was able to dodge even in such a state. But unfortunately for her, the shadow puppet was also a trick, and she wouldn't be able to dodge the next attack. Yunqing merged the blazing flame decapitation and the fireball, creating a decapitating blast of flame close to the teacher. But to his surprise, teacher Xia managed to block the attack by creating an ice crystal. Xiaoqingqing said that it was a beautiful attack, and in return, she'll take him seriously. Yunqing received a direct hit from Teacher Xie, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Teacher Xia's current speed wasn't even comparable to what he had before, and you can't even see its trajectory with an armed eye. Yunqing tried to get up, but his body was under the effects of freezing. Since there was no other choice, he decided to take the risk of using tens of thousands of strength. But in the next instant, Teacher Xia once again sealed Yunqing into the wall. Xiaoyu swept up that this was the outer room of the Dark Night Queen's treasure room. And the materials to build it are terribly expensive, yet it has gone cracked. After which, Xiaoling added that although Mr. Yun lacked strength, but the mistress took him seriously. The teacher's speed was simply terrifying even though he managed to dodge. After going into a state of tens of thousands of strength, he can only slightly grasp her movements. Xia Qingcheng praised Yunqing for how much strength he possessed when he was only at the 60th level, after which she acknowledged that the original she was clearly not wrong in her choice, but if he wanted to pass the test, he would have to push himself some more. Just as suddenly, Yunqing grabbed her hand and asked, "How about adding fire?" and merged the fireball with a clinging, raging flame, because of which he was once again able to catch Teacher Xie and get a chance to attack. Xia Qingcheng jumped out of the flames thinking about Yunqing using the self-immolation technique to die together. But afterward, she noticed that there wasn't a single burn on Yunqing's body. Xia Qingcheng finally realized that her resistance to fire was not as high as his. Yunqing thanked the teacher for the compliment and once again merged the entangling vine with the growth. Coupled with the quick spell and double spell, Yunqing quickly changed the terrain on the battlefield. Xia Qingcheng asked, "Did he make the relief harder to weaken her speed? In that case, he can try, except it won't change anything." Yunqing asked, "What would happen if you added them?" and summoned 2 flame puppets, to which Xia Qingcheng replied that she had already anticipated this technique, after which she blocked the puppets' attacks and dealt with them instantly. Yunqing used divine lightning to change location, but Teacher Xia immediately detected him and began to act preemptively. As soon as she jumped onto the vine, she suddenly heard something squeak. It was a trap. Immediately after, the landmine exploded, throwing Xia Qingcheng off the vine. As soon as Yunqing landed on the floor, she once again heard a squeaking sound. Looking around, she admitted that now, dodging would be much harder since everything was booby-trapped. Yunqing blew everything up thanks to the fusion of shooting flames and the dangerous mechanism of portable explosives. But even that wasn't enough to harm Teacher Xia. Combining different skills with each other, reinforcing them, covering them, and continually showing up. Xia Qingcheng said that if Yunqing had the same level of strength, he would be one of those opponents that she would never fight. The original her had found a simply amazing guy. Yunqing told the teacher that she had nowhere to run to now, then merged the free wind with the whirlwind. Xia Qingcheng realized that things were not good and began to retreat. But Yunqing didn't give her a chance by using the eyes of the night. There was no way Xia Qingcheng's clone expected him to have this skill, although he could only delay her for a moment, but it was already enough to cast a spell. Xia Qingcheng could no longer avoid the storm at its zenith. Xia Qingcheng realized that the flame clone and traps with attribute were not for attacking at all, but to divert her attention from burning the plants. The wind was now helping the fire and increasing the intensity of the large-scale attack to block her actions and corner her. She recognized that it was quite good and took out her blade. After which, she reminded Yunqing that she was his teacher, and if she couldn't figure out a trick like this, she wouldn't be called him. With a swing of her sword, Xia Qingcheng chopped the hurricane at the zenith, after which she told Yunqing not to be so arrogant. Seeing this, Yunqing was astonished by Teacher Xia's true strength. She managed to destroy everything with one swing of her sword. Xia Qingcheng congratulated Yunqing for completing the challenge. And as for the award, that treasury is the collection of the Dark Night Queen that she has collected all her life. Now it belongs to Yunqing. Yunqing dispelled tens of thousands of strength, returning to his normal appearance. Afterward, he asked the teacher if she had said that this treasure house was impossible to break into. Xia Qingcheng explained that what she was saying was that opening the treasury was tied to fulfilling certain conditions, and forcibly opening it would cause all the treasures to self-destruct. The treasury gate has a special design. It continuously flows a huge amount of liquid magical power in a complicated way. These magical powers are like tiny tubes that resemble hair but have a liquid structure. They circulate between the safe and destructible components in a staggered pattern relative to each other and never collide. To open the door, one must stop the magic flow at the position of the safe components and let the magic power continue to flow along the collapsing components until they reach the safe components and stop. Xia Qingcheng said that she had tried to freeze the magical force, but ice needed time to solidify, and so it didn't work. Yunqing guessed that the condition was the eyes of the night. After all, this was the treasure room of the Queen of the Night, which meant that she hoped that no one but her could open the treasure room. Xia Qingcheng said that after so many years of research, she had long since realized the pattern of the flow of magical power. Therefore, Yuncheng only had to listen to her command and stop the magic power at a certain point. Upon entering the treasury, Yuncheng was astonished by what he saw. This was exactly what was expected from the 72 Pillar Demons collection. Valuables, materials of heaven and earth, special items, first-class equipment, battle weapons. Such treasures are probably not possessed by any major nation in the human world. Xia Qingcheng asked Yuncheng, "What will he do with all this now?" After all, it belonged to him completely. He could take it to the front line to supply the human world army or for other purposes. Yuncheng replied that although there were a lot of items here, most of them were only suitable for use by demons. If the soldiers wanted to use them, they would have to study them first and then modernize them. But the current situation on the front lines was dire, and people didn't have much time for research. And therefore, there is only one way for them to be utilized: war. Xia Qingcheng was surprised that he wanted to make war in the dark world and asked if Yuncheng had an army. Yuncheng told her that the lower and middle-level combat power could be strengthened in various ways. He could rely on Xiaoyu and Xiaoling for high-level combat power, and high-level combat power could be left to teacher Xia. Xiaoyu explained that it wasn't that simple because the mistress clone had restrictions on certain actions. Once she left the treasury, she would disappear within 3 days. After which, Xiaoling added that the main mistress still had important errands to deal with, and these 3 days should definitely be used to complete the tasks. Yunqing realized that this was the flaw the demonesses were talking about, but even so, a divine-level item capable of creating such a clone was simply amazing. Yuncheng thought about the fact that with this, the teacher has an exorbitant amount of treasures. She has already given him the essence of a demon king, the fat of a sea god, the flames of the underworld, and so on. In addition, she has a contract beast in her office. Considering the illusory star-piercing shadow mirror and the clone creation item, it's like Teacher Xi has all sorts of treasures and she can pull out some awesome gizmo at any time. In this regard alone, Dean E, who has a rank 4 rank, is no match for her. But where did she get all these treasures when she's only rank 3? And her terrifying strength, which even a system wielder was nothing. Yuncheng suspected that it was not just talent. Yunqing recognized that he had tried hard, but he still wasn't sure if he would be strong enough in a battle with a 72-pillar demon king. Although their levels are within the 3rd rank, but Teacher Xia is able to instantly finish off a demon, up to a 72-pillar demon. In addition, she is also able to utilize the class skills of melee and ranged combat. Yuncheng asked, how did she achieve this? Xia Qingcheng assumed that the main body had taught Yuncheng nothing, and explained that level and class represented far from everything. Otherwise, how would she accept a worthless classless as her personal disciple? She could understand the reason why she did so. After all, there were some things that one wouldn't understand immediately, even if one started studying early. Xia Qingcheng assumed that Yuncheng already knew about the difference in strength and skills between the 2nd and 3rd ranks. The fact was that 3rd rank masters were different from 4th rank masters. Reaching the 4th rank not only gives one a high attribute increase, but also a skill enhancement to the 4th rank. Also, the 4th rank gets the right to use a primal skill that contains traces of primal power. Yuncheng asked, what was this original skill and primal power? Xia Qingcheng assumed that Yuncheng would have a hard time understanding what the original skill was and suggested calling it a super skill or a divine weapon skill. For most awakened ones, the original skill is the end point as well as the end of the rank. But for some powerful awakened individuals, the original skill is only the beginning of the journey. The power of the original skill is that it contains traces of the original force. The original force implies the source from which the world is composed, as well as the basic force used by the god to create the world. There are many varieties of it, be it life, flowers, herbs, trees, animals, or phenomena such as water, fire, wind, lightning, and the like. Ordinary skills can summon such phenomena as water or fire, but in the end it is only a crude imitation of magical power without affecting the basic essence Upon reaching the 4th rank, the awakened begins to master the original skill inherent in his class. Although the skill contains only traces of the original power, but its power is far beyond humanity. More importantly, it can become a stepping stone to comprehend the original power. Xiaqing Cheng explained that when Yun Cheng successfully learned and was able to control his inherent primordial power, he would be able to overcome the rank restrictions and make any changes to his own primordial power. Her ice source could be taken as an example. Although the ice chunks look like the mage's ice bomb skill, she actually uses primordial power to transform them. As for strength, Xiaqing Cheng threw the crystal to the side, damaging the strongest wall of the treasury. After something like this, Yun Cheng wasn't even surprised that this thing was able to resist his fusion skill. Xiaqing Cheng said that 4th rank awakened ones were called divine-level masters because the primordial power belonged to the power possessed by a god. However, there are differences in strength between 4th rank awakened ones and demon kings. The key to determining the power lies in the kind of source and the user controlling it. An ordinary awakened 4th ranked demon king can use the original skills while not understanding the power of its source, and it is quite possible they will never gain an understanding of it for the rest of their lives. However, those who have reached the level of a 72-pillar demon are quite capable of controlling the original power. Yunqing guessed that teacher Xie had such brilliant martial merit because she possessed an original strength that even demon kings didn't have. But where did she get her original skill from if she hadn't reached the 4th rank? Xiaqing Cheng explained that for lack of rank 4, the original skill could be acquired in other ways. For example, by using a special top-level item, material, equipment, and other ways. Unfortunately, the original one wasn't here, and the Dark Knight Queen's treasury didn't have anything like that, so she would have given Yun Cheng some such items. Hearing about the equipment and original skill, Yun Cheng realized that he had something similar. A month later, Yun Cheng asked Bahar about his progress, and the one reported that with the king's eyes of the night, they had no problems. Currently, all the important posts in the capital were entrusted to their men. Without a doubt, King Wuxi had all the actual rights, and any order he gave would be carried out without delay. Yuncheng praised the counselor and, throwing a spatial stone, said that he had a new task. Looking at the crystal, Bahar asked, astonished at the new task. This spatial magic crystal was too huge, and inside it is a huge amount of valuables, equipment, supplies, and materials. Bahar asked if the king had emptied the treasury again. Yuncheng replied that there was still a lot of money in the treasury for the stable functioning of the country, and half of the items inside he had smuggled out. Bahar wondered if it was really okay to hand him such riches. After all, Yuncheng approached Bahar and reminded the man that he had followed him from Taroko Fortress and had been through a lot, and therefore who could he trust but him? Bahar was flattered by his master's words. Yuncheng asked Bahar to let him spend it all within 3 months and increase their country's overall combat strength, after which Yuncheng revealed that there were still plenty of powerful demons in this country that were not present in their capital system. Some of them are tired of fighting from the shadows, while the rest are joining other clans. Bahar should try to win them back with money or resources. Yuncheng asked Bahar to remember that what matters is quality, not quantity. In addition, they must hold a national battle tournament. The first-place winner will be able to become the new lord of the territories under Carlos's control and will receive a staff of weakening as one of the Demon King's equipment. All the other top 50 participants will enter the formation of the capital's guards and will be generously rewarded according to the ranking. Bahar said that all these orders sounded like preparations for war. Yuncheng confirmed that it was indeed a war. He said that after that, he would leave for a while, during which time Bahar would report all matters to Lord Islandbella, who would make decisions on behalf of the king. And as for the resources that would remain after the execution of the orders, they could be used to reinforce the capital's soldiers. Bahar accepted the orders and immediately set out to carry them out. Looking at Mr. Yun's bold and decisive actions, he began to remind the demonesses of their mistress. Their hearts began to tremble. Yuncheng asked Xiaoling to try her best to manage the country with diligence in his absence. Due to the lack of a teacher clone, they could only choose to fight defensively. Xiaoling's heart yelped once again at how polite Yuncheng was to her. Xiaoyu told her that Madame told them not to return in a hurry and to stay behind to help with all their strength. She told Yuncheng that he could use them however he wanted. Yuncheng felt embarrassed by such attention from the demonesses. Xiaoling asked, "Did that demon really deserve that kind of trust?" and Xiaoyu reminded that the resources Yuncheng had handed over were enough to make any demon wallow in greed. To which Yuncheng replied that trusted people should not be doubted, and he knows Bahar's character. Most of all, he is greedy for small things. Isn't everyone eager to take advantage of himself? And if that one turned out to be duplicitous, Xiaoling would take care of him properly. The demon capital of the night. The demons bowed to their king. Many of them wanted to see what he was like, and as it turned out, he was quite handsome and not even arrogant, which made the demonesses uneasy looking at him. All were glad to see him, because their taxes were reduced and no longer have to fear forced conscription. Xiaoyu told Yuncheng that the people loved him quite a lot, and he told him that he was not going to transfer military resources to the front lines. Therefore, there was no need for him to impose high taxes on the people, and he didn't need to conscript soldiers. After a short walk, Yuncheng and Xiaoyu finally arrived at the artisan's house. As soon as they entered, all the demons inside immediately bowed to their king. Xiaoyu reported that according to Yuncheng's decree, the best of the best artisans had gathered here, and supposedly they could fulfill any of his orders. Yunchen took out the materials and asked the artisans if they could handle it. After seeing the size of the spatial stone, the demons were amazed at the amount of resources inside. Inside is a huge amount of materials and weapons for war, and even precious spatial soil. This amount of resources is even enough to build a fortress. Yuncheng said that their task was simple. They must turn the mobile palace in his hands into a military fortress that can be carried around. Yuncheng asked if they would be able to do it. Yuncheng had obtained the portable palace after completing the 70-pillar demon mission, but a mere palace was not enough for him. The demons cried out that His Majesty didn't have to worry about that, because they would do their best to create a deadly weapon that would satisfy him. They felt that this was their only chance to create something with so many materials that would make their blood boil. Yuncheng smiled and said that in that case, he would give it all to them, after a while. Xiaoyu reported that a guard had been assigned to the artisan's workplace, and if anyone decided to betray them, they were guaranteed to be killed on the spot. Even though the probability of betrayal was low, it was better to be safe. Covered in a blush, Xiaoyu said that she wanted to ask Yuncheng something. He had brought her to a desolate mountainous region by any chance to... Yuncheng praised Xiaoyu's sharp mind, thanks to which she was able to figure out his plan. Swaying from side to side, Xiaoyu said that in a remote place where no one would bother, a single man and woman alone together, it was so shameful. After which she asked how he is not ashamed, because he is talking so seriously, making it seem like he likes to play with girls. Yuncheng suddenly decided to take back his words. After a while, Yuncheng and Xiaoyu reached the right place. After that, Yuncheng began to create a fireball, thinking about the fact that during the battle with the explosive flame demon king, he had to impose a large number of debuffs on him, and at that time, he had to resist his attacks by resisting fire. Even though he was in the tens of thousands of strength mode, he didn't really want to be hit. The only time he could put up any resistance was in invincibility mode. Yuncheng used melting to create a huge stream of fire, hitting the distant mountain. Such a strong technique managed to melt through the mountain, which shocked Xiaoyu. She assumed that even demon kings wouldn't dare to go up against such power, and even the 72 pillar demons could be injured by this. If one were to believe what Teacher Sia had said, it was rumored that a top 10 explosive flame demon king could control the primordial power. Being in a dangerous position, this technique could be used as the strongest killing attack. Yuncheng told Xiaoyu that he would now use skills with the fire attribute until he ran out of all magic power. Therefore, he is granting his safety to her. To begin with, Yuncheng decided to compare his flame to the flame containing the primordial power, and then repeat again and again until he had a chance to comprehend the primordial power. 3 days later, Yuncheng continued to try to learn the primordial power, but he was never able to succeed. His flame and the annihilating flame are on different levels altogether. Although the flames of the underworld are S-ranked, because of that they are a head taller than normal flames. But the explosive flame king himself couldn't use ordinary flames. Yuncheng tried to understand why the gap in strength was so large and what exactly was the difference. Xiaoyu apologized to Yuncheng, for there was nothing she could do to help him with studying the primordial power she knew nothing about. But she could help him with maintenance, Xiaoyu said, offering Yuncheng water. Yuncheng said that she had nothing to apologize for. After all, the problem was only him. The difficulty of understanding the primordial power was much higher than he had expected. and he must prepare for a protracted war. Yuncheng asked Xiaoyu about the progress of the mobile fortress, and she said that it would supposedly take about a year. She then reminded him that in 2 days, the 72 Pillars Demon meeting would be held, so Yuncheng, as the king of the night, should attend. Xiaoyu asked if she should ask Xiaoling to start the preparations. From Bahar's words, Yuncheng already knew that the pillar meeting was held every few months. He didn't need to attend in person. It would be enough for him to use special equipment to create a magical projection. Yuncheng explained to Xiaoyu that it would be unnecessary, as such meetings were to discuss what was happening on the front lines, resources for the rear, and so on. He, on the other hand, decided against providing any resources. Yuncheng thought that by participating in this kind of jousting, he might inadvertently reveal his identity. After finishing, Yuncheng once again returned to his training. Parish organization. Princess Lucini told Xiao Lingzi that promoting Tu to bishop was the right decision. After all, she had helped her gather the materials they had planned to gather in 3 years of trekking in 1 year, which made her happy. Lucini asked what she wanted as a reward. Wealth? Status? Xiao Lingzi replied that serving the lady priestess was a great honor for her, and she couldn't think of any reward. But if she would allow it, she would like to go to a certain place. Lucini asked if she wanted to ask her out on a date. Unexpectedly, she is admired by many people, but even so, she accepts Xiao Lingzi's proposal. Leaving, Lucini said that she would personally visit Xiao Lingzi when she reached the 3rd rank. Lu Miaolin was already looking forward to this date. After all, she would be able to make a deep impression on Lucini. Yuncheng created a huge pillar of underworld flames. Tired of constantly trying, Yuncheng summarized that no matter what fire attribute skill he used or combined with other skills, it was all different from melting. Yuncheng tried to figure out what should he do. Xiaoyu turned to Yuncheng and said that she might have imagined it, but she felt as if the Lord's magic power was volatile, but compared to the original skill, it was as if it was illusory, as if one of them was a single entity and the other was impermanent and incorporeal. Yuncheng thought about illusory and condensation. He was unable to sense anything that Xiaoyu could see, because of which Yuncheng came to the conclusion that due to the exertion of training, he had forgotten to look around. Since those words are rather vague, he decided to find out for sure, and the best way to feel it was directly from the body. Yuncheng created a fireball using melting. Immediately afterward, he stuck his hand into the melting ball, but a moment later, he grimaced at the pain and heat he felt. Yuncheng had never expected that he would be able to burn himself with his resistance to fire. Yuncheng felt that such a thing would not be enough and climbed inside the melting ball to experience even more. While in the fireball, he screamed relentlessly, suffering unthinkable pain and heat. Xiaoyu shouted out that even rank 4 masters can't resist the original skill, because the power of the source comes from divine power. Even if he has a high resistance to fire, Master Yun doesn't have full immunity. Yuncheng murmured back that this was the reason why he was doing this with his own body. Just as suddenly, the melting ball dissipated, and the burn-covered Yuncheng shouted out that he could feel it. Xiaoyu rushed towards the falling Mr. Yun, but the one managed to hold on, immediately after which he used a fireball. Yuncheng had a grasp on the word and couldn't let go. Yuncheng began to condense the fireball, reducing its size, causing it to take on a red hue. But that wasn't enough. Hence, Yuncheng used all his strength to compact it even more. As suddenly, a black and red flame began to manifest inside the fireball. Xiaoyu said that this small fireball makes her feel a sense of danger, and asked if it was a primal skill. Immediately after which she added that it still doesn't reach it yet. It looks like an ordinary skill with the rudiments of a primal skill. Yuncheng said that it was still his first time doing this, and this was the limit at his level. But anyway, he was just getting started. Yuncheng fainted from exhaustion. Right after that, he was caught by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu said that she would take care of his safety and asked Yuncheng to rest. The treasure trove of the Queen of the Dark Night. Xia Qingqing told the clone that this was her last assignment, and that no matter the price, she should give her best. The clone asked for the main body not to worry, for while she has the same memories, feelings, and abilities, without the inherited lust for life, death means nothing to her, except that she can't complete this task immediately, as Yuncheng might need her help within half a year. Xia Qingqing didn't mind postponing the task, after all. The front line wouldn't collapse in half a year. Since they had talked about the most important things, Xia Qingqing's clone asked the original if she could tell her everything. After all, It was hard for her to imagine what could have happened at that time, even the unexpected acceptance of a disciple. Sha Qingcheng froze for a while, pondering over what had happened, after which she said that they were still alive. The clone interjected what the original had asked. Tears sprang from the clone's eyes. She wanted to know if they were really still alive. They are indeed alive, Xia Qingcheng mentally said, but she would not wish for them to live like this. They should be dead, but she couldn't do it alone. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it alone. If the antagonists are them, then it's true, and she already knows what she should do next. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was cooling Yuncheng by placing him on an ice block. She was surprised to see such severe burns, as Mr. Yun's resistance is very high. She was afraid that if she hadn't intervened at that moment, he would have been burned to death the moment he came into contact with the fire. But fortunately, the state treasury is not short of medicines to cure wounds. Yuncheng should soon recover, thanks to the ice lotus jade oil that Xiaoling sent. After a while, Yuncheng finally recovered. He thought it was ridiculous that he almost burned himself with his own flames. In doing so, however, he managed to make a lot of progress. Yuncheng asked Xiaoyu what she thought of this skill. Xiaoyu replied that it was very strong, completely beyond advanced skills, even being stronger than the skills of 4th grade masters. However, it is still vastly inferior to the original. Yuncheng agreed with Xiaoyu's words and said that this was only a prototype. By continuing to refine it, this skill would be able to match or even surpass the original skill. Xiaoyu asked how would this happen? To which Yuncheng replied that he would do it the previous way. He would use melting on himself because there was no other shortcut. Only in this way would he be able to understand the original skill and then use his flame to mimic the annihilating flame. Once the two were on the same level, they would purify and shrink. After repeating this, he would have to comprehend the power of the source. Xiaoyu said it was too risky since he almost died after the last time. To which Yuncheng replied that it was fine, because as he understood the nature of the annihilating flame, its harm to him would become less and less. Xiaoyu couldn't do anything about it, which meant she would have to stock up on burn products. 6 months later, the meeting place of the 72 pillars. The pillar demons were angry about the king of the Dark Night, who had already missed 3 meetings. Not only that, but he was also refusing to hand over military resources, provoking them by making himself look special. The pillar demons demanded that the king of gluttony give the order sooner. After all, such a demon was not fit to be a 72 pillar demon. They proposed to openly destroy the Dark Knight demon clan, after which they could make up for the lack of other demon clans. The king of gluttony has noticed how mean everyone is, after which he asked which one of them was ready to launch an attack. Hearing this, the pillar demons fell silent, unable to do anything. The king of gluttony grinned because of this, for just a moment ago those were yelling, but suddenly gave up. He reminded the pillar demons that if a real battle started, it would be a great loss for each clan. He thought it was entertaining that no one wanted to suffer a loss, but at the same time wanted to make a profit. The 5th pillar, the head of the shadow underworld, explained that this was not what the conversation was about. Each of their clans had sent a large number of soldiers to the front lines, and even the kings of many countries were fighting in the human world, because of which there weren't many strong demons left here. But if the Glutton King agreed to withdraw his main forces, destroying the Dark Knight clan would be nothing. The King of Gluttony disagreed with the 5th pillar, as the battle situation on the front lines rarely became favorable, because of which they would only give humanity a breather. Interrupted Night. Mi Shaji recognized that she could understand why the King of Gluttony wishes to avoid civil war. However, the Dark Knight clan is an exception. Wouldn't it be problematic for them if other demons started to follow suit? The Gluttony King has repeatedly sought stability, but unfortunately, only humans will be happy about it. The King of Gluttony asked the Interrupted Knight what the knight had in mind. Mi Shaji told the King of Gluttony that he had yet to forget about Yuncheng and Lu Miaoling passing through the reverse gate. Still, the dark minions in the human world adhere to the belief in demons. Mi Shaji said that once those arrived in the world of darkness, her soul pursuit seal immediately detected a response, but she never managed to find out how they managed to disguise themselves. Mi Shaji tossed the King of Gluttony a document and explained that it outlined her plan of investigation. From it, it could be deduced that the Dark Knight King Wuxi appeared at the same time as Yuncheng. The Pillar Demons began to question if Mi Shaji was trying to say that the Dark Knight King was a human? And is such a thing even possible? After all, people are unable to master dark magic until their hearts are completely demonized. That is the rule set by the god. And no one can disobey it. Mishaji asked, what if he borrows divine power? Based on the experience of everyone present offering sacrifices to the god, everyone should know the god's disposition. As long as valuable items are brought to the god for sacrifice, nothing is impossible for the god, including changing the rules. The king of gluttony admitted that although he didn't think that Yuncheng might have made a valuable enough sacrifice, such a thing was quite possible, and a civil war was exactly what he wanted to avoid. After which, he suggested that if Interrupted Night was trying her best to push this through, she must surely have a counterplan ready. Mishaji revealed that since the forces that the Glutton King could summon were limited, each clan could contribute to forming an allied demon army. Even if it was a small portion, it should be enough to destroy the demons of the Dark Knight. And of course, leading in this battle will be the demon clan of the Ragged Knight. Her clan will also put in their best efforts. The fifth pillar reminded Mishaji that, as discussed earlier, she would have to succeed him at the front lines of the human world within half a year. Therefore, she has no time to command any allied army. Mishaji replied that she remembered that, and asked if she had said that she was going to personally command her. Although the Dark Knight King has a loud reputation, he is only a demon lord, and is only worthy of being the king of the weak Dark Knight demon clan. Because of this, she only needs to give orders to her subordinates to decide his fate. The King of Gluttony said that he has already given the King of Dark Knight a chance twice. He was willing to tolerate the fact that he didn't attend the meeting the first time because the new king had a lot of things to do. He tolerated the second time when he refused to transfer military resources because he needed a certain amount of forces to defend the territory. But he does not intend to tolerate a third time, and so the King of Gluttony ordered the King of the Dark Knight to be disposed of. After the meeting, Mishaji explained to the Demon King Paladi that he would be the commander of the allied army, as she believed that he would be able to handle such a job. To which the latter replied that Mishaji had nothing to worry about, as destroying the Dark Knight demon clan was a mere trifle. And when she returned from the human world, more domains would be waiting for her. Mishaji warned Paladi not to underestimate the enemy. After all, Wuxi was able to become the king of the Dark Knight in 1 year. Such an incident was unique. Even though Paladi would not be the only demon king in this battle, strength alone on paper would be enough to defeat Wuxi, but even so, caution should be exercised. Just in case, Mishaji handed Paladi a crystal seal that sealed one of her skills that could handle everything. Meanwhile, Yuncheng could barely stand on his feet near the crater he had created. Xiaoyu congratulated him, for he had managed to succeed after all. She said that she could feel the power of the source within him. After half a year of hard training, he still managed to reach the same level as his mistress. Trying to catch his breath, Yuncheng explained that he would use up almost all of his magic and physical strength while using it, not to mention his transformation form. He was still far short of Teacher C's level, and thus needed to train even more. Suddenly, Xiaoling arrived at their place. Xiaolin immediately began to tell her that she had received news that demons from every clan. But upon seeing the crater created by Mr. Yun, she cried out in surprise. Xiaolin said that it was unbelievable. Xiaoyu then admitted that she herself wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. When they first met Yuncheng, he was just a weak classless, nothing more than an ant compared to them. If he wasn't the mistress's disciple, they wouldn't even look at him, let alone respect him. So far, he had exceeded their expectations and was getting stronger and stronger. And they can only hope that with such a person as the Demon King of the Dark Knight, they won't have to be sad in the future. Yuncheng asked Xiaoling what she wanted to ask him. Xiaoling cried out as she had almost forgotten about it. Xiaoling reported that all the clans had sent a large number of soldiers to the Dark Knight Demon Country to form an allied army. They don't even try to hide their goal, which is to attack the non-demons of the Dark Knight. Yuncheng wasn't surprised at what he heard, after all. It was most likely due to the fact that they weren't sending soldiers and resources to the front lines, which was a pretty good reason to create an allied army. And since that's the case, it's time for them to go back and start preparing for war. The capital of the Dark Knight, the Royal Hall. Looking at the demons, Yuncheng assumed that they were already aware of the situation, and asked how those could be frightened by some gathering of stinking fish and rotten shrimp. When Pulo heard about the fish and shrimp, he grabbed his head and asked what kind of joke was this. Rook then said that what he had said about the allied army was true, and that it would not be easy to contain it either. According to current information, the enemy had sent 3 demon kings and 9 demon lords. The higher demons were estimated to be around 100, and the middle and lower demons simply couldn't be counted. On their side, even if you add Lady Lubella and Aelin Bella, and the newly elected Lord Ludus, and only 5 more have the strength of a lord. The allied army will crush the soldiers with just one number, not to mention the 3 demon kings. The gap between the troops is too large. Yuncheng asked about this Lord Ludus, and Bahar told him that Lord Ludus won the national tournament and became the new lord of Carlos territory. He is very strong and is rumored to be one step away from reaching the Demon King level. Lord Ludus introduced himself to King Wuxi and said that this was their first meeting, then said that for the sake of king and country, he was ready to fight back against any enemy. Yuncheng found Ludus to be quite entertaining, as he seemed very confident and not even afraid of the allied demon army. Yuncheng decided that he should find out the background of the new lord. Lord Ludus said resolutely that he was afraid, but what he feared more was the destruction of the country and the death of ordinary people. No matter how great the difference in strength is, he is not going to back down in this battle. Immediately after Lord Ludus's words, the other demons in the hall cried out at once that they were ready to gather their strength and fight. They were not going to retreat in this battle. The demon nobles began to panic and shouted that there was no point in pointless sacrifices. They were trying to convey to the Dark Knight King that they should avoid civil war as much as possible while there was a war with humans on the front lines. After all, they are all demons and there is no reason for them to disturb the peaceful atmosphere. Afterwards, one of the nobles said that he thought they should discuss the matter since they had no reason to quarrel with the other demons. He suggested that they could appease them by giving up some territory, and if they surrendered, at least they wouldn't be embarrassed. Yuncheng remembered this demon. The one is at the head of the nobles and controls the local aristocracy. The demon lords in the hall began to shout with the nobles. They did not agree that the surrender is not a disgrace. In addition, the nobles want to surrender their territories. To which the nobles replied that this war was not winnable, so they had nothing to die for. If they manage to win, they will only offend the other demons as the enemy is an allied army. Aristocrats rebuked the lords that those ignorant do not even think about the consequences. Yuncheng felt that the current situation was very clear. While the demon lords were insisting on fighting, the demon aristocrats were sinking for surrender. Yuncheng rose from his throne and ordered the demons to stop arguing. After which he said that in 7 days, a magic projection will be launched throughout the country. At that time, he would give an answer whether there would be a battle or a surrender. After the meeting, Yuncheng and the demonesses returned to the study. Yuncheng admitted that he hadn't expected Lord Pulo and Rook to be afraid of what was happening, but even so, they still insisted on taking part in the war, which was beyond his expectations. Xiaoyu explained that it was because they had no choice. She then asked if Lord Yun knew about why one had to kill the previous lord to become a lord. Yuncheng replied that the Demon King's equipment is bound, and as long as its user is alive, even by stealing it, it can't be used. Xiaoling said that the one was right. Once the demon lords surrendered, the demons from other countries would take away their territory and seize the Demon King's equipment to raise a new lord. After all, the existence of lords is important for clan security and self-reliance. Yuncheng asked if it was possible to use the Dark Knight demon gear, being from another clan. Xiaoyu grinned and said that it was quite simple. Demons will simply start copulating with their clan members, and their future generation will have a corresponding bloodline. The reason why Lord Yun can use the equipment, however, is because the order of talent is above the bloodline. Xiaoling then said that the surrenderers they had seen recently were mostly nobles and rich merchants. Even if the leader of the country changed, they would be able to continue living as long as they paid the appropriate price. Xiaoyu asked the lord if he had already made the decision to fight. If so, why did he have to announce the decision after 7 days? Yuncheng replied that it was to prevent the nobles from fleeing all at once. They would need some time to settle things. Yuncheng told Xiaoling that he was leaving the nobles and merchants to her. Xiaoling bowed and asked him not to worry as she would arrange everything. Just as suddenly, the office door opened and Yuncheng saw 2 demons in the passage. Bahar reported to the king that Lord Ludus had arrived, whereupon Lord Ludus asked the king if he wanted to see him. Yuncheng said, making inquiries about it. Ludus was once one step away from becoming a demon king, surrounded by popularity, but he suddenly disappeared. Yuncheng asked, why did the latter do that? Hearing this, Lord Ludus turned gloomy. Afterwards, He admitted that if the Queen of the Dark Knight asked him such a question, he would refuse to answer. But King Wuxi is the only one he is willing to answer. Yuncheng asked why that was so. Lord Ludus said that the new king refused to transfer military resources, reduce taxes, and canceled the mandatory conscription. If he had become the demon king instead of Wuxi, then he would have been in a lot of trouble. Yuncheng recalled that they demons were enemies of the human race and asked if it wouldn't be natural for them to contribute to wartime. Lord Ludus admitted that he thought the same thing at first. But he also believes that conscription for such a reason is wrong. After all, he has never seen these people, which makes them seem to him something imaginary, existing only in books. But the persecution caused by compulsory conscription took place right in front of his eyes. The orders of the Queen of the Dark Knight could not be disobeyed, and he had no power to change anything, so he chose to wander the world. Escaping from reality, he hoped he could face the atrocities of humans with his own eyes, to find proof that the Queen of the Night was right. In 20 years of wandering, he still happened to meet people. They claimed to be holy believers from the parish organization, violent and crazy paranoiacs. But their actions were no different from those of bandits and robbers. It was as if they were doing evil for evil's sake, as if their brains were designed in the wrong way. Because of this, it's hard for him to imagine that a race with such a low IQ and mediocre strength like this could really threaten the world of darkness. Just as he was in confusion, he received news of the outbreak of war in his native country and decided to return. But he was one step behind. People had already left for other countries, and the battle was over. Everyone was steeped in sorrow, but he found that most of those who had fallen in battle were demons. Although the civilians and children looked saddened, at least they were still alive. This meant that war had a clear purpose, not just killing. While those holy believers would kill everyone without a trace, Ludus wondered if it was possible that the holy believers did not represent the whole of humanity. With this in mind, he began secretly conducting surveillance. He discovered that the human soldiers were disciplined and rational, which was different from what was described in the books, and also different from those of the holy believers. This added to his confusion. He wanted to find a soldier from the front lines and find out everything. But he discovered one terrible thing. With the exception of the 72 pillar demons and the individual top-level demon kings, not a single demon that had been on the front lines had returned. Yunqing wondered if this kind of thing was really happening. Yi Xiaoyu said that if you think it over carefully, it is. Although there are broadcasts from the front lines, but it's true that none of the soldiers have returned alive so far. Yunqing realized what the matter was. The 70 pillar demons were hiding something from everyone. Afterwards, Yuncheng was asked what he meant by saying that the demons of the 72 pillars had something to hide. Yuncheng replied that this was the true story between the world of darkness and the world of men. Yuncheng asked Lubella what she thought of the human world after she had been there. Yuncheng asked Lubella what she thought of the human world after she had been there, and she said that except for their appearance, food, and lifestyle, they were essentially no different from demons. Immediately after which Bahar cried out that this was impossible. For humans are cruel and evil beings, and this is the general opinion of all demons. Whereupon he asked how could evil humans be like demons at all. Yuncheng said that Bahar's reaction was expected, after which he added that if Lubella and Eiling Bella hadn't been in the human world, they wouldn't have been any different from him. Xiaoyu and Xiaoling couldn't help but agree with Yuncheng's words. There are limits to the number of people demons can see in the world of darkness, and it's mostly crazy people along the lines of holy believers. But after arriving on the front lines, the demons encounter humans in battle and discover that humans are actually different from the people they knew. Although demons and humans fought for different reasons, orders, hatred, or the desire to preserve their own lives. If someone kept their sanity after seeing the death of their loved ones, such as family and battle buddies, there is a high probability that they will be consumed by hatred and stop thinking straight. Even so, the higher their numbers, the more special personalities are bound to appear. Finding that their enemies are not those monsters unable to communicate, they doubt the correctness of warfare. Yunqing said that it got to the point where they would consider ending the war through peace negotiations or other options, or they would simply flee the battlefield. After all, at the end of the day, no one wants to die. Once this kind of thinking spreads throughout the world of darkness, it will cause serious damage to the demons, capable of shaking their faith and the foundations of their rule. This is what the demons of the 72 pillars wish to avoid. That is why they use coercion, and forbid the demons to return from the front lines to avoid additional difficulties. Bahar clutched his head and said that was just a crazy assumption, and he had a hard time agreeing with it, even if Ushi was their king. Lord Ludus admitted that at first he couldn't believe it himself. But after he saw that the human soldiers were different from what he had imagined, he began to suspect that he had been deceived all his life. That was why he began to travel the world and found that although books described human atrocities, they rarely described a specific location. He even explored certain places from time to time, but there was no trace of human presence, and after digging in the ground he could not find even a piece of human bone. It made him even more decisive in his own judgment, but unfortunately his options were limited and he couldn't research more. It so happened that at this time he heard that the new king had behaved in a special way, lowering taxes and abolishing compulsory military conscription, which was fundamentally different from the other demons of the 70 Pillars. Bahar summarized that, according to Lord Ludus, the demons of the 72 Pillars wanted war, so they were hiding everything. But what do they have to gain from it? Lord Ludus replied that he had no idea. Yuncheng admitted that he himself was puzzled by this. He knew that in terms of resources, even the atmosphere in the darkness world was stronger than the human world. Would it pay off to use all the power to attack the human world? Yuncheng said that they shouldn't dwell on it yet, because at this moment, the existence of their country was in doubt, and they needed to think about the coalition demon army. News of the coalition army's attack soon spread throughout the land of the Dark Knight demons. The civilians were horrified, and some even supported the waging of war. They donated all family assets to the state treasury to do their part for the sake of protecting lives. Some favored surrender and even fled with their families to other countries. While an overwhelming number of demons chose to stay back and observe the situation, and then made plans based on the development of events, soon, 7 days had passed. The demons of the Dark Knight were dressed up, and some of them even headed to the capital to observe everything with their own eyes, or watching everything through a projection. All those present gathered in the capital square, waiting for the king's decision. Yuncheng assumed that everyone already knew that he was here because of the demon army coalition. But before giving an answer, he wanted to tell them something. Yuncheng said that they demons suffered because of the war with humans. They all had to raise taxes and enforce compulsory conscription to provide the front line with the necessary military resources. The same could be said about their clan. But the difference is that because of the war 4 years ago, their clan suffered terrible losses and their status plummeted, after which they were harassed and discriminated against by other clans. On this basis, in order to provide the front line with resources, their clan was taxed exorbitantly, and violence was used to force the strongest into the army, which only added salt to the wounds of their weakened country. Because of all this, even meeting a close relative and having a full meal became an unacceptable luxury. But things are different now. Yuncheng asked the citizens what was their life like in the last 6 months of his rule, and they shouted that they could only dream of a life like this before. They began to eat to their heart's content, and they no longer have to worry about being forced into the army. They are all grateful to the king of the Dark Knight. Yuncheng said that unfortunately, this was all temporary, because now the demons from the other 71 clans have formed a coalition and wish to deprive them of this way of life. And all because of stopping the supply of resources to the front lines, and for ignoring the overall situation in the entire world of darkness. Yuncheng asked the demons a rhetorical question. When their country was weak and impoverished, could the other clans deal with it for them? Could they even reduce their need for resources a little? The demons shouted no, as the clans have gone to the extreme and are now asking for more. They don't care about their lives. Therefore, they want to protect their current lives. They want war. Some demons began to discuss the fact that most of the people were able to cringe at a few phrases, which meant they would clearly lose to a united coalition. At that time, they were lucky to get away to other countries while others are waiting to die. Yuncheng suggested that some people thought about it since there was a war. Fleeing to another country was the right thing to do. Afterward, he asked them if it would really give them what they wanted. Yuncheng asked, giving them a moment to reflect on the fact that it was still a long time before the war on the front lines was over. And when other countries gave up their soldiers, they were more likely to prioritize sending foreigners as cannon fodder to the front lines first than demons from the native clan. Yuncheng said that they had nowhere to go, and that only their country was a haven. He offered to surrender and return to their previous hellish life or take up arms, to protect their present life. It's up to them to surrender or fight. The little girl tearfully told her mother that she no longer wanted to starve. She wanted to eat to her heart's content. Afterwards, one of the demonesses said that her husband was gone, as well as her youngest son, as they had gone to the front lines. Afterwards, one of the demonesses said that her husband was gone, as well as her youngest son, because they had gone to the front lines. The demon with the cane laughed and said that the others didn't believe what they were saying. The demon with the cane laughed and said that the others didn't believe what they were saying. After that, the demon next to him said that he was much tougher because he had to cut off his own arm to do so. However, when they capture the healthy, they do not hesitate to send the disabled to war. One of the demonesses said that in order not to starve to death, she had sold herself to the nobles and was abused every night. An old demon said that his son had been sent to the front and his daughter had been sold and taken away, leaving only him, a miserable old man, in the family. Demons wondered what to choose here, and is there any point in asking at all? They are ready to fight a united coalition to kill anyone who is willing to deprive them of a peaceful life. The demon nobles and merchants were displeased with such a wrong atmosphere. After all, the Dark Knight King had deliberately prompted the minds and hearts of his subordinates. He had clearly already made up his mind long ago. Even so, they still had plenty of property and could easily live wherever they were. Yuncheng was pleased with the general mood and said that he would listen to their choice, and hereby he declares, "The country of Dark Knight demons by the efforts of the whole country." Suddenly, one of the aristocratic demons demanded that the king listen to their opinion as well. He explained that it would be rash to make a decision to go to war in this way, and said that they had already talked to the coalition and that war could be avoided by paying a price. Immediately after saying that, the other nobles and merchants began to demand that the king think it over again. He could cede some territories and start transferring a double batch of military resources, after which the enemy would surely retreat. Suddenly the demons are furious at the nobles because they live in luxury, and as to go to war they immediately begin to open their mouths. They are all ready to die, just not to return to the old life, and therefore they are ready to kill the nobles and merchants if they say a word. Yuncheng asked everyone to calm down, because as king, he must take into account the wishes of all demons. In general, the war should be held, but since the nobles and merchants don't want to participate in it, they can just leave the country and live elsewhere. He's not going to stop them. Hearing this, the nobles were pleased with their king's decision, except that he decided to add a but. All the property and money earned in this country by noblemen and merchants must remain here. The nobles began to panic because of what they had heard. The king of the Dark Knight is simply leading them into a dead end, and without their possessions they will be no different from the ordinary citizens. In other countries they are simply used as cannon fodder. The poor demons have begun to mock the rich. The damned nobles can leave their country, but they will have to leave their wealth here. And without their possessions, they're nothing. Usually they had to put up with the nobles, but now those nobles are going to walk away from the war. The chief among the aristocracy asked the king if he really wanted to do that. Yuncheng wondered if the other person thought he was joking. Immediately afterward, the demon sat down on his knee and, striking his chest with his fist, shouted that since the king was determined to fight, he would follow him at the cost of his own life. The nobles were shocked. Sir Raken suddenly decided to bow his head. He is the richest among the nobles, but suddenly he decided to fight alongside the commoners. This is an obvious pretense. As they suddenly realize the point, the new king is determined and strong, and opposing him will not lead to good. Suddenly, the nobles and merchants bowed down before the king and cried out together that they would lay down their lives for the king. They decided to pretend that they would go to battle, and then secretly transfer their possessions while the wretched commoners fought. Sir Raken mentally scoffed at the other nobles, because if the king had decided to say this, then he had already made preparations. If they were only now thinking of moving their possessions, they were too late. But he's not like them, because he organized everything the day before yesterday. Everything is calculated. His trusted men are already fleeing to the border with all their possessions. Rakan was going to flee that very night, while their king would fight for an empty country. Suddenly a demon ran up to Sir Raken, shouting that there was great distress. He shouted that the bodyguards in charge of the convoy had betrayed them and taken the treasure. Immediately afterward, the trustees of the other aristocrats arrived, shouting that the capital guards were occupying their warehouses. They said that anyone who tried to remove the property would be killed on the spot. The aristocrats were terrified. The demons had taken advantage of their absence, ruining all their plans. This was all set up by the Dark Knight King, and even Sir Raken didn't expect such an outcome. But fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan. He would bring out high-quality spatial magic stones. The magic stones are only 30% of his fortune, and as long as he has them, he'll be able to return sooner or later. Sir Raken is going to escape this night. Suddenly, someone grabbed the brooding Raken's face. Xiaoling told the man that he was underestimating the capital's intelligence network too much. They know everything, regardless of whether he sent his confidants to the border or about what amounts to a third of his fortune. Trying to pull his hand away from his face, Raken asked Bella what she was doing, and she said that according to the king's order, nobles are not allowed to take out property, but hearing the order, Raken didn't even think of canceling his plans. And as for the consequences for disobeying orders, Xiaoling asked if she should talk about it and burned Sir Raken's face, taking his life. The aristocrats were frightened by Raken's death and asked Bella how dare she, to which she replied, why not? She asked if they were going to avenge him and suggested they try to do it. Xiaoling said that they could follow Raken's example and try to take out their possessions, except they still needed trustworthy confidants. Just as suddenly, Zhao Yu jumped up to Xiaoling and asked her how she managed to get them to betray her. To which Xiaoling replied property, status, life, loved ones. There are many threats as long as one acts ruthlessly. Xiao Yu told Xiaoling that she was very bad, to which the latter replied that a drop of anger from a demon is normal. Yunqing shouted that it was time for them to end this farce and suggested that the residents start preparing for war. Immediately afterward, the demons began chanting in support of preparing for war after the meeting in Yunqing's office. Bahar reported to the king that according to his instructions, he had placed trustees to the merchants and nobles, and he also hung Raken's corpse at the main entrance of the capital so that they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Many nobles and merchants had already donated a large amount of money to support the war. The first step was to suppress the internal rebellion so that the external enemies could be fought. Yunqing asked Xiaoling how she was doing in the territory. Xiaoling said that the overall morale was high, but there were still many refugees, such as commoners, small traders, and guards from the outlying areas. But she didn't pay attention to them as long as they couldn't make any difference. Yunqing then asked Lord Ludus about the movement from the coalition troops, and the latter replied that they had already pulled in. The enemy's military power consists of 3 demon kings, 9 demon lords, 120 superior demons, 37,000 middle demons, and 35,000 inferior demons. In addition, there are still about 500,000 logistics soldiers in the rear. Bahar was dumbfounded by such a huge army, for they only had 70 higher demons, 10,000 middle demons, and 150,000 lower demons on their side. Yunqing had assumed that there would be a gap in numbers, but even he didn't think that the enemy would be so numerous. In the human world, there are only a small number of people who can awaken their talents, and among them, only half of the awakened, fit to serve in the army. Similarly, in the world of darkness, the proportion of demons capable of fighting is about the same as humans, but they are still in the neighborhood of 400,000, which was to be expected from a coalition army of 71 pillars. Yunqing asked when they would be moving the troops out. Lord Ludus replied that the coalition army would arrive at the border within 3 days. Hearing this, Yunqing said that those are clearly unable to wait. They are not taking them seriously. Coalition army consists of representatives of all clans of demons, and the first thing they must do after gathering, to understand each other. After all, only by getting along will they be able to show proper fighting power. But they skipped this step, considering the demons of the Dark Knight too dainty and fatty piece. This is just beautiful. Yunqing didn't mind giving them this piece to see if the enemy's teeth would break. The arrogance of the coalition army also exceeded his expectations. Yunqing assumed that Ludus must know something about the differences between the clans, since he had traveled the world for over 20 years. Lord Ludus recognized that this was true, and that he had many different foreign friends, and that it would be great if they had information useful to the king. Yunqing ordered Baharu to call Ladia and Pulo. They should start a quick meeting right now. The border of the Dark Knight Demon Country, the advanced forces of the coalition army were approaching Taroko Fortress. The demon lord riding the dragon shouted that the advanced forces alone would be enough to destroy the Dark Knight Fortress. This battle should be over in 3 hours. He gave the order attack, immediately after which they all rushed to besiege the fortress. Suddenly, a white flag went up over the fortress gates, forcing the advanced forces to halt. After that, the fortress gate boiled away, and 3 demons appeared in the passage. The demons raised their hands, Whereupon the local lord said that as the local lord and representative of Taroko Fortress, he surrendered. Afterward, the lord was taken to the three kings. The lord shouted that he was surrendering and that he was ready to give all the information he needed as long as they did not kill him. Lole, the demon king of the Shining Sealant, was slightly surprised that the lord surrendered without a fight. Even though he belonged to a crappy clan, he was still able to feel the difference in strength. Tarkis the Tyrant Demon King said he was sorry, as he had hoped to have fun killing demons while they resisted, while killing prisoners of war is half the fun. Pelati, the Demon King of the Interrupted Night, reminded Tarks that it is far better to seize territory to your own detriment. Besides, prisoners of war were their common prey, and if they dared to kill him, he would not stand by silently. Lole agreed on the value of prisoners of war, for the best quality ones could be auctioned off as slaves, and the worst could be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. Tarks asked him not to remind him of that. Pelati then ordered the guards to send the surrendered lord to the torture chamber and record everything he confessed to. The rest of the prisoners were to be sent to the prisoner of war camp, and they would discuss the cleansing after the battle was over. As the guards led the prisoner away, the lord shouted that he was willing to offer his loyalty if only those would keep him alive. Lole said that the Dark Knight demons were real cowards, unworthy of being part of the 72 demon clans. He asked why they shouldn't just kill the king because it would be so much easier. Tarks agreed with Lole's thinking. These lowlifes were clearly not worth their time. Pelati reminded him that the enemy was the king of the country and asked if they should have organized a coalition army in the first place. It was better for them to reinsure themselves. Currently, they had sent 3 detachments, one of which was headed for the capture of Taroko Fortress. Tarkus reminded Pelati that they were all demon kings here, and that he'd only been lucky enough to get the position of commander-in-chief, so he asked Pelati not to make himself the boss. After which he asked, what was the difference between a country that didn't even have a demon lord and a bunch of ants gathering? And did they really need to take them so seriously? Lole asked. Could it be that the man simply didn't believe in his power? Suddenly, one of the commanders ran into the headquarters shouting that they had a problem. 2 squads attacking nearby towns have been completely wiped out. Pelati batted Tark's hand away and asked the commander how such a thing happened. And the one told that according to the report of the surviving soldiers, the defenses were higher than expected. The troops are at the level of the main army, which is impossible to get through. In addition, it looked like the enemy had prepared for such a situation in advance and ambushed them on their retreat route, causing them to be defeated. Pelati asked how many troops the enemy had. The number of soldiers in both units numbered more than 1,500 demons, enough to level 5 cities. The commander replied that there were 10,000 of them, which shocked Pelati, because those demons were put up to defend insignificant cities of no value. Did that mean they had decided to surrender a capital city full of resources? After all, even with the small number of soldiers, the capital's guard is 2,000 demons. He couldn't figure out what kind of battle this was. These actions were clearly done for a specific purpose, and there were only 2 options before him now: or go through Taroko's fortress and rush to capture the capital. But that would leave the rear undefended, and the surrounding villages could be subjected to guerrilla warfare, or they can attack villages. But because of this, the troops will be scattered, and the tempo of the offensive will decrease. The coalition army treated the Dark Knight demons with disdain from the beginning, and refused to engage in basic direct confrontations. They wanted to quickly destroy the country and divide the gains. If they were too slow, however, their own troops might wreak havoc. Lole said that resorting to such tricks was ridiculous. He assumed that the king of the Dark Knight had not learned that strategies and tricks were only useful when the strong were a little stronger than you. Immediately afterward, he rushed to the capital of the Dark Knight to personally rip off the king's head. Pelati reprimanded Lole, calling him an idiot, while Tarks laughed and said that the Shining Sealant clan was best at killing and raiding, not to mention being king. And so he suggested that Pelati discuss how they would celebrate the victory. The capital of the Dark Knight, the command headquarters. Rook laughed as good news came from the front lines. The coalition army forces had been caught off guard, and they had won the first battle. Lord Ludus reminded them that it was too early for them to rejoice, because for an army of 400,000, losing 1,000 soldiers was not enough to damage morale. Xiaoling then added that it was better than defeat. Yuncheng assumed that by not paying attention to the losses, the enemies would send more troops or disperse their forces, which would slow down their advance. Suddenly, the ground shook and the castle walls began to crack. Yuncheng and the demons wanted to understand what was going on here and ran outside. Meanwhile, Lole had already dealt with the guards at the fortress. He demanded that the demon tell him where the king was or he would break his neck. As he suddenly felt someone's presence, Lole was pleased that the king himself had come to him. Lole disappeared from his seat and rushed toward the king with lightning speed. He barked out that although it was their first meeting, he would like to borrow Wuxi's head for fun. From Lole's blow, the fortress began to collapse again, and the demons nearby began to scatter, screaming that their king was under attack. Lord Ludus blocked Lole's mighty blow and told him not to even think about hurting their king. Lole was surprised that the demon was able to block his attack, which meant the one wasn't so simple. Ludus shouted to Polo to help him, and Polo used his Demon King gear to reinforce Ludus. Immediately afterward, Lole bounced off of Ludus, breaking the distance. But at the same moment, Zhao Yu used her Demon King's weapon, the Void Shackles. She cried out that since he dared to come to the capital to kill their king, it wouldn't be enough for him to die 100 times. Immediately after, Xiaoling pounced on Lole using the Demon King's equipment, the decapitating sickle, ordering him to cut off his enemy's head. Lole unleashed a flash of lightning reflecting the demoness's joint attack and shouted that those were too much of an arrogance as for worthless demon lords. Lole asked how a bunch of weaklings dared to fight him back. He suggested that they obviously couldn't wait to die, then started laughing. Suddenly, Lord Ludus appeared in front of him. Ludus then slammed Lole into the ground with a mighty blow. Lole was amazed that there was someone of this level among these weaklings. The demon who attacked him is probably one step away from becoming the Demon King, and with the Demon King's equipment, he will pose some threat to him. And considering the support of the other lords, the worst part of the situation was that the king hadn't even begun to act, which meant he might have a hidden trump card. He planned to kill the king by surprise, but he was blocked. So the first thing he did was to... Suddenly, everyone lost sight of the enemy king, as if he had vanished into thin air. But to Lole's surprise, the Dark Knight King managed to catch up with him. Yuncheng asked Lole if he was thinking of running away after all this. Lole flew lightning fast into the air, trying to escape from the King of the Dark Knight, but it was at his back again. Lole realized that it was clearly spatial movement, and the ability was the same as his. Because of this, it would be quite difficult to kill the Dark Knight King in a short time, and so Lole tried to retreat. Yuncheng ordered Lole, so that he wouldn't think of running away and use the Eyes of the Night. After coming here, Lole didn't even think about the fact that the Dark Knight King had this ability. The demons of the Dark Knight rushed towards the halted Lole. They were very excited because of the impending assassination of the Demon King. Lole knew that the Eyes of the Night were hard to deal with, except Ushi wasn't the Queen of the Night, and his limit on delay was 3 seconds. In that time, the lords would at most give him a minor injury. As he suddenly felt something strange, the temperature suddenly began to rise frantically. He could feel an extremely dangerous force accumulating behind him. Such a technique clearly cannot be a joke, and it cannot be resisted. And so Lole decided that he must escape at all costs. Immediately afterward, the demons of the Dark Knight finished off the enemy Demon King. After dealing with the enemy king, Yuncheng wondered, was that really all there was to it? And how could he die so easily? He felt that there was clearly something wrong here. After examining the remains, Yuncheng wondered what had happened, for the inside of the remains was empty. Could it be that this Demon King was just a puppet? Lord Ludus was furious, for it was a great shame if the enemy thought he could come and go from the capital whenever he wanted. Xiaoling said that there was nothing that could be done about it, because judging by his appearance, that king was from the demon clan of the Radiant Keelan. It was notoriously difficult to kill, and the king was notoriously difficult to kill. Yuncheng inquired as to why the Shining Keelan Demon King was difficult to kill. Xiaoyu assumed that Yuncheng should have already realized that each demon clan has its own talent and bloodline abilities. For example, the Dark Knight demons have Darkness and Eyes of the Night, while the demons of the Shining Keelan have Flicker in Space and Life Shedding. Shimmering in Space has the largest number of clan members, but each has its own difference in the distance traveled and the number of consecutive moves depending on the demon's strength. Judging by the enemy king, he is able to cover the distance from the front lines to the capital in just 30 seconds. Another self-preservation ability is Life Shedding. Only a certain number of demons of their clan have awakened it. By shedding their old body, they can get rid of any control effects and abnormal states. In a lifetime, the Molt of Life can only be used 3 times. and after use there is a period of weakness of 1 month. Yuncheng recalled that this clan was only ranked 31st, and said that geniuses with this kind of ability should have been ranked higher. With the divine lightning, it was as if he had gained a second life, and that it was too far-fetched. Xiaolin explained that the strength of an individual had too much influence on the effect of the ability. The limit among mid-rank demons is only 10 centimeters, so it also can't be used all the time. In addition, the Radiant Killing clan usually doesn't resist beatings, because they are good at stealthy assassinations and escapes, but not so good at direct confrontation. Yunqing realized what the matter was. It is very much as if he is an assassin among humans. The Demon King's goal is to kill him stealthily, not a lone attack on the city. Yunqing ordered all the remnants of the king to be gathered together to raise the morale. And he also ordered to seize all the magic crystals that disrupted the spatial flow throughout the capital. This situation of unauthorized coming and going should not happen again. Meanwhile, Pilati was reprimanding Lole for what had happened. After all, he had ignored the order and arbitrarily launched an attack. But not only was he unsuccessful, but he had also escaped back. Now his dumped body was turned into a mannequin and hung over the capital's gates. Everyone is just saying, the secretly attacking king overestimated his strength and was defeated. The demon kings of the coalition army are prestigious scum, and that the Lord of the Dark Knight is invincible. Rumors like this were now spreading throughout the Dark Knight country. What's worse is that rumors have spread in their army, undermining the morale of the soldiers. The demons of the Shining Keelan clan are the ones who are most ashamed right now. Pelody asked Lole how the latter was going to take responsibility for the situation. Sighing heavily from helplessness, Lole apologized for his failure. Karath tried to calm Pelody down by saying that no one knew that so many lords had gathered in the capital, and one of them was one step away from becoming king. Everything had already happened, and there was no point in holding him accountable, so Karath suggested discussing the next military action. Pelody mentally reprimanded himself. Possessing a demon king was a huge advantage for the coalition army, and one deterrent should be enough to make the demons of the Dark Knight panic. But since that advantage was gone, they need to find a way to boost the morale of the soldiers. After finishing his thoughts, Pelody ordered 50,000 soldiers to send 4 squads of 50,000 soldiers to attack the fortress together with 3 villages. The best way to boost morale was to win. Of the 50,000 coalition army soldiers sent, 20,000 formed the main force to attack the fortress. The remaining 30,000 were divided into 3 squads to attack the villages. In a normal situation, this distribution of forces in a territory and its own strategic value is related to the resources it possesses, which means that in an insignificant remote territory such as Ram's Fortress, the number of armed forces is no more than 5,000 soldiers. Around villages are more around 100 or so, extremely rarely more than 1,000. What Pelody didn't expect was that even after sending a crushing army, the squad that attacked the village would still be defeated, and the reason for that was extremely simple. The soldiers of the village took up the fight and overwhelmed them with their numbers. Pelody was furious. The enemy capital fortress had once again succeeded like last time, but the villages had inexplicably large numbers of troops. He couldn't understand how it was even possible to overwhelm an army in numbers. After all, the coalition army was much larger. He was trying to figure out what was going on here, and why he constantly felt someone's gaze on him. Scrutinizing all of his actions, the throne room of the Dark Knight Fortress. The demons laughed as they gained another victory. The enemies had paid the price for underestimating them. And in front of the Lord's wisdom, even the strength of the coalition army has nothing to oppose them. Lord Ludus reminded the king that, as before, the number of enemy warriors destroyed was nothing compared to their total numbers. They even had to give up the castle. Ludus asked if it was really beneficial. Yuncheng said that their enemy is trying to destroy the country, and they can give up any territory except for the capital. In the end, they will give everything back right after they win. It's only a matter of time. What they should do is use strategic depth to weaken the enemy as much as possible before the decisive battle. Ludus asked, "Is it enough to weaken the enemy by a few thousand?" Yuncheng replied that it was enough, because even if the coalition army used the shortest route, they would have to pass through over 200 cities to reach the capital. Not to mention that they were currently eliminating enemies by the thousands. If they were to eliminate 100 at a time, the total number would be staggering. Ludus asked, What if the enemies slowed down and took their time attacking each city? Yi Yun-chung replied that in that case, they would only have to withdraw their troops. However, before retreating, it would be necessary to set up a few traps, taking into account the damage they would cause. But they won't do that. After all, this arrogant army doesn't even wait for the battle to begin. And therefore, will they be willing to slow down? If they manage to inflict serious damage, a few small failures will only increase the overall anger, not quench the arrogance. Yunqing told Pulo that it was time for them to get to work. In the days that followed, Palati launched several more attacks. Each time the lords of the cities surrendered, the unit attacking the city was defeated. While the loss of overall numbers was not particularly great, it was not a major defeat. And so, Palati chose the reverse strategy, attacking the unit of the lord of the city, and the main units, the neighboring cities. Unexpectedly, the situation reversed. The cities immediately surrendered, and the unit that attacked the city lord was destroyed. After the respite, the outcome was not as good as before. The reaction of the coalition army was exactly what Yun-chung had expected. Instead of getting rid of their own arrogance, the successive defeats only increased their anger. As a result, the enemies became restless and began to blame Palati's failures as commander, feeling anxious and humiliated. Palati started tearing the hair on his head with anger. They had been outsmarted once again. Every time they lose too many lower and middle demons. It's like they're in the palm of the enemy's hand. He even sent the demon kings to infiltrate their squad, but the demons of the Dark Knight immediately noticed it, and the kings had to get out of the trap and escape. Lole asked Palati if he thought there might be a traitor among them. And wasn't it because they were losing all the time that he was leaking information? He replied that it was impossible, because the coalition army was made up of soldiers from different clans, and they rarely came into contact with the demons of the Dark Knight. There's not the slightest chance of rebellion, or even reason to rebel. After which, Lole asked, could such a thing be because of the slander of the surrendered soldiers? And Palati replied that it was even more impossible, because all the surrendered soldiers were located in the rear area as slaves, and they had no way of accessing intelligence about the war effort. Karat asked Palati how he was going to deal with this mess. The troops on the front lines are useless, so they should just hit the enemy directly with their entire army and crush them all the way to the capital. Palati called Kareth a jerk and explained that by doing so, they would only be admitting their mistakes. Once they were trapped in the enemy's super-large magic circle, the panic caused by the troops retreating would only lead to serious losses. Kareth suggested that each demon king should lead his troop on a sortie. But Palati said he was a moron and asked if Kareth thought he was invincible because he was the demon king. If they raided with the whole army, let alone 1 against 1,000, even 10,000 demons could easily die. But the enemy isn't so stupid either, and must have prepared lethal weapons for such an occasion. Not to mention, how many shots can they withstand from the unique storage cannon of the Dark Knight demons? Even after a single shot, there would only be scraps left behind. Palati asked Kareth if he could survive if they were to prepare more powerful lethal weapons and join with tens of thousands of soldiers for a siege. He reminded Kareth that he couldn't move through space and shed his skin like Lole. Palati admitted that he understood the Night King's strategy of cutting meat with a dull knife, getting rid of soldiers little by little at the expense of territories. But in order to do so, you have to calculate his plan every time. Otherwise, it would be very easy to wipe them out. Palati explained that large-scale battles are different from deathmatch, and the importance of information is as good as large-scale combat power. Their current situation is this. The King of the Dark Knight is well aware of all their actions while they know nothing about him. The question is, how does he do it? Meanwhile, Yuncheng was meditating while being surrounded by eyeball monsters. Whether it was humans or demons, the magical or dark power in their bodies would unknowingly emit itself. With the fusion of the flow of magical power and echolocation, Yuncheng uses magical echoes to pick up these fluctuations and obtain information about the location and number of opponents. Under normal circumstances, the fluctuations of magic echo detection are centered on him and spread around for thousands of miles. But if you use dark magic to unleash and focus detection in one direction, the ultimate range can be increased to 20,000 miles. The consumption of magic power also increases exponentially. Combined with the Pulo Enhancement Grimoire and the Super Secret Crystal Column Enhancement, The detection limit of the magic echo can increase to 200,000 miles, covering all enemy forces. In addition, the consumption of magic power can be taken up by magic crystals to increase the duration of the magic echo. Of course, the fluctuations are not only possessed by the enemy, and thus the information needs extra filtering to distinguish enemies from allies. Most of the Dark Knight demons have the same darkness talent as him, and the fluctuations of magical power are similar to his in demon form. While the fluctuations of the coalition army are different and vary greatly. Besides, demon kings have very keen perception, and under normal circumstances they would most likely detect such surveillance. But right now, they are in a military camp surrounded by hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and their magic power is fluctuating. Noticing this skill is almost impossible. Having learned of the enemy's movements, Yun Chung disperses 80,000 soldiers to cities that could be attacked and mobilize support at a moment's notice. Orders are relayed through a monster eyeball that is used to conduct speeches in the capital, similar to a video chat. Having accomplished all of the above, Yun Chung is able to control all the actions of the coalition army and the battlefield with absolute information. Pullo reminded the king that despite the usefulness of this method, the super-secret crystal pillar is an extremely valuable material, and in terms of money, its daily use cost them 1 billion stones. Pullo wondered if the treasury could sustain such a waste. Yun Chung recognized that it was indeed difficult, but still, Bahar had made serious preparations for the war, and they had also enumerated Raken's possessions. The value of his possessions exceeded all expectations, and thus it was no wonder that the demons called him a rich man. Combined with the donations from other nobles and merchants, it was quite enough. Yun Cheng kept it a secret that they also had the treasury of the Queen of the Night, making money not a problem. Considering the time, Yun Cheng assumed that the surrendered soldiers should have already started acting. Meanwhile, prisoners of war were brought into the coalition army camp. The soldier explained to the captives that they had only survived to this day because of the mercy of their leader. The soldier explained to the captives that they had survived only because of their leader's mercy, and that as long as he continued to obediently serve as a slave to their main forces, he would be freed at the end of the war. The prisoner said that was just fine, and he asked the soldier not to worry about it, for he would certainly serve him faithfully. The soldier mentally mocked this slave, for all his words were lies. Once they were victorious, the Dark Knight demons would have two options: become slaves completely or replace the demons of other clans on the front lines as cannon fodder. As the slave suddenly blanched and confessed about one rumor he had heard, but he thinks the one might get angry about it. The soldier ordered the slave to speak, and the slave told him that he had heard a soldier of the Dark Shadow clan of the underworld talk about how he had kidnapped his wife in the past, and now they were fighting shoulder to shoulder, as long as he wakes up with a smile every time. The soldier was enraged at what he heard. In the past, he had indeed been captured by the Dark Shadow demons of the underworld, but he didn't know who it was. So now that scoundrel had joined the coalition army to taunt him. The soldier wondered where the bastard was right now. After all, he was going to finish him off right now. The captive laughed snidely to himself. Do the demons of the coalition army really think they surrender to endure abuse? He had accomplished his mission, and the same thing his brothers were doing now. Meanwhile, another captive was telling a soldier from the Tyranny clan a rumor that during the clan war, the Tyranny clan was captured by the Demon clan of the Interrupted Night. And to this day, the tombs of the Tyranny clan belong to them. He had also heard about them being excavated last year. The captive asked if the demon was sure he could safely turn his back on such demons. Throughout the camp, the prisoners told the soldiers provoking rumors about how one's great-grandfather had been killed by someone's grandfather, how one soldier's father had ruined his family and they were now comrades in arms, about how a fellow soldier raped his father. Meanwhile, Pilati was trying to think through his next plan of action. Suddenly, there was shouting throughout the camp. The coalition soldiers began to shout and fight with their fellow soldiers for what they had done to them in the past. One of the demons ran into the headquarters and reported to Pilati that they had a problem. Suddenly, there was a squabble between the soldiers. Tired because of recent events, Pilati turned pale at what he heard. The demons of the coalition army fought each other, causing chaos in the camp. As a loud scream was suddenly heard, Pilati ordered them all to stop. Pilati reminded the soldiers that the enemy was ahead of them, while they were here making a ballyhoo. He asked what are military orders and a commander to them. The soldiers stopped and silence hung in the camp, but after a few moments they continued to fight. certain that their companions were secretly mocking them after their atrocities. Karath chuckled and told Pilati that he had led the coalition army to too many defeats, and therefore he had lost all credibility in the hearts of the demons. Reaching the boiling point, Pilati shouted, "Insolent!" Immediately afterward, he dealt with some of the soldiers who had continued the fight to remind them who he was. He then shouted to the soldiers that it appeared that those lacked understanding. He reminded them that he was the commander, which meant that he was in charge of their lives. If they decided to continue fighting, they would suffer the same fate as the soldiers at his feet. Finished with the explanation, the Demon Kings returned to the headquarters, and the soldiers released their weapons in fear and stopped fighting. Lole said that as recently as yesterday everything was fine, but today all of a sudden internal unrest started. He assumed that the soldiers had been secretly provoked by someone. Karath suggested that the camp be scrutinized, the instigators exposed, and the instigators publicly beheaded. Pilati sighed and explained that, compared to the instigators, most of the problem was the soldiers, who were so easily provoked. Before the appearance of the Demon of Nothingness, the world of darkness had been at war for many years. Demons of all clans were constantly fighting, and there were always feuds between them from small to large. And even if they have now united into a coalition army, they often dislike one over the other. In fact, this is not such a big problem, because if they deepen their acquaintance early in the preliminary stage, the discord will be quite removed. But this process has been skipped, and as a result, even a small flame can ignite in them hatred for each other. What Pilati had feared had happened. Conflict between the clans was now brewing, and so all they had to do was delay the attack and begin to teach them how to interact. Meanwhile, Bahar rejoiced in another victory. The coalition army started fighting each other, and the Demon King even had to suppress them with assassinations. The Dark Knight King's plan had worked. Yuncheng said that he had just given an order, and the effect was so good thanks to Lord Ludus. If he hadn't made acquaintances by traveling around the demon world, the effect would have been much lower. Lord Ludus said that the king praises him too much, but thanks to his friends making inquiries, he was able to learn a lot of gossip about the soldiers of the coalition army. Besides, there had been disagreements between some of the clans for a long time. The captives only had to provoke the soldiers, and they began to make internal disturbances, but they were suppressed, and the losses due to the strife were not particularly high, while the enemies received a huge number of prisoners. Xiaoyu admitted that everything sounded like they had lost more than gained. Yuncheng told her that she shouldn't look at everything so superficially, because violent suppression only exerts visible pressure instead of reducing the anger in the hearts. And the anger will accumulate more and more, because there is nowhere for it to go. In addition, they did not take the enemy seriously, and therefore, even if they do something crazy on the battlefield, no one will pay attention. Yuncheng asked about the next castle in the path of the coalition army, and Bahar told him that it was one of the territories under Lord Rook's command, Gatehill Castle. Yuncheng thought about the fact that Rook was one of the lords before he was even a lord, and more importantly, she was different from the other lords. Not only did she control a large amount of territory, but the castles on her territory were rich in resources and had sufficient defensive power. Setting up a large-scale battle in her territory is not a problem. Yuncheng ordered Xiaoyu, let her and Rook go to Gatehill Castle, gather troops and march against the coalition army. He asked them to remember that they should retreat if the situation got out of control. Camp of the coalition army of 71 pillars. The demons were trying to figure out what Lord Pilati was thinking. This place was originally supposed to be for the assembled clan, but now he had divided them and reorganized the clans. Because of the strangers around, few people had an appetite, and the demons didn't even want to look at each other. Pilati noticed that the discord was still there, but it was not so important. After all, in the early stages of acquaintance, it is a common thing. If you forcibly combine demons from different clans into one unit, they will maintain a state of joint training and dining. Only by sharing joy and seal together, the discord between them can be reduced in less than 3 months, and cohesion can be strengthened. Once the clans finished lapping each other up, he would have a stronger army, and so Pilati could finally get rid of the worry in his heart. Pilati explained to the Demon Kings that in 3 months, they would launch an attack on Gatehill Castle. The resources there are very rich, and even the King of the Dark Knight will not dare to part with them. Suddenly, more shouting and insults were heard from the camp. Pilati tried to figure out what was going on. They couldn't have started fighting all at once. One of the soldiers ran into the headquarters and reported that the soldiers of the Dark Knight started yelling at their soldiers. They say they will fight to the death at Gatehill Castle, and if the coalition army has the courage, they are obligated to take the fight. Pilati was astonished by what he heard. He asked what was the visual strength of the troops of Gatehill Castle. He was angry that the soldiers had just started to make peace when they were immediately provoked. The soldier said that, according to his observations, there were quite a few soldiers, and a rough estimate of 70 to 80,000. Pilati assumed that with such a large number of soldiers, the enemy were going to defend the position to the end. During the previous battles, they had preferred to surrender or evade, and their main forces had suffered only minor losses. Pilati said that now they had a chance to do serious damage to the enemy, and that they should not miss this chance. The worst part was that the soldiers had heard the words of the Dark Knight demons and wouldn't be able to bitch about their provocation. If they didn't join the battle, it would greatly affect the overall morale. Pilati orders Tarkis to personally take part in this attack, as Lole is recovering and Pilati must remain at HQ for contingencies. Though it's a trap, they're bound to get through it. Pilati ordered that Tarkis lead 3 lords and 40 higher demons, 120 middle demons, and 120,000 lower demons. Tarkis laughed, for he would finally be able to massacre. The demons of the Dark Knight above the camps asked the coalition army's vagabonds why they were silent. They asked if they wanted to level their country to the ground. They beckoned their enemies to attack, warning that the coalition army would be in trouble if they decided to come forward. After a while, movement was finally visible in the camp. The next goal of the Dark Knight demons was to track and report everything to the castle. Visually, the coalition army has advanced 120,000 troops on their left and right flanks towards Gatehill Castle. They have no time of intention to separate, which means they will break through head-on and lead them. Upon seeing the enemy king, the demons nearly fell to the ground in terror. After all, there is no Lord Ludus in Gatehill Castle, who is one step away from becoming a demon king, let alone a lord. Leading the enemies is the tyrannical demon king, Tarkus. Pilati asked the soldier about the current situation, and the soldier reported that Lord Tarkus had arrived at Gatehill Castle and had begun a fierce battle. Pilati was pleased with what he had heard. Their army was numerous and led by a demon king, which meant everything should go smoothly. The only problem is that he has a bad feeling in his heart. They must win this battle, so Pilati decided to prepare reinforcements. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was going on at Gatehill Castle. Tarkus chopped down the demons of the Dark Knight as much as he could. Suddenly, the cannons on the walls of the city fired a volley. But Tarkus managed to dodge the volleys, no matter how powerful these cannons were. There was no point in relying on them alone if the shot didn't reach the target. The combat power of the Dark Knight demons was higher than expected, and the Dark Knight King is supported by 3 lords. Even a lowly lord, due to the advantage of terrain and cover, in the form of artillery fire, is able to deal with the lords of the coalition army in a few hours. But these lords are still like fish for Kareth. The biggest problem for the demons is the absence of the King of the Dark Knight. Karath demonstrated his overwhelming power by creating a huge bloody beast of a tyrant. But Rook ordered him not to even think about it, and used her Demon King gear. Thanks to which, she redirected the blood beast back into the enemy king. Xiaoyu asked Rook how she was doing, to which Rook replied that she was still holding on. It was the first time she was enduring the Demon King's attack, so her energy consumption was higher than expected. Karath was angry because he was suddenly fooled. He didn't expect the enemy to have the king's equipment to move the target of the attack, and so he decided to kill the owner and take the item for the Tyranny Demon Clan. As soon as Karath got close, Xiaoyu used her king's equipment, the Void Shackle. Immediately after that, Karada was surrounded by Xiaoyu's chains. But the one broke the chains, releasing his aura, and shouted that no matter how many lords were here, they were just fish to him. Suddenly, Karath was struck by a powerful fire charge. Rook ordered 80% of the cannon fire to be focused on the Demon King Tarks, and more cannons began to bombard the enemy king. After enduring the volleys, Karath realized what the issue here was. The king's equipment of these lords is of the defensive type, and their goal is to focus cannon fire on him to delay, not overpower. Karath was forced to admit that their tactics had worked. But so what? After all, most of the city's defenses were focused on him, and the 120,000 soldiers under his command were more than enough to crush the enemy. Just as suddenly, Karath noticed that something strange was going on. After all, it is not the enemy's troops that are at a disadvantage. One of the soldiers blocked the Dark Knight demon's attack, and barely holding back the enemy asked a fellow soldier for help. But he only pretended he hadn't heard, which angered his comrade in arms. And moments later, a coalition army soldier was impaled by a spear. The demon who refused to help his companion laughed, as he had not liked him for a long time. And the death of such a weakling would have no effect on the battle. They would win anyway. At the same time, one of the soldiers burned a fellow soldier for having wronged him in the past. The new and old feuds faced each other. The demons of the coalition army got rid of each other, expecting that since there were 120,000 of them, they could win without allied ill-wishers. Karath clenched his teeth with all his might in anger. These idiots started fighting amongst themselves during the battle. Karath shouted to those assholes that by their actions they were signing their own death warrant. Karath clutched his head, cursing the current situation, because he knew they needed to get used to each other. If this continued, he would be the only one to survive. Karath tried to figure out what to do to get out of the current situation. Just as suddenly, Karath heard the call to attack the demons of the Dark Knight. It was the unexpected reinforcements Paladi sent Paladi, which means they still have a chance to win. Rook cried out that their affairs were bad, for even if they reduced 12,000 to 8,000, reinforcements had arrived at the enemies. After which, Xiao Yu added that there was no point in them fighting anymore, for the reinforcements numbered around 100,000 soldiers, which means they are left to go for the last resort. Getting on all fours, Xiao Yu ordered all the Dark Knight demons to retreat immediately. Everyone must take shelter in the castle's protective fortification to execute the ultimate plan. The demons of the Dark Knight began to retreat from the battlefield, but Karath was not going to let them go, so he ordered the army to move forward to destroy them. Karat and the coalition army began attacking the city barrier. Jumping off the wall, Rook shouted to Xiao Yu that she would take care of detonating the buried explosives and within the protective walls. The walls of the city of Gatehill have been blown up, causing great destruction. In the end, Gatehill Castle was captured, with the coalition army winning this battle. That said, this victory was the most tragic for them. Gatehill Castle, Conference Room. The lord of the coalition army reported to the three kings as they counted the number of casualties. Together with the main force and subsequent reinforcements, a total of 97,000 killed and 300 soldiers. 35,000 were seriously wounded after exhausting all their forces, and 20,000 were lightly wounded. Paladi asked about the enemy troops, and the lord replied that, adding up the captured and killed, there were only 20,000 of them. At least half of the coalition army's losses were due to the blowing up of the walls. Karath cursed loudly to the entire room. None of them could have guessed that the enemy would stuff the walls with explosives, and even the castle's protective casing had been specially treated. The Dark Knight King had set it all up beforehand, so the idiots in their army started fighting amongst themselves during the battle. Without reinforcements, they would have lost. Lole said that if you counted the casualties for all the sorties, their army only had 21,000 soldiers left. The three demon kings are leading such a powerful army, yet they still suffered such heavy losses. Even if they win, they will become a laughingstock in the world of darkness. Meanwhile, Paladi tried to keep his cool and think things through carefully. Although the coalition army's forces were still large, they would have to pass through a large number of cities if they wanted to capture the capital. If they move at a normal pace, their army would be quickly pulverized. But even such a hard-fought victory was not without good news. The soldiers were finally able to come to their senses. After such a thing, they would no longer dare to fight and would no longer underestimate the demons of the Dark Knight as they had in the past. Paladi told the lords that they were free to go. Paladi had no more reason to deny that the Dark Knight King's methods were beyond his expectations, and he still couldn't figure out how he was getting information. But once they make their way to the capital, things will settle down. Paladi stared grimly at Lole, pondering what they would have to use in such a situation. Sose felt uneasy and asked why the man was staring at him like that. Sose asked Paladi not to even count on hanging to feed on him, but Paladi said it was all because of Sose and demanded that he take responsibility. If he hadn't rushed to the capital and retreated, the authority of the Demon Kings wouldn't have been diminished. Otherwise, the demons of the Dark Knight wouldn't dare to resist, seeing the Demon Kings on the offensive despite all their courage. Under such pressure, Sose didn't dare to contradict Paladi. Paladi said that he had heard that the head of the demons of the Shining Kiln cherished his reputation, so he asked Sose what would the head of the Shining Kiln know about it. Sose was forced to admit that this was the case. Paladi suggested that now was the perfect opportunity to redeem himself. For example, a secret technique that only the clan head is capable of using, a great spatial flash, through blood sacrifice. Sose abruptly threw Paladi's hand away and asked, How did he know about this? After all, even in the Shining Killen clan, only the head of the clan knew about it. Pelody said that he had the right to know about it, because he had been told about it by Mrs. Mi Shaji. Hundreds of years ago, she had fought with the members of the Shining Killen clan. That's how she found out. The demons of the Shining Killen are capable of super long-range spatial flash with the help of blood sacrifice, and cross with a large number of demons, making the sortie incredibly effective. Currently, the demon soldiers from the Shining Killen clan are around 10,000, which should be enough for the sacrifice, and for the 200,000 soldiers of the coalition army to rush into the capital. Sosei now realized why Pelody didn't send the demons from the Shining Killen clan to attack. He had originally prepared for this moment by not letting them suffer. The blood sacrifice would dry them up with blood, and Sosei refused to let 1,000 soldiers die for such an idiotic reason. Pelody asked Sosei if he thought he was messing with him. He asked Lole to keep his position in mind. Karath asked Lole if he remembered the consequences for disobeying orders. Besides, capturing the capital would be a great feat, and from the divided territories he could get the most land resources to compensate the clan. Pelady and Karath began to press Lole. On the one hand, disobeying the order and the anger of the clan, on the other hand, the great honor and reward from the clan head. Either way, Lole will not die, and 1,000 soldiers are nothing compared to the vast demon country of the Shining Killen. Under such pressure, Lole was forced to accept the sacrifice. Pelody started laughing furiously. He was sure that victory was close, because the king of the Dark Knight could not have calculated such a scenario when the soldiers of the coalition army would appear right in the capital. Lole gathered all the Shining Killen demons from the coalition army. The demons were pleased with the summoning because it could mean that they would finally be sent to fight. They were confident of their victory, thinking they were no weaker than the others. Lole apologized to his fellow clansmen and said it was a necessary sacrifice. They only needed one step to win. A moment later, blood began to emerge from the bodies of the Shining Killen demons, rising in an upward stream. The demons were screaming in unbearable agony. They were trying to figure out what was going on. Lole was forced to hear desperate pleas for rescue from his fellow clansmen. They asked him why he was doing this to them. What had they done wrong? After all, they hadn't made any mistakes. After collecting all the blood, Lole activated the blood sacrifice, a great spatial flash whose destination is the capital of the Dark Knight. Meanwhile, Yuncheng praised Ledoux with Xiaoyu for the work they had done. Xiaoyu said that it's all just because of the king's plan. Rook then admitted that she felt as if nothing was impossible for them as long as the king was around. Even demon kings aren't as scary to them as she had originally thought. Yuncheng said that they were in perfect condition, and if the coalition army headed to the capital, there would most likely be nothing left of their troops. During this time, they must find a way to deal with the three demon kings and emerge victorious. Suddenly, there was a rumble of thunder throughout the capital. Immediately afterward, Bahar came running to the king shouting about the serious situation. The coalition army had arrived in the capital with 200,000 soldiers, and they were already besieging the city. Fortunately, he noticed it in time and activated a protective barrier, but it won't last long. Yuncheng couldn't believe what he heard. After all, Gatehill Castle was 13,000 miles away from the capital, and the coalition army couldn't suddenly be at the capital. Yuncheng used the response of magic power to inquire about what had happened. The enemy soldiers were indeed already at the walls of the capital, but the coalition army no longer had a demon with magical fluctuations like the Shining Killen. This could only mean that the enemy had to pay a terrible price for using the special ability. Yuncheng ordered Bahar to immediately contact the soldiers in charge of frontline support and asked them to return to the capital as soon as possible, by all means. They sent out too many troops, causing no more than 50,000 soldiers to remain in the capital. Even if we don't take the demon kings into account, the gap in strength is still large. For the rest, Yuncheng ordered them to prepare to take the fight. The coalition army stormed the capital, increasingly damaging the barrier. Yuncheng shouted to the soldiers that the 200,000-strong coalition army force was very close to the city and asked if they had the courage to take the fight. The soldiers raised their weapons and shouted loudly that they were ready to fight. In that case, Yuncheng gave the order to attack. The strength of the barrier was nearing zero, but the demons of the Dark Knight were firing wall cannons at the enemies in an attempt to prevent it. Coalition soldiers ran directly under fire, trying to break through the wall, for in that case, victory would be theirs. Bahar told the king that if things continued like this, the walls would be breached and they would lose all defense. He said that they needed to send troops. Yun Chung thought, would it be of any use? After all, even with the support of the city cannons, 5,000 soldiers would not be able to stand. But in the end, Yun Chung was forced to send troops to attack. This surprise attack was too much beyond his expectations, and so they would have to take their chances. Yun Chung ordered the lords to attack the lords of the coalition army. Lord Ludus landed in the enemy camp and began the battle. As Yun Chung had expected, Ludus did not lose his fighting spirit at all, which largely made up for the imbalance in combat power. In addition, Zhao Yu and Xiaoling have a close relationship, and each wields a different Demon King weapon, one focused on control and the other on attack. So they are also experienced lords. By cooperating, they can defeat 2 or 4 enemies. Polo and Rook are just as strong as the demon lords, except the rest of the soldiers aren't. Regardless of whether the demons are superior, intermediate, or inferior, the size of the enemy forces is enormous. Once the main forces are defeated and the enemy soldiers support the lords, the balance of power among the lords will be broken, resulting in defeat. At this moment, they could only oppose because the enemy kings hadn't made a move yet. Otherwise, the battle would end quickly. Even if he is proficient in primal skills, it's just a game to the demon kings. And the worst part is that Yun Chung can't predict the outcome of a battle with even 1, let alone 3. This is a crushing, brutal battle in which no tricks will work. Yun Chung was trying to figure out what he should do to turn the tide of the battle. How did he suddenly realize that he was too overexcited? And why would he even want to turn the tide of the battle? After all, he was a human after all, and the fact that he had started a war between demons was already a success. He didn't need to win. Whether it's a coalition army or a clan of Dark Knight demons, from a human perspective, the more deaths the better. Even though he can use the Dark Knight demons to achieve more if he wins this battle. But even if he loses, he has nothing to lose. The Dark Knight demons obey his orders, and once they die in battle, he will escape with Zhao Yu and Xiaoling. With them, he will easily be able to return to the human world, which should be the most correct choice. Only why? Why is it so difficult to make such a decision? The demons of the Dark Knight admired the strength and beauty of their king. Thanks to the king, they no longer have to worry about tomorrow. They are ready to fight for their king to the last. Surrender is unacceptable. They fought to the last man, leaving the rest to their king. All the demons of the Dark Knight are just crazy. Just as suddenly, Yun Chung noticed something in the abyss of battle. The Dark Knight demon grabbed an enemy soldier and shouted to the king that he was entrusting his father to him. They must win. The coalition army demon asked what he was doing, as suddenly they exploded. The demons of the Dark Knight trusted the king with their children and wives. They didn't put the coalition army at a disadvantage because they have the courage of the Dark Knight demons. With the capital behind them and their family and friends in it, they couldn't retreat. Even knowing that they were 5,000 against 2,000, they didn't plan to survive. The demons of the Dark Knight believed that by taking one with them, they would lose nothing, and taking 2 was the most. The coalition army soldiers were running away from the Dark Knight demons, screaming that they were just crazy. They were afraid to die like this at the hands of the enemy. Yun Chung was astonished by this suicidal attack. He told Bahar that he had given no such order. Bahar told him that although there was no order, the demons went for it voluntarily. They all know about the disparity in strength, and all the soldiers spontaneously brought self-sabotaging crystals for the sake of it. But only the soldiers, but also the civilians of the capital, were equipped with self-detonating crystals. Once the enemies break into the capital, they will go straight to hell. Because they want to protect the king, protect the country. This beautiful country transformed by the king. Yun Chung wondered how he could run away so ruthlessly if demons were capable of such acts. He is really a human, and belonging to demons is just a pretense. It's all lies and deception. But even so, even if it's all a lie, he is still their king. Yun Chung told Bahar that he was giving him command over the battlefield and jumped off the wall. He was personally going to take part in the battle. Somewhere on the battlefield, 4 coalition army soldiers surrounded the wounded demon of the night. They mocked him. Not long ago, he was shouting for joy. But is he willing to die with them? After all, he won't be able to use the crystal with his broken hands. The demon was angry about the current situation. He didn't want to give up and put up with such a clumsy death. Just as suddenly, the coalition army soldiers around him burst into blue flames. The demons of the Dark Knight saw that it was their king. He personally came down to fight alongside them. Quickly changing the form of his weapon, Yuncheng swept through the enemy soldiers with lightning speed. Burning the enemies, Yuncheng pondered that it wasn't like him at all to be emotional because of the demon race. But now that he had decided to speak in person, it no longer mattered to him. Therefore, he will kill everyone quickly. Polo wondered if this was really the true strength of their king. After all, he was very strong. And Rook noticed that the king didn't even use his full strength when he fought them. Looking at the king, Lord Ludus recognized that this was exactly what was expected of a king, and therefore he was ashamed of his own power. He even vaguely felt that there was an even more terrifying energy hidden in the king's body. With the king on the battlefield, the fighting spirit of the Dark Knight demons rose to a peak. The king had personally descended to them, and so they couldn't afford to lose. Observing the battlefield, Pilati recognized that he had never encountered anything like this before. Being the king, he decided to make a personal appearance to boost the morale of the soldiers. The original plan was to teleport directly into the capital and easily break through from the inside. But there was no way Pilati expected the space around the capital to be pre-protected, and their limit was to teleport outside the walls. All because of Lole's surprise attack. But it didn't matter so much because it only got a little more complicated. Pilati ordered Tarkis and Lole to go together, and they brought him the head of the king of the Dark Knight. Tarkis and Lole were pleased at this, for they had long wished to do away with him. The coalition army soldiers stood in Yuncheng's way, but a moment later, Yuncheng chopped them up, after which he burned them with purple flames. Just as suddenly, a strange energy began to flow towards Yuncheng. It is a whole new flocking energy. It oozes to him from the battlefield, very sinister and vicious as it is caused by murder and disaster. This wasn't Yuncheng's strength, but the second effect of the Great Calamity Power Perpetual Melting set. Yuncheng was already anxious to see what kind of power would burst out when this power was fully accumulated. Suddenly, Yuncheng felt someone's presence near him, and a moment later, Kareth laughingly attacked him, shouting that he wished him dead. Yuncheng managed to block the blow with his spear. Something started to bend and crackle. In the end, it was unable to withstand the Demon King's strength, and broke, thanks to which, Karat was able to strike Yuncheng. From the damage he received, Yuncheng coughed up blood. Considering the level of demonic destroyer, it was difficult to resist someone of the level of a Demon King. Just as suddenly, a quick flash flashed near Yuncheng. Lole told the King of the Dark Knight that now he didn't have a bunch of lords capable of protecting him. Immediately after, he threw Yuncheng away with a leg kick. Xiaoyu was scared for Mr. Yun, but Xiaoling asked her not to be distracted because they were also fighting a fierce battle, and if they made a mistake, they would die. They have no choice but to trust him. Yuncheng stood up, weary from the wounds he had received. Seeing his condition, the Demon Kings wondered how he could be worthy of standing on par with the other Demon Kings of the 72 Pillars with such a level. Lole asked that Kareth not rush to kill the king because he had to suffer because of him. Demon Kings were very strong. Even with the accumulated essence and legendary equipment, there was still a significant gap in attributes. He would clearly die from 1 or 2 attacks, but Yuncheng drained the skills of wind chasing and fogging. Immediately after that, he started running towards the capital. He still had the strongest trump card, so he hoped that those would run after him if they were not afraid to die. Karath assumed that the King of the Dark Knight wanted to use the inhabitants as cannon fodder to escape himself. Only it was all for naught. Bahar orders a gap in the barrier to be opened, as their king is returning. The soldier objected, reminding him that the king was being chased by enemy kings. Bahar reminded the soldier that with the king's death the capital would fall, and ordered him to open the gates immediately. If he said anything else, he would personally kill him. The barrier was opened, immediately after which Yuncheng and the enemy kings flew into the capital. The soldier said that it was all over, for the demon kings were already in the capital. Their capital would fall. Bahar told the soldier to have faith in their king, for he never does anything senseless. Yuncheng ran with all his legs through the capital, dodging enemy attacks. Meanwhile, Kareth mocked the foolish king of the Dark Knight, for because of him, the capital would be destroyed. Yuncheng took advantage of the divine flash to avoid the attack. Just as suddenly, Lole appeared in front of him and asked if he thought he was the only one here with a spatial skill. Immediately after which, he punched Yuncheng, returning the ladder to the ground. Yuncheng hoped that they would be patient for a little longer. After all, they were almost at their destination. Yuncheng led the demons into the fortress and rushed through the corridors. Being near the target, Yuncheng punched through the door with his body and flew into the room. Lole asked Kareth to be careful, For the king of the night did not use his subjects as cannon fodder as they expected, which meant there might be traps here. Karath growled and asked, what traps could deal with them? They could just walk through and trample him. Lole couldn't help but agree with Karath's words. Walking further, Karath and Lole were surprised that they kept walking, but never came across the king of the dark night. And more importantly, where could a man have come from? Xiaoqing Cheng's clone reacted to the demons that had entered, and she immediately attacked them. In no time at all, the demon kings began to be covered in ice. Lastly, Karath wondered, where in the capital of the Dark Knight could a man of the level of a demon king come from? Xiaoqing Cheng told the disciple that he could go out since the demons were already dead. Yunchen thanked Teacher Xia for her support. This kind of strength level was simply terrifying to Yuncheng. After all, she had killed 2 demon kings with 1 skill. Xiaoqing Cheng said that this was all she could do. The coalition army forces had lost 2 kings, and besides, it would be difficult for Yuncheng to lure the enemy here again while she couldn't get out. Yuncheng asked the teacher not to worry as she had already helped him a lot, and he would take care of the rest. The soldiers of the coalition army at the walls mocked the demons of the Dark Knight, for their king had abandoned them as meat and fled to the capital. And since 2 kings followed him, the Dark Knight king would soon fall and their kin would be completely slaughtered. The Dark Knight demons didn't fall for the enemy's provocations. They believed in their king and victory, but even so, even a king can't defeat 2 demon kings. As suddenly the city gates began to open, the demons of the coalition army were overjoyed that their kings had finally finished off the king of the night, which meant victory was theirs. The demons of the Dark Knight were trying to figure out, had their capital really fallen? But what they saw was impossible. Absolutely impossible. At the gate that opened stood their king. Their king opened the gate, and behind him, the corpses of 2 demon kings hung on the city gates. The fighting spirit of the Dark Knight demons surged again, for their king had won. They all chanted that he was invincible. On the other hand, the soldiers of the coalition army were completely devoid of morale because of what they saw, for their kings were dead, and the demons themselves were hoping that the Lady Demon Lord would wake them up now. Pilati asked Tarks and Lole how this had happened, and what had happened within the walls of the capital. Yuncheng ordered the soldiers to follow him to destroy the remaining forces of the coalition army. Perceiving the spirit, the demons of the Dark Knight went on the attack with renewed vigor. The coalition army soldiers tried to flee the battlefield, for now they had no chance of victory. Pilati was furious at what had happened, once again admitting that he had grossly underestimated the king of the Dark Knight. He did not care what dastardly trick he had used to kill Tarks and Lole. Pilati asked the king of the Dark Knight, how dare he dream of unbridled victory? He didn't want to use it, but the man forced him to. Regardless of the traps in the capital, they will become nothing once destroyed. Pilati asked the great lady Mishaji to let her show her supreme power to these ignorant demons of the Dark Knight. Seeing the anomaly in the sky, the townspeople began to panic. They felt as if in the sky condensed extremely terrible force, which takes your breath away. And even Yuncheng was frightened by such a skill. His heart began to shrink in fear of death. He wondered if it could have been a king, but immediately refuted this option, as kings were incapable of such strength. Lord Ludus told the king that the resonating crystal rose into the air, and that the runes within it were the power of the demon of the 72 pillars. Yuncheng was dumbfounded after hearing whose strength it was. The coalition army had such a terrifying trump card, and the worst part is that the target of the skill is the capital. Pilati felt just fine, for this was the power of Mishaji's Lady of the Interrupted Night. Thousands of lightning bolts of annihilation began striking the barrier, and after a few hits destroyed it. In a hail of lightning, the inhabitants scattered, begging for rescue. Returning to the capital, Yuncheng ordered Rook and Pullo to finish off their opponents and help him. Immediately thereafter, those abandoned their opponents and rushed after the king, except that the enemy lords weren't about to let them go and rushed after them. Just as suddenly, a giant vine emerged from the ground, completely restraining the lords. Yuncheng ordered Pullo to enhance Rook's abilities to the limit, even if he had to exhaust all the dark magic. After which, Yuncheng asked Rook if she was capable of moving lightning. Rook replied that she wouldn't be able to do it since it was a 72-pillar demon skill. Even if she could move the lightning, it wouldn't be more than a few meters away, but even so, the capital would be destroyed. Yuncheng said that a few meters would be enough, and the target would be himself. Pullo asked what the man was just talking about, because the capital would fall with his death. And Rook added that, after his death, the skill will continue to attack the capital, and nothing will change. So there was no point in him risking his life. Yuncheng asked if they could think with their heads. and asked if they could say something nice. While they are idling here, thousands of civilians are dying. Yuncheng ordered the lords to do as he said. Polo used his equipment to transfer all of his power to Rook, and then began to grab lightning bolts. Rook carried thousands of lightning bolts over and over again, causing blood to spurt from her mouth, ears, and eyes. She transferred all those lightning bolts to the King of the Dark Knight.